In the Demon King's career after crossing, you understand a truth: even if you hide your strength, block the door in the novice village, set up underworld traps, and don't waste time after the battle, you still cannot defeat the hero with the protagonist's halo. You have clearly avoided all the mistakes that the villains can make, but in the final battle, the hero still shouts about friendship and bonds, cheats again, and knocks you down to the ground. Honesty, courage, and sacrifice. Dirty undead like you cannot understand the virtues of humanity. The hero looked down on you and began preaching from a high position. As long as I can defeat the Demon King, I am willing to do anything. This is what you said. After obtaining the promise of the hero, you showed a confident smile, and activated the final magic. In an instant, a huge magic array appeared beneath you. The primal god of life, the bountiful mother who nurtures all things. Your descendants will offer their souls to you and pray to you. As the chanting continues, endless black mist emerges from the magic circle, enveloping you and the hero within. It's useless. Even if I die here, the human alliance can still destroy you. You're right. This is the burial place of the Demon King. The magic was successfully cast, leaving only you and the hero in this isolated space. In this final moment, you revealed your inner thoughts. I never thought being the Demon King was a happy thing. Living in a gloomy and cold castle, surrounded by fierce and monstrous creatures, constantly on guard against human attacks, and wary of treacherous subordinates, eating terrible dark cuisine every day, no entertainment, and when bored, the only option is to go to the arena to watch goblins snarl. What exactly do you want to say? Do you still want to ask for forgiveness at this point? I just want to express my gratitude to you. At this moment, you showed the first genuine smile since I crossed over. From now on, you will fall into darkness, and I will return to the light. The Mother Goddess will grant us new life. Transcendent magic, the Mother Goddess will grant us new life. Effect, under the voluntary premise of both parties, exchange each other's race. Transcendent magic, which is above the 10th rank, is a miracle that can break the rules of the world. The Mother Goddess will grant us new life. Currently in the whole world, only you as the Demon King know of the existence of this magic and have the ability to use it. Since the beginning of the crossing, you have thought about using this magic to get rid of the identity of the Demon King. However, once the race changes, the level will be reset to level 1, and the skills will also be cleared. Therefore, this magic is kept as a last resort and has been retained by you until now. However, rebirth does not mean losing everything. When exchanging races, you can retain one of your own talents and gain an additional talent from the other party. Unlike abilities, passive skills, and skills, active skills, that can be obtained later. In this game, talents are precious abilities that only a very few people will have. According to the intelligence you have gathered, the talents of the hero are very powerful. After the magic is activated, the black mist in the space deprives you of your 5 senses. This is a protective mechanism. Even the Demon King cannot face the true form of the gods. The goddess of abundance is one of the 3 pillar gods of the demon race's faith, while humans call her the goddess of flesh and pain. In the haze, you understand that the power of the goddess is transforming your body, but you do not feel rejected. On the contrary, you even feel somewhat familiar. When this process is completed, your heart starts beating again, and then you hear the sound of bang bang ka bang in your mind, which is a prompt when the player's information changes. Race change, human. Soul strength, 805. 0 ability, magic LV5 magic LV1 acquired talent, aspiration retained talent, witness. After regaining consciousness, looking at the familiar face reflected in the puddle, you felt relieved. Oh my, this is simply me. Finally no longer having to live with that zombie face. After being reborn, you immediately opened your own panel. Race, human level, 1, experience 0/100, soul strength, 5. 0 occupation, freelancer faith, non-attribute panel, strength 1. 1. Endurance 4. 5. Agility 1. 4. Magic 8. 1 abilities and talents, 1 minded aspiration, a talent of the hero obtained by desiring to combine with a lover, increasing the experience acquisition rate by 20%, and ignoring charm effects. Witness, an inherent talent obtained by understanding the principles of the world, granting the holder the skill of identification and the qualification to read the Book of Fools. Magic LV1, possessing magical aptitude, can learn and use basic magic of up to the 3rd tier. Skill, identification skill effect, able to view partial information of others and items. As expected, skills have been reset, and both soul strength and magical abilities have regressed. The player-exclusive talent witness has been retained. The talent 1 heart's aspiration, while not directly enhancing combat power, can greatly increase growth speed, which is very useful for you now, especially in terms of immunity to charm, allowing you to avoid many unexpected situations. This effect has caused you quite a bit of trouble. After seeing the specific description of the talent, You can't help but wonder if this hero is also a virgin like yourself. On the other side, the hero also regained consciousness. His appearance did not change much, except for a black mark on his back, which is the symbol of the undead, the dark ring. The hero looked at you, with no decrease in the fighting spirit in his eyes. If according to the routine of hot-blooded comics, the two who exchanged races should start arguing, then understand each other, and finally become companions, together looking for a future where humans and demons can coexist peacefully. But at this moment, neither you nor the hero have any intention of reconciliation. The battle between you two can only end with the death of one side. You are now just a human being. When a person is killed, they will die. And the undead are not truly immortal. Their ability to resurrect comes from a special substance called human nature within their bodies. After suffering fatal injuries, the undead can consume human nature to repair their bodies. As the amount of human nature in their bodies decreases, the undead will begin to zombify. During this process, their bodies will become withered. Their level and strength will continuously decrease, and their memories and emotions will slowly fade away. After experiencing countless deaths, the level of the undead will decrease to level 1, becoming an irrational, living corpse that cannot survive or die. For the undead, completely becoming a zombie is no different from death, which is another way to eliminate the undead besides sealing them. According to your speculation, in order to completely zombify you, the Demon King, you would need to be killed at least 100 times. The exhausted hero obviously cannot achieve this, so the sealing technique was chosen. In comparison, turning a level 1 undead into a zombie is much simpler. Soon, the hero stood up again, and you also assumed a fighting stance. Now both of you are at level 1, with combat power comparable to that of an elementary school student. The difference is that, as part of the plan, you have already practiced combat skills for when you lose your strength. While the hero was still unsteady, you directly kicked the hero's crotch with a left straight kick. This unsportsmanlike sneak attack instantly dealt a heavy blow to the hero. The intense pain made him bend his body, and you immediately followed up with a punch to the abdomen. The hero wanted to grab the holy sword, but as an undead, he was directly repelled by the holy sword. Helpless, the hero had no choice but to counterattack with punches. Seeing the opponent attacking with fists, you even found it somewhat ridiculous. In a fight to the death, the body's other weapon is the real killer move compared to fists. A direct elbow strike to the face knocked the hero out. Then you concentrated all your strength into the elbow joint of the other arm, accelerating through rotation, delivering a fatal elbow strike that knocked out the hero. After the hero fell, you picked up the holy sword. As a human, you were not repelled. Although you couldn't unleash the power of the holy sword, it inherently had a bonus damage against the demon race. You kept cutting the hero's body with the holy sword, rapidly depleting his humanity. Half an hour later, the hero completely turned into an undead. His skin turned reddish-brown, sticking to the skeleton like dried bacon, and his face was no longer recognizable. You then took off the magnificent black robe of the Demon King and put it on the undead on the ground. Finally, you stabbed the holy sword into the undead's body, pinned it to the ground, creating the crime scene. Fry had never shown his true face to others, and the only few demons who had seen his vivisected face had died in the great battle. Next, Guts turns into a zombie and becomes the Demon King Hakimi instead of him, and is arrested by humans. It was only after 2 hours that the human allied forces that observed traces of the launch of superlocation magic finally dispatched their death squads to the battlefield to survey the situation. Afterward, Fry, along with other humans captured by the demons, was rescued by the allied forces. In April of the 999th year of the Aiden calendar, the final battle between the Brave and the Demon King came to a close. The Demon King was defeated, leaving only an undead, empty shell. The Brave, on the other hand, sacrificed everything they had, and their forms were destroyed. After losing the Demon King, even though 3/4 of the land had yet to be conquered, the remaining forces of the demon race directly gave up their resistance and signed a series of unequal treaties with the humans, including the cession of magic stone veins and the transportation of slaves. The jihad, which lasted nearly 300 years, ended in victory for the human camp. Fry was not surprised by the lightspeed surrender of the demons. Unlike humans, not only was the reproduction rate of the higher-ranked demon race very low, growth also took a great deal of time. During the long wars, those powerful demons who were bloodthirsty and dared to stand up for themselves would often be the first to be killed in the course of fighting humans. After hundreds of years of screening, most of the remaining demon race executives were soft bones who knew how to save their own asses. The more intelligent demonic races such as the phantoms, ghosts, and orcs set up the main peace faction, who secretly colluded with the humans to retain their strength in the war. How can you mess with the devils with this bunch of bugbears? It wasn't as if Fry hadn't thought about unification efforts within the demon race, but nay, there wasn't enough time. The The Demon King's power mainly originated from the three pillar gods, so he couldn't carry out a major cleansing of the demon race's top echelons who were also followers of the three pillar gods. The result was that by the time Guts hit, only the most ferocious of the alien monsters, the ones advocating a bloody battle to the end and the extermination of humanity, were willing to follow Frey's command, and the group of less anthropomorphic-looking main combatants has been collectively jade-crushed against the brave. Now, the surrendered factions that hid in the back and secretly made peace with the humans became the new rulers of the demon race. It wasn't their territory that was cut anyway, and the ones that were sent to the humans as slaves were just bottom-feeder cattle and horses. And in order to find a step for the truce, the vast majority of the crimes committed by the demons against the humans were counted against Frey, the Demon King. Frey actually knew very well that the so-called Demon King was essentially nothing more than a toolman used to carry the power of the three pillars of God. To be honest, even though Frey's original intention wasn't to save the demon race, objectively speaking, he had already been benevolent as a Demon King. The human hierarchy could compromise with the demons for the sake of profit, but Guts wouldn't. If it wasn't for his victory over Brave, the remaining demons wouldn't even be qualified to come to the negotiation table. But as things stood, what the future of the demon race would be like had nothing to do with Frey. Despite the fact that the rank became one, Frey didn't regret it. He preferred to live a life of comfort and freedom than to be a demon king who was subjected everywhere. As the Demon King, he is dead. And next, Frey will have his new life as a human. Chapter 3, Otherworldly Life from 1. After the allied human forces withdrew from the demon territory, Frey was sent to the Illuminati for interrogation along with the captives. What the Church of Light believed in was Alice, the god of light and contract, the head of the 7 righteous gods that Guts had mentioned before. In the continent of Aden, the power of the gods mainly originated from the power of faith. The greater the number of believers and the more devout their faith, the greater the power of the gods and the higher their status naturally. And the strongest in the human camp at the moment is the Hikari church state established by the Illuminati. This time, it was also under the leadership of the Church Kingdom that the remaining several human countries were able to temporarily put aside their conflicts to form a coalition. As part of the pre-planning, the captives were prepared by Frey beforehand, and they were kept deep underground in the Demon King's city. Originally, at the end of the interrogation, the captives were supposed to be released, but Frey soon realized that he had made a small mistake. He did not mistreat these humans. So, at the request of the church, the group gave a truthful account of what had happened to them. The Demon King makes us work 8 hours a day. Uncle Mojo gives us candy and does magic tricks for us. The Demon King also cured me of asthma and old cold legs. The church had wanted them to be witnesses to expose the Devil King's crimes, but it turned out that the Devil King was on the verge of becoming a good guy in this group's description. Facts aside, those who speak for the Demon King are human traitors through and through. This group of captives had obviously been under the spell of the Demon King, and if they were allowed to return directly to society, it would surely have a bad effect. In order to correct their misconceptions, the Holy See decided to re-educate the captives and re-inject the idea of the beloved. The Reformation was carried out successfully, and under the clergyman's persuasion, the captives had been transformed into bodies that automatically choked at the mere mention of the Demon Lord. Oh asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is the Demon King so bad? It was during the time that Frey was stranded in the church that the conviction of the Demon King Hakimi was successfully completed. The Inquisitional Chamber of the Holy See, after a full and impartial investigation, created a great deal of incriminating evidence out of thin air. For example, in this announcement titled, "What Bad Things Has Hakimi Done?" it is documented that the Demon King has had to eat 7 children in one meal, has illegally taken over countless treasures, and has always been researching large-scale killing magic with the intention of exterminating the human race. In addition, crimes including the embezzlement of supplies to the Allied forces, the rotten building projects of the Holy See, and the unwanted pregnancies of nuns were also counted against Hakimi. Kids, I didn't do any of this. However, under the strong propaganda of the church, the people had become generally convinced that Hakimi, the Demon King, was the culprit of all evils, and had coined a proverb, "Wherever Hakimi's black hand reaches out, evil abounds." For this kind of unforgivable devil, human beings would naturally not let him off easily. Now the Demon King was dead, but his physical body remained, so the church sentenced Hakimi, who had been vivisected, to death. Unlike ordinary humans, the death penalty for the undead is special. After being mortally wounded, the undead will consume their humanity to repair their bodies, as long as humanity has not yet been exhausted. Even if they are girded and dismembered, even if they are crushed to a pulp, they can be resurrected. Upon resurrection, the undead will use the largest piece of existing flesh as a centerpiece to reconstruct the other missing parts. That is, once the undead are decapitated and the distance between the head and the body exceeds the repair limit, they then grow. From the body, A new head. If it was an undead person with sufficient humanity, then he could even watch a new head grow out of his body while retaining his consciousness. And it would take months for a walker to grow a new head, as their resilience has been drastically reduced. In Frey's opinion, torturing a walker was a pointless thing to do. After all, things like walkers were supposed to be unconscious corpses. Nevertheless, the Holy See decided to carry out a public execution for the purpose of appeasing the people. Guts was afraid that he could never have imagined that after his death, his body would be taken as Hakimi, the Demon King, and pushed to the guillotine by the humans he had saved. There is no Hakimi in this world, but as long as people believe, then he is Hakimi. On the day of execution, as part of their education, Fry and the others were brought to the scene. By the time of the midday execution, the sky was still dark and cloudy, and the earth was shrouded in a blanket of gray. The crowd of spectators had filled the entire execution ground, and they were densely packed together in a manner that was not quite distinguishable. It is the tradition of the Illuminati to execute prisoners on cloudy days, and the sinful souls of those on death row do not deserve the light of the goddess of light. The guillotine fell, and as bright red blood flowers bloomed in the air one by one, the crowd erupted in piercing cheers. Good, good kill, hooray, kill the head, look good, click. Thus, surrounded by the crowd and amidst the applause, Hakimi had his head cut off. Afterwards, the severed head was hung up for public display, and the torso was reclaimed by the church. And when a new head grew, he would continue to perform head killings to please the populace. Guts once said that he would try to save as many people as he could, and finally died surrounded by the crowd. In a sense, he did both. The first month after Brave's death, a burial mound was built in his honor and a great funeral was held. On the day of the funeral, everyone cried so hard that the whole human world was in mourning for a while, but people aren't that vulnerable. The second month after Guts' death, his best friend and his lover, they were married in front of Guts' grave. The wedding was no less lavish than Guts' funeral. After all, Guts had left all his possessions to his lover before he departed. The third month after Grit's death, the news and newspapers stopped reporting on Grit's exploits. Most of the credit for the victory over the demon race was counted on the human allied forces who acted as the atmosphere group throughout. By the fourth month after Guts' death, people's lives had completely returned to normal, and few people mentioned Guts' name anymore. It's like he was never there. On the other hand, after a long ideological education, Fry and the others finally regained their freedom and received a pitifully small resettlement fee. After leaving the order, Fry arrived at the graveyard of the brave. Looking at Guts' cold grave, he let out an exclamation. "No, buddy, how come you don't even have a tribute on this grave? Or I could eat some for you." Fry was really hungry. After all, he had all the cash in his hand and used it to buy the same thing. He opened the package and took a bottle of good wine out of it. As a former demon king who had studied Guts in depth, Fry knew that Guts had few other hobbies, except that he liked to drink. Guts never showed this hobby of his in front of the people and his lovers, and those teammates he spent time with were sacrificed in the Demon King city. I'm afraid the only person left in the world who remembers that Guts likes to drink is Fry. Fry unscrewed the cork and poured out 2 glasses of wine, drank one for himself, and then poured the other in front of Grit's tombstone. A glass to freedom and a glass to death. The era of the Demon King and the Brave Man has come to an end, and the otherworldly life belonging to Fry has only officially begun from this moment. Frey's actions after crossing over have undoubtedly drastically altered the world line of Color Souls, but one thing doesn't change. To live freely without constraints, you must have enough power, and Fry was still only at level 1, at the level where a stray cat on the side of the road would huff at him if they saw him. To be weak is to be the greatest unfree. Next, he would head to Labyrinth City, where adventurers gathered, which was equivalent to the game's Novice City and the most suitable place for quick upgrades. I need power. With those words, Fry got up and prepared to leave. Just then, there was a light footstep behind him. Frey turned around, only to see a young white-haired girl with twisted braids walking this way. The young girl was wearing a pure white nun's uniform, her entire body exuding an elegant and gentle aura as she looked at Fry, revealing an expression of some surprise. "I didn't think anyone would come here now. May I ask, are you a friend of Guts-sama?" After launching the appraisal skill and confirming that there was no threat to the other party, Fry shook his head and then said, "Guts is kind of my savior." It was true that Fry had been given this life by Guts now, and there was nothing broken in that statement in terms of his status as a captive of the Demon King's city. Hearing Frey's reply, the young girl broke into a smile. "Actually, so did I. 3 years ago, my village was attacked by bandits, and it was Guts-sama who helped me." After saying hello, the young girl walked over to Guts' tombstone and began to pray. "May your soul find a harbor of rest." When the prayer was over, the young girl gazed silently at the lonely tombstone of Guts, a hint of sadness passing over her face. Guts sacrificed everything to save mankind. But after just a few months, mankind left him behind. Do humans like this really deserve to be saved? The young girl seemed to be talking to herself, or as if she was questioning the Fry around her. Fry had wanted to casually make a perfunctory remark, but after seeing the despondency and disappointment in the young girl's expression, he changed his mind. He certainly wasn't kind enough to comfort the young girl he met for the first time, but through appraisal, Fry found that the other party had extremely high qualifications. If such a person was blackened because of Gut's death, it might create unnecessary trouble in the future. So, after thinking for a while, Fry said to the young girl, "Whether or not humanity is worth saving is set aside for the moment. Those who are still willing to stand up for humanity after seeing the evils of the human heart are the ones who can be called brave, aren't they?" After that, he talked to the young girl some more about Guts. Fry wasn't going to get too involved with the order, and after making sure the young girl had calmed down, he offered his goodbyes. "Can you tell me your name?" the young girl asked. "I'm just a traveler passing through." Chapter 4, Part-Time Work. Lord Demon King. After saying goodbye to the white-haired girl and leaving the Braveheart's graveyard, Fry found a secluded place, then pulled out a space ring from his pocket. Unlike the traditional game world, in the continent of Aden, all magic related to time and space, as well as props, were almost all suddenly lost 500 years ago. This space ring in Frey's hand was one of the only props in the Demon King's treasury that could store items. The captives rescued from the Demon King's city had all been searched, and in order not to be discovered, Fry had swallowed the ring directly into his stomach at that time. As for how the ring was removed, he didn't want to remember. From a practicality standpoint, this ring was considered a waste prop. Not only did it only have less than 1 cubic meter of space, but it also couldn't store any items with magic power. But for Fry today, the ring is all he has. The ring stored some of the grimoires that would help Fry relearn magic, in addition to the precious information kept inside the Demon King's city. After putting these important items, Fry didn't forget to use the last bit of space for something that could be exchanged for money. The items of value in the city of Kegom basically carried magic power, and even the gems and metals used for decoration had been processed with magic. It was a good thing that Fry had sent for a shipment of seasonings because he couldn't stand the dark cuisine of the demons, and among them was a medieval hard currency, pepper. Taking out the bag of peppers stored in his spatial ring, Fry went to the local market and found a merchant house. "Boss, how do you sell pepper here?" The owner surveyed Fry, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. "Young man, I see you don't look like a local, and I won't screw you. Pepper for 200 rupees a tael." The rupee is currently the basic monetary unit of the continent of Aden, and the value of all kinds of metal currencies as well as banknotes can be expressed in rupees, with the purchasing power of 1 rupee roughly equal to that of 1 yuan. Why are they selling it so expensive? I remember the book says it's only 50 rupees. The things in the book have long been out of date. You see where there are peppers here now. They are all imported. You think it's too expensive? I still think it's too expensive. Can't you do it for 100 rupees? Have you ever cut the price like that? If you can get peppers for 100 rupees, I'll buy directly from you. Fry turned around after hearing this and acted like he wanted to leave but couldn't. The boss saw this and added, "Okay, count you in for 10% discount. 180 rupees. No less. Is that really the price? Can you swear to it?" "I swear by the goddess Alice, that's the price peppers should go for in my place today." The owner was cocky enough to add several qualifiers before taking the oath. Fry, on the other hand, gave a plan-through smile. "Well then boss, I've got a bag of peppers here to sell you. In the country of the Hicarians, vows made to the goddess must be fulfilled or it is an offense." But Fry had no intention of really making a scene at the Holy See, and in the end he sold the packet of peppers for slightly less than the purchase price, 80 rupees a tael, and came to a total of 5,000 rupees. It's not much, but it's enough for start-up capital. After rearranging his outfit, Fry rented a Land Rover, the most user-friendly form of transportation in the North Continent. Landbirds have stout legs and huge beaks, and although they are not as fast or as capable of carrying weight as horses, they are better because they are docile and not picky eaters, so they are cheaper to keep. To Frey's surprise, the long trip was actually charged at 3,000 rupees, when according to the intelligence he had investigated, the normal price would have been 1,000. Upon inquiry, Fry learns that since Gut's victory over the Demon King 5 months ago, the armies of the countries that were originally stationed at the borders have seen a massive disarmament, and this kind of violent disarmament has directly led to a large number of unemployed soldiers without livelihoods, and some of them have become security guards and adventurers, while others have become bandits and rogues. The labyrinthine metropolis of Grimgar, located near the western border of the demon territory. Nowadays, the closer to the border, the more chaotic the law and order is, resulting in a significant increase in transportation costs. It wasn't as if there weren't cheaper cars that took the back roads, but considering he was still too weak, Fry didn't save that money for safety's sake. "Little brother, I see your looks. You should be from the Empire." As soon as they hit the road, the driver climbed into conversation with Fry. Fray's dark-haired, yellow-skinned appearance is characteristic of the people of the Empire, located in the easternmost part of the continent. On the way, Fry asked the driver for information about Labyrinth City, while the driver responded excitedly. "I was actually an adventurer when I was younger until I took an arrow in the knee." The reason why Grimgar was called Labyrinth City was because it was home to the only S-ranked relic in the Aden continent, the Jabberwock Underground Grand Labyrinth. It is said that in the ancient times, the immortal ancient dragon was the true master of the Aden continent, and by 2000 years ago, with the emergence of the demon race, humans had to struggle to survive sandwiched between the dragon race and the demon race, until 1000 years ago, a hero known in later times as the King of Aden led mankind to destroy the ancient dragon, heavily attacked the demon race, and eventually unified the continent, opening up the age of laws belonging to mankind. The reign of the King of Aden lasted until 500 years ago, and when the king died, humanity fell into schism, giving birth to what is now known as the Seven God Faith, and the demons took advantage of the opportunity to re-emerge, and Jabba the Walker, a necromantic dragon that has been dormant for 500 years, has reappeared to wreak havoc on the world. Just as mankind is once again in peril, a dragon slayer named Grim defeats the evil dragon. Since the necromantic dragon Jabberwock, like the undead, has the ability to come back to life and cannot be killed completely, the warrior Grim sealed it deep underground. Later, the land where the evil dragon was sealed formed the underground labyrinth of Jabberwock that exists today, and the metropolis, built on top of the labyrinth where the adventurers gathered, was named Grimgar, meaning City of the Warrior Grim. 3 days later, Fry arrived at Grimgar, and after passing through the city gates, he was greeted by Western fantasy-style buildings and rather dated stone paths. Before getting out of the car, the driver again advised Fry, "Young man, don't blame me for being talkative, but if you have a choice, you'd be better off not being any kind of adventurer." Fry understood that as a former adventurer, the coachman's persuasion was undoubtedly well-intentioned. A profession like adventurer may sound like a handsome one, but in reality it's just another name for hobo. In Grimgar, there are only a handful of silver-ranked or higher elites who can truly achieve wealth freedom by exploring the labyrinth. The bottom-tier adventurers, due to their low level coupled with their equipment pulling the crotch, were not much stronger in combat than ordinary people, and could easily lose their lives even when facing the lowest-ranked monsters. According to statistics, more than 80% of novice adventurers, after going down the maze once, would not dare to go there a second time. With no money in hand, they usually had to live in the stables and work a day job now and then to make ends meet. What's more, some directly chose to lie down in the park, waiting for the Holy Sea's succor, and living the same happy life as the American runners. But Fry was different from them. With his far superior qualifications as well as magical talent, he could easily earn money by exploring the maze with a slight leveling up. Anyway, just level up and everything will be fine. Good times are ahead. The entrance to the labyrinth was guarded, and in order to enter you had to officially register with the Adventurers Guild. The association's headquarters is located in the heart of the metropolis, occupying an area roughly half the size of a stadium, with several functional departments within. Since Fry was dressed decently, the lady at the counter acted enthusiastically when he walked into the association. However, after learning that Fry was only level 1, the other party's attitude became perfunctory to the naked eye. An attribute test is required before registering as an adventurer, costing 500 rupees. Unlike Fry, who possessed the appraisal skill, for the natives of this world, a test was necessary in order to find out specific attributes other than rank. While the physical panel is tested in a similar way to the physical test, the magic test is done by utilizing a crystal ball that is very sensitive to magic, and by observing the brightness of the crystal ball, it is possible to test the value of magic within 10. Frey's magic power was 8-1, which was a rare top talent for a level 1 human, and once exposed, it was bound to cause a stir. His own strength was still weak right now, and to avoid being noticed too soon, he deliberately reduced his output when testing his magic power. A faint glow appeared on the crystal, and the magic power value was fixed at 1-8, which belonged to a medium to high level. The counter lady was a bit bored and picked up a pen to record, but just then, the color of the crystal ball changed. The glow of magic flickered and intertwined, eventually taking on a half-blue, half-brown color. This is dual elemental affinity. The counter lady's eyes widened in surprise. In the current magic system, there are 6 elements of magic: light, thunder, fire, earth, water and wind. When he was a demon lord, Fry could easily use all elemental magic, so he didn't care about elemental affinity. Having an elemental affinity meant that when learning magic with the corresponding attribute, not only could one get twice the result with half the effort, but the effect of the magic would also be enhanced. Under normal circumstances, one could only have a maximum of one elemental affinity. Having dual elemental affinity not only means that the choice of magic is more varied, but also the ability to use special techniques such as elemental fusion and elemental reaction, which is an invaluable talent. At the end of the test, looking at Frey's attributes, the counter lady gave her advice. Mr. Fry, to be honest with your rank, being an adventurer is really a bit of a stretch, but considering that you are a rare dual elemental affinity, and both earth and water at that, I would recommend you for another job than an adventurer. What's the job? Civil engineering. TMD. How come civil engineering is still chasing me? You can't go to the other world and have to fight Ash. No, please register me as an adventurer. Seeing Frey's refusal, the counter lady continued her introduction. You should also know that after winning the Holy War, we humans obtained several veins of magic stone from the demon territory. Now that the newly established mine is in dire need of talent, I'm sure it would be happy to have you on board as a trainee. And we at the Adventurers Guild can also act as an intermediary if you need it. It was only after that, with Frey's firm refusal, that the counter lady finally died and continued. Then, please pay the fee for registering as an adventurer first. Didn't I just hand it over? Rs. 500 is just a testing fee and there is a processing fee of Rs. 2,000 if you want to register formally. No, you're not charging twice. I checked the Adventurers Guild's bylaws, and it's clear that there's no handling fee. I'm very sorry, that's the latest rule that was issued just last week. After making some inquiries, Fry learns that due to the disarmament of soldiers caused by the victory over the Demon King, Labyrinth City has been flooded with unemployed people. There were too many people who wanted to be adventurers right now, which was why the Adventurers Association had temporarily raised the threshold for registration. After all, if you don't pay, someone else will. Fry had always been unafraid to think in the most negative terms and make plans. Yet he still hadn't expected the world to turn out this way just under 5 months after defeating the Demon King. The reason why he didn't prepare too much money was because he believed that he could earn money quickly once he became an adventurer, and it was more important to pack more books compared to that. However, as it stands now, to make money, you have to be an adventurer, and to be an adventurer, you have to pay money. One tendon becomes blocked at both ends belongs to yes. Learning that Fry didn't have enough money, the counter lady's expression changed for a split second, but immediately returned to her standard business smile. That's fine. Our Adventurers Association has always made it our aim to serve the majority of adventurers, and we have a solution for your situation. We have an abundance of loan services here at rates as low as. Watching the lady at the counter smile as she sold him the loan, Fry felt a strong sense of vestiges. Where the did you come from? Is this still the other world? Although Fry wanted to enter the maze as soon as possible, something like taking out a loan to work was something he would never accept. Things have come to a head, so I can only work for a while. Chapter 5, You're a Milk Dragon? Today was the third day that Fry had started working part-time, and as an intelligence powerhouse, he now had a better understanding of the current state of Labyrinth City. The simple summary is that since the Demon King was defeated, the adventurer's situation has instead become more and more difficult. The adventurer's main income comes from the magic stones that fall from the death of labyrinth monsters. Magic stone is an indispensable resource for human beings. Not only can be used to make weapons and props, but also can be used directly as energy. The status is similar to the Earth's oil, and the exploration of the labyrinth is one of the few stable sources of magic stone. It was also because of this great economic interest that Grimgar was able to become the center for the gathering of adventurers in the western part of the continent. However, after the victory over the demon race, the price of low-grade magic stones saw a significant drop as humans obtained new veins of magic stones from the demon race. This, coupled with the influx of laid-off soldiers, has further exacerbated the implosion and made life worse for the already poor underclass of adventurers. And in response to the above problems, the Adventurers Association and the Illuminati have taken corresponding measures. They have tightened the control of speech, and nowadays all adventurers who are officially registered with the association are required to sign a contract that prohibits any reactionary speech in public. The interior of Labyrinth City was divided into several areas, and where Fry was now, was the westernmost area of the city where the bottom adventurers gathered. New Higurashi. It was once the westernmost part of human territory, where the sun set, hence the name Higurashi. However, during the demon invasion 300 years ago, the old Higurashi was destroyed, and after the reconstruction this area became known as New Higurashi. The place where Fry worked part-time was a tavern called Fantasia in New Higurashi. His job description is to play the guitar to act as background music for the tavern. Maybe it's because every civil engineering old man has a rock and roll heart, and before crossing over, Fry also wanted to form a band on a whim, learning the guitar for that purpose. But since he couldn't find a band member, he ended up experiencing true loner rock, unlike Fry, who was proficient in many musical instruments. For the natives of this world, if they were not favored by the god of music and wind among the 7 positive gods, they would be tone deaf for the rest of their lives, so playing music was considered a rare talent. And the previous player of this tavern was arrested by the Holy See for provocation in the Judgment Hall for composing a reactionary song called Kill That Adventurer, which allowed Fry to get the chance to be inaugurated. Although the salary is not high, the good thing is that food and accommodation are included, and you only need to work for a month to get enough money to register as an adventurer. But Fry wasn't going to wait that long. There was another big reason why he had chosen to work at the tavern, and that was to scout out his teammates. Relying on the appraisal skill, he could tell the attributes and potential of every adventurer in the tavern. Although Fry was confident in his magical abilities, it was a good option to be on the safe side and find a suitable teammate before starting the maze exploration. And according to the rules of the Adventurers Association, if an active adventurer was willing to be a guarantor, then Fry would be able to qualify for half the registration fee as a teammate. That way, he could immediately gather enough fees to enter the labyrinth. The problem, however, was that Fry was currently only level 1, plus he had concealed his magical talents during the test, so it was exceptionally difficult to find a teammate. The high-level adventurer teams naturally wouldn't accept him. As for the low-level adventurers, most of them had low combat power and were drag queen existences. What Fry needs right now is the kind of growth-oriented talent that is low in rank and high in qualifications. But after all, this was a tavern where the bottom-tier adventurers gathered, and the outstanding talent that met his requirements hadn't appeared so far. Fry was also appraising the drunks in the tavern as usual today, and as for the results, let's just say that a glance at the detectives identified them as a bunch of losers. Hey, the new singer over there, what are you gawking at? Why don't you hurry up and play the music? Take for example the rude drinker in front of his own eyes. Name, Zaku Zak. Race, human. Rank, 8. Profession, adventurer. Soul strength, 0. 9. Attribute panel, strength 6. 8. Endurance 5. 1. Sensitivity 4. 7. Magic 0. 5. Both the name and the attributes are mediocre. And this kind is a typical mongrel. At the urging of the drinkers, Fry finished tuning his guitar and began playing for the day. As a person who had received ideological education in the church, Fry wouldn't make politically incorrect mistakes like his predecessors, and he played positive, uplifting songs. Take for example the song You Gotta Move that's playing right now. You gotta move Bravewood. Note, You Gotta Move is generally known as the Negro's ditty on the Chinese internet. I don't know if it was infected by phrase music or not, but the topic of conversation among the drinkers gradually changed. The downtrodden adventurers, led by Zagu, began to spit out their situation. Ever since the Demon King was defeated, it's been harder and harder for us. That's not true. The price of magic stones has been dropping for 4 months straight. If I had known that, I would have been better off. In the middle of his sentence, Zaga's mouth suddenly closed. This is the effect of a speech control contract, which, unlike a verbal oath, is coercive when formally signed in the presence of the goddess Alice. The band Zagato couldn't continue talking and could only let out a sigh. Hey, MG, Maze. And hearing Zagu's conversation with them, a well-equipped silver-ranked adventurer couldn't sit still. You guys, all you do is complain all day long. I'm an adventurer too. How come I don't find life difficult? To put it bluntly, it's still you guys who aren't capable. After being provoked by the silver-ranked adventurer, the already upset Zagu argued with the other party. The argument didn't last long, as the two quickly moved from reasoning to greeting each other's families. But because of the contract, they couldn't swear directly. So the scene turned out like this. I like you. WCNM. You like me? I like you. Me. Love. You. Yes. I love you too. I love living your whole family. It seems that instead of making adventurers friendly, speech regulation has spawned a unique culture of abstraction. Just as both sides were vocalizing their love for each other, someone pushed open the door to the tavern. The person had short silver hair, and although it was not too easy to see due to the hood, its soft and handsome facial curves made Frey think it was a girl at first glance, except that the other person was supposed to be a teenager judging by the way he was dressed. As soon as the silver-haired boy entered the store, all the drinkers looked at him and laughed. Even Zako, who had been calling out for love just a moment ago, turned the tables and taunted. Yo, isn't this Nuven? What? Still working as an adventurer? The teenager did not answer, but said to the tavern's waiter, warm a bowl of wine, have 2 pieces of black bread, and here's the notice for recruiting teammates, please stick it on the wall for me. After saying that, he pulled out a few copper coins. Zagu yelled again in a deliberately loud voice. I heard you came out in less than an hour after entering the maze the other day. You didn't run away in fear after seeing the monster, did you? I didn't run away. Why are you defiling people out of thin air like this? What innocence? You're a level 2 rookie who shouldn't have been an adventurer in the first place, and you'd only be a liability if you teamed up with someone else. Hearing this, the teenager then turned red and argued, I'm not a liability. I'm going to become a marvelous swordsman and then reach the deepest level of the labyrinth. Did everyone hear that? This guy actually said he was going to the deepest level of the labyrinth. Laughing to death. This kid is afraid that he hasn't read too many fairy tale books and thinks he's a sword saint from 1,000 years ago. I see that you are quite clean looking, so you'd better stop being an adventurer and go find a rich woman to support you. Saying that, Zagu burst out laughing, causing the crowd to burst out laughing, and the store was filled with cheerful air. Fry kept playing while not moving and unleashed appraisal on the teenager, and the moment he saw the other panel, he froze. This is an immense talent. It wasn't really accurate to say it was a talent. After all, the other party's race was not human. Name, Noel Doragon. Race, dragon. Rank, 2. Profession, swordsman. Soul strength, 3. 6. Attribute panel, strength 2. 1. Endurance 1. 2. Sensitivity 0. 9. Magic 29. 8. 29. 8 magic power. A value that a level 2 human could never have. And more to the point, the other person's name. If the identification is correct, it is not the first time Fry and he have met. Fry is now in the year 999 of the Aiden calendar, where the prequel DLC of Black Souls has just ended, 9 years before the year 1008 of the game's current story. In this part of the game, Noel, known as the Silver Scale Dragon Lady, appears as a boss in the Thunder Stratum of the Jabberwocky Underground Labyrinth. It was just that there was a huge difference in appearance between the silver-scaled dragon girl Fry remembered and the silver-haired teenager known as Nuven in front of him. As a guardian of the Thunder class, the silver-scaled Dragonheim not only has horns on her head and a tail behind her, but also has long, silvery sandy hair, features as delicate as a work of art, and an expression as cold as ice. The key thing was that on her chest, there was a pair of big thunders. Image reference below. Thus, the silver-scaled dragon lady had another title, Milk Dragon. The Noel in front of her, on the other hand, was not only dressed in men's clothing, but not to mention a milk dragon. She didn't even have the slightest trait of a dragon on her. How come the top of Arnold's head isn't pointy? If it wasn't for the existence of the appraisal skill, Fry wouldn't have even associated it with the silver-scaled dragon girl in his memories. As Frey pondered this, the undefeated and humiliated Noel was already heading towards Zagu, and she swung a punch, only to have her opponent dodge it with ease. Compared to seasoned adventurers, the gap brought about by rank was huge, and seeing this scene, the store was filled with jeering voices again for a while Frey was debating whether to help Noel out. The tavern owner, who had been staying in the inner room, came out. The owner of Fantasyland, Blake Van Dam, is a stocky, middle-aged man who is usually always topless, with a black masquerade on his face and a spiked collar around his neck. Although this outfit made it very difficult to look taut, he was a former Vajra-class adventurer with great prestige. I don't remember giving you guys permission to cause trouble in the store, so if you pick another fight, get the hell out of here. The drinkers instantly quieted down in the face of the owner's roar. After that, Noel ran out of the tavern with red eyes, and the poster she had drawn with all her heart to recruit her teammates just fell to the ground. After Fry picked up the poster and made sure the other guy hadn't gone far, he returned to the store and thought about it as he played. Based on the results of the identification, the other party was undoubtedly the silver-scaled dragon G. Noel herself. The reason why there weren't any characteristics of the dragon race on his body should be that he had used some special method to seal his bloodline. As for why she was in Maze City and why she was dressed as a man, Fry had no way of knowing, but extrapolating from the subsequent episodes, there must have been a huge change in Noel over the next 9 years to transform her from adventurer to boss in the labyrinth. Considering the other party's outstanding attributes, it would be a huge help if she were to become her teammate, while doing so could also create unnecessary risks. Fry obviously couldn't just ignore it anyway for such an important role. Even if you can't work together, you have to find out what's going on with the other side. Having made up his mind, Fry began to ask the drinkers for information about Noel, thinking about ways to approach her. By 10 p.m., the bouncing was finally over, and with the owner's permission, Fry left the tavern after making a fried rice with the remaining ingredients. Unlike other areas, there were no proper stores open late at night in poor New Higurashi, and by this time of day there were few pedestrians on the road, and Frey quickly found his target. In a remote alleyway, the silver-haired girl was crouching on the ground with her head down, and looking at that slender and fragile figure. Fry once again had questions. Are you really a milk dragon? To confirm this, Frey's eyes couldn't help but focus on the young girl's chest. Looking at the guardian of thunder with a flat chest, Frey couldn't help but spit in his mind. What have you been guarding? And Noelle sensed someone approaching at that moment, and she was alert like a frightened stray cat. Frey was just about to open his mouth to say hello, but a bit of a cold aura suddenly appeared in front of him. Stay back. In a panic, Noelle pulled out the dagger she was carrying. Now that it was dark around her, she obviously didn't recognize Frey. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You're planning to take me away and sell me to a slave trader. I'm sorry to say that I probably won't fetch much for a man. There was no way around it. So Frey had to hum softly in order to make the other person understand who he was. You gotta move. Hearing the familiar melody, Noelle then recognized Frey as the singer from the tavern. It's good to be vigilant, but can you not just treat people like abductors? Frey walked over to Noelle and pulled out the lunchbox with the fried rice. Smelling the aroma of food, Noelle instinctively gulped while Frey continued to add, you ran out of the tavern earlier without eating, and now it's this time of night, so I guess you're starving. When you were harassed by that group of drinkers just now, I wasn't able to help, and I'm more or less sorry. This fried rice was made by me with the leftovers from the store, so if you don't mind, you can take it and eat it, so that I can feel better in my heart. After listening to Frey's carefully prepared speech, Noelle only slightly lowered her guard. Thanks. Perhaps because she was so hungry, she took the fried rice and wolfed it down. Frey just watched her finish her meal and take back her lunchbox. Seeing that Frey had no intention of leaving, Noelle cast a questioning glance at him. Instead, Frey pulled out a poster of her recruiting teammates. You forgot this at the store. Seeing the poster, Noelle faltered, and finally she buried her face in her knees and whispered, this is no longer needed. Throw it away for me. Her tone reveals a pessimistic self-loathing, and her whole being exudes a fragile and breakable beauty. Seeing that look, I'm afraid that even if she really was a man, someone with a special interest would be willing to pay a lot of money to buy her out. That's a shame. I was going to invite you to team up. Hearing Frey's words, Noelle raised her head in some surprise before quickly revealing a confused expression again. I don't know music. You misunderstand. I'm not here to ask you to form a band. Although I'm currently working at a tavern, my real purpose for coming to Labyrinth City was to be an adventurer. And aside from music, I actually know a little bit of magic. In order to prove his strength, Frey stretched out his right hand and released the second-order magic fireball spell. In the light of the fire, Noelle got her first good look at Frey's face, and Frey stared into the young girl's eyes and said sincerely, would you like to, team up with me for an adventure? Chapter 6 It's My Go. Early the next morning, Frey and Noelle made an appointment to meet at the Adventurers Guild. Following the basic principles of dating, Frey arrived at the entrance to the association half an hour early, only to find that Noelle had already arrived early and was crouching in the grass by the side of the road, playing with small stones. Frey watched from a distance, and he noticed that Noelle seemed to be looking for something. Before long, Noelle was seen picking up a shell from the ground and playing with it in her hand. It is said that dragons love to collect treasures, and it seems that our little milk dragon has a penchant for this. Just as Noelle lifted her head to observe the lines on the shell, she caught sight of Frey and hurriedly got up and took off her hood, smiling and waving at Frey. Unlike last night's gloomy expression, looking at Noelle's smiling face under the sunlight, Frey once again realized that he was really cute. Although there was no doubt in Frey's eyes that Noelle, the silver-scaled Dragonheim, was female, as a qualified modern man, Frey would never assume another person's gender. His goal now was to upgrade as quickly as possible by exploring the maze, and as for the gender of his teammates being male or female, it didn't make any difference if they were Hideyoshi or a helicopter gunship. Frey therefore decided to honor Noelle's wishes by treating him as a man and referring to him verbally as Nuven. Yo, Nuven, when did you get here? It's a nice sunny day. I got a little excited at the thought of exploring the labyrinth, and I came as soon as it was light. Noelle scratched her cheek a little embarrassed. After the greeting, the two fell into silence for a while. After all, they had just met yesterday, and it was still only a one-night stand at the moment, so it was inevitable that they would be a little rusty with each other. Frey felt the need to deepen his feelings before officially starting the fight, so he looked at the shell in Noelle's hand and inquired, do you like shells? Seeing Frey mention his interest, Noelle immediately perked up. Well, I think they have an interesting pattern, and each shell's pattern is unique. Moreover, I heard that there was once a legendary adventurer who also liked to collect seashells, and the seashell pattern on the association's flag now honors that adventurer. Noelle talked to herself like a die-hard otaku talking about secondary topics, while Frey deliberately acted interested, occasionally chiming in with a few words on topics related to seashells. You're right, but I can react to shells. The conversation itself, despite the fact that what is being said is completely off-channel, is the best means of enhancing the relationship. It's not what you say that matters, It's that someone is willing to listen to you. Through this interaction, a lot of the awkwardness between the two melted away. Now that you've brushed off the goodwill, it's time to get down to business. They walked into the Adventurers Association, and since Fry had already tested his attributes before, he only needed to add some basic personal information this time. After the information was filled out, the lady at the counter handed Fry an indenture. Signing a contract is one of the most important aspects of becoming an adventurer. This indenture was made by the Illuminati, with special spells inscribed on the back of the parchment. As long as the signing is done voluntarily, the contract is protected by the goddess Alice and thus coercive. The content of the contract was not complicated. Mainly the income gained from the labyrinth had to be taxed, as well as basic rules such as the prohibition of killing people and goods within the labyrinth. There is also the recently added treaty banning swearing and reactionary speech in public. It is because of the existence of such indentures that the society is able to realize the management of armed mobs like adventurers. Then, please write your name on the indenture, or draw a circle if you can't read. As a traveler, Fry could understand the language of this world directly, and during the half-month that he had been a demon king, he had also learned a certain amount about the writing of both the human and demon sides. Currently the most widely circulated in the continent of Aden is an alphabetical script similar to English mixed with Latin, and the specific grammar of the words has quite a lot of similarities with Earth's script. Literacy rates were already low in the other world, where there was no compulsory education, and within the Hicarians, the church had also created a hieroglyphic script for recording documents, known as the sacred script, as a tool for the Holy See to monopolize knowledge. The Holy Script was extremely difficult to learn, and Fry hadn't fully mastered it even now. After spelling out his name in letters on the indenture, only a tiny ray of light flew out of the parchment and into Frey's body, a symbol of the indenture's establishment. To test the effects of the pact, Frey smiled and looked at Noel beside him and spoke. Noven. Halfway through his words, Fry felt as if a large, invisible hand had a stranglehold on his throat. But as a free man, Fry wasn't going to meekly succumb to the big hand of the goddess Alice, so he said instead, Aminos. Note, Aminos is a rewind version of our classic expletive ICUM. As a former demon king, Fry had naturally studied the abilities of the 7 positive gods, and he understood that this kind of simple contract could only prevent specific actions, and would not change a person's mind. Since profanity can be used to bypass the shielding using tricks, there are other things prohibited in the covenant that might find a way to be achieved indirectly. Just as Frey pondered this, Noel inquired curiously, Frey, what does Aminos mean? Where I come from, it's an incantation that signifies a blessing. Noel certainly didn't doubt Frey's explanation, and he quickly learned from it. Thank you, Fry. Aminos. This spell can only be used once on a person, so don't say it next time. After signing the contract, Fry received an iron hangtag, which was the adventurer's identification. The 7 levels of adventurers from low to high are black iron, red bronze, silver, gold, diamond, vajra, and legend. According to the information that Fry had investigated, most of the bottom-tier adventurers could only stay at the black iron level for the rest of their lives, and those who could reach the red bronze level were already seasoned veterans. As for the highest legendary rank, it was more of an honorary title, usually only awarded to those deceased adventurers who had left a monumental achievement in history. There are no living legends in Maze City. Since Fry was registering at half price in the capacity of Noel's teammate, the two of them still had to register their team name. Noven, do you have any ideas about the team name? I'm not good with names, so it's better if you decide. Fry. Upon receiving the request to name the team, Fry first flipped through the registration roster, which contained a variety of team names. Black Beast Mercenary Corps, Eagles Regiment, FFF Corps, Moonlit Black Cat Corps, Little Busters. There was also a team called Kryshik, whose name was painted with a black bar because it had been disbanded. After briefly referring to the naming style of other adventurer teams, Fry pondered. Since both of them are aiming to explore the labyrinth, it's best if the team name contains elements related to the labyrinth as well. Labyrinth. Megong. MG. Suddenly, Fry had a flash of insight. Team name, let's call it MyGO. Considering that he and Noel were now a 2-man squad, Fry ended up writing down the name of the team as such on the registration roster. It's MyGO. The moment he finished registering his team, Frey's mind once again resounded with the beeping sound of bang bang kabang. Occupation change, flexible employer, adventurer. Unlike traditional RPGs, in this game, Color Souls, professions are not solidified or provide additional bonuses until the player reaches level 30 and gains a special job. And among the natives of the Aden continent, only those 1 in a million heavenly beings could possibly reach level 30. Ordinary adventurers without specialties mainly differentiate their fighting styles through different skills and additions. and professions are more akin to an identity for them. Under normal circumstances, a front row that relied on physical means to fight would have the profession of a warrior, and someone who used magic for output would have the profession of a magic envoy. And if a person believes from the bottom of his heart that he is a knight, then even if he learns all the vile and insidious thief skills, his profession will still show up as a knight. This also explains why Noelle's profession is a swordsman when her magic is so high. You think you are? Then you are. As for Fry, the adventurer, to put it bluntly, he is a flexible employer who does not have a clear position on his function. This occupation belongings changed to lonesome. Before leaving the Adventurers Guild, Fry spent the last 300 rupees he had on him to buy a crystal ball to test his magic power, and then he went to the entrance of the labyrinth with Noelle. In the labyrinthine metropolis of Grimgar, there are 6 labyrinthine entrances, and they each lead to a different class. Due to the vast area of the labyrinth and the complexity of the terrain, under the leadership of the Adventurers Guild, the human race divided every 10 floors into a large stratum, and paved the main road within the stratum known as the main road. According to legend, the Jabberwock underground labyrinth is a total of 99 floors deep, but with humanity's current strength, it can only pave the main path to the 50th floor. The main path is protected by a boundary around it, making it difficult for monsters to get close, so adventurers can get there and back quickly via the main path. Novice adventurers, in particular, would do well to stay as close to the main path as possible when exploring the labyrinth so that they can evacuate at any time. After presenting their belt tags to the guards, the two passed through the entrance and entered the first level of the labyrinth as soon as they could. Black Iron level adventurers can only explore the first level, levels 1 to 10, in principle, due to the fact that the main paths between the different levels are not connected. If you want to go to the second level, you need to go back to the ground to change the entrance. If you forcefully explore across the levels, you are likely to get lost in the labyrinth due to not being able to find the main path. The first class, also known as the Dark Class, is characterized by dimly lit environments as well as four-way pits whose floors consist of yellowish-brown clay and whose walls and ceilings are pitch-black rock. After leaving the main road, there were soon no other adventurers around. This was because only bit rank 1 monsters would appear on the first 8 floors of the Dark Stratum, and due to the continuous drop in the price of magic stones, the low-level magic stones dropped by bit rank 1 monsters were now worthless. In order to make a living, the experienced adventurers went to the 9th floor to look for second-level monsters. Those who stayed in the first few floors were all rookies, and those who would come to the first floor were only newcomers to the industry. After traveling forward for some time, the wall in front of Fry changed, and the dark rock squirmed as if it were alive. Immediately afterward, a black mist floated up in front of him, from which 3 monsters emerged. This is the labyrinth's mechanism of brushing monsters. After seeing the specific process, Fry felt that these monsters are like being bred by the labyrinth. The monster's body was nearly 2 meters long, and its rotting flesh and skin looked as if it had stuck to its skeleton. From its appearance it should be a canine, but since its head had been completely reduced to skeleton, it was impossible to tell whether it was a wolf or a dog. Skeleton beast, rank 1. Fry shifted his eyes to the monster's upturned bony tail, and according to the principle of the bottom bracket is a wolf, and the top bracket is a dog, Fry thought that another name was more suitable for them than skeleton beasts. Skeleton dog. When the monster appeared, Noelle hastily stepped forward and shielded Fry behind her. As we agreed before, I'll attract the monsters and Fry you take the opportunity to chant magic. When he invited Noelle to form a team last night, Fry exchanged information about each other's attributes with him and worked out a division of labor while exploring the labyrinth. According to the results tested out by the Adventurers Guild, Noelle's magic power value was 0. Such a result would occur because the association's magic power test through the crystal ball was not rigorous. Just as Fry could conceal the value by controlling the amount of magic power output, if a person was unable to perform magic power output, the test result would still be 0 even if there was magic power in the body. Even though Fry understood that Noelle actually possessed an unbelievable magic power value of 29.8, he didn't immediately pick it out in order to avoid exposing his appraisal skill. And another important reason why Noelle was filling the front row was that, unlike the cloth-clad Fry, he was wearing a simple suit of armor. For low-level adventurers, armor can greatly increase the survival rate, if not because of the lack of money. Fry high and low to get a full set of full body plate armor, and just as Noelle had drawn his saber and was ready to respond, one of the skeletal beasts in the lead was already charging towards him. Noelle panicked and couldn't defend himself in time as the skeleton beast's claws assaulted his steel plate-like chest. The massive impact caused Noelle to nearly fall over, but the skeleton beast did not penetrate his armor. As the lowest level monster, the skeleton beast's combat power was similar to that of a large dog, and as long as they wore the right equipment, even an ordinary person would be able to single-handedly fight them. But the problem was that there were 3 enemies in total. After the attack fell short, the lead skeleton beast retreated back to the other two. And the three monsters looked at each other with their skeletal eye sockets before immediately spreading out and surrounding Noel. They opened their mouths covered in sharp bone spikes and slowly approached Noel, intending to tear into both the unprotected hands and neck at the same time. This skeleton dog is still operational. Facing this three-dog salary slaughtering array, it was impossible for Noel's strength to defend against it. Fry, is your magic ready? Noel looked to Fry with anticipation, and then he realized that Fry wasn't chanting at all, and the three monsters had walked up to Noel, the anticipation in his eyes quickly replaced by confusion and unease. His expression was like the year when he questioned, "Orange Senpai, why are you just watching?" "Ha!" Of the masked knight Kanzaki. On the other hand, the skeleton beasts seemed to smell Noel's fear as they flexed their limbs and prepared to pounce. At that very instant, Fry slammed his hand to the ground and used his magic to manipulate both the earth and water elements at the same time. The ground beneath the monster's feet immediately turned to mud, and when they began to sink, Fry caused the soil to instantly plateau again, thus holding the three skeleton beasts in place. By the time the three monsters reacted and tried to move, the ground under their feet had become as hard as concrete, and they were completely unable to break free. Making cement, a necessary skill for every civil engineer. After taking control of the monster, Fry maneuvered the earth again and fired it after compressing it into a hard rock projectile. With their limbs under control, the skeleton dogs with no substitutions were naturally unable to dodge, and the rock projectiles directly pierced through the skulls of two of the monsters. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and looking at the stunned Noel, Fry gave a confident smile. "Didn't I tell you? I know a little bit about magic." Chapter 7 Catheters. Then rip. Those two moves just now were magic that Fry had developed based on his own earth and water dual elemental affinity physique. The first move was a combination of three magic spells, Mire, Soil Slab, and Moisture Evaporation, to create a magic that could instantly immobilize monsters into the earth. Fry gave this magic a simple and easy to understand name, Buried Between the Earth. The second move was an upgraded version of the traditional earth magic, Rock Bomb, reinforcing the overall hardness of the rock and the sharpness of the tip, and allowing for more kinetic energy to be injected by storing power. Fry named it Rock Cannonball, inspired by an otherworldly novel he loved. After the death of the two skeleton beasts, their carcasses quickly dissipated into a burst of black mist, leaving behind only two black crystals the size of green beans, which were the core drops of the labyrinth monsters' magic stones. This lowest level of magic stone not only has a small magic content, but also has a lot of impurities, and nowadays it can't be sold for a high price. Yet it is still something that most adventurers rely on to make a living. Fray bowed his head and recycled the two magic stones. When Noel, who was on the sidelines, asked a curious question, "Fry, you obviously didn't chant. How exactly did you release the magic just now?" The reason why Noel felt doubtful was because unusual magic envoys needed to chant to catalyze their magic power in order to complete the construction of their magic. So magic envoys could usually only act as the back row output hand of the team, and would lose their combat power once they were close to them. But as a former demon lord with a slight understanding of magic, Fry had a higher latitude understanding of spellcasting. Chanting is essentially just an aid, equivalent to formulaicizing difficult to understand magical constructions. But in fact, as long as one is able to manipulate magical power to complete the construction, chanting is not necessary. It's just that most magical ambassadors have become accustomed to chanting and have formed a stereotype of their thinking. Chantless magic was not the first of its kind in Fry. 1,000 years ago, a legendary archmage recorded the method of learning chantless magic. To master chantless magic, it is best to try to penetrate the correspondence between magic chanting and magic construction at the beginning stage. But this is extremely difficult, equivalent to cracking high math puzzles from scratch without the use of formulas, and only those who are unearthly wizards are likely to learn it. And people who don't know much about magic often don't realize that this technique exists. It was because of the mastery of chantless casting that the two seemingly unwieldy magic spells, Earth Burial and Rock Cannonball, were able to excel in Frey's hands. After briefly explaining the principle, Noel showed an expression of inclination. "It's hard to hear, but Fry, you're really good." Faced with the compliment, Frey held out his hand and compared a slit with his index finger and thumb. "I'm flattered. I'm only that much stronger than an unusual magician." This was not overly modest, even if Frey's magical skills were superior. He was only a first-level human now, and his total amount of magic power was very limited. Formal magic envoys were equipped with wands and shared the magic power needed to use magic with the help of magic stones on their wands, and casting spells with bare hands like Frey's was naturally a huge drain. If he fought alone, it wouldn't take long for him to run out of magic, which was one of the reasons why he sought out Noel as a teammate. "Novan, the last one is all yours." "Understood. Please, watch well. My sword technique." Saying that, Noelle raised her saber above her head and swung a powerful chop. Then Noelle's powerful shot just missed. And, faced with Frey's puzzled expression, Noelle hastily unleashed several more powerful-looking attacks. However, the skeleton beast dodged it by merely moving its body while its feet were fixed. And Frey, watching from the sidelines, had realized what the problem was. Can you keep your eyes open when you attack? Frey realized that Noelle subconsciously closed her eyes every time she swung her sword, revealing, please, keep a good eye on the monster. At Frey's reminder, Noelle finally realized his problem and his eyes widened while Frey strengthened the depth of the quagmire, making the monster completely lose its room to move. Facing this motionless target, Noelle's attack finally hit, yet the slashed skeleton beast was unharmed. The reason for this situation was to be blamed on the weapon in Noelle's hands. The rusty copper sword in his hand, pressed and unopened, had less attack power than a burning stick, and since he hadn't hit any monsters with the sword so far, Noelle didn't realize it. Arnold seems a little less intelligent. Realizing that the attack was ineffective, Noelle maintained his stance with his sword drawn and looked around blankly, mortified by his successive lapses. At this moment, he finally recognized his fighting strength. I'm sorry, Frey. I sure am useless and can't help you at all. Noelle didn't really need to feel guilty at all, because the current outcome was exactly what Frey had hoped for. It was never Noelle's melee ability that he needed, but that amazing magic power value. The reason why Frey had bought the crystal ball before leaving the Adventurers Guild was to find an unoccupied place in the labyrinth to perform a magic test on Noelle. But Frey didn't bring this up voluntarily. He would wait until Noelle had fallen into self-doubt before logically introducing the other to the new fighting style. Looking at Noelle's expression as if she would cry at any moment, he realized that the time was ripe. Frey walked over to Noelle and stroked his head in relief. Novan, you don't realize your true power. Like you just said, I do have some magical talent, so I can sense the fluctuation of magic from you, but when I tested my magic power, the value was clearly 0. The reason it can't be detected is because you haven't mastered the method of manipulating magic. After looking around to make sure no one was around, Frey pulled out his crystal ball. Next, I'm going to develop you properly. Frey whirled around and created 2 chairs with earth magic, then said, Novan, sit down. Noelle sat down obediently in the chair, and Frey let him hold the crystal ball before placing his own hand on Noelle's delicate little one. After injecting his magic power into Noelle's body, Frey immediately understood what the problem was. Inside him, it was just too tight. The most important step in order to use magic was to control the magic pathways within the body. Normally, a person needs to find an experienced teacher to help them conduit, meaning unclog the magic pipes, before learning magic. However, the magic pathways in Noelle's entire body were almost completely closed. So if an unusual tutor encountered this situation, he could only do nothing. But as a former demon king, Frey guaranteed that no one in the world was better at conduits than he was. No matter how difficult the situation, he has a way of channeling it. Just close your eyes and relax and give your body to me. With that said, Frey used his magic to forcefully squeeze open a passage inside Noelle's body, and then explored ever upwards along the passage. The feeling of being forced open made Noelle frown. It's going to hurt a little the first time, so bear with it and don't be afraid. After wandering around Noelle's body for a while, Frey realized that unlike unusual magical envoys, Noelle's magic power was almost entirely concentrated at the location of her heart. So Frey used his own magic as a lure for Noelle's magic. Now, feel well inside you. My presence. Noelle tried to follow Frey immediately after sensing his magic, but due to her over-anxiousness, she was unable to successfully export her magic from her heart instead. You can't lead too fast. You have to pace yourself. After a while, with Frey's patient guidance, Noelle finally learned to conduit. He managed to conduct a beam of magic from his heart to his hand, which meant opening a magic pathway. Only a faint glow of magic power appeared on the magic crystal, and the glow quickly changed to a blue-violet color. This color means having an affinity for the thunder element. As a guardian of the thunder class, manipulating lightning is the silver-scaled dragon Kinol's specialty. The Thunderstratum is located on the 51st to 60th floors of the labyrinth, and is the deepest level players can reach in the current version of this game. Color Souls. As the guarding boss there, every normal player except for Hang of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect would have to die countless times at her hands. The Guardian of Thunder's signature skill, Super Electromagnetic Cannon, has become a lingering nightmare for players, and has given birth to a stereotypical text. Encountered Silver Milk Dragon on level 60. EM Cannon Streak as strong as a monster. Couldn't defeat it with all my might. As such, the Silver-Scaled Dragon G. Noelle had another nickname besides Milk Dragon, Mr. Big Thunder. If Gata-sensei from Dark Souls is the Ash Judge, then Dare-sensei from Color Souls is the Color P Judge. After some more time, Noelle gradually mastered the technique of the conduit. One by one the magical pathways in his body were channeled, and the light on the crystal ball became more and more intense, soon exceeding the maximum value that could be tested. Okay, stop the magic output. I can't, stop. Along with the continuous output of magic power, the sound of nuisance currents began to appear on the crystal ball. Frey saw this and took Noel's hand again, trying to go and guide him. However, nowadays, Noel's total amount of magic power was far above Frey's, and the magic power he injected into Noel's body was like hitting a fountain with a water pistol. It simply couldn't take effect. Novan, calm down. Don't generate electricity here. However, Frey's words didn't take effect, and with a loud thud, the crystal ball burst open, and the lightning was conducted to Frey in the process. A tingling sensation rushed up his spine and into his head, and before his body became completely paralyzed, Frey stomped his legs and pulled away from Noel, which prevented him from being fatally wounded. After the rampage was over, looking at a charred and blackened Frey that had turned into an exploding head, Noel felt incredibly self-conscious. Instead, Frey, who had been electrically numbed, suddenly smiled a relieved, reassuring smile. It's not uncommon for young people to have poor control over their first conduit. Since he had just learned to conduct magic, Noel couldn't do precise control yet, and the super electromagnetic cannon definitely couldn't be used, and I'm afraid it would be very difficult for him to learn lightning magic at his current level. Plus, Noel seemed obsessed with fighting with a sword, so Frey prepared a special fighting style for him. You now try channeling your magic directly to the sword before attacking the monster. Following Frey's instructions, Noel began to pour magic into the bronze sword, his magic fluctuating in a very chaotic way, but luckily in a good amount. When the absorbed magic power reached a certain level, along with a burst of sound, blue-violet electricity surrounded the body of the copper sword. Noel raised her sword once more and used a sparking cut with lightning at the monster on the ground. Although the accuracy was still worrying, under the powerful AoE lightning attack, the skeleton dog was reduced to flying dust in no time. To produce such a terrifying current without using magic, just by releasing it with magic power, this kind of talent was recommended to be directly integrated into the national power grid. After killing the monster, Noel was first shocked, then clenched her fists in excitement. Did you see that, Frey? My sword destroyed the monster for the first time. Obviously very depressed just a moment ago. After defeating the monster, Noel immediately showed a smug expression again, as he excitedly waved the copper sword that was emitting electric light, living like a little kid with a glowing toy sword from a street stall. By the way, Frey, can you help me come up with a name for this move? You seem to be good at coming up with names. It's better to be bossy and manly if you can. Frey nodded, then thought, if you combine lightning and chopping together, then this move should be called Thunder Slash or Lightning Cyclone Chop or something like that. It's just that if you call Noel's kind of haphazard sword swinging as chopping, it's really a bit of a shame for those swordsmen who practiced their swordsmanship hard. Normal attacks with lightning attributes. Domineering. Manly. Thinking of this, Frey once again had a flash of inspiration. This move, let's call it Rip. After that, by relying on Frey's earth-burying control and Noel's Rip output, they easily defeated several more waves of monsters. Unlike attack-type magic, Taki-Azuma Burial could directly utilize the terrain of the labyrinth and required relatively less magic to cast the spell, but since the two of them swiped the monsters at a fast pace, Frey's magic consumption was also very rapid. On the other hand, Noel, who kept outputting, still had plenty of magic power. Noel's magic power value was 29.8 in the continent of Aden. The panel value was not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. The higher the value, the greater the boost. According to Frey's speculation, Noel's total amount of magic power was currently at least 5 times more than his. Even though Noel still had power left, cautious as Frey was, he offered to return when he had a third of his magic left in order to avoid any surprises. Noel was a little reluctant, but he complied with Frey's idea. Through this adventure, both of them had saved up enough experience needed to upgrade. Name, Frey. Rank, 1, experience 150 out of 100. Soul strength, 5. 0. Profession, adventurer. Faith, none. Attribute panel, strength 1. 3. Endurance 5. 0. Sensitivity 1. 4. Magic 8. 1. Compared to when he had just been reborn, Frey's panel had grown a bit, due to the fact that in addition to upgrading, learning and exercising could also gain a small amount of experience and attribute values. But this was too inefficient. During the months that Frey was stranded in the Order, he practiced push-ups all night every day and only gained 50 points of experience. 0. 2 strength and 0. 5 endurance. And this was still under the premise of having the talent of accelerated growth of one-hearted longing. And this trip to the labyrinth only took half a day, and Frey gained 100 experience points. In the game Black Souls, The essence of upgrading is to accumulate experience points to improve your soul, and killing monsters and drawing experience points from their souls is one of the fastest ways to upgrade. On their way back to the main road, Fry and the gang encounter another monster. It hadn't been much of a surprise. Fry had made a point of retaining his magic precisely to prevent an attack by monsters on the return trip. However, after seeing the silhouette of the creature from a distance, Fry immediately stopped in his tracks. Nuven, hide quickly. As soon as he pulled Noel over, he ducked behind a nearby rock and then peeked out quietly. The reason why Fry was so scared was not because the monster was so powerful and ferocious. Quite the contrary. This kind of monster was perhaps the weakest guy in the entire labyrinth. But for a magic envoy like Fry, this monster was the natural enemy of natural enemies, which was why he was in a state of stress like a mouse that had seen a cat. After observing for some time and making sure that the number of monsters was only one, Fry stepped out from behind the rock. The creature looked like a plant-wheeled clay doll, with a cylindrical body, no legs, and 3 holes in the face corresponding to the eyes and mouth, giving the appearance of a 000. Ha ni ru. Chapter 8, since we're in a different world, we have to show our true abilities. Clay Hani, Rank 1. Hani, a special monster that only existed in the Jabberwock underground labyrinth, was very weak in its own combat power, and coupled with its slow movement speed, it didn't reasonably pose much of a threat. However, Hani has a special ability called Magic Immunity, which is the nemesis of all magic envoys. This Clay Hani in front of Fry was the lowest level of existence among the Hani clan. Nevertheless, it possessed the basic magic immunity, which could completely ignore magic damage with a strength of less than the 3rd rank. The 3rd rank, on the other hand, was already the highest rank that the vast majority of adventurers could use. Even though Fry had superior magic skills, he couldn't do any damage to Hani in the Magic LV1 stage. It's a good thing that Hani's character is relatively docile, especially when acting alone, and usually doesn't actively attack humans. Since he had come across the wayward Hani, and in the spirit of coming all this way, Fry intended to take the opportunity to conduct an experiment. Nuven, would you excuse us for a moment? How can I leave Fry alone when the monster is right in front of me? To convince Noel, Fry made up a reason. Actually, I know the language of the Hani, and this Hani now wants to talk to me alone. So if I'm lucky I might be able to get some useful information. Seeing that Noel was still a bit skeptical, Fry had to mimic Hani's call. Hani roar, Hani roar. After Noel left, Fry looked at Hani in front of him with a salty smile. Hani ho. Perhaps sensing the change in Fray's aura, Hani turned to run away, only to be held by Fry. Hani, now that it's just the two of us, it's time to start our happy hour too. Hani was soft to hold, due to the white flesh with a texture similar to silicone that was encased beneath its clay shell. In Labyrinth City, some adventurers who have been sexually repressed for a long time even specialize in capturing Hani and making them into Fiji cups. Fry certainly wasn't that perverted, and while he also craved Hani's body, it was their magic immunity that he coveted. Back at the beginning of the crossing, Fry, who was a civil engineer, thought that he could create a wall with a magic immunity effect using a large amount of Hani. But creatures like Hani die quickly once they leave the labyrinth for the surface world, and their magic immunity disappears with them. So Fray's great idea didn't come to fruition. And now, Fry, exercising his own astounding intelligence, had come up with a new way to utilize Hani. He pulled out the spatial ring hidden deep within his clothes. As the world's only remaining prop with spatial storage ability, the inside of the ring is an extremely special kind of alien space, and items placed inside will fall into a state of complete stasis. In other words, perpetual freshness. Normally, a spatial ring doesn't hold living creatures, because as long as they are living creatures, they more or less carry some magical power with them. The exception to this is Hani, who has a magic immunity effect. Of those items brought out from the Demon King City, except for the valuable materials that might reveal his identity, the rest of the magical books had been secretly buried by Fry in the backyard of the tavern with earth magic, and with the ring's current storage space, putting down a Hani would not be a problem. Just as the Hani in his arms was about to break free, Fry activated his space ring and took it in. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Fry exclaimed excitedly, "Pokemon, get!" After that, with a little bit of modification, Fry can get a Hani shield that provides magic immunity in a pinch. In the early stages, it's a godsend that can save your life. After capturing Hani, Fry rejoined Noel. "Fry, what did you and the creature talk about?" Hani says it has no opinion. Due to the time spent helping Noel Conduit, by the time they got out of the labyrinth, the sun had already begun to set, and the dim light colored the city with a tinge of fatigue as merchants began to prepare to close up their stalls, and most of the adventurers set off on their way home. Unlike Fry, who was in a happy mood, the other Black Iron class adventurers on the road were sighing over the drop in income. People like Fry who went to explore the labyrinth with the purpose of gaining experience and leveling up were only a very small minority, and the vast majority of the bottom-tier adventurers entered the labyrinth just to make money. This is because they don't have much room for upgrades in the first place. In the continent of Aden, the normal adult class level is between 3-5 levels, and even the long-suffering soldiers and adventurers are only about 10 levels. It was impossible for someone with mediocre talent to level up above level 15 even if they worked their asses off to brush monsters and exercise. It wasn't because they didn't have enough experience value, but because of the existence of the level cap. The upper limit of one's level is roughly equivalent to 10 times the strength of one's soul. When ordinary humans were just born, most of their soul strengths were around 0, 5, and those who could reach 1, 0 or more were already very outstanding talents, and if their innate soul strengths were more than 2, 0, they would be a phoenix of the absolute heavenly pride. After that, as the body and mind grows and life experiences are accumulated, the soul strength will also gain a boost, but the magnitude will usually not exceed 1, 0. There are only two ways to get further advancement. One is to sharpen yourself by overcoming difficulties that normal people can't overcome, or by going through perilous adventures. The second is to strengthen the soul with the help of external forces, such as divine blessings. It was because Fry had lost the blessing of the three-pillar god that his soul strength had dropped from 8-0 during the Demon King's time to 5-0 now, with a level cap of 50, which was the highest level a player could reach in the game. For Fry nowadays, you can keep upgrading as long as you gain experience. After leaving the labyrinth, Fry and Noel first went to the nearby magic stone recovery point. The magic stones they had acquired today were worth a total of Rs. 130, but after deducting the tax, the actual amount in their hands was not even 100, a tax rate of more than 30%. In Labyrinth City, the lowest level Black Iron level adventurers have to pay the most taxes instead. It is also by heavily taxing most of the bottom-tier adventurers that the association is able to provide favorable treatment to elite adventurers above the silver level. After all, as long as the treatment of high-level adventurers was guaranteed and they were made the defenders of this system, the low-level adventurers would naturally have no ability to object. When it came time to split the bill, Noel wanted Fry to take 70%, while Fry insisted on a 50-50 split. Noel again offered to pay for the damaged crystal ball, which was also refused by Fry. The damage to the crystal ball was just an accident, and accidents are perfectly normal for adventurers. In order for Noel to take the money with peace of mind, Fry mimicked Toyokawa Shoko's lines and explained, "We are teammates, a community of destiny exploring the labyrinth together. The money earned is shared equally, and there are risks to be borne together. If we reduce the income distribution because someone made a mistake, then we will only be caught up in endless questioning and dumping in the future." To be honest, Fry even wanted to give Noel a little more share. After all, from an efficiency standpoint, letting Noel eat and sleep well would be more conducive to exploring the labyrinth later on. And unlike the MyGO squad that was humbling each other, the recycling point was filled with the sounds of bickering and grumbling from the other Black Iron ranked adventurers. Among them was Frey's acquaintance, the adventurer Zagu, who was now arguing with the staff at the recycling point. "How did this tax go up again? I'm terribly sorry, but yesterday Coronation Antoine of the Holy See issued a decree temporarily raising taxes everywhere in honor of His Holiness the Pope's birthday. That mixed, cute tax incremental 4 eyes. I see. I'm going to love living his horse. Tax increase 4 eyes, was the nickname of Bishop Antoine, one of the 3 cardinals of the Illuminati, who was in charge of the Council of State, because ever since he had taken office, he had been looking for all sorts of reasons to increase taxes from time to time. Zagu is still cursing and greeting the mother of the tax increment 4 eyes, while a few of his miscellaneous teammates talk worriedly. One can only get a share of Rs. 50, which doesn't leave much at all after food, lodging and maintenance of equipment. And the price of low-grade magic stones is still dropping, so we're afraid that we'll have to pour money into it in the future. Why don't we go to level 9 next time to look for bit rank 2 monsters as well? Don't you want to die? Don't you know how many people have died on the 9th floor recently? But if we go on like this we'll starve to death sooner or later, and we'll die anyway, so we might as well take our chances." After splitting the money at the recycling point, Fry and Noel headed to a nearby upgrade spell. Unlike Fry, who could upgrade directly through the panel, the average person who wanted to upgrade would have to travel to a specialized upgrade spell or ask the clergy of the church to help them channel the power of their souls. In order not to arouse suspicion, Fry decided to accompany Noel to upgrade today. After entering the upgrade spell, Frey's panel changed as the beeping tone of Bon Bon Kaboom sounded in his head again. Rank 2, Experience 50 out of 150. Attribute panel, Strength 2, 5, Endurance 6, 2, Sensitivity 2, 6, Magic 9, 5. After confirming his panel, Fry checked Noel's changes again through Appraisal. Rank, 3. Attribute panel, Strength 2, 8. Endurance 1, 9. Sensitivity 1, 5. Magic 31, 4. That exaggerated innate magic power aside, when upgrading, Fry boosted the total number of attributes more than Noel. This is because soul strength not only affects the level cap, but also the efficiency of conversion to experience. The total value of the attributes that are directly raised when upgrading is equal to the value of the soul strength. And as for how much each attribute is specifically raised, it depends on a number of factors such as the way of exercising and the physique. For example, a magic envoy will have his magic boosted a bit more when upgrading, whereas if it's a pure warrior with no magical talent, his magic will barely go up when upgrading, instead boosting his physical panel. Compared to an average person with a soul strength of 1, 0, Fry gains 5 times as many attributes when he upgrades. However, since a total value of 1, 0, freely distributable attribute points are additionally gained when upgrading, and since learning and exercising can also increase the value of attributes, the actual difference won't be that exaggerated. But at the same level, Frey's attribute panel is undoubtedly way ahead. And speaking of power, Fry had always felt a sense of defiance during his time with Noel today. The reason he had approached Noel was to utilize the other's power as a dragon. But the Noel of today seems to know nothing about her bloodline or her power. If we go by the novel's characterization, then Noel is more like the protagonist who has a hidden power in his body, while Fry is the old grandpa who is in charge of guiding him. In order to deepen his understanding of Noel, Fry tentatively inquired during the meal together after the promotion. Speaking of which, Nubbin, why do you want to travel to the deepest part of the labyrinth? The sudden question left Noel a bit overwhelmed, and after thinking for a moment, he gazed into Frey's eyes and answered seriously. Fry, I assume you've heard of the Holy Grail as well? Legend has it that in the deepest part of the labyrinth, the 99th floor, there is the Holy Grail that can grant all wishes, but it's just an old legend after all. 300 years ago, the Demon Clan once captured the land near Labyrinth City and launched an investigation into the labyrinth. According to the intelligence within the Demon Clan, the location where Warrior Green sealed the corpse dragon Jabberwock back then was the 70th floor of the current labyrinth. As for what exactly it was like after the 70th floor, or even whether the Holy Grail existed or not, no one could know. Is there something you want to fulfill? Noel shook her head and continued. It's not clear yet. All I know is that I have to travel to the deepest level. Once we get there, we will surely understand everything. It's not about traveling to the deepest level because you have a desire. It's about traveling to the deepest level to find your desire. Frey felt that Noel's ideas were more or less naive, but he wasn't going to dismiss the ideals of others. After all, it's not a bad thing for a person to live with a distant and clear goal. And why did you sneak into the maze, Fry? Faced with Noel's rhetorical question, Fry could have casually made a few perfunctory remarks, but in order to avoid misunderstandings and disagreements in the future, he chose to speak his true thoughts. I need more power. Unlike Noel, Fry doesn't have any lofty ideals and goals that must be accomplished. The only reason he would desire power is because he wants a better life, like buying a big villa overlooking the sea and the river, and then finding an elfin sister as a wife or something like that. When these small goals are achieved, he might go for some spiritual fulfillment. For example, forming a band and having a party every day, or utilizing your knowledge of civil engineering to build your own territory and push the boundaries of technology, and so on. In short, since we've come to the other world, we should show our true skills and live a life of ease and splendor. It was hard to get a chance to start over, and this time, he didn't want to leave any regrets. Fry briefly introduced himself to Noel. The first time he had ever spilled his guts to anyone other than a few demoralizing words to Guts during the final battle. Noel listened to Frey's words in silence, then gave him a cherubic smile. Thank you for being willing to tell me this. It's nice to understand how Frey thinks. After dinner, Fry offered to give Noel a ride home, but was sternly refused. Fry then remembered that Noel was still living in the cheap stables provided for poor adventurers, and it really wasn't a place to visit. By the way, Fry, before saying goodbye, Noel suddenly twisted and stopped, pulling out a small cloth pouch. He searched for a moment, then pulled a shell out of the pouch and handed it to Frey. The surface of the shell has a somewhat transparent aqua blue color with a white pattern in the center, as if reflecting the moonlight in the water. This is one of my favorite shells, and if you don't mind, I'd like to give it to you as a memento of our first adventure. At this moment, looking at Noel, who was holding the shell in both hands and whose expression showed both anticipation and uneasiness at the same time, Fry finally understood the reason why he would feel a sense of dissonance. In Frey's eyes, Noel is the future Silver Scale Dragon Lady, a powerful and arrogant guardian of the labyrinth who can take what he wants from the world. But if you think about it from Noel's point of view, up until yesterday he was just a down-and-out adventurer who couldn't find his teammates. All he really had was a rusty copper sword and all these shells that he had worked so hard to collect. And now the boy is trying to take what he holds most dear and share it with you. Thinking of this, Fry solemnly accepted the gift, despite his lack of interest in shells. "I'll be off then. See you tomorrow." After delivering the gift, Noel ran off with some embarrassment. Just before he could take a few steps, he turned back to Frey with a smile and a wave. It was close to October. The evening breeze was a little chilly, and the afterglow of the sun gave the earth a coat of orange and red. The setting sun colored the streets and the faces of the two men. With illustrations. Chapter 9, The Great V. For the next 2 weeks, the MyGeo team's exploration of the labyrinth went on smoothly. And with Frey's, buried between the earth, and Noel's, rip, the perfect combination of control and output, they were able to swipe the monsters with great efficiency. Coupled with the power of one heart longing, Fry quickly rose to level 9, rising 8 levels in a row in half a month, a speed unimaginable to normal humans. And once the level exceeded 9, there was a significant drop in the experience value that first-rank monsters could provide. A monster of rank 1 is equivalent to a human of level 1 to 8, while rank 2 is equivalent to level 9 to 16, and so on after that. The purpose of killing monsters is to gain experience from their souls, and if the monster is lower than your own level, the experience gained will naturally be greatly reduced. Although the labyrinth is infested with level 2 monsters from level 9 onwards, finding them is inefficient due to their small numbers, and Fry will have to head to the second tier of the labyrinth, 1120, if he wants to maintain his current leveling rate. And in order to go to the second class, you must first become a red bronze level adventurer. According to Frey's calculations, his and Noel's combined abilities had already reached the level of a silver ranked adventurer, 1620, which was much higher than an unusual red bronze ranked adventurer, 1115. However, in order to raise the rank of adventurer, in addition to possessing strength, you must also complete a certain number of commissions to prove your credibility. The commissions that were handed out to the Black Iron ranked adventurers were mostly miscellaneous jobs such as maintaining the hygiene of the main path of the labyrinth and collecting materials. Even if Fry could easily complete them, it would still take nearly a month. There is only one exception to this, and that is defeating the elite monsters of the labyrinth. After weighing the pros and cons, Fry decides to go on a crusade against the elite monsters, and to do so he has to first make a deal with Fantasyland's boss, Van Damme, to boost his combat power. Because of the surname Van Damme, the owner is sometimes addressed directly as Van or MS. Van. As a former Vajra-class daredevil, Van Damme was so famous in Maze City that whenever he was talked about, people would say, "That's the famous V." On a normal day, Van Damme, as the owner, would leave the work to the other employees and rarely appear directly in the tavern himself. The last few days, however, he had stayed at the bar every night to confirm the number of visitors. "Zagu hasn't been here for 5 days and he still owes 80 rupees. Hearing the boss's words, the silver-ranked adventurer who had quarreled with Zagu before said, "Why would he come? Their squad went to the 9th floor before." When these words came out, the other drinkers around them talked. "This Zagu is also poor and crazy. Is the 9th floor accessible to rookies like them? So what happened to him? Who knows? Maybe it's dead," the silver-ranked adventurer said, draining his glass of wine in one gulp and leaving the tavern with a frown. As the saying goes, if you see its life, you can't bear to see its death. After all, it's a relationship that has told each other of their love. For Zagu's death, the silver-level adventurer probably felt a hint of regret in his heart as well. Under his influence, the air in the tavern also became dull, and even Fry, who was playing the guitar and selling his songs on the side, changed the BGM to "See You Again" at 2 times speed. Van Damme, the owner, let out a long sigh, checked Zagato's name off the ledger, and returned to the loft. In the past 2 weeks, he's checked off dozens of names on his ledger. It's not unusual for adventurers to lose their lives in the maze, but there's been so much bad news lately that the tavern's business has slowed down quite a bit. Faced with this unusual situation, several experienced red bronze level adventurers in the tavern talked. Too many black iron level guys have died this bout. 2. It's not because they can't make any money. They all ran to the 9th floor to look for second-rank monsters. It's not like it's been a day or two since they couldn't make any money, and with the sudden increase in the number of dead people, I'd say it's 80% that the guy has come back to life. But if that guy came back to life, there should have been a sighting already. What do you care? It's none of our business anyway. When the Adventurers Association reacts, they will naturally organize a crusade. I also heard that in the early hours of this morning on level 1, a huge burst of fire was suddenly seen. It's been a rough time lately. That guy the adventurers were referring to was the elite monster that haunted the 9th floor, the Rotting Giant. This monster is said to have been specifically designed by the producers of Color Souls to disgust players after being tortured to the point of mental breakdown by a game called Darkest Dungeon, and is a notorious monster in the early days. Unlike unusual monsters, elite monsters often took months or even a year or more to refresh after being crushed, and the last time the rotting giant was crushed was before Guts defeated the Demon King. Combined with all the current intelligence, it was likely that a new rotting giant had already been born, and coupled with the fact that a large number of Black Iron-ranked adventurers had recently been forced to travel to the 9th floor, this had led to the current tragic situation. The rotting giant itself was also a second-ranked monster, but its strength was close to third-ranked. Plus it also had the two tricky skills of corrosive acid and paralyzing mist, not to mention Black Iron rank. Even if a red bronze ranked team came, it would still be difficult to defeat it, and it would take at least another half a month until the Adventurers Association confirmed the situation and then organized manpower for the crusade, during which time many more people would die as a result. After closing the store that night, Fry went to the owner's room in the attic. He knocked on the door, and then a muffled voice came from the other side of the door. "Cypher, boy next door, come in." Pushing the door open, Fry found his boss, Van Damme, sitting disheveled in a chair deep in the room. Due to the mask's concealment, Fry couldn't see his face, but judging from his skin color, Van Damme should belong to the Eastern race. Just like Fry, as early as the first time they met, he had discovered through identification that the identity of this tavern owner was not ordinary, which was why he chose to work at the tavern. Name, Blake Van Damme. Race, human, demon hybrid. Rank, 40. Soul strength, 4. 3. Occupation, Dark Knight/Tavern Keeper. Attribute panel, Strength 49. 8. Endurance 59. 9. Sensitivity 38. 2. Magic 19. 4. At level 40. This was by far the highest level Fry had ever seen in the labyrinthine metropolis. The fact that Van Damme could have such a high rank was due to the demon bloodline in his body, in addition to his own efforts. At the beginning of the Holy War 300 years ago, the demon race had at one point occupied more than half of the human territory, so it was inevitable that some human-demon hybrids would be born. At first, these people with demonic bloodlines were often discriminated against and persecuted by other humans, but as they were diluted from generation to generation, their appearance was no different from ordinary humans, and as long as they hid their identity, they could live a normal life. Despite discovering this handle on Van Damme, Fry did not intend to threaten him with it. With the popularity of Van, it is likely that he has privately reported to the Holy See that he has demonic blood, and even if Fry really spreads it out, it will at best affect the other party's reputation. And Fry didn't want to cross paths with such a strong man. What he really looked at was Van Damme's profession, the Dark Knight. Even among all the specialties, the Dark Knight is considered the most special class. Under normal circumstances, after a human reached level 30, in order to switch to a special occupation, he or she must first obtain the blessing of the 7 positive gods. Thus those above level 30 were also known as blessed ones. For example, a knight blessed by the god of light and covenant would be converted to a paladin, and an archer blessed by the god of music and wind would be converted to a bard. And the Dark Knights were different from these people. They did not rely on the blessings of the gods to transfer, but rather on resonating with the soul crystal to obtain the special position. To be recognized by the soul crystal, one must have a strong will and the awareness to stand up for others in order to save them. Every Dark Knight, who calls himself a partner in justice, follows the justice of his heart, guarding all the weak and resisting all oppression. The tavern owner, Van Damme, was also such a person, and despite keeping his mouth shut, he continued to quietly practice the code of the Dark Knight. The new Higurashi district, where the lower-class adventurers gathered, was able to maintain good law and order precisely because of this masked knight's secret patronage. As the guardian of New Higurashi, however, Van is powerless to do anything about the recent mass deaths of Black Iron-class adventurers. Of the 6 current strata of the Jabberwocky Underground Labyrinth, the first, second, or first 20 floors are classified as the upper strata. According to the rules of the church, those above level 30 were forbidden to enter the upper levels of the labyrinth. Not to mention that Van Damme was no longer an active adventurer. Crushing the rotting giants and saving the lives of the Black Iron-class adventurers was one of the bargaining chips that Fry offered to Van Damme in the deal. In return, Fry needed Van Damme to impart the Dark Knight's detection skill, shadow perception, to him. In order for Van Damme to trust himself, Fry had another important prop. In his spatial ring, he stored a Dark Knight's soul crystal. With Frey's character, of course he couldn't gain the recognition of the crystal, which he had received from a Dark Knight during the half of the month that he had been the Demon King. The soul crystal is a token between Dark Knights, much like the Ranger's bullet, and as long as you hold the crystal, all the Dark Knights on the continent will be there to help you. But it was only a pact without coercion after all, and cautious as Fry was, he decided to test Van Damme's attitude before presenting the crystal. "Boss, after all this time together, I think it's time for us to be honest. In fact, I already know your true identity. So you boys already know. So what do you want? I have a request. With Frey's knowledge of Van Damme's character, rather than bending the rules, it was better to open up the request and let the other party feel his passion and sincerity. Please work me into a real man. Frey earnestly expressed his desire to gain power. Confronted with Frey's request, Van thought about it, and soon he seemed to have figured something out. Casting an understanding look at Frey. After all, your boy has been in Maze City for most of a month, and it's not as if I don't understand your pressurized mood, as expected of MS. Van. She immediately understood Frey's request. But I have retired. If you really need it. I do know 4 top masters in this area. Each has a superiority. Each has a unique trick. Fighting spirit and patience skills to amaze the 4 seats. The secret weapon. But also can bring people an unexpected surprise. No. I have to boss you. Seeing how determined Frey was, after some hesitation, Van Damme finally agreed. Seeing as how you've done the tavern a lot of favors for a while, I'll make an exception and instruct you today. I'll go do some prep while you wait in the locker room. As Van Damme had requested, Frey sat in the locker room and waited. He always felt that something was not right, and the other party had agreed a little too dryly, and Frey's doubts were further intensified the moment the door to the locker room was opened. Only a pair of black panties was left on Van's body, and she was holding a rope, a small leather whip and a weirdly shaped purple stick in her hand. And, looking at these marvelous little props from Van, Frey couldn't help but feel a tightening of the daisies. He hastily recalled the conversation, then realized that Van seemed to have misunderstood him. As an intelligence powerhouse, Frey understood that besides the Dark Knight, Van also had another identity, Dark Homo. Note, homo means homosexual, but before Frey could open his mouth to ask, MS, Van could not wait to come over. What are you waiting for? Aren't you boy going to wrestle me? Come on. With that said, Van roared and pounced on Frey. This is homo's characteristic acute. After some explanation, Frey finally managed to keep his posterior, and after learning of Frey's desire to go on a crusade against the rotting giants, Van Damme says it's too dangerous. So Frey pulled out the Dark Knight's soul crystal. The Dark Knight's crystal will only be entrusted to someone he or she recognizes. What is the relationship between the owner of this crystal and you? As you know, I was rescued from the Demon King's city as a captive. There was a Dark Knight who fought to the bitter end to protect those humans who fell into the hands of the demons, and only fell after the Demon King promised that he would not harm the captives. Before he died, he entrusted me with this crystal. The reason why Frey had treated the human captives in the Demon King's city extra well in the first place was also to keep his promise with the Crystal Master. Upon seeing the crystal, Van Damme finally stopped hesitating and agreed to Frey's request to teach the skill. Kid, remember, if you want to learn shadow perception, you have to master 3 techniques. Deep, dark, fantastic. Feel the deep, understand the dark, use your imagination. This night, the Dark Knight Van taught until dawn. After learning the skill, Van Damme led Frey to the basement of the tavern, where various pieces of equipment he had used were displayed. Take a look around, and if any of them fit, just pick a few. Frey looked first to the armor that hung on the walls. Normally, mages don't wear armor, due to the fact that heavy armor affects the manipulation of magic, plus magical envoys tend to have low endurance, and wearing armor would also drastically increase physical exertion. As a result, magic envoys tend to forego defense in favor of light vestments that increase the efficiency of magic conduction. But as the saying goes, it's only when you're alive that you can output. Frey's endurance was already no weaker than a normal warrior. Plus the MyGO squad was now relying mainly on Noel for output, so having Frey wear armor to act as the front row was a cost-effective choice. And having a suit of armor can also greatly increase the margin for error when fighting powerful elite monsters. Only, the difference between the muscular Van Damme and Frey's physique was too great, and those tailor-made heavy armor, Frey definitely couldn't wear. Van Damme had obviously thought of that too, and he led Frey deeper into the basement. This is the one I wore when I first became an adventurer, when I was still skinny, and you should just about fit into it now. Through appraisal, Frey found that this armor was not simple armor blessed by the elves, a worn-out suit of armor, but due to the blessing of Mori no Goblin, it can be slightly more sensitive. After putting on his armor, Frey made his way to the area where the weapons were stored. In his battles so far, Frey would leave the labyrinth long before he ran out of magic, but in the face of the elite monsters, he feared that there was no room for him to keep his magic. In order to prevent losing his combat power when his magic ran out, Frey decided to pick another melee weapon. With his current physical panel, there was no way to use the Dark Knight's two-handed greatsword yet, so he had to go and look for it in the miscellaneous area. Moist Scythe, a weapon with a chivalrous spirit. Attack power, 0. 2. Holy Sword of Physics, crowbar, give it a fulcrum and it can pry everything. attack power 0. 4. Healing Warlock's burning stick, human stick or fire stick? That is the question. Attack power 0. 3. What kind of abstract weapons are these? Inexplicable descriptions in the appraisal results aside, the panels of these weapons were average and their utility was not great. Just as Frey was disheartened and about to give up, a handful of things that had been placed in the corner of the room came into his eyes. Whoa! I found it! Frey picked up the weapon as if he felt the call of destiny. After picking out his equipment and resting for a few hours to be fully prepared, Frey made his way to the entrance of the maze to join Noel. Frey, what's this outfit you're wearing? At this time, Frey, wearing short plate iron armor covered with scars on the outside, worn leather armor on the inside, and with a somewhat damaged lock armor over the middle layer, looked like a knight who had experienced countless battles, and unlike those knights with broadswords, Frey was holding a silver-colored metal baseball bat in his hand. Baseball bat, you can use it to kill your friends and family, or you can use it to conquer the galaxy. Attack power 1. 0. This is what Frey found, the best stick in all of Fantasyland. From this day forward, please call me the Maze Ball Batman. Chapter 10, O Tide, I have returned. After displaying his baseball bat, Frey opened his backpack and took out Noel's bronze sword from it, then asked with concern, "Are you okay with your body?" The reason I ask is because before parting the previous afternoon, Frey had borrowed Noel's bronze sword and drawn a vial of blood from him in the name of experimentation. It's just a little bit of blood. It doesn't matter at all. It's you, Frey, who suddenly said yesterday morning that the maze quest was cancelled. Are you not feeling well? I'm just doing a little more preparation so that I can crusade against the elite monsters today. After that, Frey explained to Noel about learning skills from Van Damme last night and the battle plan for today. As for that experiment that happened in the early hours of yesterday, he did not mention it, and Noel didn't think much of it. He looked very happy to hear that he was going on a crusade against elite monsters. Before entering the maze, Frey reconfirmed the two men's current panels. Name, Noel Doragon. Rank, 8. Attribute panel, Strength 12. 9. Endurance 5. 9. Sensitivity 5. 5. Magic 37. 9. Let's not talk about the still prideful magic power. Since Noel had added all of his attribute points to strength, his strength was even higher than Frey's, who hadn't added any points. Name, Frey. Rank, 9. Attribute panel, Strength 11. 5. Endurance 15. 2. Sensitivity 12. 6. 10. 6. Magic 18. 5. The elf-blessed armor helped him raise his sensitivity by 2. 0. And as for the 8 attribute points gained from the upgrade, Frey hadn't used any of them yet, partly because a small amount of the corresponding attribute can be restored when adding points. Frey intends to keep it as a base card. On the other hand, it's also because Frey hasn't fully defined his career. Despite having excellent magical talent, this time Frey wasn't going to be a pure mage. His dreams of magic have been ate up by a cancelable holy sword. That skill that caused the Demon King to ultimately lose to Brave. The skill that could cancel the backswing of an attack. Frey named it, Cancel. In this world, magic is categorized into 10 ranks from 1 to 10, and skills are categorized into 5 ranks, D, C, B, A, and S. And a skill like, Cancel, that can break the rules of the world is at least S rank. Through a review of the final battle, Frey concluded that, Cancel, was even more overmodeled than expected, as the skill not only eliminated the stiffness of Brave's movements, but even the cooldown required for the Holy Sword. If developed properly, that skill can produce all sorts of effects like a bug. For example, a special position God Archer, after raising to level 50, can learn an A-rank skill called, Meteor 1, Stella. This skill was so powerful that it could instantly level a hill. However, this skill will cause a huge load on the body. Using it once will take at least a month to slow down, and it will also leave irreversible damage to the body. It is a kryptonite life must kill, and if you can use, Cancel, to remove the backswing of, Meteor 1, then before the marksman's life completely burns out, he will transform into a terrifying nuclear barrage. Even the cooldown might be removed if the Cancel skill is used while in the conduit. If one continues to use one's imagination, then many more wonderful uses can be created. Although S-rank skills were still very far away for the current Frey, after tasting defeat, Frey had made mastering, Cancel, his goal. He intends to try to practice both things in magic to make his tactics more flexible and look for ways to reproduce, Cancel. And unlike the B-level or above skills that could only be acquired after level 30, C and D level skills were also known as general skills. Theoretically, as long as there were enough skill points and someone was willing to teach them, then anyone could learn them. And whether or not they were able to learn them depended on the individual's ability and comprehension. The shadow perception that Frey had acquired from Van Damme was a C-rank skill. Learning a C-rank skill cost 3 skill points, and since you could only gain 1 skill point per level, For those ordinary adventurers who could never level up to 15 in their entire lives, no one would be willing to specifically learn a detection skill, except for the specialized scouts. But as a senior-old color P, Fry knew the importance of detection class skills, with vision and without vision. It was a completely different game. Shadow perception, rank C, sense enhancement type skill. The stronger the sunlight, the thicker the shadows. Skill effect, consume magic power to perceive information in the darkness. The higher the magic adaptability, the darker the environment, the stronger the perception ability. Magic adaptability, which refers to the body's ability to tolerate magic as well as its control, is one of the most important criteria for measuring one's magical talent. With phrase far higher than normal magic adaptability, coupled with the dim environment of the labyrinth, shadow sense could be used to excellent effect. He could currently detect everything within a 1 kilometer radius, and if specialized in one direction, the distance of perception could even reach 3 kilometers, and with subsequent upgrades, this range would continue to expand. And unlike the visual information brought about by looking with one's eyes, shadow sense can capture images, sounds, scents and even movement trajectories at the same time. So in addition to claiming enemies, it can also be used to assist in combat. If there was any regret, it was that as a sense-enhancing skill, the detection content was ultimately within the scope of the 5 senses, so there was no way to break through obstacles to peek through walls. In addition to learning new skills, Fry had prepared a full 9 preliminaries in order to successfully crusade against the elite monsters. 9 types wasn't Frey's upper limit, but because Noelle wouldn't be able to remember any more than that, after following the main path to level 9, by relying on shadow perception, Fry can spot monsters ahead of time to avoid combat. During the forward journey, Fry kept recording the walking route on the map, and also stopped from time to time to observe the surrounding terrain. Frey, don't you think it's getting darker in the neighborhood? Noelle's voice was laced with unease. Don't worry, my eyes, they can see into the darkness. Over the course of the 2 weeks together, Frey had noticed Noelle's fear of the dark, and he seemed to have some sort of PTSD against complete darkness. On previous quests, they would have hung magic stone lamps around their waists, but this time, since Fry was going to use shadow sense, the two didn't have any light sources on hand, coupled with the fact that the 9th floor was supposed to be the darkest place in the entire dark stratum, and now that there wasn't a single ray of light around them, with visibility of less than a meter if they relied only on the naked eye, it was inevitable that Noelle would be scared. At some point, Noelle had taken Frey's arm tightly. It should have been a romantic thing to do, but since Noelle's chest was flat and she was still wearing her armor, Fry just felt choked. In order to minimize the uneasiness in Noelle's mind, Fry had to tell the information about the rotting giants again to divert his attention. The labyrinth was so big that if one searched aimlessly, it would be extremely difficult to find a monster. According to the intelligence gathered by humans so far, rotting giants extremely hate light, and also have a habit of collecting corpses and are attracted to them. Normally, when a first-level monster dies, its corpse will dissipate within 1 minute, leaving behind the magic stone. However, there is a limit to how fast the maze can recycle monster corpses, and if a large number of monsters die in the same place, the corpses will remain for a long time. In order to lure out the rotting giant, they need to head to the darkest area of the environment on level 9. And then draw the monsters around them there for a group kill. Despite the intricate terrain of the labyrinth, Fry with his shadow sense was equivalent to having a full map view on, and he led Noelle as he quickly traversed the labyrinth. 2 hours later, they approached the target area, and there was a monster that was standing in their way. Through his shadow sense, Fry got a good look at the monster, and a gasp ensued from his heart. WOC, there's a cow. The monster, an old friend familiar to adventurers in RPGs, the Minotaur. Minotaurs, as typical second-rank monsters, rarely appeared in the first class, and Fry focused his shadow sense on it and watched it carefully. To be precise, this monster should be called a zombie minotaur. It was close to 3 meters tall, similar to a skeleton beast, with rotting flesh and skin that looked like it was glued to its skeleton. After observing his surroundings, Fry gave instructions. Nuven, leave that monster in front to me first. As a pure love warrior, Fry intended to kill this minotaur with his own hands. Noelle nodded, but she was still unwilling to let go of the hand-holding phrase, so Fry had no choice but to touch Noelle's head, and only after he had settled down a little did the two of them begin to approach the monster. Through shadow sense, Fry was able to clearly grasp the minotaur's path of movement, so they smoothly walked behind the minotaur. Before launching his attack, Fry leaned the baseball bat in his hand against Noelle's bronze sword. Borrow an electric. Noelle began to inject magic into the copper sword, and the electricity quickly traveled down the sword and into Frey's metal baseball bat. As the current grew stronger, the baseball bat in Frey's hand evolved into a whole new form, an electric bat. The sound of zipping electricity made the Minotaur notice the abnormality, and it turned around in a hurry. And Fry had already unleashed his magic. The land underneath the Minotaur immediately turned into mud, and with Frey's upgrades, the effect of buried between the soils was also improved. And in an instant, the Minotaur sank nearly a meter. After blocking the Minotaur's movement, Fry immediately moved to right behind it. The reason why he was so obsessed with wrapping the queen was because Fry had learned another skill besides Shadow Sense, Backstab. Backstab, rank D. Thief-type attack skill. Never expose your back to the enemy. Skill effect, when attacking from the rear, drastically increases the hit rate on vital areas. Normally, when a thief used a backstab, they had to carefully lurk and slowly look for an opportunity before making their move. But in Frey's opinion, launching a backstab didn't really need to be that complicated. As long as the enemy is immobilized, wouldn't that be a fair and square backstab? Fry was seen raising the electric baton above his head and then leaping high into the air. The moment backstab was activated, he felt as if his body was guided by some kind of silk thread, automatically aiming at the back of the Minotaur's head. With a muffled thud, Frey's baseball bat exploded with precision and lightning paralyzed the Minotaur's body instantly. Instead, Fry stomped on the Minotaur's body and jumped again, spinning his body back around in the air before slamming down again towards the same spot. 2 consecutive blunt blows, coupled with the power of the thunderbolt, Fry shattered the Minotaur's skull. This is Maze-Ball Batman Fry, who invented the Den Bull stick after mimicking the moves of Taijutsu Man's Den Ryu Chop from Monster Hunter. Electric baton. Handsome. But the moment Fry landed on the ground after completing his attack, a horrible low roar came out from the Minotaur's mouth. Fry immediately realized his lapse in judgment. Unlike normal Minotaurs, this zombie Minotaur wasn't completely dead even after its head was blown off. At the last moment, the Minotaur unleashed its skill, Battle Roar. The Minotaur's battle cry has the effect of attracting low-level monsters. It's the equivalent of this Minotaur opening a ranged taunt with Undead Word. Prepare to meet the attack immediately. With that said, Fry prostrated himself directly on the ground and assumed the posture of an earthbound seat. Fry, why are you suddenly on your knees? Seeing this strange behavior of Fry, Noel asked curiously. There's no time to explain, so hurry up and sit on me. Ugh. Noel was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Frey's abrupt request. Just then, from the distance came the sound of dense and disorganized footsteps. Unsurprisingly to Fry, hordes of monsters were gathering this way. There was no way out. Fry could only keep his position on all fours and move a little bit to Noel's side. Nuven, sit down. By this time, there were already monsters coming into view, and in desperation Noel had to sit up as Fry had asked. Unlike the upper half of her body in armor, Noel's ass was still quite fleshy. Feeling the soft touch coming from his back, Frey said aloud, "Sit tight, I'm going to stand." At this moment, there were already a few skeleton beasts sprinting to the two, and behind them, there were nearly 100 monsters on their way. Rock pillar. In an instant, a pillar of rock stood up from under Fry, lifting him up along with Noel on his back, causing the monster to pounce. After that, a large number of monsters surrounded the rock pillars. At first they just blindly circled around the rock pillars, but soon, the group of monsters tacitly played stacking. The height within the labyrinth was already limited, and it wouldn't take long for these monsters to rush up the rock pillars by stacking people's ladders. Through these days of maze exploration, Fry realized that unlike the game's Iron Bean, who could be stuck indoors, stuck in height differences, and kite at will, the monsters in this world possessed a certain ability to think. The monsters, mainly skeleton beasts and skeleton soldiers, were densely packed together, with bones and carrion stacked on top of each other as if they were writhing kyokan. And it looked horrifying. Nuven, fill the copper sword with magic and prepare to unleash Rip. But there are so many monsters. Do as I say. Fry of course understood the reason for Noel's doubt, despite its power. The Rip was essentially just a weapon enchantment with a limited range of attack that couldn't handle such a huge swarm of monsters. But Fry had anticipated this situation and prepared his tactics accordingly. Just as the monster was about to climb the rock pillar, the ground in a circle near the pillar suddenly collapsed, creating a funnel-shaped crater. The monsters cascading around the rock pillar, along with the monsters that were sprinting upwards, all fell into it. At this point, Noel also finally understood what Fry meant, and he then inquired, "Fry, going to do it? Right now? Right here?" "That's right, let's use this move to have a showdown. Use Rip on me." Upon receiving the order, Noel raised her copper sword surrounded by terrifying currents and slashed towards Fry with a rip. Fry, on the other hand, extended his right hand, and a huge jet of water erupted from his right hand the moment before the copper sword touched his skin. "Oh tide, I have returned." Fry once again pushed his magic power, causing the water column to rotate. and the electric current from Noel's bronze sword completed its conduction along the water current. With that, Noel kept repping Fry and Fry kept squirting. The electrified water jets impacted every monster that fell into the pit in all directions without any dead ends, leaving them with no way to escape. This move, Rip plus Spray, was a combo Fry and Noel had practiced ahead of time, specializing in dealing with hordes of monsters. From the moment the Minotaur let out its war cry, Fry pressed all of his limbs to the ground, desperately outputting his magic power in maneuvering the earth elemental to create this pit beneath the ground in order to wipe out these monsters in one fell swoop. This tactic of lifting the floor was inspired by a master of civil engineering, Rurushio, who was also known as the Demon King. Soon, the pit was completely wiped out of monsters, and Noel was relieved to see it. And just then, Fry crept up to his ear and whispered, "Execute Plan F." Upon receiving Frey's instructions, Noel lit the magic crystal lamp at her waist before turning away. After a moment, Fry glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had passed, and Noel was running away by now. Fry looked at the large number of monster corpses piled up in the deep pit. According to the labyrinth's monster brushing mechanism, for the next hour, this place would become a safe zone without monsters. But Fry understood that the fight wasn't over yet. It was, shall we say, just beginning. So, if my assumptions are correct, it's almost time for you to show up, right? The moment he said this, the wall behind Fry suddenly broke open and a huge stone hammer came crashing down towards him. Chapter 11, The Rotten Giant. As the wall of earth behind him broke open, a huge stone hammer came crashing down towards Fry. In the nick of time, Fry leapt forward and dodged at the very limit, and the ground he was standing on just now had been smashed out of a large hole. If he hadn't relied on his shadow perception to detect this attack from behind in advance, Fry was afraid that at this moment, he would have already become a secondary paperweight in the physical sense. Obviously, he had been sneak attacked, and this confirmed his speculation that the monsters of the labyrinth possessed the ability to think. The location Fry was in was already the darkest area of the 9th floor, and through the battle just now, a large number of monster corpses were concentrated in the same place. In other words, the conditions for the appearance of the rotting giants have been met. If we follow the most ideal plan A, Fry should ambush the rotting giant along with Noel. But assuming that the rotting giant has some intelligence, then it must understand that my Geo squads that can wipe out hordes of monsters are not to be messed with. And once the other party chose to run away, then Fry and the others wouldn't be able to launch a chase through the maze full of monsters. That was why Fry had let Noel leave for a while and stayed behind alone to act as bait. After dodging the attack, Fry first launched a probe at the wall with the broken hole, and inside the wall, there was actually a hidden path. The existence of the hidden path was a bit of a surprise to Fry, but when you thought about it, it made sense. Since he, an outsider, could make use of the maze's terrain, the monsters that were themselves born in the maze were obviously more familiar with its structure. It was even possible that as early as the beginning, this rotting giant had been hiding behind the wall and observing them. Fry turned around, at which point he finally got a good look at the creature. It was seen to be as tall as 5 meters. Its skin was covered with rotting pustules from which foul-smelling mucus constantly dripped out, and located at its head was a human head whose jaws had been split open, with illustrations. In its left hand were sharp claws, and in its right hand was a huge stone hammer. Although it was called a giant, its body looked more like it had been sewn together from the corpses of various monsters, and set behind the rotting giant were several human heads, which were obviously the Black Iron class adventurers who had recently died in the labyrinth. One of the heads, Fry recognized. If it isn't Zako, now that really see you again. After witnessing the lurid appearance of the rotting giant with his own eyes, all the speculations in Frey's mind were verified. According to the intelligence gathered by Fry, unlike unusual monsters, the rotting giant, an elite monster, wasn't born out of thin air, but was resurrected with the help of the corpses of humans or other monsters. After resurrection, the rotting giant will continue to collect corpses and transform them into body parts, thus continually strengthening itself. And after Fry used appraisal on the monster, one of the worst scenarios he expected appeared. Rotting giant, rank 3, due to devouring a large number of adventurers, this rotting giant had completed its evolution, raising from rank 2 to rank 3. In the past, most Black Iron level adventurers would have honestly fought first-rank monsters in the first 8 floors, and after confirming that the elite monsters were refreshed, the Adventurers Guild would have quickly organized crusade teams, so there wasn't much room for the rotting giants to grow. But nowadays, with the price of magic stones dropping, many people had to venture to the 9th floor in order to make a living, and there was no shortage of newbies who lacked experience. This provides the best brush field for the newly born rotting giants. If a rank 2 rotting giant possessed strength comparable to rank 3, then this evolved version in front of Frey's eyes might be close to rank 4 in terms of combat power. As for the 4th rank monsters, Even if a gold-level adventurer team came, they wouldn't dare to say that they could win 100%. It was no wonder that there was no information about sightings of the rotting giant until now. Not only did this monster know how to use the terrain of the labyrinth to hide itself, but with its rank, I'm afraid that all those who had seen it had been killed without leaving a single person behind. Even as Fry pondered this, the rotting giant had stepped out of the hidden path and was preparing to launch a new attack. With Frey's strength, a head-on battle could be said to have no chance of winning, and he could only think of ways to outsmart him. And since rotting giants have intelligence, the possibility of bargaining exists. Only to see Fry prostrate himself again and speak. "Can we talk?" Hearing Frey's words, the head on the rotting giant's neck reacted slightly. But soon, it shook its head, then reared its stone hammer and let out a warlike hiss. From the hissing of the rotting giant, Fry seemed to hear a familiar voice. "Fighting? Yeah." The stone hammer fell again, and although Fry dodged in time, he was still sent flying, hitting the wall hard. A sharp pain followed in Frey's chest. Without the protection of this armor, his ribs would have been broken. This was still in the case of successfully dodging. If he were to eat a blow head-on, then he would surely die. Facing such a powerful opponent, Fry didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He ignored the pain in his body and immediately stood up, while the rotten giant's stone hammer had already attacked again. Just as the corrupted giant's stone hammer was about to hit, the ground under its feet suddenly turned into mud, throwing it off balance. The reason why Fry had just knelt down was not to beg for mercy, but to inject magic power into the ground below. He was seen slapping his hands on the ground and unleashing an inter-earth burial, burying the rotting giant's leg into the earth. But this time, Frey's signature skill didn't work smoothly, and after realizing that his legs were immobilized, the rotting giant directly swung his stone hammer and smashed it into the ground. As the stone hammer fell, the ground in front of the rotting giant was smashed right through, and its legs regained their freedom. It seems that Fry is not the only one who would use the floor-lifting tactic. After escaping control, the rotting giant swung his stone hammer and used a sweeping blow on Fry. Fry, on the other hand, jerked his body up, and then he leapt up like a cat, dodging the stone hammer's attack. But this was just what the rotting giant wanted, and after the stone hammer in its right hand swung empty, it attacked Fry with the sharp claw in its left hand. Fry, who was located in the air, was unable to dodge and was about to be pierced by the sharp claws. In the nick of time, Fry once again sprayed a jet of water from his hand. The water column certainly couldn't cause effective damage to the third-ranked rotting giant, but by relying on the reaction force of the impact, Fry forcefully changed his direction in the air and managed to dodge the blow. After landing on the ground, Fry immediately rolled backwards, trying to distance himself from the rotting giant, but his opponent wasn't going to give him that chance. Facing the retreating Fry, the rotting giant used the skill, corrosive acid. A brown acid shot out of the giant's body, and Fry jumped sideways in a hurry to avoid it. The acid only slightly grazed Frey's shoulder, allowing a chunk of armor to corrode off there. The rotting giant kept shooting out new acid, and Fry kept dodging using the same left-right horizontal jump that Sakamoto's big brother had used to avoid it. As the acid formed a bubbling acid crater in the ground, and as the number of acid pits increased, the space in which Fry could dodge became more and more limited, which was what the rotting giant was aiming for. After sealing Frey's position, the rotting giant shot 3 consecutive acid shots, making it impossible for Fry to avoid them. Just as the acid was about to hit, Fry flashed the ring on his right hand. "Come on out, honey." Fry released Honey from his space ring and had it block in front of him. Honey ho! The acid, which had an extremely corrosive effect, simply dissipated upon contact with Honey's body. This acid was not magic, but it was still essentially generated by magic power, and as long as the attack is generated by magic, Honey is immune to it. With Frey's modifications, the Haney's body was retrofitted with grips and straps, and after deflecting the acid, he secured the Haney directly to his right arm. Now, Fry has a low-cost version of Fantasy Killer that is immune to magic damage up to the 3rd level. The rotting giant unleashed several more rounds of acid attacks, but they were all fended off by Fry with Fantasy Killer. After realizing that the skill had no effect, the rotting giant once again swung its stone hammer and charged towards Fry. Fry didn't turn around to run away, as he understood that at less than 1.78 meters, he definitely couldn't run away from the 5-meter tall rotting giant, and instead, he would show his back to the enemy. But in terms of melee combat, Fry was by no means a match for the rotting giant, and he had to keep releasing columns of water and creating walls of earth to barely cope with the monster's attacks. After that, Fry and the rotting giant were in a stalemate, and as Frey's magic power was depleted, the rotting giant gradually gained the upper hand. The magic released by Fry grew weaker and weaker, and finally, after another round of exchanges, the rotting giant cornered him. With the last of his magic, Fry unleashed a column of water that shot at the rotting giant's head. However, through the battle just now, The rotting giant had already understood that Frey's water magic wasn't fatal, so it stopped dodging. The water jet hit the rotting giant's head, but by then its stone hammer had already fallen. With a bang, a loud bang, victory or defeat was decided. Only, it wasn't Frey's body that was shattered, but the rotting giant's head. In the nick of time, Frey shot a long-buried rock cannonball from behind the rotting giant. Back when he first took a knee, Frey had planted a rock cannonball in the ground. Every time he touched the ground with his hand during the battle just now, he was injecting more kinetic energy into the rock cannonball. With the corrupted giant's intelligence and speed, it was very difficult to accurately headshot it with a rock cannonball, and Frey seized the moment when it let its guard down when it was sure of its imminent victory, and blocked its vision with water magic before launching an attack from its back. The ultra-long buildup of power, coupled with the vital hit boost from the backstab skill, made this a smooth success. At this point, the rotting giant, his head pierced by a rock bullet, fell into a brainwashed state. But the fight isn't over yet. The rotting giant did not die. It performed a head-taking act on the spot, removed the battered head itself, and tossed it aside as if it had been discarded. Next, the rotting giant, maintaining its fumbling state, took one of those heads set on its back and attached it directly to its neck, and its newly picked up, which just happens to be the head of Zagato, which will be striking out in Zagato form. You can pick up on anything. That's a true veteran of the theater. After completing the joint, the rotting giant was back in action, and Frey's magic was completely depleted. No matter how you look at it, this battle will be a victory for the rotting giants. But after glancing at his watch, Frey broke into a smile. His mission was accomplished. Plan through. According to Plan F, it was now the time Frey and Noel had agreed upon, to reconvene. In the tens of seconds it took the rotting giant to lose its head. Accompanied by a blinding bolt of electricity, Noel burst in behind the rotting giant and, due to the fact that it had just undergone a minor head-swapping surgery, at this time, the rotting giant's senses hadn't fully recovered, and by the time it reacted, Noel's copper sword had already pierced into its body. Looking at the bruised and battered Frey, Noel's eyes welled up with intense anger. How dare you hurt Frey? As if responding to Noel's emotions, furious lightning erupted from the copper sword. Under the continuous bombardment of thunder, the rotting giant's skin became charred black, and even the moisture in its body was subjected to electrolysis, and its body rapidly dried up. The rotting giant still tried to struggle, but its body had already been paralyzed by the electric current, so it could only keep convulsing in a lousy manner, and it wouldn't take long for it to be completely wiped out. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the rotting giant fought desperately with its newly attached Zagato head, and at the last minute, it came up with a countermeasure. Only a stream of grayish-white gas was seen spraying out from the pustules inside the rotting giant as it used another of its skills, paralyzing mist. Nuven, hurry up and hold. Frey's mouth closed before he could finish his sentence, and the paralyzing mist that the rotting giant had gambled his life on releasing enveloped them in moments. Due to the sprint he had just performed, Noel inevitably inhaled the mist after a few dozen seconds. Despite his desperate attempts to hold his breath, the rotting giant's mist sprayed continuously for 3 minutes, and by the time it cleared, Noel had fallen into unconsciousness. Frey, on the other hand, is safe and sound. This was not, of course, because he could hold his breath for 3 minutes, but because he had put his mouth, the instant the mist appeared, into the hole in Honey's face. Like corrosive acid, paralyzing mist is also generated by magic and can be immunized by honey. By breathing on a circular basis with Honey, Frey managed to stave off the fog. Ha! Honey! Ho! Honey, who had been forcibly kissed by Frey, lowered her head and seemed a little embarrassed. Frey's mood is also very frustrated. How he did not expect his first kiss just like this to a monster. Let's hope it's a female. Yet not for a moment did he mourn the loss of Frey's first kiss as the rotting giant moved again. After being hit by Rip, the rotting giant had weakened significantly, his body shrinking to just over 3 meters tall, his body scorched black, and his movements becoming very slow. Even so, in Noel's unconscious present, Frey would still not be able to defeat the monster if he were to rely solely on his own strength. However, cautious as Frey was, as early as when he learned that the rotting giant possessed the skill, paralyzing mist, he had already formulated a plan to defeat the monster despite Noel's unconsciousness. Chapter 12, Rage. During those 3 minutes when the rotting giant released the mist, Frey took over the bronze sword in Noel's hand. After these days of fighting, the rust on the copper sword had disappeared, and the red copper body of the sword seemed like a burning flame. As early as the first time they met, Frey had discovered through appraisal that this sword was not simple. Noel's copper sword? A seemingly mediocre copper sword, but for some reason, it never breaks. So if it's this sword, it'll probably last a lifetime. Attack power, 0. 3. Unlike when viewing other people's panels, when viewing items, Appraisal will not directly display the item's full information, but will instead play the traditional art of Souls games and hide some of the information. And in the item description of this copper sword, the feature of never breaking caught phrase attention. Infinite durability. Neither human nor demon craftsman, with existing technology, could create a weapon with such a characteristic. Through consulting the information brought out from the Demon King City, Fry learned that the only ones that could fulfill the condition of never being damaged were the 7 dragon-slaying weapons used by the legendary primordial sword saint, the 7 deadly sins. The name of the first sword saint who overthrew the ancient dragon's rule with the king of Aden 1,000 years ago was Nuvan. Since it was the name of a legendary hero, the name Nuvan was not uncommon in the continent of Aden, especially in the sword saint's hometown of the Yakira Empire. If you threw a slate on the street, you might be able to hit several people named Nuvan, but Noel, as a dragon, was bearing the name of Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, and holding a weapon suspected to be the 7 deadly sins, so there was clearly something else behind it. Fry had also tried to ask Noel about the origin of the bronze sword, but Noel herself was not sure. In order to verify the sword's power, Fry had borrowed the bronze sword from Noel the previous afternoon, then dived into the labyrinth in the early hours of yesterday morning and conducted an experiment. As for the result of the experiment, it was what the adventurers in the tavern had mentioned last night, a huge fire. After taking Hani back into his space ring, Fry took out a blood collection vial from his belt pouch. There was also half a vial of blood in it, which he had drawn from Noel the day before. The blood of the dragons. Since the 7 deadly sins were dragon-slaying weapons, it was only natural that in order for them to be truly powerful, they would need items related to the dragon race. Fry first opened the attribute panel and used 2 attribute points to strengthen his magic power, then took the blood from the bottle and dripped it on top of the bronze sword. After bathing in the dragon's blood, the copper sword emitted a dazzling crimson glow, revealing its true appearance. Fury, forged to slay the Dragon King, one of the 7 dragon-slaying weapons that enter an activated state upon contact with dragon's blood. Effect, absorbs the user's magic power and converts it into massive fire elemental damage. It was because of the rage that drained his magic yesterday near morning that Fry had to cancel his maze exploration. And this straight sword that would emit fire became his biggest card for daring to come crusade against the elite monsters. After being activated by the dragon's blood, Rage once again frantically absorbed Frey's magic. When the absorbed magic power reached a certain level, only a cluster of flames rose from the sword. But that wasn't enough. With the little bit of magic Fry had just regained, it wasn't enough to utilize the full power of the fury. So Fry took Noel's hand beside him again and made him hold the hilt of the sword as well. Noel was now in a coma, but her magic was still there. With the infusion of Noel's thunder elemental magic, the copper sword emitted an ear-piercing thunder, and the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an angry mood. The rotting giant instinctively felt fear at the sight of this, but it still exerted the last of its strength and launched itself towards Fry to get a shot at survival. Is this your last ripple? Looking at the rotting giant who was struggling to the death, Fry even felt a hint of admiration, and as a sign of respect, he decided to respond with his strongest strike. At this moment, after absorbing the magic power of both Fry and Noel, Rage showed its true power. Huge pillars of fire rose up from the sword, and the ground trembled with the deafening explosions of the raging lightning, only to see Fry raise his fury and leap forward, chopping at the rotting giant. That's the combo we're hot for. He instantly gave the move a loud name and shouted it out. Firebolt chop. As the chop fell, countless lightning flames exploded out from the sword, completely engulfing the rotting giant as flames and electricity illuminated the entire space. During her coma, Noel had a dream. The same dream she had every night. Dreams, a continuation of reality. Noel had read this in a fairy tale book, and Noel's dream world was as empty and dark as her reality. This is because Noel only has memories of the last 6 months. Upon awakening from a darkness in April of this year, Noel's mind remembered only 2 names other than some knowledge necessary for life. One is Noel, which is her own name. The other one is Nuvan. Noel didn't know who Nuvan was, but she understood that it was a name that was important to her, and by the time she came back to her senses, she had traveled to the labyrinthine metropolis of Grimgar with a rusty copper sword. There seemed to be a voice in the underworld that had been guiding her. You have to reach the deepest level, retrieve the Holy Grail, and the voice cuts off here. Noel doesn't really know what she's going to do after getting the Holy Grail, but for Noel, whose memory was blank, traveling to the deepest part of the labyrinth was her only goal at the moment. Later, Noel reads the story of the Sword Saint, Nuvan, in a book of fairy tales, although he didn't know whether the Nuvan in the story and the Nuvan in his mind were the same person or not, as the only name he remembered. Noel longed for the legendary swordsman. She then called herself Nuvan and aspired to become a swordsman. However, the reality will not be as beautiful as a fairy tale, and after arriving in the labyrinth city, Noel suffers from ridicule and blows. being low-level, inexperienced with swords as well as magical talents, and not very good with words, Noelle simply couldn't find any teammates willing to accept her. Even after gathering the courage to dive into the labyrinth alone, he was completely unable to deal with the monsters and could only run out in disgrace. The longing in her heart for a swordsman and the goal of traveling to the deepest part of the labyrinth ended up being nothing more than a conversation piece for the amusement of the drinkers. That night, disheartened, she had been about to give up, and that's when Noelle met Fry. "Would you like to, join me on this adventure?" Fry made an invitation to himself. During the days she stayed in the maze city, Noelle had gradually realized that there was some kind of difference between her and a normal human, so she had a heavy guard and usually always kept her dagger at hand. But from Fry, Noelle could feel an inexplicable affinity. Fry was willing to not only explore the maze with her, but to listen to her talk about strange topics related to shells. With Frey's help, Noelle manages to master magic and complete the adventure by defeating the monster for the first time. Every day of Noelle's life, since her encounter with Fry, has been filled with new colors. The 2 weeks passed in a flash, and the two had increased their strength substantially, so they decided to challenge the elite monsters of the labyrinth. Thinking about this, Noelle finally realized that she had fallen into a coma because she had inhaled the paralyzing mist of the rotting giant. Had to wake up in a hurry and go help Fry to do that. But even though consciousness had been restored, the paralyzed body was completely out of control. Just as Noelle was getting anxious, she suddenly felt that her magic power was being extracted. At the same time, a strong emotion, like a blazing flame, welled up from Noelle's chest. The name of this emotion, Noelle soon realized: rage. As the magic drained, the anger built up and became more and more frantic. Finally, a roar, as if inscribed in his soul, emerged from Noelle's mouth. "Thou shalt pay for the betrayal, with blood." And after uttering those words, Noelle heard a familiar voice. "WOC? Scared me. I'll release the jutsu." So Noelle opened her eyes and saw a startled Fry, and the inexplicable anger in her heart dissipated. "Fry, Ray?" The newly awakened Noelle's consciousness was still in a bit of a trance, and Fry briefly explained the current situation to him, although he was a bit concerned about the scary line that Noelle had just sprung out of nowhere. Right now was not the time to dwell on such issues. "The monsters around us are about to refresh. We need to leave in a hurry," Fry said as such after glancing at his watch. And before leaving, Fry went to the corpse of the rotting giant and recovered its drops. Under the immense power of the flame volt chop, the upper half of the rotting giant's body was directly blown apart, and the lower half of his body was turned into a charred, blackened mess of corpses, and inside this pile of rotten meat was wrapped a magic stone. Usually, the magic stone of a first-order monster was only as big as a fingernail cap, and even for a third-order monster, it was about the size of a ping-pong ball. But this magic stone in front of him was not only close to the size of a goose egg, but also had a verdant green color, as if it was alive. Fry tore through the flesh and pulled the magic stone out of the rotting giant's remains, and with the loss of the stone, the pieces of flesh went completely limp, from which brown pus oozed out. This was the acid that had yet to be discharged from the rotting giant's body, and Fry saw this and hurriedly dodged it with a horizontal jump. However, Fry neglected to mention one thing, and that was that the paralyzing effect on Noelle hadn't completely lifted at this point. By the time he reacted and pushed Noelle away, the acid was already on the other man's armor. "Nuven, hurry up and take off your clothes." Given Noelle's handicap, Fry had to help himself, and with no experience in helping people undress, he looked frazzled. After a bit of a tussle, even though Noelle herself wasn't hurt, his armor was damaged and even his underwear had several holes in it, like a shipgirl who'd gone into a major state of disrepair. Seeing this, Fry crouched down in front of Noelle, who had not yet regained her mobility. "You should be honored. I'm not a man who would easily show his back to another." Understanding Frey's intention, Noelle put her hand on his shoulder with some embarrassment. Frey, in turn, grabbed Noelle's thighs and slung her back onto her body, and the two of them set off on their way home. Along the way, through shadow perception, Fry could observe Noelle's expression behind her, and the other parties seemed to have something to say. After a while, Noelle finally made up her mind and leaned into Frey's ear. "Fry, there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Actually, my real name is Noelle." Seeing the other party's serious face, Fry thought he was going to say something, but it turned out to be this. It was naturally a good thing that Noelle was willing to voluntarily confess to herself, but since Fry had known the other's real name as early as the first time they met, it was nothing more than a change of address for him. If there was any difference, it was that Noelle had gone from being a he to being a she, and the thought of that made Frey's heart flutter with a sense of loss. At this moment, he lost a bro. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep this from you." Seeing Frey's lost expression, Noelle hurriedly began to explain her reason for calling herself Nuven, but from her words, Fry didn't gain much useful information, and after these 2 weeks together, he had roughly understood that Noelle only had about half a year's worth of memories. Never mind, after all, there's always something in everyone that they don't want people to know. Even though Noelle's body was still full of mysteries, Frey's thoughts didn't change. For him, as long as he could upgrade quickly, then the gender and identity of his teammates didn't matter. And Noelle, as a teammate, is not only overly intense, but also obedient. Take for example, this split plan F today. Although Noelle was not willing in her heart, she still complied with Frey's arrangement. For Fry, it's all about being able to follow orders obediently. And after confessing his real name, Noelle inquired somewhat uneasily, "Fry, will you be joining me on my adventure tomorrow? Isn't that nonsense? We're teammates, and for me, your power is necessary. What about the day after? The day after that? I'm available whenever it's convenient for you." Hearing Frey's answer, Noelle paused for a moment before suddenly saying, "Will you, for the rest of your life, accompany me on group adventures? Ugh, a lifetime?" The sudden statement caught Fry a bit off guard, and he instantly felt the Noelle on his back become quite heavy, so he subconsciously bent his back. But before Frey could respond, Noelle shook her head first and dismissed her words. "I'm sorry, I said something strange out of the blue, you don't have to take it to heart." And looking at Frey, who had suddenly bent down, Noelle asked with some embarrassment, "Fry, I'm heavy, aren't I?" "It's okay, I like it heavy." After that, the two fell into silence for a while. Observing the dejected expression on Noelle's face behind her, Fry said to her after thinking for a moment, "There's no way to know for sure right now with something as distant as a lifetime, but like I said before, I'll continue to explore the labyrinth with you until I gain enough power." "Did you find today's adventure enjoyable?" Frey asked. "Well, working together to defeat a strong enemy is like being a hero in a fairy tale. We'll probably have many more adventures like this. As long as you keep these things in your heart, then the moods you feel and the sights you witness will turn into precious memories that will always stay with you. Isn't the so-called lifetime accumulated by one such moment?" The reason why Fry would say that, besides answering Noelle's question, was also to bait her. Noelle had said that she wanted to travel to the deepest part of the labyrinth, and if that was the case, then Fry, who sought a peaceful life, would one day part ways with her. Fry didn't like to speak ill of other people's ideals, but after all this time together, he realized that this wish of Noelle's didn't seem to come from the heart. Fry wanted Noelle to value the present more than the dangerous and remote dream of traveling to the depths of the labyrinth. Because of this, Fry was better able to make Noelle's power work for him and avoid potential risks, accumulating memories of one moment into a lifetime. After hearing Frey's words, Noelle showed a thoughtful expression. Frey didn't expect that comment just now to change Noelle's mind. This kind of thing had to be taken slowly, and no matter what choice Noelle will ultimately make, the adventures of the MyGO team will continue for at least the next little while. Anyway, please take care of yourself afterward as well, Noelle. At this point, Fry called out Noelle's name directly for the first time. Upon hearing the call, Noelle once again broke into a cherubic smile and threw her arms around Frey's neck with all her might. "Well, take care, Fry." Chapter 13, You're a Dragon. Or not. Since the crusade against the elite monsters took a lot of time, by the time Fry left the labyrinth with Noelle on his back, it was already dark. To make matters worse, it was a sunny day at noon, but at that moment it was pouring rain in Maze City. Lead-colored clouds pushed and shoved against each other, and the pouring rain was accompanied by rolling thunder, as if a reservoir in the sky had opened its floodgates. The rain fell on the tiles of the houses like restless drumbeats, and there were no more pedestrians on the road. Only a few adventurers who had just left the labyrinth like Fry and the others, running in a panic in the rain. In this situation, Fry obviously had no way of letting Noelle, whose clothes were tattered, go straight back to live in the stables, so he took her to the inn next to the entrance to the labyrinth. Because of today's torrential rains, a large number of people were forced to come and stay at the hotel, and Fry was only able to get a single room without an additional charge. The room was small, but it was well stocked, with everything from contraceptives to erotic props and even corkscrews. It's not uncommon for adventurers to explode with passion after a close fight, and this inn was originally opened for that purpose. In other words, it's a love hotel. But Fry had no thoughts of that, and now that Noelle had admitted her real name, it was obviously a bit inappropriate for the two of them to be alone in the same room. Once Noelle was settled, Fry got up with the intention of leaving. "You have a good day. I'll head back to the tavern. It's raining so hard. Fry, you're sure to get wet if you go out. Besides, the tavern isn't expected to have any customers today, so you should stay here." Fry pondered in the face of Noelle's retention. Indeed, even now there was nothing to do back at the tavern in the pouring rain, and with Noelle's clothes now tattered and immobile, and Frey having to help her get a new outfit in the morning, It was obviously more convenient to stay here, since the other girls didn't care. If Frey still insisted on leaving, it would rather look like he was like a little virgin who had never seen the world. After deciding to stay, Frey and Noelle took separate showers. There were spare shirts in the closet of the room, so Noelle's clothes were in order for the time being. Looking at Noelle, who was wriggling out of the bathroom in a white shirt that was one size shorter, Frey had to be impressed that the owner of this hotel really knew what he was doing. It's a good thing Noelle is currently a steel plate, or Frey would probably have been crashed. Then you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Frey lay down very self-consciously on the floor, which was uneven and a little chalky. Won't you not be able to rest properly if you sleep on the floor? Frey, you sleep on the bed too. It seems that Noelle still trusts Frey's character, but Frey didn't trust himself. It's a single bed. Two people can only squeeze together if they're sleeping. Don't mind me. You sleep your way. Noelle saw this and thought for a moment before speaking. It's okay. We're all men. It's okay to squeeze. And Frey froze for half a second before realizing what that meant. Didn't you just say that your real name is Noelle? Yeah, my name is Noelle. What's wrong? So let me ask you, Noelle, is it a boy or a girl? Frey, why are you asking such strange questions? Didn't I tell you already? I'm a man. What? There's such a thing? No dude. We're in a room and now you're telling me you're a guy? After that, since he couldn't argue with Noelle, Frey had to get under the covers as well. There was no way around it. Who made Frey a man who respected his gender? Both were exhausted by now after today's battle, and the soft bed amplified the fatigue even more. Noelle beside Frey was fast asleep, but when Frey blew out the oil lamp beside the bed, he realized he had miscalculated. Thanks to the shadow sense of deep, dark, fantastic, Frey's senses were more sensitive than normal people in dark environments, even without using his skills. At that moment, on the narrow single bed, the two bodies were inevitably squeezed together. After his vision became pitch black, the sound of his breathing, as if echoing in his ears, and the warmth of his body from his back dominated Frey's sense of touch and hearing, and a milky scent, similar to that of a baby's, invariably encroached on Frey's nostrils. Brother, you smell good. In order to avoid any unwanted emotions from within, Frey tried to pull away from Noelle a bit, and nearly fell off the bed as a result. Frey tried to adjust his posture, but the range of movement available was so narrow that if he moved back just a little distance, he would touch Noelle's smooth calves, and Noelle didn't seem to be very honest in her sleep, as her feet began to shift position and soon the two were touching ankles. After a while, Noelle set herself up on Frey's lap. While Frey was planning to move his leg out of the way, Noelle suddenly clamped her feet on Frey's. I don't think that's a popular thing to do at my GO, is it? After a few more moments, Noelle seemed to be having a nightmare as she curled up, then suddenly reached out with both arms and hugged Frey's torso tightly from behind. The thumping, somewhat raucous sound of a heartbeat resounded in Frey's ears. Just then, there was a sudden whistling wind outside the window, lightning streaked by, and thunder boomed. Frey, from the back of his neck, trembling from cowardice, Noelle seemed to have been awakened by the thunder. Can you turn the lights on? I usually keep the lights off when I'm running errands. Frey could feel Noelle shivering on top of him. Her fear of the dark was back, so Frey reached down and relit the oil lamp, while Noelle, clearly awake, still hadn't loosened her arms. I don't know how long it took, but both the rain and the wind had calmed down. In its place was the sound of a steady exhale in his ears. Frey turned around, trying to make sure Noelle wasn't asleep, and as Frey rolled over, Noelle moved again, clamping one of Frey's legs tightly with both of her thighs. Frey tried to break free, but since Noelle had clicked all of her attributes on strength, her strength panel, at this point, was above Frey's. With that out of the way, there is one thing that Frey must confirm. To date, Frey has always believed that Noelle's biological sex should be female, but unfortunately, since Color Souls is not in our 18 game, Frey doesn't have conclusive evidence. The reason he was so judgmental was because the silver-scaled dragon Kinoel had a pair of large thunders, but the body structure of the dragon race was, after all, different from that of humans. Is there a possibility that Noelle is actually a futa, intersex in the physical sense? Frey couldn't help but get a chill down his back at the thought. If this cute little creature in front of him was, in fact, with a handle, then Frey might never believe in love again. Him or her? That's the question. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. And Frey, who has not practiced, is naturally not qualified to jump to conclusions about the gender of a dragon. To verify this, Frey took this opportunity of Noelle pinning her leg and thrust her knee upwards. Despite claiming to be a man, Noelle had no sign of being a male between her legs. Sure enough, at least in the realm of biology, Noelle should be addressed as she is. Having ascertained the truth, Frey breathed a sigh of relief, but soon another, more serious problem assailed him. At this moment, in front of herself, there was a girl with her eyes tightly closed. Fry was a man after all, and there was no way he could have no ripples in his heart when the unsuspecting, lovely young girl was sleeping right next to him. With his mental doubts resolved, primal desires began to gradually dominate his body. Small head is active off his back here, trying to control big head. Fry is not the sexually impotent Asasai woodchuck of traditional Nikkei. He's a man who strikes when he has to, but with his principles, he would never attack an unconscious young girl. This was an unshakable bottom line, and Noelle was still her teammate. Even for the sake of the next labyrinth exploration, Fry couldn't take a shot at her now. Having made up his mind, Fry raised his hand and used a belly-to-belly strike on himself. With a sharp pain in his heart, he regained his senses and his clever intellect reclaimed the high ground. After a long sigh of relief, Fry prepared to get up and out of bed. Despite having confidence in his own sanity, as the saying goes, a gentleman is not a gentleman, and if he continued to sleep with Noelle, he still had the possibility of making a mistake. After some wasted effort, Fry finally broke free of Noelle's bonds, and in the process, the collar of Noelle's shirt accidentally slipped open. But what met Frey's eyes was not snow white skin, but a bright reddish crimson color. On Noelle's left chest, near her heart, there were 5 crimson dragon scales. This was the first time that Frey had seen characteristics related to the dragon race from Noelle's body. Regarding the dragon race, Fry didn't particularly know much about it. After all, the pure ancient dragon species had almost become extinct 1,000 years ago, and nowadays there were only a few earth dragons and flying dragons with thin bloodlines left to exist in the world in the form of monsters. Whether it was in the historical documents of the human or demon race, the account of the ancient dragon era of 1,000 years ago was very vague, as if it had been deliberately erased, and Fry could only capture some clues through fairy tale books and legends. And the mention of red dragon scales reminds Fry of the story of the Sword Saint Norwin beheading the King of Bronze and Fire in the fairy tale book Sword Saint Heroes of Tan. It is said that in the distant ancient times, the continent of Aden was ruled by the dragon god, the lord of ancient dragons, for hundreds of millions of years. Until 2,000 years ago, the dragon god fell for unknown reasons, and since then, the dragon god's heirs, the 8 dragon kings who commanded different elemental powers, became the new masters of the continent. According to the information that could be found in the Demon King City, the demon race was born after the fall of the dragon god. For the next 1,000 years, the demons and dragons have been fighting for dominance over the continent of Aden. But both sides did not win in the end, because 1,000 years ago, King Aden of the human camp, together with his partners, including the Sword Saint Nuven, destroyed the Dragon King, and severely wounded the Demon Clan, opening up the 500-year-long era of the law, which belonged to the human race. The war between humans and dragons, which took place 1,000 years ago, is known as the Dragon Poetry War. In the Dragon Poetry War, Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire, was one of the dragon kings who resisted to the end, and his end was the most tragic. After Norton's death, his corpse was divided into 5 parts, 4 of which are currently held by each of the 4 largest forces in the human camp. The kingdom of the Hikari religion in the center of the continent holds the dragon's horn. The Akira Empire in the east holds the dragon's eye. To the south, the Terra Federation holds the dragon's teeth. The kingdom of Karn to the north holds the dragon body. As for the dragon scales, they were scattered all over the world over the course of 1,000 years. Dragon King Norton, Sword Saint Nuven, and Silver-Scaled Dragon Lady Noelle. Fry didn't feel that their names were just coincidental, and that there might be some kind of connection between these 3. Fry tried to launch an appraisal on the scales on Noelle's chest, but the skill didn't take effect, which meant that the scales weren't a standalone item, but part of Noelle's body. Combined with all the intelligence known so far, Fry speculated that these 5 dragon scales were most likely related to the dragon bloodline that was sealed in Noelle's body. The reason why Noelle's magic was concentrated at the location of her heart should also be affected by this. Back when Fry had first met Noelle, he had wondered how on earth Noelle had made it all the way to Labyrinth City without being abducted by the bad guys. Now that I think about it, these 5 dragon scales should have provided some sort of shelter for Noelle. Getting out of bed, Fry helped Noelle straighten her clothes and tuck in. Looking at the sleeping Noelle, Fry couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. You're a dragon. Just as well. The way things were now, Fry wouldn't be able to fall asleep for a while, so he decided to go out for a walk first. Since his clothes were soaked with sweat during the battle, Fry simply wore the underwear provided by the inn directly, and then put his armor blessed by the elves over it. At first glance, he looks like a knight. After leaving the hotel, Fry stepped out into the night streets. The streets still had puddles of water in them after the rain, and the air smelled of dirt mixed with grass. Fry wandered aimlessly through the streets. It was late at night and very quiet around him. Suddenly, there was a crisp ringing sound, as if something had fallen from a height. Looking in the direction of the voice, an item caught Frey's eye. This is a delicate pair of strappy sandals. Out of curiosity, Frey picked up the shoes. The sandals still carrying the warmth of his skin and a faint fragrance, obviously having just come off. Looking at the shoes, Frey had a sudden urge to take them home and collect them. And just then, a sound as moving as the breeze came from the roof of a house. Little Knight, can you help me pick up my shoes? Chapter 13. 5 currently publicly available information. Map of the continent of Aden. The 7 gods and their spheres of influence. 1. Alice, god of light and Pax, Hikari Nation. 2. Verat, god of lightning and machinery, Terra Federation. 3. Titan, god of earth and order, Aquila Empire. 4. Fran, god of fire and war, Kingdom of Karn. 5. Siren, god of wisdom and water, land of the 8 islands, coastal dwellers everywhere. 6. Muse, god of music and wind, land of the Mori, Bundorium, capital of music. 7. Hayek, god of wealth and freedom, free city-state, Hayek Consortium. This time, I'm not a demon king. Chapter 13. 5 currently publicly available information. It's in the middle of being typed. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 14, 17 Forever. Little Knight, can you help me pick up my shoes? Frey lifted his head and looked up to the roof. The half-moon hanging in the cloudless night sky after the rain was radiating a bright and soft light. Only a young elven girl with long radiant golden hair was seen bathing under the moonlight. She had a moving face and a pair of gem-like emerald green pupils, and her whole person exuded a mysterious feeling that people could not figure out. Regarding the young girl who was sitting on the roof with her bare feet and holding her legs, Frey was so mesmerized by what he saw for a moment that he froze for several seconds before launching. Appraisal. Name, Theodoros Ilov. Race, Elf. Rank, 30. Soul Strength, 3. 7. Profession, Bard. Attribute Panel, Strength 28. 7. Endurance 25. 5. Sensitivity 45. 2. Magic 29. 6. The image below is for image reference. The original images of Tildelet, from Rhode Island battles. Through the appraisal skill, Frey discovered that the elf named Theodoros not only had fantastic beauty, but also outstanding strength. Anyone who could rise to level 30 and obtain a special position was at least a regional level powerhouse with a reputation. As for the specialty of Bard, only those hunters who had been blessed by the god of music and wind could obtain it. And since the followers of the god of wind were mainly the elves of the land of Mori, it was the first time that Frey had seen someone who had this specialty in the Labyrinth City. After confirming Theodoros' identity, despite some regret, Frey could only return the sandals. With both feet on the wall, he nimbly climbed to the roof and handed the shoe to its owner. Thanks. Instead of taking the sandals directly, however, Theodoros pulled a pack of cigarettes out of her pocket and drew one from it. The cigarettes are exquisitely crafted, with 5 golden flowers sharply engraved on the upper surface of the cigarette. Being an intelligence powerhouse, Frey knew that this was the top of the line in cigarettes, the sharp engraving 5. In the continent of Aden, those who could afford to smoke a sharp engraving 5 were not of simple status. As a thank you for picking up the shoes, Theodoros handed Frey a Sharpie 5. But Frey waved his hand and said, I don't smoke. Hearing Frey's words, Theodoros revealed a somewhat surprised expression. You don't see many men these days who don't smoke. Seeing Frey's refusal, Theodoros put the cigarette into her cherry lips, and the tip instantly lit up with a flash of red fire, followed by a wisp of green smoke curling up. Unlike traditional cigarettes, the Rekindle 5 emits a fresh, fruity woody aroma when burning and has a magical spell inscribed inside for automatic ignition. After taking a deep drag, Theodoros, who was sitting on her back on the roof, leisurely looked up and exhaled the smoke ring before sighing. It's true that a good woman is all about cigarettes, roofs, and flimsy clothes. And as if in response to Theodoros's words, a breeze blew and her skirt fluttered with it. On a deserted street at night, this rooftop seems to be cut off from the rest of the world, creating a separate space. As a third-grade student who had no bad habits since childhood, Frey had always felt that smoking was a vulgar thing to do. But looking at the elf in front of him who was elegantly smoking a Sharpie 5, he felt a unique charm from the other person's body. Since Theodoros couldn't stop smoking one bite at a time, Frey could only stand off to the side carrying her shoes. Just as he hesitated to put down his shoes and leave, Theodoros suddenly spoke up. By the way, could you help me put my shoes on? As you can see, I can't free my hands right now. Clam? Frey subconsciously frowned in the face of such an abrupt request. Don't look so reluctant. I'm assuming you're an Imperial by the looks of you. Frey nodded. So Theodoros continued. Then you should know the Imperial fable of a young man who helped an old man pick up his shoes and put them on by a bridge, and thus gained the old man's guidance, and eventually became a famous military advisor. As this story tells us, This story teaches us that foot fetishism plus chronological control is a thing of the past in this life. Only after Todorus finished speaking did Fry react. Isn't this our Liu Ho Zhanliang's terrier? Although he had known that the Akira Empire in Lustful Souls was designed with reference to Earth's ancient Eastern civilization, he hadn't expected even that to be sewn in. And at the mention of the old man, Fry looked once again at Todorus. Even though the other party was undoubtedly a young girl from her appearance, considering that her race was elf, her actual age might be older than Lord Yellowstone. May I ask the lady? My name is Todorus. Just call me Tighter. Miss Dido, may I ask how old you are? Faced with this question, Todorus answered decisively. 17. I'll believe the hell out of you. Seeing Frey's disbelieving face, Todorus continued. It's common sense that a beautiful girl is always 17. Then may I ask 17-year-old Ms. Tighter if you could teach me a book of the art of war as well, just like the old man in the story? I don't know anything about the art of war, but what I can teach you is certainly more interesting than the art of war. With that, Todorus put her feet up on her own. So, are you confident you can help me put on my sandals? It was done, and Fry had no reason to push back. But despite the fact that the other woman was a beautiful young woman, Fry was more or less resistant to the idea of helping someone put on their shoes. Forget it. Think of it as helping grandma cross the street and helping grandpa step on his back. Who made him a good young man who honors the old and the young? Frey bent down, cupped the sandal, and moved closer to Todorus' jade foot. Jade feet smooth white, is gently swaying, from the tip of the toes to the back of the foot, such as the curved ball-like curve elegant and moving. A rounded toes like white jade show off like gently cocked, curled, and then shoe zhang open. When she raised her ankle, the bottom of the foot in the snow white through the pale pink of the delicate skin will be shown to the eyes. Fry realized that he had miscalculated. Having only just broken free from Noel's embrace, his body was still in a state of lust despite his brain having regained its composure. At this moment, Fry finally understood the idea of the old brothers of the porridge bar. Looking at the jade feet in front of him, he developed the desire to bite. No, I'm not a foot fetishist. In order to prevent himself from catching any strange XP, Fry forcibly eliminated the evil thoughts from his mind, and he set his face, as solemn as an angry man, and began to help Todorus put on her shoes. He crossed the thin cord from the sole of his shoe across the top of his foot and wrapped it around his ankle a few times before trying to make a knot just above the ankle. Several times in the process, Fry touched Todorus' skin, which distracted him somewhat. With no experience in helping people put on their shoes, and a combination of inner nervousness and anxiety, Fry tied them several times without success, and Todorus, observing Frey's behavior, seemed to find it interesting and wore an expression of interest. This woman couldn't be teasing herself on purpose, could she? At the thought, Fry inquired with some displeasure. Ms. Dido, I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, are you the type to stick your foot out at a male you're meeting for the first time? I'm not one of those frivolous women, and the only reason I'm asking you to help me put on my shoes is because you're special. You're special, say women who specialize in playing men. Seeing Frey's reluctance to believe, Todorus explained, actually, I'm an aerodynamicist. A word Fry had never heard before popped out of Todorus' mouth. What is aerodynamics? A variant of aerodynamics or fluid mechanics? Simply put, I can tell a person's character by observing the wind that surrounds them. I can feel the wind of purity from your body, which is a rarity in Labyrinth City. Although Todorus was being subtle, Fry immediately understood what she meant. What a virgin identification machine. But that alone wasn't enough to convince Fry. He continued, purity doesn't mean good character. Maybe it's just a lack of opportunity. You're right, but I can feel not only the wind of purity from your body, but I can also smell the scent of a female, and from my experience, the other person is quite a cute and beautiful girl. Why do you have experience with the scent of beautiful girls? Ignoring Frey's tirade, Todorus began to state her judgment. That is to say, it is clear that there is a beautiful girl around who has colored your scent, but you still maintain your purity. That leaves only two possibilities, one of which is that you developed impotence, at a young age. Saying that, Todorus gazed meaningfully at Fry, as if she had seen through everything. But from the way you reacted when you put my shoes on, that doesn't seem to be the case, combined with the scars on your armor. I'm afraid you guys checked into an inn together after an adventure and had one of those romantic comedy sequences that often happen in novels. Then there is only one answer left. Todorus held out a finger in the same pose as Conan. Perhaps it was to preserve the camaraderie among the team, or because there was a more ambitious goal. In short, you restrained your desires and voluntarily gave up the chance to escape from your innocence. For such a male, I think it is possible to ask him to help me put on my shoes. Above is the reasoning of the famous detective Dido. Despite the fact that the specifics were a bit different, Fry had to recognize Todorus's intelligence when he was able to surmise the general course of events based on just this little bit of information. If Fry was an intelligence powerhouse, then Todorus should qualify as a reasoning powerhouse. So, did I guess right? Todorus inquired with great anticipation. Fry nodded, and seeing that her reasoning was correct, Todorus smiled in triumph like a child who had gotten away with her mischief. The only expression Fry had ever seen from her that matched that of a 17-year-old girl. And during the conversation, Fry had successfully helped Todorus put on her sandals. So Ms. Dido, isn't it time for you to make good on your promise? Todorus had just said that she could impart to Fry something more interesting than the art of war. Seeing as you helped me with my shoes, if there's anything you want to learn, I can teach. With that said, Todorus turned the tables. But before that, I have a pretty good job I'd like to introduce you to. It wouldn't be civil engineering, would it? Fry asked back subconsciously. Why would you think that? Do I look like a foreman? It's hard to say. After all, it's not like Fry hasn't seen the routine of finding pretty girls to act as intermediaries to lure innocent young boys to the construction site to beat the dust. The job does have something to do with civil engineering, if you don't mind saying so. Fry had actually more or less expected this point that Todorus would propose a commission. He didn't feel that this woman was asking him to help him put on his shoes because it was a whim. She clearly had some agenda to approach him in this way. Fray's armor carried a hangtag that proved the identity of an adventurer. And naturally, Todorus noticed this. For adventurers, besides exploring the labyrinth, taking on various commissions was also their vocation. If Todorus had wanted to find a reliable person to take on the commission in the first place, then her series of actions just now that looked like testing Fry would make sense. And then, about the commission and what it pays. Just then, the cigarette in Todorus' hand went out. Unfortunately, the time for a cigarette has passed. With that said, Todorus, who had put on her shoes and finished her cigarette, used a carp move to get back on her feet. That's all for tonight. The details of the commission will be known when you come to the Adventurers Guild at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Todorus put her finger in her mouth and whistled. And then a dark shadow came this way at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. As he detected a hint of danger, Fry hastily activated shadow perception. And then he got a good look at the black shadow's body. That's a snow leopard. A few seconds later, the snow leopard quietly climbed onto the roof like a ghost. Its body was athletic and graceful. Its movements were full of spirituality. And under the moonlight, its white fur glowed with a layer of silver. And upon seeing Fray, the snow leopard opened its mouth and started to huff at him. Hiss ha! This snow leopard friend doesn't seem very friendly. Snow leopard, shut up. After being reprimanded by Todorus, the snow leopard obediently shut its mouth, but it still glared at Fry with a vicious gaze. The snow leopard was probably angry because it resented the fact that Fry was talking to his master. Todorus walked over to the snow leopard, then turned back and waved at Fray. Good night, and may the wind gods protect you. With those words, she mounted onto the snow leopard's back. Unlike horses, felines with fleshy padded limbs don't make a noticeable sound as they run, and the snow leopard carries Todorus on her back as she leaps and weaves across the roofs of the street. In the blink of an eye, her figure was like a wisp of wind, silently disappearing into the night. Fry stood still, looking in the direction Todorus had left, reflecting on tonight's encounter. To the elf, who claimed to be forever 17, he gave this comment. Interesting woman. Chapter 15, Magic Guided Cozy Shell, 5K. Early the next morning, Fray opened his eyes as the first rays of morning sun appeared at the window. When he got back to the hotel yesterday, it was 4 a.m., and he had less than 3 hours of sleep total. Physical exhaustion flooded Fray with a hint of wakefulness as he rose from the floor and looked over at Noelle in bed. The other woman was still asleep, and she seemed to be having a good, peaceful dream. Compared to a certain good-for-nothing 17-year-old woman who loves to play tricks on people, Noelle is pretty much a human being. She was sprawled out on the bed like a little animal at the moment, letting out cute breaths every now and then, her body rising and falling with them. Dude, you're too cute. Fray reached out and stroked her head, looking at Noelle's peaceful sleeping face. The stormy night has passed and today is a sunny day. After waking up Noelle and helping her buy a new outfit, the two of them headed to the Adventurers Guild with the magic stone they obtained from the rotting giant. The Adventurers Association on this day had been busy since early in the morning, seemingly to welcome a certain VIP. Fry waited for a while before a staff member came over to confirm matters related to crusading elite monsters with him. Looking at the magic stone in Fray's hand, the staff was astonished. This is indeed the magic stone of a rotting giant, but the size of this. Looking at the unusually huge magic stone, the other party was a little difficult. Mr. Fry, first of all, allow me to represent the association and thank you for crusading the elite monster. But this magic stone, we have to get a special person to appraise it before we can determine the recovery price. No, I'm not going to sell this magic stone. It was already a very rare thing for a Black Iron ranked adventurer to defeat a second-ranked elite monster. And if it was identified that this magic stone came from an evolved third-ranked rotting giant, it was bound to cause a sensation. As the saying goes, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Fry didn't want to overly show off his strength, not to mention that he had other uses for keeping this magic stone. According to the rules of the association, adventurers have the right to freely dispose of items obtained from the labyrinth, though only if taxes are paid first. Fry first raised his adventurer level to red bronze and paid the tax at the price of a second-order magic stone after obtaining a tax rate reduction. 2 weeks to the red bronze level. My Geo team could be said to have set a new record for the fastest upgrade in the Maze City, which in normal times would be a big news. But today, because something else was drawing heat, Frey's exploits didn't attract much attention. After the formalities, Frey and Noel received new reddish-brown hang tags with a number engraved on them in addition to their names. Upon reaching the red bronze level, the association sets up a file for adventurers and gives them an exclusive 4-digit number. The numbering can be picked from the blanks, and Fry picked his birthday 0720, July 20th. Noel, on the other hand, chose 0721 right next to it in order to make a pair with Fry. Fry, look at that, my 0721. Noel held the hang tag up to Frey. Yuzu Kitchen is disgusting. By the way, Noel, there's actually a special greeting used between close companions in my homeland that I'd like to pass on to you now. Fry blinked, posed, and then said, Cello, Omega. Seeing Fry mentioning her close companion, Noel was very happy, and she immediately imitated Frey's actions, with a one-handed bye and a cherubic smile. Fry, Cello, Omega. Yuzu Kitchen is so classy. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Fry parted ways with Noel for the time being, and then traveled alone to the Bodes Gate district located in the southern part of the metropolis. Unlike the western New Higurashi district, where down-and-out adventurers congregate, the Bodes Gate district serves as the southern gateway to the labyrinthine metropolis and is home to merchants and artisans. The reason why Fry had come here was because he wanted to use the magic stone of the rotting giant to create an item. In yesterday's battle, Fry had already verified the power of this copper sword that sparked fire, fury, and it was only natural to utilize such a powerful weapon. However, the blue consumption of rage was too much, and with Frey's current magic value, even if he was drained, he would only be able to unleash one NB attack. With Noel's magic power, it was barely enough to satisfy the need to use rage, but it couldn't be done by drawing blood before every attack, and Fry found that the rage after activation would become extremely unstable and too risky, which was not in keeping with his steady character. Ideally, it would be used without activating rage to take advantage of its property of converting magic into fire elemental damage. And the problem Fry is currently facing is that if rage is not activated, then it refuses to absorb magic, and once activated, it actively absorbs magic in a frantic and uncontrolled manner. So was there a way to infuse magic power into the rage while it was in its unactivated state? After rummaging through a lot of information, Fry found an item with this characteristic, the Magic Guide Cozy Shell. The Magical Coincidence Shell is a high-performance magic conductor that utilizes magical stones to create a magical technology that was born in the Terra Federation. Among the several current human countries, the Terra Federation, located on the southernmost side of the continent and believing in the god of thunder, lightning and machinery, was a country that was extremely focused on the magic stone industry and magic guide technology, while the technology of other countries was still generally at the medieval level. The Terra Federation had already mastered the technology of making magic-guided trains, magic-guided airships, and other large-scale instruments. If it came to conventional military power, the Terra Federation was undoubtedly the strongest human country on the continent. But in this world, the ones that could truly determine the victory or defeat of a war were those high-end warriors above level 50. Level 50, also known as the King Realm. As the name implies, reaching this realm means that it is enough to become a lord who fights for supremacy. Normally, in order for a human being to reach this level, he or she must first obtain the blessing of the gods. Those who have been blessed by the gods are called blessed ones, level 30, while those who have received a higher level than blessing, the enhancement of the gods, are called divine chosen ones. The 7 positive gods that humans believe in do not have a physical body, and their greatness is manifested primarily through the bestowal of blessings and blessings on their followers. The stronger the power of the gods, the more blessings and enhancements they can bestow on their devotees. Since the size of a god's power was determined by the amount of faith, the Terra Federation couldn't compare in terms of high-end combat power to the Hikari Church Kingdom, which sat on countless believers. And in such a worldview where the more superstitious the people are, the more powerful the gods are, magic guide technology was naturally resisted by the top brass of all countries except the Terra Federation. In particular, within the territory of the Church Kingdom, It was forbidden to produce or import any magical guidance equipment except for some small props for daily use. But Maze City is an exception. The labyrinthine metropolis of Grimgar, although it was located in the northwestern border of the Church Kingdom and was under the administration of the Illuminati, the sovereignty of this land, for the time being, was still in the hands of the Terra Federation. Despite being the most powerful human nation today, the Hikari ecclesiastical state has actually only been in existence for less than 100 years, and until then, the Illuminati had always been a purely religious organization that did not directly wield secular power. 100 years ago, the Illuminati completed its transformation under the leadership of Pope Carol Sr. by combining religion with power and establishing the Hikari ecclesiastical state. When the Church Kingdom had just been established and its roots were still shallow, it had requested the assistance of the Terra Federation in order to retake the lost lands from the demons, and as a condition for sending troops, the Church State ceded Labyrinth Metropolis to the Federation for a 100-year lease. The main reason why the Federation made this offer was because they were looking at the magic stone output of the Labyrinth Metropolis. As a country with highly developed magic conduction technology, magic stones were to the Terra Federation what oil was to the United States of America, the most important resource. According to the treaty at the time, Labyrinth City was nominally an enclave of the Federation until the end of next year, the year 1000 of the Aden calendar. But with the lease approaching, coupled with the growing strength of the Church State itself, the Holy See has been actively pushing for the recapture of Labyrinth Metropolis ever since the new Pope Oscar took office 5 years ago. 4 years ago, after a series of negotiations, the Holy See promised to give the Federation the right to mine one of the magic stone veins in the demon territory after winning the Holy War. The Federation also agreed to return sovereignty over Labyrinth Metropolis on schedule and allowed the Holy See to proceed with a series of receipts in advance. During these 4 years, the Holy See carried out a comprehensive reform of the Labyrinth City, and launched a vigorous campaign to defederation and demagic technology, with specific measures including the seizure of large-scale magical equipment, large-scale relocation of the people, strengthening of ideological education and speech control, and perfecting the management of adventurers, and so on. Under the Church's meticulous cultivation, Grimgar had degenerated from a semi-industrialized metropolis with relatively developed magic guide technology directly back to a vibrant medieval town. And even the air had become much fresher. It is so strong and effective that I am afraid even Pol Pot, who specializes in deurbanization, would be ashamed of himself. To this day, most of the Federation's institutions have withdrawn from Maze City, and those residents who were once under the Federation's rule and could afford it have chosen to immigrate to the Federation. After the rest of the people have been subjected to the ideological reform of the Church, those who behave well can continue to reside there, while those who are difficult to indoctrinate will be expelled directly from the Church State. Coupled with the fact that the population movement in the Labyrinth City where adventurers gathered was already drastic, the place has now reverted to the shape of a church country. You ask if the populace has a problem with that. Since everyone has signed a covenant to restrict speech, there is a favorable opinion by default. As for those artisans who had mastered the magic guide technology, the vast majority of them had already relocated to the Federation, and the very few who remained in the Labyrinth City could only find another way out, no longer forging magic guide equipment. After Frey's investigation, there was currently only one person left in the metropolis who was still capable of building a magic guide cozy shell. In order to visit this artisan, Frey traveled to the shopping streets of the Bode's Gate district. Instead of patronizing the usual blacksmith stores on the street, he walked into an isolated alley. As soon as Frey stepped into the dimly lit alley, a man in a hood sneaked up to his side and whispered, "Big brother, a new batch of arcane magic blades, cheap, want to take a look?" The hooded man looked around and confirmed that there was no one else before continuing. "There are vegetarians, uniforms, and SM. Auric magic blade is an industry hackneyed phrase. It's not a magic blade but a magical prop. Cheap auric magic blades are capable of recording sound, while the more advanced ones can save images. Simply put, it's Sherbari sound in video." It seems that the species of movie seller brothers still exists even in the other world, and something as juvenile as an arcane magic blade is naturally forbidden to be sold in Labyrinth City, which is now under the rule of the Church Kingdom. But this kind of thing is actually a gray industry, and as long as no one reports it, the Holy See won't specifically try to censor and ban it. "You're breaking the law. Beware, I'll report it to the Holy See." In the face of bad temptation, Frey firmly resisted. "Alas, big brother, this is only a small part of me. There are many more in the store. You will be satisfied. Who are you looking down on? I haven't seen anything on the P site before I crossed over. Why do I still need your movies? I thought I was catching a petty thief, but I didn't expect to stab the old nest." Just as Frey was about to exercise the spirit of war and ruthlessness and yell, "Any evil will be brought to justice in the end," the moment he did so, Brother P's seller tapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, we're all men here. Let's not pretend. If you're tired of the traditional ones, I've got chimeras, beast earthers, elves and the like. Details. It couldn't be helped that these pieces of foreign race mothers weren't really visible on the P station, and as an intelligence powerhouse, Fry felt the need to investigate properly. Think of it as learning a foreign language. Fry followed the chip seller all the way to the end of the alley, where in the dark corner was a small, shabby storefront with the name of the store scribbled on a wooden sign in front of the door. Secondary bladesmith. When he reached the front of the store, the chip seller took off his hood, revealing his cool potato-shaped head. The reason why Fry had followed him all the way here wasn't just to learn a foreign language. As early as when they first met, he had used identification to confirm the identity of this movie seller. He was the very craftsman Fry was looking for. Name, Leaf Katana. Level 18. Soul Strength, 2. 1. Occupation, Forger/Bladesmith. Leaf Katana, nicknamed Brother Blade, was once known as the best craftsman in Maze City during the time of the Federation's rule, and was especially skilled at forging all kinds of magical swords. Unlike ordinary weapons, a magic sword, despite its name, is actually a consumable item made of magic stone and utilizing magical technology, and is usually about the size of a dagger. Magic swords are like scientific ninjutsu, and can produce effects similar to magic after use, but they are generally expensive and will break after 1 or 2 uses, so they can only be used as an emergency prop. However, for adventurers who do not know magic, having a few magic swords on their person can greatly increase the survival rate in critical situations, so they are very popular. But ever since the church took over Labyrinth City, this blade has pulled his crotch, and since the forging of magical weapons has been banned, the blade is out of work. What surprised Fry was that the once famous blade had actually fallen to the point where he had to sell arcane magic blades to make ends meet after running out of work. Walking into the store called Secondary Bladesmith, there were still some long and used forging tools hanging on the walls. Dude, take it easy. I'll pick you a save one. Blade opened the store's safe and rummaged through it. Brother Blade, let's talk about the arcane magic blade later. I'm actually here today to commission your forge. Seeing someone call him Blade, Leaf stared back at Frey. Frey couldn't help but grunt softly as Knives watched. You gotta move. It wasn't the first time that Fry and Blade had met. Blade was one of the regulars at the tavern, Fantasyland, and he had naturally heard Fry play. I remember. Aren't you the singer in the tavern? I heard that you kid recently became an adventurer. Faced with Fry, a singer, the piece seller's attitude instantly hardened. After revealing his identity, Fry took out the corrupted giant's magic stone and handed it to Blade. I want you to use this magic stone to help me build something. After switching from piece-selling brother to artisan mode, Blade's entire aura had become a lot more composed, and he took the goose-egg-sized emerald green magic stone from Frey's hands and scrutinized it carefully. If we only talk about size, this magic stone is roughly equivalent to the magic stone inside a bit rank 5 monster. However, it should be realized that the higher the level of the monster, after fighting to the death, the more crippled the magic stones it dropped also tended to be. As a result, the magic stones of high-level monsters were usually only used as energy sources and could not be forged. This complete piece of high-grade magic stone in Frey's hand was a rare treasure that could not be found from the perspective of forging. This magic stone, where did you get it? Since Blade also frequented the tavern, he would naturally learn of Frey's exploits very quickly. It was impossible to hide it anyway, so Fry explained his crusade against the rotting giants to Blade after concealing some information that might be unfavorable to him. I should say that it's worthy of being the man Van sees. You're not a simple kid. This is also the first time I've seen this kind of magic stone. It should be a good material for building a magic sword. But when he said that, Blade sighed regretfully. Wah! You should also know that since the Holy See retook over Labyrinth City 4 years ago, the use of magic guide technology to create weaponry has been banned. I don't want to turn around and close the store for me because I took this job from you. If this store is closed, then I'm going to drink the northwest wind. Confronted with Blade's concerns, Frey explained. What I want you to build is not a magic sword, but a magic-guided cozy shell. Unlike the finished magical sword, the magical guide cozy shell itself only has the function of conducting magical power, and is usually used as a part of a large magical guide weapon, something that is not prohibited by the Holy See. After all, you can't stop people from making springs just because you want to ban guns, can you? No. What do you need this for? It's inevitable that Knife would be puzzled. After all, this behavior on Frey's part is the equivalent of running into a 4S store to get a sensor on the engine. Just tell me if you can build it. It's buildable, but I haven't done it in years. You see, I can add money. Painful. You kid is quite on the ball. After negotiating the price, Fry took out a drawing with a reference drawing of the Copper Sword Fury. You look at the dimensions, and then use this magic stone as a material with the technique of creating a magic-guided cozy shell. Help me build a shell. For this sword, After talking about the forging of the magic guide cozy shells, Fry walked over to Blade and inquired quietly, "One more thing. About the arcane magic blade mentioned earlier, can we borrow a movie to talk?" Chapter 16, Shepherds of the Great Library, 5K. By the time Fry walked out of the store, secondary bladesmith, the time had come to noon. The forging of the magic guide cozy shell would take about 5 days, and once the forging was successful, the combat power of the MyGO squad would see a huge leap, not to mention the unusual second-order monsters. Even if they encountered third-order monsters, they would still have the power to fight. After defeating the rotting giant, Frey's level rose to 10, and since he had extremely high innate soul strength, his attribute value could be comparable to that of an unusual level 20 adventurer. And unlike the rate of increase in strength, the increase in adventurer level is much more troublesome. Even though he had just become a red bronze level adventurer, in order to maximize the speed of his upgrade, Fry would have to start preparing the conditions needed to advance to silver level now. As an elite among adventurers, to reach the silver level, it was not enough to just crusade monsters, one must also accumulate enough credibility and merits, and if one relied on unusual means, then it would take at least half a year. It was with this in mind that Fry had taken on to Doris' commission. Through a short time together last night, he was sure that the elf lady was anything but ordinary, especially the name Dido. Fry always thought he had seen it somewhere before. Doris had arranged to meet Fry last night at 3 p.m. Which was more than 3 hours before the appointed time. Before going to his appointment, Fry decided to do some research, so he headed to the great library run by the Order in the city of Labyrinth capital. As an intelligence powerhouse, Fry basically spent the rest of his free time in the library checking out all kinds of information, in addition to exploring the labyrinth and working at the tavern. In the half a month or so since he came to Labyrinth City, this library had almost become his regular resurrection point, and the moment he pushed open the door, a feeling of closeness as if he were returning home welled up inside Frey's heart. As one of the few public facilities in Labyrinth Metropolis, the library is open to all residents in principle, and can be accessed by signing a contract to abide by the rules of the facility. But Labyrinth City was, after all, a place where martial artists like adventurers gathered, and there were few who could read, let alone those who were willing to read. This, coupled with the fact that the library's collection was basically written in the Holy Script, further raised the reading threshold and was simply unreadable by ordinary people. For these reasons, for the most part this library has had few visitors, except for the occasional scholar and clergyman from the church. Fry was the only one in the huge library at this time, plus it was lunch break, so even the library shepherd was nowhere to be seen. In the tradition of the Holy See, the clergy who run the libraries are called shepherds and their duty is to impart knowledge to the lost sheep. The interior of the library was divided into 3 sections. The small public area at the entrance, the lending area in the hall lined with bookshelves, and the book storage room at the end of the hall, separated by a small door. Unlike the rest of the collection, which is written in the Holy Script, there are several small shelves in the common area with positive books and magazines for the general public, written in the common language. For example, the front page of this latest issue of the official newspaper of the Holy See, the Illuminati, carries this article. With less than a week left until the birth of our great Pope, His Holiness Pope Oscar, to celebrate, the people all over the Papal States have taken it upon themselves to carry out activities in honor of the Pope, and the Council of State has issued a new decree on tax increases to raise money for charity. Wherever the tax increase decree goes, people welcome it with open arms. During that half month of being the Demon King, Fry had done some investigating of the higher-ups of the Church Kingdom. The power structure of the Shikari state, in descending order, consists of monks and nuns who serve as the basic clergy, priests who manage the local churches, town level, priests who are in charge of a parish, municipal level, and the 9 archbishops, provincial level, who are in charge of the supreme local consular authority. Above the archbishops, there are 3 cardinals at the center of the Holy See who are in charge of the Council of State, administration, the Order of Chivalry, military, and the Inquisition, judiciary, respectively, and above it all, the great Pope. In the 100-year history of the Papal States, there are currently only 2 popes, the old Pope Carol and the new Pope Oscar, who took office 5 years ago. If the current Pope, who is still alive, has been praised in the news, the Holy See has gone to outrageous lengths to deify the old Pope, who founded the Hickoryite state, and who is now dead. On the bookshelf in front of Fry was a history textbook written by the Holy See, which contains several articles chronicling the achievements of the old Pope. His Majesty Carol tames the weather, the old Pope's art of shrinking the earth, Grandpa Card defeats the 3-day king of the demons with a stone. It seems that this old Pope is also a master of earth and wood who specializes in manipulating water and earth. Fry scanned the shelves, and the title of a fairy tale book came into his sight. The Little Black Hood, The Prince of the Green Turtles, and the Grey Lady. After looking around, Fry found an old, yellowed book of fairy tales in the corner of a bookshelf. The Snow Leopard Princess and Her Animal Friends. Once upon a time, in the distant land of Mori, Yarfium, there lived an elfin princess who rode a snow leopard, and the princess's name was Dido. The story of a certain elf who claimed to be 17 years old appeared in a children's book published 70 years ago. This is the reason why the name Dido would ring a bell with Fry. If Todoris's identity was really a princess of the Mori no Kuni as recorded in the fairy tale books, then it was not surprising that she could afford to smoke a Sharpie 5. Fry flipped through the book. The fairy tale consisted of various fantastical adventures that the snow leopard princess went through. He didn't get much useful information from this fairy tale due to the storyline being so out of the blue and the heavy use of poetry. If I had to say that there was something to be concerned about, it would be that the image gap between the kind, gentle, and somewhat nerdy snow leopard princess in the story and the quirky Todoris that Fry encountered last night is so great that it's hard to imagine it's the same person. And on the last page of the book, a line of text caught Frey's attention. With this book, to dear Laura, Petrarch, which is the author of this fairy tale, what is the relationship between him and Todoris? And who is Laura? In order to figure these things out, Fry decided to go to the lending area and check out some materials related to the land of Mori, and see if he could find any other works by Petrarch in the meantime. However, according to the deed, if you want to go to the lending area, you must be accompanied by a shepherd. The lunch break in the library was now over, but the nun lady who had acted as a shepherd still hadn't shown up. Public service is great. You can touch the fish if you want to. Waiting like this wasn't an option, so Fry headed for the storage room deeper down the hall, where the other woman was most likely staying. Given what he knew about the nun lady, the door to the storeroom was not locked, indicating that Miss Sister was indeed inside, and after knocking on the door with no answer, Fry walked right in. Unlike the brightly lit hall, the windowless storeroom was dim, with only a faint orange glow from the oil lamp on the table. Inside the storage room, all kinds of books were piled up, and in the center of these piles, on the desk lit with an oil lamp, a white-haired girl wearing a clean white nun's uniform with a twisted braid was sleeping soundly. Along with the steady breathing, the young girl's huge treasure chest, boobs, continued to rise and fall, as if it was sending some kind of call to Fry. If it was in the game, facing a sleeping young girl, Frey's eyes might have floated to 3 options. But for Fry now, this world is the reality he lives in, so he abides by his bottom line and never assaults an unconscious woman. Fry coughed hard to wake the young girl up. Awakened, the young girl first rubbed her head, then stood up and looked back with some consternation. Seeing that the visitor was Fry, the young girl settled down, and after taking a long breath, she gazed at Fry and said in a gentle tone, "I'm sorry, I stayed up late yesterday organizing my collection and accidentally fell asleep just now. You're here today too, Mr. Passing Traveler." The nun in front of her with white hair and red pupils, tied in a twisted braid, Shiloh Yusachi, was the same young girl that Fry had encountered by Guts' graveyard in the first place. The reason why Hiro had traveled to the Braveheart's graveyard that day was actually the same as Fry, because he was about to depart for a new place, so he had made a special trip to say goodbye. As a novice nun who had just been admitted to the ecclesiastical establishment, Shiloh was subject to the church's arrangement to engage in the work at the designated place. Coincidentally, the place of work assigned to her by the order was also in Labyrinth City. On the same day that Fry became an adventurer, Hiro became the shepherd of this great library, and as one of the only regulars in the library, plus having Guts as a common savior, Fry and Hiro were already very familiar with each other after this half a month. But there's still a small conflict between the two that hasn't been resolved. MS. Usage. Didn't I already tell you my name? Until then, I would like you to address me by name. Mr. Traveler. Shiloh seemed a little upset about the fact that Fry wouldn't tell her his name in the first place, and addressed Fry as Traveler. And in return, Fry deliberately called her by the strange last name of Usage, which Hiro didn't like. Their current relationship is simply summarized as, Miss Usagi wants me to call her by her first name. Geniuses have name-calling brain wars. Although it would be fun to get into this every time they met, but today Fry was after all asking for something. So let him put an end to this childish battle of wills. Miss Hiro, my name is Fry. I have no last name, and I am currently an adventurer. Seeing Frey's sudden change of address, Hiro was a bit surprised in turn, and after realizing that Fry was taking the initiative to be soft, she also immediately made amends. My name is Hiro. Please address me directly by my first name since the last name is a bit strange, and I ask for your forgiveness for being more than a little rude these days. So Mr. Fry, may I ask what you are doing here today? Frey pulled out the copy of Princess Snow Leopard and Her Animal Friends and handed it to Hiro. I'd like your help in finding other writings by this author. Hiro took the fairy tale book, then gave a thoughtful expression. Petrarch. If I remember correctly, was a poet who lived at the beginning of the century, and is little known because his fame is not great. There should still be a book of his poems in the storeroom. I'll look for it for you tonight. After accounting for their business, Frey and Hero left the storeroom and returned to the lending area of the library. Looking down the still empty hall, Frey inquired, "Speaking of which, how come I didn't see any kids come over to learn how to write today?" As the shepherd of the library, Shiloh takes the time to teach the neighborhood children to read and write, in addition to managing the books. After a few months of study since being sent to the sect state, Frey had roughly grasped the ability to read the Holy Script, but the Holy Script was just too difficult to write, and he still couldn't write it well to this day. So Frey occasionally listened to Mr. Hilo's lectures with the children and copied the handwriting. If the writing was good, Ms. Shiloh would put a red circle on their lettering. Since he was sitting at the table with the kids, Frey stood out in particular, both in terms of his size and his academic performance. Frey gets the most red circles every time he practices. In the church state, powerful families would send their children to the schools of the Holy See, while rich families would hire private tutors for their children to try to get into the Holy See establishment in the future. And in Labyrinth City, the vast majority of adventurers wouldn't have had the idea of having children. And those who came to listen to Hero's lessons were the children of poor working families in the neighborhood. It wasn't so much that the children wanted to come and learn to recognize words, it was mainly because of how studious they were, but mainly because of the little snacks that Shiloh would prepare for them. Shiloh seemed to be very good with children, and from her, Frey could sense a maternal glow. If it had been before, 2 or 3 children would have come to the library every lunch break. But today there were none, which is why Frey was puzzled. And hearing Frey's question, Hero looked despondent. Those kids from before, they probably won't come back. Did something happen? Their parents are both workers at the Magic Stone Factory, and you should have heard that the factory recently underwent massive layoffs. Upon hearing this, Frey understood what was going on. As the saying goes, eat the mountain by the mountain, eat the sea by the sea. In Grimgar, apart from the adventurers who explored the labyrinth to obtain magic stones, there also existed a large number of supporting industries related to magic stones. The largest of these is the Magic Stone Factory that sorts and processes magic stones, and it is filled with laborers from all over the Church Kingdom. Ever since the humans won the Holy War and obtained a new vein of magic stone from the demons, the production of magic stone has increased greatly, but the revenues from the vein are basically monopolized by the top brass of each country, and as the price of low-order magic stones continued to fall, it wasn't just adventurers who suffered. The profit margins of the Magic Stone factories also plummeted, and with that came a silky little streak of overtime, pay cuts, and layoffs. After several rounds of wage cuts, workers are struggling to make ends meet, and once they are laid off, they have no choice but to leave the metropolis for another job. Unlike the adventurers where one person feeds the whole family, one worker's unemployment often means the misfortune of an entire family. The same kids who used to come to the library to learn how to write now have to follow their laid-off parents from their homes. I'm sorry for all this unrelated talk out of the blue. It's okay, it's a form of intelligence that might come in handy someday. You really do like to gather information, Mr. Frey. And at the mention of intelligence, Hero remembered something important and spoke to Frey. By the way, I got word from the church this morning that Her Highness, the Princess of Mori no Kuni, will be visiting Labyrinth City this afternoon, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A hot and dry atmosphere was permeating the first floor hall of the Adventurers Association. Countless adventurers tilted their heads and stared at the stairs that were guarded up by the guards. At the other end of the staircase, in the VIP room on the second floor of the association, the princess of the elven race from the land of Mori was having a discussion with the association's executives. And there was a more important reason why the adventurers had gathered here, besides wanting to catch a glimpse of the princess. This princess, Her Highness, submitted a special commission to the Adventurers Guild. Unlike the unusual commissions that were categorized according to the difficulty of the task, the special class commissions were the highest priority commissions, and only individuals or forces with a fairly prominent status were qualified to submit them. Not only are special level commissions rich in rewards, they can also accumulate a great deal of fame. Completing a special level commission is a feat that is enough for an adventurer to brag about for the rest of his life. Therefore, whenever a special class commission was released, all the powerful adventuring teams would fight desperately for it. However, this time, the commission was not an open bidding, but rather a team appointed by Her Highness to take it, so they could only stay here and wait for the notification now. And in addition to the generous pay, the fact that Her Highness had named the commission also made the young and vigorous male adventurers float. Extraordinary Commissioning, Writing in General Language, the Great Assignment, or TGA for short. There was a lively discussion among the adventurers as to who this TGA would actually go to. Which team, do you think, is the most qualified to win the TGA? Black Beast Mercenary Corps? I think. Old and strong team. Strength online. And I heard that they often deal with elves as well. The FFF Corps is also a possibility. They are united in their members and efficient in their work. I'm more optimistic about the Tiwa group. Their spirit of never stopping is something to be admired. It can't be the Black Cats Under the Moon group, which just recently rose to the silver level, can it? Finally, after a long wait, accompanied by a rush of footsteps, the counter lady walked down the stairs. With all eyes on her, the counter lady opened the warrant in her hand and announced the results. The winner of this TGA is Red Bronze Level Adventurer Team, it's my GO. When these words came out, it was immediately like a thunderbolt that detonated the whole room, and everyone said, "What is my GO?" Chapter 17, Extraordinary Commissions. In the VIP room on the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, after dismissing the others, Fry and Tedoris were having a frank meeting. Then allow me to reintroduce myself. Yarfium of the land of Mori, sole heir and first in line to the throne of the current Elf King, Tedoris Elaf. Just call me Tighter. Tedoris guffawed, and after a graceful curtsy, leaned both hands on the table behind her. Unlike last night when she was smoking on the roof in her bare feet, at this time, Tedoris, although she still looked like a wandering traveler in her dress, revealed a noble temperament in her hands and feet. The slightly dusky afternoon sunlight shone into the room along the windows, making her long, silky blonde hair shine, and the red crystal on her forehead reflected the light, emphasizing her dreamy face even more. She's so pretty, Fry sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but think back to when he was a kid, the afternoon he first saw his blonde elf sister on the TV, and ever since then, Frey's XP had taken the shape of an elf. Truth be told, Tedoris' appearance poked at his strike zone almost perfectly, but Fry wasn't the kind of man who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. He tried to restrain his inner vibrations, and boarded up a face, somewhat grumbling like, "Worthy of being Her Highness, what a grand gesture today." Tedoris naturally sensed Frey's mood, and she inquired with some confusion, "Why are you still angry? Didn't I just help you out? You call that a relief?" Fry recalled what he had just experienced. The meeting time he had arranged with Tedoris was at 3 p.m. In accordance with the basic principle of dating, Fry arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Association half an hour earlier. As soon as he reached the door, Fry felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the association. Noisy murmurs filled the hall, and the faces of the adventurers wore expressions of anger and confusion. Fry instinctively sensed a hint of danger, and just then the counter lady noticed Fry in the doorway and rushed over. "Mr. Fry, you're finally here." At these words, the eyes of all the adventurers in the hall focused on Fry. What did I do with this? The first thing Fry associated with it was the fact that his crusade against the rotting giants had spread, but listening to the content of the adventurers' conversations, things didn't seem to be like that. Is that guy Fry? Can't be wrong. Black hair, black eyes, it's definitely him. It looks weak, and he deserves it? There's shady stuff. There's definitely shady stuff at this TGA. After asking the lady at the counter, Fry got good news and bad news. The good news is that he was awarded a TGA special commission. The bad news is that everyone knows he's the one who won the TGA. After Fry walked into the association, a couple of guys dressed in black robes, black pointy hats that covered their faces, and small sides in their hands stepped in front of him. "You're Fry, the captain of my GO?" Fry didn't pay any attention, so the oddly dressed men talked to themselves. "We are the FFF Corps. Our motto is fire. Fair and faithful, fire fair and faithful. And now we suspect that you, my GO squad, have utilized shady tactics to obtain this special commission. No, can you FFF group this kind of 10 years ago old stunt cannot come to touch our my GO? Fry activated appraisal. A few FFF group members were around level 20. It was fine if they were fighting alone. If they were fighting in a group, Fry was naturally no match for them. Fry wasn't worried though. According to the contract, adventurers were not allowed to use violence in public, saying that I used improper means. Do you have any proof? How can you possibly get a TGA when you're a red bronze level, and you're on this team we've never even heard of before? In the face of the challenge, Fry mimicked the gesture of a famous scholar when he was tongue-tied, and held up a finger, indicating the way. You're jumping to conclusions without knowing my GO. This is my GO. Listen to Fry. Seeing how confident Fry was, the people of the FFF Corps were a bit surprised, and after discussing a few things, they said, "We're not accusing you of anything. If you're really good, then prove it to us." Just as Fry pondered what to do about it, a breezy sound, accompanied by light footsteps, came down the stairs. "There's no need for that." As Tedoris appeared, the entire hall fell silent, and it was as if some sort of special aura surrounded her, instantly eliminating the clamor around her. By the time the adventurers recovered from their amazement, Theodorus had already arrived at Frey's side. There's still half an hour before the appointed time. But since you're already here, let's start early. Wait, we're not done talking. A member of the FFF troop stopped Frey from leaving, but Theodorus didn't pay any attention to them. She said very dominantly, I'm sorry, he's already got a date with me. With that, Theodorus grabbed Frey's wrist and turned magnificently, taking him out of the crowd and toward the second floor. But the United FFF group didn't give up, and several other members of their group had blocked the stairway. I'm sorry to be rude, Your Highness, but according to the tenets of our FFF Corps, we will never allow injustice under our noses. Yeah, what exactly makes this man better than us? We won't accept it without a clear reason. Faced with this question, Theodorus looked at Frey and then at the FFF Corps member wearing the difficult bandage headgear before stating an indisputable fact. He's better looking. Hearing this, the FFF group members froze in place while Theodorus pulled Frey up the stairs. Before going up the stairs, she didn't forget to bark meaningfully at the counter lady. We're going to have a private and confidential conversation next, so please don't let anyone come and disturb us. Feeling the vicious sight of the other male adventurers who hated him as if they wanted to roast him on fire, Frey sighed silently in his heart. It was a good thing he hadn't brought Noelle along with him today, or it would have been even more difficult to explain. Since that day, the story has been circulating in May City that MyGeo's Captain Frey won the TGA by selling hooks. This incident is also documented in later wildlife history. After the recollection ended, Frey looked at Theodorus in front of him with a somewhat unpleasant expression. In fact, after learning that Theodorus was the princess of the Mori no Kuni, Frey thought of the possibility that she would enact a special commission. Upon receiving an extraordinary commission, although the Adventurers Association would handle it in the first instance, considering that some commissions might involve secrets, the association would usually confirm the publisher's wishes before publicizing the information about the commission. It is said that close to half or more of the special commissions are done in secret. However, what was unexpected to Frey was that Theodorus had clearly asked him for a commission last night and had arranged to meet at 3 o'clock, but she actually came to the association early today and put out the news, attracting so many adventurers to gather around. This kind of high-profile behavior is clearly not Frey's style, and does, in fact, get him into trouble. Ms. Dido, I hope you don't misunderstand. I only agreed to talk to you. I haven't agreed to take the commission yet. Are you going to refuse? It depends on the specifics of the commission as well as the remuneration. If it's too difficult or the remuneration isn't attractive enough, I'll naturally turn it down. You don't have to worry about the difficulty, since you have the ability to crusade against the rotting giants. It's more than enough for the job, and the pay will definitely satisfy you. It seemed that Theodorus had already learned about Frey from the Adventurers Association. To be honest, Frey still had doubts about whether or not to take on this special commission, but having come all this way, he decided to ask what the commission was about and then make his plans. Then about the content of the commission, please also tell me in detail. After hearing Frey's request, Theodorus assumed a storyteller's posture and spoke leisurely. This matter has to start from the distant ancient Dragon Age. Long story short, please, to put it simply, my commission this time is to search for an item that is a matter of life and death for the entire elven race. The survival of an entire race is at stake, and this is indeed something extraordinary. What are you looking for? Might as well just show you. With that said, Theodorus covered her forehead with her hand and frowned along with a sound like a mucous membrane healing. A moment later, she removed a red crystal the size of a thumbcap from her forehead. Back when they first met, Frey had noticed the red crystal on Theodorus' forehead, and at first he thought it was just decoration. But looking at the crystal in front of him, which was a circle larger than before, and then looking at the pink mark on Theodorus' forehead, like a freshly healed wound, Frey realized that this crystal was part of Theodorus' body. Combined with the information he had investigated earlier, Frey understood the true nature of this crystal. It's like an elvish life crystal? Hearing Frey's words, Theodorus showed a surprised expression. So you know, don't underestimate my intelligence network. Since Frey's XP was an elf, he had taken the time to gather quite a bit of elf-related intel back in the half-month when he had just crossed over and was still a demon king. There is only one group of elves on the continent of Aden, and they reside in the land of Mori, Yarfium, and are characterized by long ears, blonde hair, and a lifespan of hundreds of years. It is called the Land of the Forest, but most of Yarfium is a deserted forest, and almost all of the elves live in the capital city of Sacred Tree. Logically, elves with a lifespan of several hundred years should quickly expand their population and then open up more territories, but in the continent of Aden, the population of the elf race had never changed since the ancient times, and had always been only 3,000 people. This happens because elves are not born with longevity, but achieve it through the power of the sacred tree. The sacred tree, Yggdrasil, a golden-colored, sky-high tree that has existed since the time of the ancient dragons. For thousands of years, the rulers of the Aden continent had changed several batches, and only the sacred tree still stood tall. The elves, on the other hand, are the people of the sacred tree. After birth, every elf will receive a life crystal from the whole of the sacred tree. The crystal itself has no special power, but it will serve as a symbol of the sacred tree's blessing and accompany that elf for the rest of his or her life. If the elf dies, then his life crystal shatters with him and returns to the sacred tree, and only a maximum of 3,000 life crystals can exist at the same time. When the number of elves reaches 3,000, under the influence of the sacred tree, the entire race will temporarily lose their fertility. In this case, a new elf will only be born into the world after the existing elf dies and the crystal shatters and returns to the sacred tree. To make an analogy, the race of elves is equivalent to the establishment given by the sacred tree, with life crystals being the proof of the establishment, and longevity being the benefits given by the establishment. And with only 3,000 slots in the establishment, you have to wait until there are vacancies in the existing establishment before sacred tree admits newcomers. About the elves, Fry knew about this much. Due to the small population of the elves and the fact that they didn't interact much with other races, the information about them wasn't detailed. Fry also knew for the first time today that the original life crystal could still be removed from the body. This thing isn't hot swappable like the Sharingan, is it? Combined with the contents of the commission that Todoris had just mentioned, Fry inquired, is it because some lackadaisical elf lost his life crystal and that's why he's asking for help finding it? Life crystals are not lost, and by the connection to the sacred tree, each elf is able to localize his or her own crystal. So what's going on out there? Facing Frey's question, Todoris explained, there is an elf who has been confirmed dead and her crystal has not returned to the sacred tree. You should be able to understand what it means to us elves as a race. The life crystal does not return to the sacred tree when an elf dies, which means that the newborn that fills its slot will not be born, and the elven race is permanently downsized by the equivalent of one person. Is it possible that there was a misinformation and that the elf is actually still alive? There's no mistaking it. Her remains have all been recovered and transported back home. Did you figure out why Crystal didn't return? Todoris shook her head somewhat helplessly. I don't know. This is the first time this kind of thing has appeared, and it is precisely for the sake of investigating the truth that I searched everywhere for this unaccounted for crystal. Speaking of this, Todoris' complexion became much more grave. The elves had lost one of their population, which might not sound like a big deal, but if you converted it according to the population ratio, it would be the equivalent of a country with a population of 30 million losing 10,000 people all at once. More crucially, it was still unclear what the cause of the problem was, and if this incident wasn't an isolated case and would continue to happen afterward, it would be a matter of life and death for the entire elven race. Just as Todoris had said, it was indeed a great event worthy of the princess herself. Did the elf who died have any unusual experiences? The name of that elf was Laura. Having said that, after a moment of hesitation, Todoris added, she's my friend. Chapter 18, The One-Legged Bandit and the Millionaire. Laura. The moment he heard the name, Fry associated it with the fairy tale he had seen at noon. What was the cause of death of this Laura? Shortly after her death, her remains were found and then returned to Mori no Kuni by the border guards of the teaching country. The remains were well preserved, with no signs of trauma or disease or curses, and the initial assumption is that it was a sudden death caused by a paralyzed heart paralysis. A cause of death for now. Concerned Fry more than anything else, was the location where the remains were found, discovered by the border guards. That means, Fry stopped in mid-sentence, and Todoris spoke for him. Laura died inside demon territory. When was this? Fry asked in a huff. The exact time of death is not very certain, but the remains were found 3 years ago. Hearing this, Fry breathed a sigh of relief. It was possible to tell through the timeline that the death of this friend of Todoris had nothing to do with him. The Demon King. Do you know the reason she traveled to the demon territory? Facing this question, Todoris shook her head somewhat helplessly before saying, the last time Laura and I met, the church state had only recently been established. The church state had just been established, which was about 100 years ago, and Fry was already too lazy to spit out the 17-year-old setting of Todoris. Aren't you guys friends? In Frey's opinion, even if the elves had a long lifespan, not seeing each other for 100 years was obviously a bit of an anomaly. We had a big fight back then, after which she left Mori no Kuni, and by the time we met again, she was already a corpse. Todoris' tone held a hint of complaint, but Fry noticed that a look of frustration and remorse flashed across Todoris' face as she uttered these words, and she seemed to be feeling a bit remorseful for the death of this friend of hers. There should be a reason why she would personally seek out Laura's life crystal. Regarding the past events with Laura, Todoris didn't seem to intend to go into detail. and after calming down a bit, she continued, "After these 3 years of investigation, I've now determined the whereabouts of Laura's life crystal, and it's no surprise that it's in Labyrinth City. Inside the labyrinth, to be precise, in a graveyard." After that, Theodoris recounted the information she had investigated so far. This sounds like a fairy tale. It is said that at the turn of the century there was a millionaire in the city of Labyrinthus. It is important to realize that in the period when the church-state was just established, the purchasing power of a rupee was dozens of times that of the present, and 1,000,000 rupees was a staggering amount of money at that time. However, the rich man's usual life and behavior style was unusually simple, not much different from that of an ordinary person, and he had no partner or heir, so he left almost no record in history. The only reason Theodoris was able to find out information about him was because the rich man made a very strange move just before he died. More than 60 years ago, a wealthy man who realized his days were numbered suddenly hired a huge team of engineers at great expense, as well as a large number of elite adventurers to enter the second level of the labyrinth, floors 11 to 20, and help build a tomb for himself. When the rich man died, his body, along with a large number of funerary objects, was buried in this labyrinth of tombs. Now, 60 years later, all the people who were involved in digging the graves have passed away, and it is reasonable to assume that no one will remember the exact location of the graves. But before he died, the wealthy man drew a map recording the location of the graves and then gave it, along with his estate, to the Hayek Consortium for safekeeping. The Hayek Consortium, an organization founded by big businessmen who believe in Hayek, the god of wealth and freedom, has been around for over 100 years now. The business of the consortium is all-encompassing, from the conventional establishment of factories and sale of commodities, to financial investment, property management, and even red and white weddings and pimping. The consortium's tentacles can be said to have reached into every corner of the free market. The trusteeship of estates was, naturally, part of the consortium's business, and it was because of this record with the consortium that Theodoris was able to find the clue. This wealthy man left this testament when he entrusted his estate. If an elf named Laura comes looking for herself in the future, then give her these legacies, along with the map that records the location of the cemetery. Her crystal, it's in my grave. After listening to Theodoris, Fry inquired, "What is the name of this rich man?" And Theodoris's answer fit right in with Frey's presumption. His name, Petrarch. The rich man in the story had the same name as the poet Petrarch, author of the book of fairy tales Fry had seen in the library at noon. A poet and a rich man, by common sense, belonged to the eight, but since they both mentioned Laura, and combined with the content of the fairy tale book, these two Petrarch should be the same person. Assuming Petrarch knew Laura, it would have been from Laura that he heard the story of Theodoris before he created that book, The Snow Leopard Princess and Her Animal Friends. This information you just mentioned, is it reliable? Part of the story about the rich man Petrarch is my deduction, but there can be no mistaking what he said when he built the graveyard in the second level of the labyrinth and when he entrusted the inheritance, which are clearly documented in the consortium. In other words, the commission was to infiltrate the labyrinth to find Petrarch's grave and discover the truth. Digging graves, which is indeed a thing related to the civil engineering trade, as Theodoris said last night. In this way, the reason for Theodoris' request for a commission was clarified. Like the tavern owner Van, according to the rules set by the Holy See, this elf princess, who had reached level 30, was not allowed to enter the upper level of the labyrinth, the first 20 floors, and thus could only be commissioned to adventurers below level 30. Unlike the first class, which is known as the dark class, the second class is known as the earth class and is characterized by hard geology and dense rock. Most of the monsters that infested the second tier were rank 2, and even if there were a few rank 3 monsters, their strength would not exceed that of the rotting giants. Coupled with the fact that Fry had been planning to head to the second tier after the magical coincidence shell was forged, this commission could be considered just right. But what puzzled Fry was that although the life crystal was at stake, if the content of the commission was just to go find a graveyard, it wasn't enough to be a special class commission in terms of difficulty. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. So to be on the safe side, Fry continued to inquire, "That map that records the location of the cemetery, can I see it first?" However, when faced with this question, Theodoris shook her head with both hands. "There's no map. Didn't you just say that Petrarch entrusted the map and the estate to the Hayek Consortium?" "That's right, but all of these things, according to the consortium, were lost in the Great Gold Heist 30 years ago. I suppose you've heard the legend about the culprit of the Great Gold Robbery, Robin Hood the bandit. The bandit Robin Hood. Fry, who frequented the library, had naturally heard of the name. This was a thief who had suddenly appeared in the church state 30 years ago, and in his first strike, he had committed the famous gold heist, stealing a large amount of the Illuminati's gold that was held in trust in the Hayek Consortium at the time. After the Great Robbery, the Holy See deployed countless men and used every means to search for Robin Hood, but all came up empty-handed. Not only that, in the following 30 years, Robin Hood before and after a total of 50 burglaries were stolen are also the high officials of the Holy See. The Holy See is naturally hated to the bone, but can never be arrested. The only certainty is that Robin Hood does not have an accomplice. Most common thieves need to act in groups, with someone in charge of the theft, someone in charge of picking up the pieces, and someone in charge of keeping a lookout. But Robin Hood was different from these gangs of thieves, and after the church's investigation, this guy had always acted alone. Hence, Robin Hood the Bandit has another title, the One-Legged Bandit. If the map had really fallen into the hands of this strange thief, it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the bottom of the sea to locate a hidden graveyard in the huge labyrinth. Naturally, there was no way that Theodorus would be stupid enough to issue such a commission, so there was only one truth. You found a way to capture Robin Hood? Seeing Fry come to this conclusion, Theodorus said with some excitement, "Looks like you're good at deduction too. Why don't you just come be my assistant and we'll be detectives together?" From the eagerness in Theodorus's eyes, Fry could see that her invitation came from the heart. Intelligence powerhouse and reasoning powerhouse, Fry and Theodorus might be unexpectedly compatible. The two played music together and traveled all over the world exploring crimes together, a lifestyle that reminded Fry of a light novel he loved, The Wolf and the Spice. Fry didn't hate this life of freedom, but for now he still made getting stronger his first goal. In Frey's view, true freedom can only be achieved by having enough power. After politely declining Theodorus' invitation, they returned to the content of the commission. Ms. Dido, I'd like to hear where your confidence in capturing Robin Hood comes from. As you saw last night, I can tell a person's character by watching the wind that surrounds them. Just bring me to the scene of the crime, and I'll be able to tell, by the wind, who the strange thief is who's ready to commit the theft. Robin Hood was called the Bandit because he had a trait of always releasing a teaser letter a week in advance before committing a crime. The beginning of the letter would be fixed with the words, "I have come to retrieve what is mine, respectfully yours, Robin Hood the Bandit." And after getting his hands on it, he would re-enter the scene and leave a mark. The reason Theodorus offered the commission now was apparently because she was certain that Robin Hood would be committing a crime in the near future. Robin Hood sent out a new teaser letter? I think at your level, you'll understand when you open the warrant and read it. Fry opened the warrant in his hand, which was made of delicate parchment, and in the lower right corner of the warrant, 3 official seals were stamped on each: the Land of Mori, the Adventurers Guild, and the Illuminati. This also meant that this commission needed to be handled jointly by these 3 forces. It's not often that the Illuminati come straight down to participate in a commission from the Adventurers Guild. In fact, as early as when he learned that Theodorus had issued an extraordinary commission, Fry felt that something was wrong. With the information he had learned, the Kingdom of Mori didn't have much dealings with the human camp, and although Theodorus, the princess, sounded quite impressive, in reality, her face fruit wasn't particularly powerful. Now, it seemed clear that the reason why Theodorus had been able to release the extraordinary commission so quickly this time was because she had received a boost from the Holy See. 5 days ago, the head of the Inquisition Hall in Labyrinth City received a teaser letter from Robin Hood. Theodorus added, "The teaser letter was sent 5 days ago, which means the time of the crime was the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Fry understood the whole picture. Through the Hayek Consortium, Theodorus has investigated that Petrarch's grave is located in Labyrinth City. But the map with the exact location was stolen by the monstrous Robin Hood 30 years ago during the Great Gold Heist. So Theodorus went to the Holy See, which had been stolen from Robin Hood dozens of times, to find out what was going on. And it just so happened that the Holy See had also recently received a teaser letter from Robin Hood. The two sides then decided to work together, and Theodorus would use her ability to read the wind and recognize people to help the church solve cases. In turn, the order will assist Theodorus in submitting an extraordinary commission to the Adventurers Guild to find suitable adventurers to act as helpers. To summarize the content of this special commission, it is divided into 2 main parts. First, in conjunction with Theodorus and the Illuminati, capture Robin Hood, the one-legged bandit, the night after tomorrow and obtain the map from him. Then, enter the second level of the labyrinth and dig up the grave of millionaire Petrarch, which in turn leads to the life crystal of the elf Laura. Just as Fry was thinking about all this, Theodorus glanced at her watch and then said, "Kais of the Inquisition will meet us at 4 o'clock to discuss the method of catching the monstrous thief." As an intelligence powerhouse, Fry of course understood who Kais was in Theodorus' words. Within the church kingdom, normally the supreme governor of a city would be the priest in charge of administration, but the situation in Maze City was rather unique. Even though the Holy See has now de facto taken back the rule of Labyrinth Metropolis, the sovereignty of this land still belongs to the Terra Commonwealth in terms of jurisprudence. In order to comply with the rules, lest they be discredited. The Holy See did not appoint a formal priesthood in the labyrinth metropolis, and its authority was assumed by the head of the local Inquisition office. Dorobo Kais, the head of the Judgment Hall, was the highest-ranking leader of the Illuminati in the labyrinth metropolis, known as Kais Hall. It seems that this time, the Holy See also attached considerable importance to the capture of the monster Robin Hood, and that's why this director personally took action. By now, however, the hour hand was nearing 4 o'clock, but Kais still hadn't shown up. Just as Fry and Theodorus were feeling puzzled, a soft knock sounded at the door of the VIP room. "So, may I ask you too, is this a good time?" It was the voice of the counter lady. It seemed that the lady at the counter had fully understood the meaning of Theodorus' admonition, and was afraid of interrupting their secret talk. "Come in." After receiving Theodorus' permission, the counter lady walked in with an apologetic face. "I'm terribly sorry. I've just been informed that Coronet Kais is unable to come to the talks." "What happened?" Frey asked. The people of the Illuminati had always emphasized contracts, and it was impossible to stand someone up for no reason. Faced with Frey's query, the counter lady, after a moment of picking her words, explained, "The workers at the Magic Stone Factory rioted and kidnapped their director, is now blocking the doorway to the trial hall in a malicious attempt to collect wages." Chapter 19, Greatness, Hayek. By the time Fry and the others reached the vicinity of the trial hall, it was already 5 p.m. The sun that was about to set was obscured by leaden gray clouds and the land was shrouded in gloom. In the square in front of the trial hall, the rowdy workers numbered more than 50, while on their periphery, hundreds of spectators gathered. Surrounding the street, located right in the center, a bald man wearing a monocle and a black suit, his high bowler hat removed in his hands and feet tied to a log behind him, was the director of the Magic Stone Factory. In front of the factory manager, more than 30 workers covered in grease, with dark, thin faces, gathered in a semicircle, holding up wooden signs in one hand and clutching yellowed paycheck arrears in the other, their mouths shouting, "Give us back our hard-earned money." In theory, people who have signed the speech control covenant should not be able to mobilize, but since the non-payment of wages is an indisputable fact and it is only right that debts should be repaid, their cries are not blocked out by the covenant. It seems that even the Illuminati are not so abstract as to define payola as reactionary speech, and at the entrance of the Judgment Hall, several Holy Glory Knights wearing white armor and holding iron clubs and shields had already taken up positions. Unlike those hired guards and conscripted armies, the Knights of the Holy Shining is the core armed force of the Holy See, with its headquarters located in the capital of the church state, while the few Knights of the Holy Shining stationed at the local level are mainly responsible for dealing with all kinds of emergencies, and their functions are similar to that of a special force. These few Holy Radiance Knights could easily repel all the workers if they picked out any one of them, but at this moment, they could only stand in place and didn't dare to step forward. This was because in front of the workers there were also several women kneeling, their aprons patched, and beside them stood several ragged, bawling children. "We haven't been paid for our work for 3 months, and our family has long been unable to cover our expenses. I beg the Holy See to do us a favor and at least save the children." According to the teachings, the Knights of the Holy Shining could not, in principle, lay hands on unarmed women and children. Even more troubling, and I don't know who gave this group of workers the idea, they were actually holding up portraits of old Pope Carol in their hands. Under these circumstances, the Knights of the Holy Glory could only guard the doorway and did not dare to violently disperse the workers. In order to better investigate the information, Theodorus did not directly reveal her identity. She put on her hood and blended in with Fry. After inquiring around with passers-by, Fry learns the reason for the workers' disturbance. As the price of magic stone products dropped in the past few months, the factory's profit margins decreased dramatically, and the factory manager made the following moves in order to maintain his earnings. The first thing that naturally happens is a reduction in wages, which has been reduced to Rs. 50 a day for the workers, who have difficulty in eating. Then came the overtime work, and the workers' working hours were repeatedly extended to 16 hours a day. And those employees who are not willing to work overtime, or who are not as productive as they should be, will be laid off, and their workload will be spread out to the remaining employees. Which is why, as Fry heard in the library, workers are being laid off in large numbers, and those workers who have not been laid off have not had a good time either. Under such intense work, normal human beings simply cannot hold out for long, and recently there have been a steady stream of sick and even overworked workers in factories. But the factory manager wasn't worried, because today's labyrinth metropolis had a large number of unemployed soldiers who had been disarmed after defeating the Demon King, and part of them became the bottom adventurers, while the other part entered the factories and became cheap labor. If the workers die of exhaustion, just replace them with another batch. After all, if you don't do it, someone else will. This is what Fry had previously learned. the current state of the workers in the maze city, but he still underestimated the astounding ingenuity of the capitalists. Since most of the workers in the factories are temporary, there is no formal employment contract. The factories do not have to be responsible for their lives and safety, and the pay packages are only verbally agreed upon, and it has become the norm for their wages to be withheld or in arrears. And as the death rate of workers rose, the factory's director came up with a little trick. First, let the workers work their asses off, then go crazy with the unpaid wages, and when they die of exhaustion, won't they not have to be paid? Thus, workers in factories evolved from cheap labor to the ultimate form of beater labor, free labor. The talented factory manager, however, was by now tied up by the workers. Having learned of the capitalists' glorious exploits, Fry, a former civil engineer, could not help but exclaim, "Damn you to hell." On the other hand, however, despite having been tied up, the plant manager's expression was still swimming. To be honest, he almost pissed himself when he was just kidnapped. But hearing that the workers were taking him to the Holy See's judgment hall immediately settled the plant manager down. It's more than stupid for these stupid workers to expect the church to do their bidding for them. You know, just last night, he had just invited Director Chi of the trial chamber to dinner, and the Holy See was on his side. Originally, according to the teachings, the Illuminati, who valued fairness and contract, would not give a good face to a capitalist who exploited his workers, but he was not the same as an ordinary capitalist. This magic stone factory in Labyrinth City was invested and built by the Hayek Consortium. The Hayek Consortium saw fit to invest heavily 100 years ago when the church state was just being established. The merchants of the Hayek Consortium were also needed to provide a steady stream of supplies during the war between the church kingdom and the demon race. As a result of the acquisition of the original shares, in addition to the continuous operation over the past 100 years, the Holy See and the Consortium have formed a relationship of you and me and you. Therefore, although the Holy See extremely rejected the magical guidance technology of the Terra Federation, for the capitalists represented by the Hayek Consortium, although they would verbally criticize them, they were actually very welcoming. Especially after the victory over the Demon King, the new Pope Oscar proposed a course to focus on economic development. How to develop the economy. It's still up to them capitalists to build factories. This magic stone factory was the mainstay of Labyrinth City, so the Holy See had always turned a blind eye to his exploitation of the workers. And now that His Holiness the Pope's birthday is approaching, all governors everywhere are expected to send gifts, and Director Chi of Maze City is no exception. Last night at dinner, he offered to help Director Chi prepare the funds. Even if Chi Hall does not care about the usual affection, even for the sake of money, this time will naturally protect him. In fact, the factory manager is not inherently evil, and the reason he knocks his workers' bones so hard is simply because it saves on labor costs. In the eyes of Hayek's followers, they would not hesitate to fight for even a penny's worth of benefits. Those kind-hearted capitalists who sympathized with the workers had long been eliminated in the brutal competition in the market, and in the end, only people like him survived. His behavior is nothing more than a free market choice. At that thought, the plant manager settled down completely, and then silently gave praise to the gods he believed in. That's great, Hayek. Just as the factory manager was considering these things, Fry also discovered, through identification, that there were a few Holy Glory Knights who had changed into civilian clothes and had blended into the crowd. As things intensified, 2 knights, one old and one young, were seen sneaking into the dimly lit alleyway entrance and talking softly, and by relying on shadow perception, Fry could hear what they were talking about in secret. What about this group of workers? The young knight asked. This is no longer an ordinary worker. It must be punched hard. First evacuate the onlookers, and then the old rules. Hit, the old knight said viciously. But there were women and children in there, and they were holding up the head of the old pope, holding a chicken feather as an arrow. Do these unruly people think we will be afraid of a portrait? Besides, with our strength, we can completely avoid these things to save the factory manager. And after that, as long as we take down the one leading the trouble, the rest will naturally be soft. But has Chi Hall given the order? Did you kid read stupidly in the Knights Academy? Do you think Chi Hall would give this kind of order? The old knight said as if he hated it. If you can't even handle this, then you don't need to be a knight of the sacred radiance and go into the factory like this group of workers. Under the old knight's mention, the young knight quickly understood and was ready to strike, but the old knight stopped him. You're in charge of evacuating the crowd. Let the interns with no family background do the dirty work like beating people up. After a while, the Holy Glory Knights began to evacuate the spectators, and the little knight who was mixed in with the crowd directly used the second-order light attribute magic, Light Shield. As the name suggests, Light Shield creates a barrier that blocks the viewer's sight, and the workers in front of the trial hall, seeing that the situation was not right, rushed to surround the factory director and tried to threaten to tear the ticket. However, right at this moment, several Holy Radiance Knights who had changed into factory security uniforms had already rushed over. Their level was close to level 20 and their speed was simply not comparable to this group of workers. The changed Knight of the Holy Glory snatched the portrait of the old Pope as soon as he could, then jumped high over the women and children. An impatient worker saw this and directly pulled out the dagger he was carrying and stabbed the factory manager. And surprisingly, the Knight of the Holy Glory on the sidelines made a direct dive and blocked the dagger with his own body, knocking the populace out of the way and protecting their capitalist friend. This injury was not fatal to the Sacred Knight of Radiance. And now, the situation became that the workers had moved first. Having been granted self-defense, the Holy Shining Knight in his security uniform swung his baton and struck at the worker at a rate of 6 batons a second. Just as the baton was about to fall, with a whistle, a snow leopard was seen charging into the crowd like a swift thunderbolt, knocking away the Holy Radiance Knight who tried to strike. The most supportive episode of Snow Leopard Friends. Where did that beast come from, daring to run over our Holy Shining Knights? The Holy Glory Knight who was knocked to the ground subconsciously chortled, but in a whirlwind, he realized that he had misspoken. You now recognize yourself as a Knight of the Holy Glory? With a strong gust of wind, Theodoris pushed her way through the crowd and approached the workers. In addition to Fry, who possessed shadow sense, Theodoris, who was good at manipulating the wind, naturally heard the whispers of these knights. As the crowd stared in disbelief, she removed her hood to reveal her true face and then said, "Can someone explain to me what this farce is all about?" Looking at the sudden appearance of Theodoris, the knights didn't know what to do for a moment, and the few knights mixed in the crowd panicked and discussed. Why is the Princess of Mori no Kuni here? I don't know, but I heard that Chi Hall was supposed to receive her today. So this worker, is he still fighting? Do you intend to make our order lose face in front of our friends? Don't go and report to the Chi Hall yet. The little knight made a quick detour and entered the judgment hall through the back door. A few moments later, the head of Chi Hall, who had originally stayed inside and was unwilling to show his face, immediately came out after hearing the news of Theodoris' arrival. As the heavy main door slowly opened, only a middle-aged man wearing a neat and gorgeous senior clergyman's uniform with a kind face walked out, and this was the head of the judgment hall, Kais. Upon arriving on the scene, Kais said with a big smile on his face, "It's all a misunderstanding." And seeing the director finally appear, those workers rushed to gather around to complain. Kais kept smiling and nodding during the workers' talk, and asked a few concerned rhetorical questions now and then. And after listening to the misery of the workers, Kais first showed a watering expression and then said, "Good, well said. For everyone's needs, our Holy See not only understands, but also fully supports. The factory should not owe the workers wages." Director Chi said loudly, as if he was on the same page as the workers. Seeing that the head of the department is on his side, the workers also have a bottom line in their hearts, and they hasten to echo, "Right, that's right." But then Kai suddenly changed his words. "But yeah, let's all think about it calmly. It's common knowledge that the factory's earnings are down right now. If the factory director really has no money, even if you guys tie him up, he can't change the money. And without the factory director, the factory can't start working. And with this shutdown, won't there be even more no money? In the end, it still can't solve the practical problems of the workers and friends." Chase's tone was very approachable and made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. And under his reasoning and emotion, the workers' attitudes softened. "Director, you have a point, but what about our wages? Let's do this. Let's all take this as a favor to me, and let us, the Illuminati, negotiate with the factory to find a good solution as soon as possible." Seeing that the workers were still a bit uneasy, Kais raised his right hand and solemnly swore, "I, Dorobo Kais, swear by the goddess Alice that I will make the factory manager pay the workers back wages." With that said, Kais was seen waving his hand, and several of his attendants walked among the workers carrying bags of condolences with smiles on their faces. The women got some food and showed their gratitude, while the children got small candies and stopped crying. These are a small personal token of my appreciation. So after everyone has taken them, let's disperse, go back to our respective homes, cook a good meal for the children, and then wait for the announcement in peace. After giving out benefits to the workers with a smiling face, Kais immediately changed to a grim face again and instructed the Holy Glory Knights around him. "You guys, arrest that factory manager who owes his workers wages first, and bring him straight to my office. I'm going to interrogate him in person later." It should be said that it is worthy of being a person who can be mixed to the level of the director, and regardless of the real thoughts in his heart for the time being, this operation of Kai's can be described as a smooth flow, so that people can't pick a single fault. Afterward, persuaded by Chase, the workers left the courtroom full of anticipation. In the religiously ruled state of Hikariism, the majority of the population is convinced that the Holy See and the Pope mean well. and that what goes wrong must be carried out crookedly by those below them. As for all the suffering they went through, it was the devil's fault, and now that the devil is gone, the capitalists are to blame. Hikari. It is said that in some ancient language the word means light, so the Hikari church country could also be called the country of light. At that thought, Fry turned to the departing workers. It was sunset, and in the western sky, the setting sun sinking in a sea of clouds seemed to be melted, and the blood of the sun filled the sea of clouds and the sky, reflecting a large area of blood red, and the backs of the workers had faded into the horizon along with the sun. This is the sunset in the land of light. Chapter 2086, Non-Existent Companies. After successfully persuading the workers to return, Kais turned to Todorus with a smile. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've made you look at a joke. I've bothered you to come here in person. It's really a poor hospitality. Please bear with me. With that said, Kais then extended his hand to Todorus in a friendly manner, but the other party turned a cold face and refused. No need. We elves are not in the habit of shaking hands. Kais, who had a hot face on a cold ass, frowned slightly, but he still kept his smile, which was almost like an iron mask on his face. To ease the awkwardness, Fry held out his hand. Kitty Hall, first time meeting, my name is Fry, but Kais withdrew his hand, leaving Fry out to dry, and turned to Todorus. This is the adventurer you hired? Todorus nodded, and Kais looked over at Fry, ignoring him completely after realizing that he was only a red bronze rank. No, why do you have to be so obvious? You're looking down on people, aren't you? Seeing Kais's attitude, Fry naturally wouldn't give him any more face, so he asked, Chi Hall, those guys who tried to beat people up just now claim to be Knights of the Holy Glory. Do you have any clue about that? And for that, Kais had a response ready. Those are indeed the Knights of the Holy Glory, but I have nothing to do with this matter. They are Security Captain Reynard's men. As an intelligence powerhouse, Fry had of course heard of Reynard's name, and theoretically, this security captain responsible for maintaining law and order in the Labyrinth Metropolis was the immediate leader of the Sacred Radiance Knights. However, in the Church Kingdom, it was always the hand that held absolute power. Plus Reynard was said to have been demoted to Labyrinth City because of a mistake, so the knights under his command usually took orders directly from the head of Chi Hall. Reynard will also be here today to discuss the countermeasures to capture the monstrous Robin Hood together. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll be sure to properly criticize him then. Kais had hollowed out this security captain, and now he had to dump the pot on someone else when something went wrong, which really didn't treat Reynard like a human being. Speak of the devil. As soon as Chase's words left his mouth, with the sound of heavy, regular footsteps, security captain Reynard arrived at the door of the Judgment Hall. Chi Hall, I've heard the story. Reynard was wearing heavy iron armor. By looking at his face he should be in his 40s. He had black hair like Fry and deep features. He should be a hybrid with both Eastern and Western ancestry. And unlike the other image-conscious members of the order, the security captain seemed to be an unkempt man, his armor covered in scars, his face bearded, and his expression somewhat listless. Fry unleashed appraisal on him, and then was shocked by the results. Name, Leonard Hamlet. Race, human. Rank, 42. Soul strength, 4. 2. Occupation, paladin. Attribute panel, strength 46. 5. Endurance 52. 9. Sensitivity 40. 2. Magic 28. 4. According to Frey's understanding of the order, people at the level of security captain usually topped out at level 30, but Reynard's level was a full 42, higher than the Dark Knight Van Damme. This security captain was, perhaps, the strongest combatant in the entire Labyrinth City at the moment. This kind of strength placed in the Holy See should at least be a priest or Knight Order sub-commander, so it seems that the rumors of Reynard being demoted because of his mistake are mostly true. Upon seeing Reynard, Kais immediately reprimanded. I say, little lay, what's wrong with you? A few knights under your command actually colluded with the factory and helped it beat up people. This is simply tarnishing the image of the Knights of the Holy Radiance and failing the general public's trust in the Holy See. What a thief calling out a thief. And when confronted with the accusation, Reynard just mumbled and accepted it. I'm sorry, I'm reviewing. Chi Hall, I'm reviewing. It's time for you to take a good look at the situation. Those knights who beat up the others who are still in their internships should of course be fired, so get on with it as soon as you can. It's your job. Kais's expression eased up quite a bit after dispatching the offending job of firing an employee. As for yourself, after all, you weren't directly involved in this matter, so write a letter of repentance and remember to keep an eye on the people under your hand next time. Thanks to QI Hall for their understanding. Watching a strong person like Reynard, who was over level 40, nodding his head to Kais, who was only over level 20. Fry realized that within the church, official position and background seemed to be more important than strength. Well, since Captain Lei has now apologized. Your Highness, let's leave the matter of the workers at that. Right now it's still more important to capture the monstrous bandits. With Tidora's permission, the four walked into the judgment hall. As soon as they entered the judgment hall, several of Chase's attendants enthusiastically led them to the reception room. The reception room was very spacious, and the high-powered magic crystal chandelier on the ceiling was emitting a bright light. The interior was carpeted with red velvet and had white jade pillars in the corners, and in the center of the wall facing the door were two portraits of the old pope and the new pope, and on the side wall, there was a portrait of the hall's head Kais, and next to the portrait was a clear crystal wall cabinet full of medals. You're of Hunjong too? Seeing Fry reveal a curious look, the attendant beside Kais hurriedly explained. These are the various medals of honor that our Chi Hall has received, especially the one at the top, the Heroes of Mankind medal, which is awarded to those who have merited the Great Expedition. The Great Expedition that the entourage is talking about is a large battle that took place 40 years ago, around the year 960 of the Aiden calendar, when neither Guts nor the Demon King appeared, and as the power of the Church Kingdom grew, humanity had gradually gained the upper hand in the holy war against the demons. In order to further expand the results of the war and seize the magic stone veins in the demon territory, under the organization of the Church Kingdom, humans had launched a great expedition to fight deep into the demon territory. This great expedition of unprecedented scale lasted nearly 10 years, and the Holy See invested a total of 86 elite companies before and after. As for the result of the expedition, the human race can only be described as a disastrous victory, although once routed the main force of the demon race, but their own losses were equally heavy, and the magic stone veins were not taken. In order to recuperate after the expedition, the Church Kingdom did not launch another large-scale attack on the demons until the appearance of Brave in 996. Listening to his entourage's constant ass-kissing, Kais waved his hand in mock modesty. It's all just vanity. I only joined the war at the end of the Great Expedition back then, and I was able to make some contribution thanks to His Holiness the Pope's Grand Grace. Chi Hall, you are too modest. Right now in the entirety of the Church Kingdom, you can be the only one left with the human hero badge. What does this mean? There should be more than one of these medals? Fry inquired. A total of 50 medals were issued, but the remaining 49 were stolen by that dastardly, monstrous Robin Hood, the attendant replied. Seeing the attendant chatting with the lowly Fry, Kai said with some displeasure, all of you, stand down. I have business to discuss with Her Highness and Captain Reynard next. After the attendants left, Kai saw that Fry remained in the reception room and glanced at him. The next conversation involves confidentiality, so it's better for idle people to leave, and just obey the arrangement when we have discussed the result. Fry then realized that there were only 3 chairs at the conference table in the reception room. Guess who doesn't have a chair? Understanding what Kai's meant, Fry sat straight down in one of the chairs. Not bad for a chair in the judgment hall, it's just comfortable to sit in. Fry has always been a low-key guy, and if Kais communicates with him properly, then it's not like he can't accept a temporary departure. But Kais doesn't even bother to spell it out, instead going so far as to engage in these little maneuvers to get Fry to read the rules for himself. Fry hated nothing more than this obedience test-like practice. You're not my leader, and you don't pay my salary. So who am I to try to figure you out and then have to obediently obey? What's more, even from the point of view of interest, in order to better fulfill the commission, Fry needed to obtain first-hand intelligence. Seeing Fry so unruly, Kais frowned while Doris, who was on the sidelines, added, he's my assistant. If he leaves the table then shouldn't I leave too? Your Highness, I didn't mean what you said. Someone, bring in another chair. This little episode over, the 4 men took their seats and began to discuss how to capture Robin Hood the bandit. So first of all, about that teaser letter from Robin Hood, can you show us the original? At Doris' request, Kais took out an envelope. To the Lobo Kais, on October 12th at 9 p.m. I will come to the Judgment Hall of Maze City to retrieve what is mine 86th Company, Robin Hood the Grouch. It was the first time Fry had seen Robin Hood's original teaser letter, which, unlike the story in the newspaper account, had an additional signature, 86th Company. 86th Company. Is this a reference to the 86th Company during the Great Expedition? And the moment Fry said 86th Company, Kais's eyes momentarily averted as if he'd been caught doing something wrong, before raising his volume and retorting, what 86 companies? Wasn't the Grand Expedition only 85 companies? Fry inquired of Doris again, but the other also stated that the Grand Expedition had only 85 companies, though this was only the information received from the church state. Sensing that the situation was wrong, Fry hastily snorted, I'm a poor reader, so I might have misremembered. Hearing Fry say that, Kais first looked at the uneducated barbarian with contempt and then said, as far as I can surmise, the reason this Robin Hood is writing about some 86th company is that he wants to discredit the Great Expedition. and it is for that purpose that he committed the great gold robbery. What makes it so? Kais didn't look like he wanted to answer this question from Fry. So Reynard, who was on the sidelines, explained for him. 30 years ago, in the year 970 of the Aden calendar, at the end of the 10-year Great Expedition, in order to honor the expedition's heroes, the Holy See prepared a batch of gold, which was held in trust by the Hayek Consortium. But just when the reward is about to be carried out, the gold kept in the consortium was stolen. And this robbery is the famous gold robbery. After the loss of the gold, the church could not immediately issue rewards to the meritorious generals, so it introduced various medals, and then gave the medalists favorable treatment in terms of policy. The most valuable of them were the 50 Human Heroes medals, and those who received such medals were basically promoted to the top echelons of the Holy See, and Kais was one of them. And in the wake of the great heist, Robin Hood didn't stop there. Over the course of those 30 years, he approached each of the 49 recipients of the Heroes of Mankind medal, sent out teaser letters, and then stole their medals. Robin Hood's last crime was 3 years ago, and everyone had thought he'd called it quits, not realizing that he still had his eye on this final medallion in Chase's hand. While Renard was recounting these things, Fry always felt that Kais, who was on the side, seemed to be a bit impatient, and when Renard finished speaking, he said in a hurry, "After our Holy See's investigation over the years, this Robin Hood, 80% is a spy sent by the demon race." Hearing this, Fry, who was on the sidelines, was confused. "Don't talk nonsense. When did the demon clan have such a general? Why don't I, the demon king, know about it?" If Robin Hood the bandit was really a spy for the demons, then Fry would have had to send him to steal Guts' holy sword in the first place. High and low. Seeing Frey's puzzled face, Reynard explained, "There's another important reason why Chi Hall said that, and that's because Robin Hood's modus operandi is not something that an unusual human being would be able to do." Afterward, Reynard pulls out a stack of dossiers documenting Robin Hood's crimes. Robin Hood is not only good at sending out teaser letters, but he's also very distinctive in his course of action. Unlike the average burglar, Robin Hood prefers to break in head-on and then steal items in plain sight than sneak in. And in the process of stealing, Robin Hood will also use a variety of small props to assist, and each time not the same, rather than stealing, but more like a performance, so that people are elusive. But the church wasn't a freeloader, and after being stolen from so many times, they had summarized the two special skills that Robin Hood the freak himself possessed. First of all, Robin Hood has some kind of means of eliminating his own trace. His crimes are all at night, and as soon as he reaches the darkness, Robin Hood will immediately disappear, which is why the church has never been able to catch him. On top of that, Robin Hood has the skill of spacing out, so even if you lock something in a safe and have it guarded every inch of the way, it will still end up being stolen. After reviewing and analyzing the process of committing the crime, the church found that there was a prerequisite for the use of this skill of picking up things from the air, and that was that the thing that one wanted to steal, or the container that held the thing, had to appear within Robin Hood's field of vision. An ordinary thief profession can acquire a C-rank skill called theft, but the effect of this skill is merely to increase one's sensitivity and lock onto the item one wishes to steal. The act of stealing itself still has to be realized through physical means such as touching with one's hands and hooking with a rope. Skills like Robin Hood's, which could completely ignore spatial obstructions and steal items through space, had not been documented even after searching through all of humanity's existing literature. That's why the church speculated that Robin Hood's true identity was actually a demon. In Frey's opinion, at least half of the synod's speculation was correct. Eliminating one's own trail through darkness was indeed a skill that belonged to the demon race. To be precise, it was the B-rank profession exclusive skill of the special job, Shadow Stalker, Shadow Lurking. The Shadow Stalker is a specialization that can only be possessed after reaching level 30 and having been blessed by the god of chaos and joy, one of the three evil gods of the demon race. There was once a race called the Shadow Demons, of which a number of Shadow Stalkers were born. However, according to the records within the demon race, the race of Shadow Demons had died out 1,000 years ago, so it was normal for humans not to know about it. Due to the specialization of the sneak ability, the Shadow Stalker profession has poor frontal combat power. Even with sneak attacks, it cannot kill fighters close to its own level, and at most it can go and deal with some mage units that have fallen by the wayside. But if a Shadow Stalker manages to blend into human society and uses Shadow Lurking on top of theft, that's very tricky indeed. And the reason why the church's speculation was only half right was because Robin Hood's other skill of being able to pick up objects from the air was something that even Fry, who was the Demon King, had never heard of. Looking at these outrageous criminal records of Robin Hood, Fry also wondered for a moment if he had been pushed out to even the score like Hakimi, the Demon King. But the gold held in trust by the Holy See for the Hayek Consortium back then was contractually signed, and the possibility of supervisory theft can be basically ruled out. If these records were true, then this skill of Robin Hood's was most likely an exclusive skill that was comprehended by chance. Just like Braves, cancel. Even for the sake of investigating this skill, Fry wanted to meet this Robin Hood for a while. As for Robin Hood's motive for the crime, he had a tentative guess in mind. As a former demon king, Fry had naturally scrutinized the history of the holy war between the humans and the demons, and he was pretty sure that in the great expedition of that year, there were a total of 86 companies from the human camp participating in the war. And 86, a company that doesn't exist in the records of the church, is the key to this bust. Chapter 21, The Real Thief. After completing the exchange of information, the four discussed ways to capture Robin Hood. The key to this operation lay in how to utilize Todorus' ability to read the wind and recognize people. And after more than an hour of deliberation, they decided on a general course of action, with the specific details waiting until tomorrow. By the time the meeting ended, it was after 7 p.m. Kai said he had arranged a lavish welcome dinner for Her Highness at 8:30 p.m. and wanted her to be sure to attend. While Todorus said she needed to think about it and wanted the two from the church to leave first, Kai's had to go to his office to interrogate the plant manager, and Renard had to check the security of the courtroom, so they left back and forth. When Frey and Todorus were the only two left in the room, she was seen letting out a long breath before grumbling in a growling manner. The wind on that director's body just sickens me, like a great deal of bad perfume mixed into a bucket of rotting slop. Would that hurt him a little too much? Hurt? Elf swearing, looking at Todorus, who could freely spit out her fragrance. Fry, who had signed the speech control contract, couldn't help but feel a little envious. He had alerted Todorus not because he wanted to speak for Kais, but because he had noticed that Kais's entourage was guarding the entrance to the reception room. Noticing Frey's eyes towards the door, Todorus understood his concern and then said, "Don't worry, I've sealed the airflow in the room, so the outside can't hear us." With that said, Todorus pulled out a Sharpie 5 and smoked it directly in the reception room, a mouthful of sharp carving into her lungs. Todorus's frown relaxed considerably as she then crossed her legs. "Your Highness, can we watch our image? An image is displayed for outsiders. Are there any outsiders in the house right now? We've only known each other for a day and I'm your insider? This development is too fast. Do you expect me to put on a gorgeous mask like that director?" Through this meeting, Todorus had clearly seen Kai's character. "The last time I came over, that guy went out to dinner, and the one who received me was his subordinate. And when I met him today, I realized that he was actually such a hypocrite." At the mention of Kais, Todorus, as if recalling the air around him, subconsciously revealed a look of disgust. It seems that in the eyes of this aerodynamicist, Archie Hall, that's quite a big flavor. It's a good thing you've been able to hold back so far. 2. I am at least a princess of a country, and I still know the most basic ways to play games. For some time afterward, Todorus ceased to speak and simply smoked Wrecker. After a cigarette, her emotions had calmed down, and after regaining her composure, Todorus looked at Fry beside her and realized that she had indeed lost her temper a bit earlier. She straightened her sitting position and inquired to Frey, somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Junior, are you disillusioned looking at Her Royal Highness who exits in front of males and smokes with her legs crossed?" Todorus suddenly assumed the posture of an elder, but in Frey's opinion, this behavior was just to hide her inner turmoil. As the princess of the elven race, in the eyes of outsiders, Todorus should be a noble and elegant existence. But this image expected by outsiders didn't match with her true character, and this discrepancy must have brought her a lot of pressure and troubles. Todorus was probably hooked on smoking because it was the only time she could take a break from being a princess and be herself for a while. After thinking for a moment, Frey replied, "I don't take the liberty of expecting too much from a person just because they have a prominent status and then take the liberty of being disappointed. In my opinion, even the demon kings and brave men who stand on top of the world are probably just ordinary people deep down. You are able to show me your character and emotions unabashedly, which makes me feel more relaxed instead. If I have any complaint, it's that can you not spit smoke rings in my face next time?" Fry knew deep down that those few words alone would not be enough to pry the heart of the 17-year-old who had lived for who knows how many years, but at least it would express his affirmation of her, and hearing that lightened Todorus' mood. She then joked, "I think second-hand smoke from a beautiful girl should be considered a bonus. Didn't you have fun helping me put on my shoes last night? I could even feel a, how can I describe it, heather aroma from you then? Miss Dido, I'm curious." Fry was in mid-sentence when Todorus suddenly reached out and pressed a finger to his nose, then said in a commanding tone, "Drop the miss and just call me Dido. Dido little. Dido, I'm curious as to what the wind in me really looks like to you?" Seeing Fry change his mind, Todorus gave him a charming smile and then said, "Confidential. But, since you called me by name, I'll confess something to you." After a moment's pause, Todorus continued, When I said last night that I wanted you to accept the commission because I saw your character, that wasn't exactly the truth. Another reason for picking you is because Kai's subordinates hinted to me to try to find an adventurer with no reputation, and with your intelligence, you should know why, right? Fry nodded, then spoke up. Kais has been the director of Labyrinth City for 3 years, and according to the tradition of the order, he should be elevated to the priesthood next. Now that the Pope's birthday is approaching, the head of Chi Hall, who wants to improve, intends to take advantage of the opportunity to express himself. It would naturally be a great credit if they did manage to catch Robin Hood the day after, and Kais wanted to keep that credit as exclusive as possible. Therefore, it was obviously more appropriate to find a lesser-known adventurer with just enough strength to be Todora's assistant than to commission a well-known team of adventurers. After all, the lower the status of the rest of the members was, the more it would emphasize the magnitude of Kais's role. The truth was indeed as Kais expected. Now everyone thought that Fry had won this TGA by being a gigolo for the princess, and even if they did catch Robin Hood when the time came, people wouldn't think that he had any credit for it. After listening to Frey's analysis, Todora first nodded her head in affirmation, then inquired somewhat indignantly, although it may be a bit inappropriate for me, the commissioner, to say this, but after the commission is completed, the explicit merit and reputation will be taken by that Kais. Are you really okay with that? I have no problem with. In fact, for Fry, being treated as a gigolo was rather a good thing. After all, with such an identity, in the future, even if he made any great achievements, people would feel that it was the princess who was secretly lifting him up and would not be skeptical of his strength. Though the fact that it was cheap for Kais upset him a bit, Fry had never been one to let his emotions get in the way of a plan. A reputation that doesn't match with strength is not only useless, but may also invite unnecessary trouble. I care more about substantial rewards than such things. Dido, you just said in the association that the pay would be satisfactory to me. Now let me hear the pay from your lips. After understanding Frey's thoughts, Dido didn't beat around the bush anymore. She said bluntly, first of all, the monetary reward is between 10 and 1 million rupees. According to the records of the Hayek Consortium, there was 1 million in Petrarch's inheritance that was kept in the consortium in the first place, and that money now goes to Lara. And since elves seldom have heirs, it is a rule that if an elf dies without an heir, his or her property will be turned over to the kingdom of the Mori. As to how much of this stolen $1 million is recovered, it is uncertain, but even in the worst case scenario, we will be able to get 100 rupees, 000 as compensation from the consortium. 100,000 rupees was a huge amount of money for Fry right now, enough to drastically improve his life, and counting the amount of stolen goods recovered, he would end up with only a little more, and when he was financially rich, he could also free up more time to brush up on his upgrades. Fry indicated that the amount was acceptable, and Todoris then continued, according to the records, Petrarch's burial goods had many valuables in them, and all of these are yours as well, and on top of that, you will be certified as a friend of the elves, allowing you to freely enter and exit the land of Mori and gaining the right to settle in the capital city of Sacred Tree. More than the burial goods, Fry cared about the certification of friend of the elves, knowing that the land of Mori was rarely open to outsiders, and if he could enter and exit freely, he could make a large sum of money even just by dumping supplies back and forth. What's more, in Frey's future plans, there was the item of finding an elf sister as a wife, so the status of an elf friend was attractive to him. After weighing the pros and cons, Fry decided to take the commission. Though he had one last concern. These rewards you just mentioned are all predicated on the success of the commission, but objectively speaking, even with your ability, we are not 100% able to catch Robin Hood, and even if we do catch Robin Hood, there is no guarantee that the map of the cemetery is still in his hands. In case the commission doesn't get done, then I'm not doing it for nothing. So what do you mean? I can help first, but to prevent a wasted effort, I'll have to be paid a portion of the reward. Whether or not the capture of Robin Hood ends up being successful. What do you want? Haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it and get back to you tomorrow. After discussing the commission, Fry asked Todoris another question. If Director Chi is a hypocrite, what kind of person does that Captain Reynard next to him look like to you? At the mention of Reynard, Todoris couldn't help but frown slightly. That guy is even stranger. I can't feel any wind fluctuations from his body. There are only two possibilities that this could happen. Either he is a mentally numb, desireless person, or he is able to completely hide his emotions and not show them to the outside world at all. Just then, as the clock struck 8, the attendant guarding the door knocked and said, Your Highness, the dinner is about to start. The venue is at the best hotel in the center of the city. We have prepared a carriage for you. Please move quickly. Hearing the attendant's words, Todoris grabbed Frey's wrist and took him along as if it was only natural. But Fry refused. You're on your own for the dinner. I have things to do later. What is it? Facing Todoro's question, Fry made up a random excuse. As you know, I'm not the only one in the MyGO squad, and I'll have to ask my teammates for their opinions regarding this commission. Hearing Fry mention teammates, Todorus immediately understood. The same beautiful girl who colored your scent? Before Fry could answer, Todorus puffed up her face and then said, that means you're going to leave me for another woman? Dido, how can you assume someone's gender? That's my brother. No handle, bro? Looking at the puzzled Fry, Todorus explained, don't underestimate the power of an air mechanic. I can tell if it's a man or a woman by the smell. After another moment, just as Fry froze in place, unsure of how to respond, Todorus took the initiative to hand him a step. Let's forget it for today. You go. I'll take my leave then. See you tomorrow. After receiving permission from Todorus, Fry walked out of the reception room. When his back disappeared, Todorus sighed softly, then relit a cigarette. Before leaving the judgment hall, Fry borrowed a piece of information about those 50 Human Hero Medal recipients. After that, he did not go to Noel for advice, as he had said he would, but went straight to a nearby hotel and took a bell room. The reason he was in a hurry to leave was to confirm the truth about 86th Company as soon as possible. After locking the door, closing the window, and confirming that there was no one else around, Fry took out the space ring hidden deep within his clothes and took out a piece of information from it. This was the information that Fry had brought out from the Demon King City, recording the history of the holy war between humans and demons, and he quickly found something related to the 86th Company. Of all the companies in the Great Expedition, the 86th Company was the most unusual in its existence, having been organized to rush to the front in the final stages of the Great Expedition, even though the result of the Great Expedition was a victory for the humans. In reality, throughout the course of the expedition, the armies of the Church Kingdom, apart from the initial period, when they achieved some battle results by sneak attacks, basically spent the rest of the time in a stalemate with the demon race fighting attrition. Despite the frequent reports of success within the church, as the saying goes, the war reports will lie, the battle lines will not, and although the church state continues to put in new troops, it has been slow to make substantial progress. Toward the latter part of the expedition, with the constant depletion of troops and supplies, the expeditionary force gradually fell into a disadvantage, and it was under these circumstances that the 86th Company was dropped into the field. Unlike the other 85 expeditionary companies, which were formed by a combination of elites from the Knights of the Holy Radiance and the army, the people in the 86th Company basically came from the bottom of the ladder, and there were many orphans who had grown up in orphanages. The demons had not investigated the specific origins and experiences of these people, and the only thing that could be determined was that their fighting strength far exceeded that of the other companies. Moreover, the members of the 86th Company were exceptionally tenacious and even brazen. Even if their arms and legs were broken, as long as they still had a breath, they would continue to attack towards the demons like mad dogs. Toward the end of the expedition, they launched several suicide attacks, inflicting huge losses on the demons' army, and also acted as a death squad, chewing up several important strategic strongholds, drastically reversing the Church Kingdom's disadvantage. In this style of fighting, the casualty rate of the 86th Company was also extremely heavy, and by early 970, towards the end of the Grand Expedition, the 86th Company had only 13 men left, but it was these 13 people who actually fought alone, all the way to the bottom of the Demon King's city, and in the end, it was one of the demon's three-day kings, the rat-headed man Kyblis, who personally stepped in to annihilate the 86th Company at the cost of his own serious injuries and slumber. This rat-headed man, Kyblis, was the leader of the main warring faction of the demon race, and it was because of his slumber that the main warring faction in the demon race later became weak. For such a legendary company, the information of the demon race naturally carried out a detailed record. Looking at the entire Great Expedition, there is no more worthy of the title of human hero than the 86th Company, but in the records of the church state, all traces of the 86th Company having existed have been erased. At this moment, after going through the records of the Church Kingdom regarding the Great Expedition, as well as the biographies of the 50 high-ranking officials of the Holy See who had received the Medal of the Heroes of Mankind and comparing them to the information of the demon race, Fry understood the reason behind this. Most of these recipients of the Order of the Heroes of Mankind are distinguished. They are close associates of bishops, sons of sub-chiefs of knightly orders, nephews of priests, and all the war merits made by the 86th Company were counted on these official second-generation men of the Holy See, relying on these war merits that did not belong to them. This group of second-generation officials continued to be promoted, and each of them became very rich and wealthy. The 86th Company, the real credit, was wiped of all evidence that it ever existed and became a non-existent company. Even more ironic is the fact that the feats of this group of heroes today can only be found in the records of the demons, who are the enemy. After understanding the truth, an inexplicable anger surged in Frey's heart. He remembered the contents of Robin Hood's teaser letter. "I'll get what's mine in the future 86th Company. Robin Hood the Bandit." This freaking Robin Hood is most likely a survivor of the 86th Company. At this point in the story, it's no longer appropriate to refer to them as freaks. After all, compared to Robin Hood, these human heroes in high places, including Kai's, are the real thieves. Chapter 22, The White Album. After finding out the truth about 86th Company, Fry reclaimed the information in his space ring. Knowing the truth now, and remembering Kai's moralistic appearance, a wave of nausea flooded through him, usurping the merits of others and desecrating martyrs. This kind of bugbear was in existence to be thrown into the pool of rebirth even if it was put into the demon race. Note, the rebirth pool is a kind of torture in the manga God of Wushu, Haihu series. In order to pass the trial here will not be expanded. Interested friends can directly be station search. But Fry wasn't going to tear his face off with Kai's just because of that. With his current strength, he wasn't at a level where he could flip the table. Frey's current soul strength was 5.0 and his level cap was 50, which was perfectly adequate if he just wanted to live out his days in peace. But after seeing the current state of affairs in the Church Kingdom, he realized that he would need even more power if he wanted to remain unencumbered by this corrupt system. In the human camp, the true pinnacle of combat power is the 9 surrogates who have reached level 70. A surrogate is someone who can directly act in the place of a god's power, and among the 7 positive gods, Alice, the god of light and pacts, who possesses a huge amount of faith power, has 3 surrogates, while the remaining 6 gods have 1 each. Since the power of the surrogates originated from the gods, there were many restrictions on their use, and in Frey's opinion, the so-called surrogates were, to put it bluntly, toolmen used to carry the power of the gods. The reason why the combat power of Brave and Demon King could reach the level of Onworld was because they were equivalent to the surrogates of the power of the 7 positive gods of the humans and the 3 pillar gods of the demons respectively. Now that it was hard to get rid of the Demon King and regain his freedom, Fry didn't want to be at the mercy of the gods for power this time, and as a player, he possessed a way to raise the level cap without using the power of the gods. When he thought of this, he only saw Frey's mind move, and then and from the void, he took out a book with a black cover that gave off a mysterious aura. Unlike those materials stowed away in the spatial ring, this book was literally taken out of thin air from the void, as if it didn't belong to this world in the first place. Witness, an inherent talent gained from understanding the reasoning of the world, granting the holder the appraisal skill, as well as the qualification to read the Book of Fools. This was the Witness, a player-exclusive talent, granting Fry something else, Book of Fools. In the game Black Souls, each player will have their own Book of Fools. According to the allegory of the tarot cards, the Fool symbolizes adventure and departure, and this Book of Fools, which is equivalent to a travel log, will record the various quests that the player has accomplished and issue the corresponding rewards. When the game first opened, the player's level cap was 50, and with subsequent version updates, by the time Fry crossed over, the player's level cap had been raised to 60, and the Book of Fools was given another important function. For every page of quests on the Book of Fools, the player's soul strength rises by 1 point, thus raising the level cap. In a sense, the Book of Fools is the equivalent of a player's gold finger. But this Book of Fools in Frey's hand was completely different from the one in the game. The contents of the book were blank. There were no words or patterns on it, and it was impossible to write on it. It looked almost like a white photo album. In the 6 months since crossing over, Fry had confirmed the contents of the book every day, but to this day, the Book of Fools remained unchanged. As for this item from the other world, Fry had searched all over and could not find any information about it. If Fry wanted to level up above level 50, then he would need the power of the Book of Fools. But he hadn't found a way to use the Book of Fools. However, he was currently far from having to worry about the level cap, and even if he wanted to investigate the Book of Fools, that would have to wait until after his strength had increased. In Frey's opinion, it was better to try to do what was in front of him rather than wait for the golden finger to dangle. At this stage, his goal was to explore the maze and upgrade as soon as possible, and right now, he was going to focus on handling this TGA. Having made up his mind, Fry put away the Book of Fools, then left the inn and returned to the tavern Fantasyland. It's after 9 p.m. Not yet time for the tavern to close, but the doors are locked. Looking from afar, he saw the stout owner, Van Dam, standing in front of the door like a big Buddha. Fry greeted the owner and after some inquiries, he learned that now that the news that he had won the TGA had spread throughout the labyrinth metropolis, naturally, some people recognized him as the singer-seller from the tavern. After being unboxed, a bunch of guys who wanted to poke around Frey's news came into the tavern and seriously hampered business. so the owner simply blew everyone out and closed early. Sorry for the trouble, boss. It's nothing, the group will die down in a couple days. Besides, you crushed the rotting giants. I'm the one who should be thanking you on behalf of that group of Black Iron ranked guys. It's worthy of being recognized by the Dark Knights. Hearing the boss say that, Fry realized that he had crushed the elite monsters that were killing a large number of adventurers, which was supposed to be a big feat, but today everyone only cared that he made the TGA and held ill will towards Fry because of it. Only Van Damme recognized his results. Van Damme patted Frey's shoulder with his thick palm, then said, since you're holding the Dark Knight's soul crystal in your hand, and you've completed my commission this time, then you kid can be considered my friend. In the future, if you have any difficulties or are bullied, tell me. There's no guy in the entire Maze City that I can't beat. Hearing his boss say that, a warmth welled up inside Fry. For him now, Fantasyland is a place similar to home. Even though Fry was able to support himself by exploring the labyrinth nowadays, he didn't plan to leave the tavern for the time being, because not only could he ask for all kinds of information here, but also living next to a level 40 powerhouse made him feel more secure. Frey walked into the tavern, intending to go back to his room to rest when the owner instructed him, by the way, if you're free, help clean up that grocery room next door to you. A friend of mine's daughter might be coming to stay for a few days then. Hearing that it was a friend of Van, Fry couldn't help but wonder if it could be a homo as well, but since the other party had a daughter, that shouldn't be the case. Looks like the boss has normal friends too. After returning to his room, Fry, who had labored all day, took off this armor on himself that had been blessed by Mori no Goblin. Since the armor had the effect of increasing sensitivity, he was rather more tired when he took it off. After a brief wash, Frey lay down on his bed, sleep quickly engulfing him. Originally, he had only slept for 3 hours yesterday, and with all the events that had happened to him today as he traveled from east to west, his body was already at its limit. There were still quite a few questions to think about, but it was more important to get a good night's rest now. A tired brain couldn't come up with good ideas, and as his consciousness faded, Fry seemed to see an option appear in his mind. Should I close my eyes? If he just closed his eyes, he was afraid he would sleep until noon tomorrow. But the good thing was that Frey had made an appointment with Noel to meet him at the tavern tomorrow morning, and even if he overslept, Noel would come and wake him up. With that thought, Fry settled down and fell into a deep sleep. He always felt that he had slept extraordinarily well this night. The next morning, to a chorus of birdsong, Fry opened his eyes, glancing at the clock in the room. It was now 8 in the morning. Looks like my biological clock is still strong. With that said, Fry tried to get up, but he quickly noticed something strange. Why is there such a big bulge in this quilt? My size. It doesn't seem so exaggerated. And as the mind gradually cleared, the body's senses began to return. A regular breathing sound, accompanied by a burst of fragrance, continued to stimulate his 5 senses. Frey lifted the covers in a hurry, only to see a blonde elf lady, who was lying on his bed, and more crucially, she was only wrapped in a blanket. And a huge question appeared in Frey's mind. No, what about the process? How do you fast forward straight to the next day's birdsong? At this moment, Fry deeply realized the meaning of the phrase skipping the plot is skipping life. The meaning of this saying. On the other side, due to the covers being suddenly lifted, Doris also woke up, and she rubbed her hair before looking sleepily at Fry. Dido, can you explain to me what's going on? Frey inquired. I had no place to stay, so I came over, Doris said as if it were a matter of course. Don't I remember that the order has a place for you to stay? Upon hearing this, Doris grumbled with some chagrin. Don't mention it. Last night's banquet was filled with some high-ranking officials of the Holy See and the second generation of officials who reeked of rot, and that Kais was going to introduce his nephew to me, so he arranged for his room to be next door to mine, and when I got back to my room I was accosted several times by knocks on the door. Since I couldn't stand the air there, I snuck out. Shouldn't you be looking for a new hotel then? You're trespassing. What unlawful intrusion? I've already said hello to Uncle Van Damme. Uncle Van Damme? Hearing Doris say that, Fry remembered what his boss had said to him last night. At this moment, the various pieces of information that had been scattered were linked together, and Fry understood the truth of the matter. Your father, the Mori no Goblin who put a blessing on the armor? You didn't know until now? Since Doris's father was an elf king, Fry didn't make the first connection with Van Damme's friend. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the reason why Doris noticed Fry the night before was also because he was wearing this goblin-blessed armor. In other words, Frey's encounter with Doris was not a coincidence at all, but an inevitable result of the accumulation of one factor after another. And looking at Doris on the bed, Fry continued to inquire, don't I have a room next door? Why don't you sleep there? The room next door was unkempt and the bed unmade, and when I got back from that damn dinner party last night, I was so tired that I found this ready-made bed. What about your clothes? It's washed. I'm going straight to bed after my shower. You have such faith in my character. What if I wake up in the middle of the night? Don't worry. I played you a lullaby before I went to bed. Bards can influence the moods of others through music for all sorts of effects, so it's no wonder Fry slept extraordinarily well last night. After answering Frey's question, Theodorus stretched and then got up from the bed. The blanket wrapped around him slowly slipped off, revealing his shoulders, followed by his slender arms, his not quite full but beautifully shaped chest, his water snake-like waist, and the curve of his hips, all of which were revealed to Frey's view. It was just that for some reason, the blanket favored hanging in front of his body as if it were floating, covering the most important part. The situation was clearly not in accordance with Newton's laws, and to guard the physics, Fry watched with unblinking eyes. Shouldn't a gentleman turn his back at a time like this? I'm not a man who would easily show his back to another. Just then, a breeze came through the window and the blanket on Theodorus fluttered. Fry stared intently, and for the moment, it was as if he had been transformed into an astronomer. He always felt that he was so close to peeking into the mysteries of the stars. Looking at Fry, who wasn't batting an eyelid and was desperately trying to peer into the starry dome, Theodorus said, "The wind is my partner. Even if you keep staring, you won't get anything new." Theodorus's words threw cold water on Fry, which meant that she, with the blessing of the wind god, would never go naked. Thinking about this, Fry couldn't help but express his praise for the muse, the wind god who had sealed the stars. "You're doing good. You're doing good." Gritting teeth, Theodorus reached her hand behind her back and smoothed out her long hair before inquiring of Fray, "By the way, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to discuss with your teammates whether or not to take the commission, and how did it turn out?" For a moment, Fry didn't know how to answer this question. He had planned to wait until after he met with Noel this morning to discuss it, but he hadn't expected Theodorus to show up in front of Noel. To change the subject, Fray asked rhetorically, "Before that, I'd like to confirm what kind of payment you can offer regarding the portion paid in advance. I can give you some rewards on a personal basis, as far as I can. What is the extent of the force? Anything I can do without harming the Mori no Kuni and then not having to take too much time." Hearing Theodorus say that, Fry thought about it, and soon, the answer came to him. It should be noted that he had been wanting one thing from the bard as far back as their first meeting. "It's all right, which means you'll do anything. That's what you said." Hearing Fry say that, Theodorus added, "But I don't have much of value on me right now, so, no need for money. It's enough to have you as a person, and I'm so skilled that it shouldn't take long. What do you want?" Fry looked at the half-naked Theodorus in front of him with eager eyes, then said with passion, "Please make a real man out of me." Theodorus subconsciously wrapped the blanket around her body. She had obviously misunderstood Fray's meaning, but just as Fry was about to explain, there was a sudden knock at the door of the room. "Fry, good morning, Cello, Omega." "Ah, I'm horrified." Chapter 23 The Poet's Grip. "Good morning Fray, Cello, Omega," came Noel's voice from outside the door of the room. "I'm afraid this is the most horrifying Cello Fry has ever heard in his life." But after a brief moment of panic, Fry quickly regained his composure. He also had a plan for this situation. Before crossing over, Fray had watched an anime called Fate no Hollow and learned the importance of locking doors from it. As a result, whenever he returned to his room, the first thing he did was lock the door and hang up the security chain. And as long as he wasn't caught with Noel's door open, then he had room to explain. However, by the time Fry glanced at the door of the room, he immediately noticed the anomaly. "No, where's my anti-theft chain? It can't be stolen by Robin Hood the Freak, can it?" It wasn't hard to guess what had happened, since Theodorus had been able to enter the room. She must have unlocked the door and the security chain. Fray looked over at the prisoner on the bed, who winked at him and poked out his tongue with an ugh-hey expression. The fact that Theodorus purposely didn't make a sound meant that she also didn't want what was going on in the room to be discovered by Noel and thus have an impact on the commission. If the usual routine was followed, Theodorus should now be told to hurry and hide under the bed or in the closet. But Fry quickly realized that he couldn't do that, because the whole room was now filled with an aromatic scent. "Strange. Fry, why does your room smell like a woman?" Noel at the door had obviously noticed this, and her knocking became more urgent. At this point in time, even if Fray had spoken out to stop Noel from entering the room, I'm afraid she wouldn't have accepted it. At the moment of crisis, Fry had to come up with a countermeasure in order to avoid the Shura. "Think, Fry. You need to think more." As his brain went into overdrive and his thinking sped up several times, time seemed to slow down around him as option after option surfaced in front of Fray. At this moment, Fry was like a facehugger, and after eliminating all the wrong options, he figured out a way out at the last minute. If there was no way to hide Theodorus's scent, then there was only one option left to try to stay undetected. "It's easy. Why don't I just hide?" So Fry opened the closet door as soon as he could and instantly burrowed into This is his escape route. Hey, are you still sleeping? I'm coming in. A few seconds later, with the sound of the door spindle turning, Noelle entered the room, and then she stayed frozen in place as she pushed the door. In the room, there was, and is, only one half-naked elf maiden, and after meeting Noelle, Theodorus surveyed her with interest. You're the one. I guessed correctly. A brilliantly beautiful girl then. With that said, Theodorus walked over to Noelle and touched her cheek. Theodorus' sudden move caught Noelle a bit off guard, and she subconsciously retorted, "That. I'm a man." Hearing Noelle say that, Theodorus froze for a moment, then as if she had been inexplicably poked for a laugh, she just leaned forward and laughed out loud. So what that guy said was true. Ha, ah ha ha ha, what a funny kid. Looking at the hilarious Theodorus, Noelle seemed to feel a little offended, and she quickly asked back, "Who are you? This is supposed to be Frey's room." After laughing for a moment, Theodorus explained, "The proprietor of this tavern is an acquaintance of mine, and I've come over temporarily to borrow it for a few days, and as for what you say about Fry, he gave me his room last night, and went to take the utility room next door himself, and the sheets and comforter were used by Fry as well? Well, it's too late to buy a new one, after all." "I see. I told you how you smelled like Fry, and rightly so. After all, Fry is so gentle. It's not surprising that he would do that." As for why the grocery room next door was now empty, Theodorus stated that Fry seemed to have had something to go out early in the morning. After some conversation, Noelle's concerns were put to rest and she then apologized. "I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest, so I'll go wait for Fry on the first floor. See you later." Listening to Noelle's footsteps go away, Frey let out a long breath and stepped out of the locker door. At the end of the day, Fry hadn't done anything wrong in the first place, and it would have been just as well if he had, but the way things were now, it was a complete no-brainer for him. If he had done anything wrong, it would be failing to clear the situation with Noelle in the first place, as well as failing to anticipate Theodorus' sudden attack. When Noelle left, Theodorus first maneuvered the air currents and applied soundproofing to the room, then said, "Let me be clear, this time it was because I was in the wrong, plus I didn't want the kid to get the weirdest misunderstanding, so I'm going to help you out, so don't expect a next time." And referring to the misunderstanding, Theodorus continued to ask, "So, what exactly did you mean when you just said that please make a real man out of me?" Fry scratched his head, then explained, "A true man, in my opinion, must be strong enough to be powerful, and you have just a share of the power I crave. I would like you to take the bard's skill, poet's grip, and pass it on to me." As early as he discovered that Theodorus had the specialty of bard, Fry had wanted to acquire the skill from her. Like, shadow perception, poet's grip was a C-rank skill, and as long as there was a bard willing to teach it, then Fry could learn it as well. In the continent of Aden, similar to the ability level of magic, a person who wants to be skillful in using a certain weapon also needs a certain amount of talent as well as hard training in order to achieve the corresponding ability level. For example, those who exercise swordplay year-round can reach swordsmanship LV1, and those who practice archery can reach bow and arrow LV1, and the skill Poet's Grip, when activated, allows the user to automatically gain LV1 proficiency in the current weapon. Not only that, as a dexterity class skill, Poet's Grip also dramatically improves the dexterity of the hand, thus allowing the user to utilize weapon props with greater ease. In short, having this skill is equivalent to acquiring a pair of incredibly dexterous hands that can be useful in areas such as lockpicking, piano playing, magic tricks, and even flirting. In order to learn this skill, naturally, a bard was needed for hand-to-hand instruction, and there was also a high requirement for the learner's sensitivity value as well as his or her enlightenment. After listening to Frey's explanation, Theodorus expressed her agreement. It really wasn't a difficult task for her. After discussing the reward for the commission, Theodorus used wind magic to blow away the odor from Frey's body, and then created a wind field that allowed him to roll out the window without making a loud noise. Fry rejoined Noelle in the tavern hall after making a detour and told her about the commission-related matters. For Noelle, who longed for tales of adventure, the special commission was something equally appealing. Although she seemed a little bad at dealing with this person, Theodorus, she agreed to do so at Frey's persuasion. The next thing they have to do is capture Robin Hood the Bandit. According to the teaser letter, Robin Hood will head to the Judgment Hall tomorrow night and steal Kai's human hero medal. If you just don't want the medallion to be stolen, you can actually just secretly transfer the medallion and find a fake replacement, which the church has tried to do before. But Robin Hood seems to have possessed the power of discerning the authenticity of an object, no matter how elaborate the forgery prepared by the church. Upon realizing that the medallion had been dropped, Robin Hood would not steal it, but secretly leave a new teaser letter and turn away. and in order to get credit in time for the Pope's birthday, Kais didn't prepare a forgery this time. According to the current plan, tomorrow morning Theodoris would use her ability to identify all security personnel to ensure that the monster thieves could not infiltrate the judgment hall ahead of time. After ensuring that the security personnel were fine, Kais would then order a complete blockade of the surrounding streets, prohibiting all pedestrians from entering or exiting. At the same time, a powerful defense boundary would be set up at the entrance of the judgment hall. While inside the judgment hall, all the Holy Glory Knights of the entire labyrinth metropolis would be concentrated and guarded closely. Unlike those other high officials of the Holy See who had been stolen, Kais took this incident extraordinarily seriously, and could be said to have used all the power he could muster. According to Security Captain Reynard, today's judgment hall has become an ironclad, and if Robin Hood dares to come and violate the law, he will be told to lose big time. And Theodoris was ready with a plan in case the battle failed. In previous cases, Robin Hood has returned to the scene after a successful burglary, leaving a mark. If Robin Hood wasn't captured on the spot, then Theodoris would ambush the scene and crouch down to watch for the man who made the mark. On the surface, the plan seemed perfect, but Fry found several huge holes. First of all, if it was true that all routes to infiltrate the judgment hall were blocked off, as Chase had done, then Robin Hood would probably just know better. While this has not been the case so far, no one can guarantee that Robin Hood will stick to the geeky ethos this time around as well. Similarly, considering that this was the last human hero medal, chances are that Robin Hood would have stopped there after stealing it, and then there would have been no need to return to the scene to leave a mark. Moreover, this plan was founded on the premise that Theodoris' ability to read the wind and recognize people really worked. All Theodoris could see was a person's inner character, which was why she felt the wind of rot in the ostensibly good and beloved Kais. And according to the information Fry had learned, this Robin Hood might not be a bad guy in the traditional sense. I don't think the focus of this operation should be on recognizing Robin Hood's identity. So what do you mean? I prefer baiting the enemy and then taking the initiative than passive defense. Fry then describes the plan he has come up with for inviting the king in. Theodoris expressed her approval of Frey's plan, but she then said, however, this plan must have the full cooperation of the Inquisition and the Knights of the Holy Glory, and I don't think that Guy Kais will agree to it. It was true, as Theodoris had said, that the biggest problem Fry faced now was how to get Kais to obey his orders. Even if he were to intercede in the name of Theodoris, Kais would not surrender his command easily. The ideal scenario would of course be to catch Kais in the act. And indeed, Fry already had in his hands 2 charges of Kais colluding with factories to oppress workers, as well as counterfeiting his military service. What Kais did, of course, the hierarchy of the church is aware of, and even acquiescence. This kind of thing belongs to not on the weighing is not 4 or 2, but once it's exposed, made known, and weighed, it's 1,000 pounds that can't be suppressed. Since the Illuminati needed a constant supply of faith power from the people at large, the only thing that the higher-ups of the church were unwilling to see was the loss of the hearts of the people. Once things fell apart, Kais would inevitably be treated as a pariah and pushed out for civilian anger. But Fry wasn't going to threaten Kais with either of those things right now. He had no conclusive evidence about the factory, and he didn't have time to investigate right now. As for counterfeiting military credits, Fry certainly couldn't have shown that he had information on the demons in his possession. He had to find materials that could threaten Kais while keeping himself absolutely safe, and then have Theodoris intercede in the name of the land of Mori. Thinking about it, Fry inquired to Theodoris, what kind of character is that nephew of Kais's that you mentioned before? Today's Hikari state, after several rounds of secularization reforms, has abolished the rule that clergy cannot marry. Still, there are many people who want to progress who voluntarily choose not to marry in order to show their devotion to the gods, and Kais is one of them. But that didn't stop Kais from cultivating his own cronies. After all, even eunuchs could build their own power if they had enough power in their hands. This nephew, I believe, is the successor that Kais is trying to bring up, and at the mention of Kais's nephew, Theodoris couldn't help but frown as she recounted her experience at the dinner party yesterday. And after listening to Theodoris, Fry had a plan. By the way, Dido, I remember that bards can affect the emotions of others through music. How far can they do that exactly? If it's me, once I use my full power, then I can easily change a person's mood and make them suddenly fall into ecstasy or rage. That is to say, if Theodoris makes a full effort, then it can produce an effect similar to a clock trick through music. Hearing this, Frey couldn't help but inquire, I don't suppose you've ever used this ability on me? Don't worry, according to the wind god's law, I won't do this kind of hypnosis-like thing unless I have to. Then if it's just amplifying a person's existing emotions, you should be able to do that. Certainly, but exactly how effective it will be depends on the person's character. The stronger a person's will, the less impact the music can have. Theodoris described the bard's abilities in detail, and after hearing this, Fry pondered for a moment before smiling evilly. I've come up with a way to force Kai's hand. Chapter 24, 3 years after graduation. Second uncle cured my mental internal consumption. 6K. Let's congratulate brother Philip on his essay. My second uncle in the hall. For the best essay of the year. Standing on the podium and looking down at the crowd applauding him. 21-year-old Philippe realized that his good fortune had finally begun. And looking back at the past, it's all shame. Philip was born in the country, and was brought up without a father. And by his mother alone, they lived in an old house. And it is said that when it was built there was no church state. The family was poor and landless. And in the countryside a single woman with children naturally could not hold her head up. So Philip grew up bathing in the blank stares of her neighbors. When he was 8 years old, his mother began to help out around the world as a laborer in order to send him to the local ecclesiastical elementary school. And didn't discipline Philip much. And since entering school, Philip has been bullied and teased by kids his own age. Philip, why don't you have a dad? I guess his old lady herself doesn't even know whose bastard he is. Ha ha. This sneering voice accompanied him throughout his childhood. And gradually, under the influence of his surroundings, Philip became more and more aware of the importance of identity and background. If you could have a rich and powerful father, then why would you be looked down upon by others? Then as Philip grew up, things got a little better for their family, as his second uncle would send something from time to time. He had never met his second uncle. He only knew that it was his mom's brother and the only relative in their family. Philip was at the bottom of the school in elementary school and still at the bottom in middle school. Later on, the city's general examination, the capital's magisterial academy only accepted 3 people, but for some reason, the admission list had Philip's name on it. Amidst the envy and jealousy of all, Philip boarded a carriage for the capital city of Gwangju. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented pleasure, the pleasure of trampling others under his feet. But this joy did not last long, for a large portion of the students in the magisterial academy were local residents of Gwangju, and once again Philip, a countryman, was at the bottom of the academy's ladder. That one from the country. What a poor face. Stinking foreigner, coming to us in Gwangju to beg for food. What kind of thing are you? When my great-grandfather followed the old pope into the customs back then, your family might still be working as human traders in the fallen areas ruled by the demons. In this way, Philip completed another 4 years of advanced training as a seminarian in humiliation. Philip had fantasized countless times that when he was rich, he would stomp on the people who had humiliated him and return the favor twice over. The turnaround, however, occurred 3 years ago, when Philip, who was about to graduate, met his second uncle, Dorobo Kais, for the first time. After talking, Philip learned that his second uncle, who had been in the church for nearly 30 years, had finally made a name for himself, and that he had been promoted by Coronet Aesop, one of the 3 cardinals, to take up the post of head of the judgment hall in the recently recovered labyrinth metropolis. Uncle 2 said that when Philip graduated, he would join him directly in Maze City. Knowing that he had such a remarkable relative, Philip was almost about to get down on his knees and recognize the other man as his rightful father, but just as he was about to kneel down, he reacted. Recognizing his uncle as his righteous father seemed a bit inappropriate, so he stopped. Truth be told, Philip knew he wasn't much of a smart guy, but he knew a thing or two about tendency. At the essay contest before graduation, while the other monks were still singing the praises of the Pope and the goddess, Philip went straight to the end of his life study and wrote that piece, My Second Uncle at the Hall, and won first place. And since following his second uncle to Maze City, Philip, who had been aggravated for 20 years, had finally raised his eyebrows and turned over a new leaf. Every time he went out, a bunch of people would automatically appear to skulk at him, and those people could even get down on their knees and lick his shoes if he wanted to. Even those classmates who had looked down on him in the past were now writing lowly letters begging Philip to help introduce them to jobs. As for life, naturally, it was also rich and fast, and in the entire labyrinth city, there weren't many stores that would charge him money. Philip also used his second uncle's prestige to find the guys who bullied him as a child and took them all into custody at the trial hall. He still remembered now how the few flailing child kings had looked back then when they had fallen to their knees before him. It can be said that in these 3 years after graduation, his second uncle cured him of his mental internal conflict. Still, Philip had one complaint about this second uncle of his, and that was that he was too strict in controlling himself, and sometimes even when he had a couple of extra drinks, he had to be reprimanded. This has led to the fact that Philip has never had much of a chance to let go and enjoy life, even though he now eats and drinks, like women and such. However, in the past few days, as the Pope's birthday was approaching, his second uncle had become very busy and had loosened his restraints on Philip a little. Last night, Philip was thinking about women while sitting at home alone and drinking. Hey, one more! Philip yelled to the housemaid. Yes, As ordered. After a deep bow, the woman came over to pour the wine with a gyrating, hip-like gait that one couldn't help but stare at, the shape of her buttocks vaguely visible, probably because her dress wasn't too heavy. The seductive arse was naturally great, and the look of doing things on her own orders was a clear demonstration of the relationship between the dominant and the dominated, putting Philip in a very painful mood. After these 3 years, Philip understood the truth that when facing people of higher status than himself, he should be attentive and flattering, while when facing people of lower status than himself, he should step on them ruthlessly to get out of the air, so that he could maintain his psychological balance. Unfortunately, the woman in front of him was a married woman, and her age was more than 30 years old, and Philip, who had been educated in the magisterial academy, naturally wouldn't hit on this kind of woman. He actually wanted to hire some pretty young maids, but his second uncle was always nagging him to pay attention to his lifestyle. All Philip wanted now was to hurry up and become a priest running a town and get out of his second uncle's control. And just as Philip was looking at the woman in front of him, growing more and more agitated inside, one of his second uncle's subordinates knocked on the door of his room. "Lord Philip, the carriage is ready, and the Hall of Chi is to fetch you along to the hotel." By the time Philip got into the carriage, Kais was already waiting for him inside, and looking at his second uncle before him, he asked a little eagerly, "Second uncle, look at that trainee priest thing of mine." "What second uncle? How many times have I told you to refer to your position at work?" "Yes, Director Chi." After being reprimanded, Philip realized that his second uncle seemed to be looking a little worse for wear today, as if he had been defeated. "Who dares to mess with my uncle?" After a moment, Kais accounted to Philip, "There's an important guest tonight. I have to make a trip to the magic stone factory later, so receive the person for me." "What kind of person would make you go through so much trouble in the Chi Hall? Didn't I mention this to you before? The Princess of Mori no Kuni. You'll be staying next door to someone else tonight, so if the other party needs anything, you'll try to help out." Hearing that he was going to accompany the princess, Philip immediately became nervous, and coupled with the fact that he had just drank wine, at this time, his forehead was involuntarily sweating. "Look at your bearish behavior. Say you are a princess, but the land of forests is, to put it bluntly, a small country of 3,000 people. Casually cope with it. Don't lose the etiquette of our church on the line. You've learned these in the magisterial academy, right?" Philip nodded, and to urge him further, Kais drew a big picture. "Get this done and you won't have to think about any novice priests." "Chi Hall, what do you mean by that?" "Remove the word trainee. My good second uncle, you've really given me a big surprise here." After parting with Kais at the hotel entrance, Philip was led into the hotel by his entourage, and the moment Philip pushed open the door and saw the blonde elfin girl, he was immediately mesmerized. It was simply as beautiful as heaven, even if it was not too much to call it a goddess. If I had to say, only the holy maiden Sama, who I had once met at the opening ceremony of the Magisterial Academy, could barely compare to it. However, compared to the holy maiden Lord, Philip felt that the aura exuded by this elven princess in front of him was much more attractive. A greatly shaken Philip was at a loss for words for a moment, so he walked over to the dining area to pick up some food and ate it while observing from a distance. Inside the splendid and spacious hall, some of the clergymen of the Holy See would approach her from time to climb into conversation, and although her highness would respond with a smile, she appeared to be lacking in interest, and in the intervals of conversation Philip noticed the somewhat lonely side of her royal highness's face. He was instantly reminded of the bridge in the novel where the lonely princess is impressed by the simple and enthusiastic hero, and gradually became restless inside. At this moment, the etiquette of the Magisterial Academy had long been forgotten, and with the strength of his drink, he gathered his courage, took a drink, and walked forward. Well, I'm Director Chase's nephew. My name is Philip. Hello, my name is Theodorus." The conversation broke off here, and Philip racked his brain before coming up with another sentence. Second uncle. "No, Director Chi, he has something to do. He won't be coming today. As a substitute, I'll be the one to accompany." "Accompany you?" "Yeah, since Kais isn't coming, I'll go back to my room and rest first. Bye." With that, Theodorus waved her hand and left the hall. After mulling over this brief conversation, a drunken Philip came to a conclusion. "She's not, interested in me, is she?" Whereas an ordinary woman would immediately begin to flatter Philip upon hearing that he was the director's nephew, Theodorus in front of her walked away without a backward glance. Based on the stereotypes in his mind, Philip felt that the princess must be all deep-rooted young ladies who hadn't had much contact with males, so her behavior just now could also be explained by shyness. And objectively speaking, it's not impossible between Philip and the princess. When that Robin Hood what's-his-name is captured, then it's time for second uncle to be elevated to the priesthood. and he's second uncle's successor, rounding up to the future priesthood. And Uncle 2 also said that Mori no Kuni, despite its name, was actually just a small country with only 3,000 people, a priest of the Holy See, and a princess of a small country. Isn't that a good match when you round it up? Thinking about it, Philip couldn't help but take the liberty of looking forward to it, and to further express himself. After the dinner was over, Philip knocked on the door of Theodoris's room several times. Your Highness, are you thirsty? Shall I get you a glass of water? No need. Your Highness, are you hungry? Or should I send someone to prepare a midnight snack for you? Thanks. No really, Your Highness. You. With that, Philip went to knock on the door every 10 minutes, and by the time he got to the 10th time, there was no longer a response from the door. Thinking that Her Highness should be asleep, Philip returned to his room. That night he tossed and turned, and by the latter part of the night, after the wine had almost sobered him up, Philip, who had a little self-knowledge, began to wonder if he had not been mistaken. The thought of it brought shame and anger to the forefront at the same time, causing him to mentally implode until dawn. But when he woke up from his nap at noon the next day, he found a letter of invitation from the princess at his bedside, asking him to join him at the tavern for the evening. I was right. It seems she was just shy last night, and, with a special dated night, in a remote tavern, and a letter emphasizing that he should go alone. Do you think it would be? At the thought, Philip's back shook at his own thoughts. At 7 p.m. He arrived at the new Nipperi district as promised. In the end, it was the place where the untouchables at the bottom lived. The streets were dilapidated and dirty, and most of the pedestrians on the road were not well dressed. Following the map, Philip arrived at the tavern called Fantasyland. He stood in the doorway and straightened his clothes. Then he heard a sound of music. He didn't know any music, but it sounded and felt good, and it was as if all the pleasure in his mind was amplified. Your Highness, I'm here. Philip pushed open the door to the tavern and then froze in place. In the center of the tavern, where no tables or chairs were set up, Her Highness was playing music with a dark-haired man, and seeing Philip enter the store, Theodoris glanced at him without looking back, and then said, We're in the middle of playing, can you hold on a minute? Philip froze in his chair, and after a moment he reacted. I thought you were asking me out on a date? What the hell is that guy? Philip looked over at the two, only to see one of them with a guitar and the other with a harp, playing in perfect harmony. Watching this scene, Philip felt very angry and suffocated, but there was one thing he had to admit. That man was indeed more handsome than him. Humph, what's the use of good looks? What matters to men is wealth and status. Thinking of this, Philip yelled, Boss, bring me a serving of the most expensive wine. We don't have any of the most expensive wines here. Go somewhere else if you want to show off your wealth. The tavern owner directly revealed Philip's small mind, making him feel incredibly embarrassed all of a sudden. Since arriving in Labyrinth City, no shopkeeper had dared to take such liberties with Philip. Anger welled up in Philip's heart, an emotion that swelled rapidly. Don't you dare talk to me like that. You don't want to do business. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. When you're in my place, you follow the rules or get out. And just then, a man at Philip's neighboring table in a blacksmith's suit with a head that looked like a potato teased. It's probably the son of some tycoon. No quality at all. And his bones are permeated with a sense of poverty. Poorly. Those three words instantly evoked an inferiority complex deep within Philip. He desperately tried to suppress his anger, then said to Theodoris, Your Highness, never mind the recital. Let's change places. This is no place for us nobles. But Theodoris was still playing the piano and paying no attention to Philip. So he questioned, Didn't you make an appointment with me? And before Theodoris could answer, Potato Head, who was on the sidelines, spoke first. It's not your turn to mess with a demon like you when people have a groom and a daughter? Hearing this, Philip was instantly enraged, and he swung his fist directly at Potato's head. But just as the fist was about to hit, the dark-haired man on the side instantly put down his guitar, then stretched out a finger and easily blocked Philip's fist. I'm an employee of this tavern for the time being, so I hope you won't give me a hard time. Through this one finger, Philip immediately realized the difference in strength between the two, and he instinctively took half a step back. Only the dark-haired man gave Theodoris a wink, and then Theodoris said, Mr. Philip, why don't you wait outside and I'll call you when I'm done playing. With that, Philip walked out of the tavern with a grudge and a grimace. Something. What a bunch of things. A bunch of pariahs. How dare they look down on me? The burning anger made Philip tremble, but the last vestige of rationality made him realize that he couldn't beat them, so he suffocated even more. Just then Philip heard someone calling him from the shadowy alley next to him, and went over to see a small, dark, thin beggar with a mange on his head. Big brother, please do me a favor and buy a few boxes of matches. I need money for my grandpa. With that, The little boy took out a few boxes of matches from his pocket and handed them to Philip. "You're just begging for food, and you're selling matches under the guise of selling matches? Besides, what's your grandfather got to do with me?" At this moment, Philip remembered what his second uncle had once taught him. If you want to climb high, you have to be ruthless and never sympathize with these pariahs. If it had been a normal day, Philip might have thrown a few bucks at him to get rid of him, but he was in a pissed off mood right now, and he couldn't look at anything right. And after learning that Philip would not buy matches, the little beggar instantly gave him a look of disdain, as if to say, "I came over to talk to you because you were dressed in a manly fashion, but I didn't think you were a cheapskate. No, even you, a beggar, look down on me? Do you really think I don't have money?" Philip instantly wanted to beat the little beggar up, but he finally held back. He's still too dirty to hit a guy like that. And after a few moments, and I don't know which of the tendons in his head played a role, Philip had a sudden flash of insight. He came up with a brilliant after-party. Philip looked at the little boy, squeezed out a smile, and then pulled a shiny bill out of his pocket, the largest denomination of the church's banknotes, called golden dollar bills, worth the equivalent of 3,000 rupees. "Do you want this?" I want it. Thank you. Thank you." Seeing Philip directly pulling out a 3,000 rupee bill, the little beggar hurriedly kowtowed, his head continuously hitting the ground, making a loud noise. Seeing him in this state made Philip's smile widen. That's right, pariahs should be like dogs, wagging their tails. Only Philip crouched down and brought the golden round ticket closer to the boy. The boy looked at the old pope's head glittering on the golden round ticket, and at the moment it seemed as if it really did emit the warmth of the sun's rays, giving hope for a new life. But just as the boy was about to grasp the glow, Philip suddenly withdrew his hand and said, "It always feels a little dark around here." Hearing Philip's words, the little boy hurriedly pulled out matches, polished a few, and handed them to Philip, his hands carrying a foul odor. "Who cares about your broken matches?" Philip shook off the boy's dirt-covered hand, then chanted the first rank of magic. "Starburst, show us the way." The chant ended. A wisp of flame appeared in Philip's hand, and the golden round ticket, which held the boy's hopes, was, little by little, burned to ashes. "It's brightening up." A sadistic thrill surged through Philip's mind as he looked at the boy with the desperate look in his eyes. But just then, with a snap, Philip was slapped so hard that he fell straight to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elf swearing. Immediately after being slapped, Philip's goodwill towards Theodoros evaporated as he subconsciously said, "Don't you dare hit me. Even my father never hit me." It seems to me that only the most despicable cowards maintain their ridiculous self-esteem by abusing those weaker than themselves. Theodoros's words were like a sharp blade slicing through Philip's body, digging out his dirty soul and exposing it to a clear sky, which made Philip feel ashamed all of a sudden. And unlike the exasperated Theodoros, Fry, who was on the side, acted very surprised. Today Fry did intend to count Philip and thus catch him in the act, and depending on the situation, he had prepared a full 13 scenarios. The scene in the tavern just now was just foreplay. After analyzing Philip's character, Fry intended to give instructions to the other actors in the tavern, which was why he had asked Theodoros to ask Philip to go out for the time being. But I didn't realize that Philip had pulled off such a mean job on his own with no one to perform with him. In the dimly lit alley, the well-dressed nephew of the head of the hall lit the bill that would save his grandfather's life in front of the ragged little beggar, and the faint light of the fire illuminated both the boy's expression of despair and the sneer on Philip's face. "This is simply a world-famous painting that will last for ages. I'm just starting the show. Why are you taking a curtain call?" I can't imagine that a single moment of truthfulness from a gifted player is far beyond the limits of what a Fry director can imagine. But well, Frey's purpose had been accomplished. He said to Philip, "According to the code of canon law of the Papal States, the destruction of currency, as well as the burning of the portrait of the old Pope, are two offenses that together carry a minimum sentence of 10 years and life deprivation of political rights." Philip was relieved to hear Fry say that. Is this black-haired man stupid? He actually wanted to threaten him with this kind of charge, knowing that his second uncle is the head of the trial hall, and the interpretation of the law is in his hands. What's more, there were only so many witnesses, and with his second uncle's power, he could completely suppress them. "You say I broke the law. Who saw it? Do you have proof? Please watch the VCR." With that said, Fry activated the magic guide in his hand and played out everything that had just happened in the alley. What is this thing? "Oh, you magic blade, kid." The potato-headed crowd-pleaser in the tavern just now was no one else but the store owner of Secondary Bladesmith, Brother Blade. Late that night, Kais couldn't help but sweat as he watched the images recorded in the arcane magic blade handed over by the princess of the land of Mori. When the video was finished, Theodoros spoke up. "She Hall, you wouldn't want this video of your nephew to be seen by the public." Chapter 24. 5 currently releasable information. 2. The history of the holy war between humans and demons. In the first year of the Aedan calendar, the dragon poetry war ended, and the king of Aedan overthrew the rule of the ancient dragons, slayed the former demon king, and dealt a heavy blow to the demonic forces, ushering in the age of laws belonging to mankind. In the 500th year of the Aedan calendar, the king of Aedan died, the age of law ended, the human camp began to split, and the necromantic dragon Jabberwock resurfaced, before being defeated and sealed by the dragonslayer warrior Grimm. Around the 600th year of the Aedan calendar, the belief in the 7 gods gradually took shape, and forces believing in different gods started a melee, with the demons taking advantage of the opportunity to re-emerge. Around the year 700 of the Aedan calendar, taking advantage of human infighting, the demon race invaded in force and quickly took over a large portion of territory located in the northwestern portion of the continent, including Labyrinth Metropolis. Around the 750th year of the Aedan calendar, the demon race captured more than half of the human territory. The northern part of the continent almost completely fell, and coupled with the consumption of the war, the human race lost 80% of its population. Just when the human race was facing a crisis of survival, the first generation of the brave man, who also obtained the protection of the 7 gods, appeared, and the first generation of the brave man killed a large number of high-end combatants of the demon race, saved the situation, and died 13 years later, in 800 to 900 Aedan calendar. After the death of the primordial brave, the holy war between humans and demons entered a phase of strategic stalemate, with both sides fighting each other's battles. Around the year 900 of the Aedan calendar, the Illuminati officially established a regime of its own, the Hikari ecclesiastical state, and under the leadership of the old Pope Carol, the ecclesiastical state's power expanded rapidly. In the year 901 of the Aedan calendar, the Church Kingdom persuaded the Terra Federation to send troops to fight the demons in exchange for ceding the labyrinthine metropolis of Grimgar. In the year 901 to 960 of the Aedan calendar, the Holy War entered a strategic counteroffensive phase, and under the leadership of the Church Kingdom, humanity gradually recovered all the fallen territories and drove the demonic forces back to the demon territory. Aedan calendar 960 to 970. The Church, in order to obtain the magic stone veins in the territory of the devil, launched a great expedition. A total of 86 companies of human expeditionary force has entered the territory of the devil, and the main force of the devil fought, and ultimately won the bitter victory. The end of the great expedition. The old pope is seriously ill and no longer governing the Church of the power of the 3 cardinals. The next 25 years, the human and the devil between the and the following 25 years, the human race and the demon race have been defending their respective borders, and no large-scale wars have broken out. In the year 994 of the Aedan calendar, the old Pope Carol became terminally ill and lost consciousness and fell into a coma after passing the papacy to the current Pope Oscar. After the new pope ascended to the throne, the Illuminati began to work on the recovery of Labyrinth Metropolis, and reached an agreement with the Federation in the following year to begin the renovation of the city. In the year 996 of the Aedan calendar, the old Pope Carol died, and in the same year, a mediocre-looking teenager embarked on his adventures, and this was the new Braveheart, who at first showed no special talent, except for upgrading a little faster than the others, until the Church found out that he, like the first Braveheart, was able to gain the blessing of the 7 gods at the same time. At the beginning of the Aedan calendar 999, the new Bravehearts were recognized by the Illuminati and were granted the holy sword of the first Bravehearts, after which, led by the Illuminati, the countries began to organize a coalition army, preparing to attack the demon race together and seize the veins of magic stones. On April 1, 999 of the Aedan calendar, in response to the threat of the new guts, the remaining main warring factions within the demon clan followed the rituals left behind by the previous demon king, summoning a spirit, Fry, from the other world and allowing it to inherit the power of the demon king to fight the guts. In the middle of April in the year 999 of the Aedan calendar, the final battle between the demon king and the brave one broke out. Chapter 1. Chapter 25, Master of Micromanipulation, 5K. Director Chi, you wouldn't want this video of your nephew to be seen by the public. Looking at the blonde elf with a devilish smile in front of him, Kais felt a wave of fear for the first time in a long time. It didn't matter to Kais whether Philip had broken the law or not. He had the means to rule the footage as invalid evidence, but he knew very well that the true power of the image lay in its picture itself. Since Kais understands how to appease and deceive the public, he naturally understands what kinds of things will ignite public opinion. Once this footage is exposed, Philip will surely be excommunicated and his uncle will be a target. If the footage was in the hands of ordinary civilians, then Kais would still have a way to suppress it, but it turned out that the Church Kingdom and Mori no Kuni were allies who had signed a pact. There was no way Kais would go after the princess of a neighboring country to protect his nephew, and if he did, the consequences would be much worse than the video being exposed. And Theodorus made the demand that Kais surrender command of this capture. Whether or not the monster thief could be caught concerned the whereabouts of the life crystal, and was the top priority of the entire elven race, so it was not hard to understand why Theodorus had made such a request. As early as this morning, Theodorus had come to Kais to discuss this matter, while Kais had refused on the grounds that this was a part of the Inquisition's duties, and that the order could not be handed over to the command of an outsider. Among other reasons, the ostensible reason why Kais would refuse is because he wants to keep as much of this credit to himself as possible, and the real reason was because Kais was worried that if Robin Hood was really a survivor of the 86th Company, then once he fell into the hands of Theodorus, his own impersonation of military service would probably be exposed. In the Great Expedition 30 years ago, Kais had merely spent some time in the logistics department, and his honor as a human hero was only filled in later by Cardinal Aesop in order to promote him. And as for all those battle credits on his resume, they all came from 86th Company. The 86th Company, initially, was the unit formed by Cardinal Aesop. After the end of the Great Expedition, the entire company was sacrificed, and the old pope was no longer in charge of the government, so the military achievements of the 86th Company were used by Cardinal Aesop to support his own cronies, men like Kais, who were promoted by Cardinal Aesop, who was in charge of justice in the church state, were known as the Law Gang. Previously, the entire Law Gang had the patronage of Cardinal Aesop, a secure position and rapid advancement. However, in the past 2 years, especially after the victory over the demons, the new Pope Oscar's position has gradually stabilized, and relatively, Cardinal Aesop's power has been shrinking day by day, and the members of the Law Gang have been slow to be promoted, coupled with the fact that Kais was not considered a core member in the Law Gang in the first place. If the thunderstorm that was Robin Hood were to fall in his hands at such a sensitive time, then Cardinal Aesop would likely cut him out directly. That was why he was going to personally preside over this capture. As long as he was at the helm, then the worst that could happen was that the capture would fail, and he would have less of a credit, which was much better than if things were to fall apart. And this princess, who could read the wind, should have seen that Kais did not intend to capture Robin Hood with all his might, and that was why he had asked him to cede command. Unexpectedly for Kais, Theodorus, after being rejected by himself, actually turned his attention to his untalented nephew and made the video. Kais had to admit that he was negligent. Since the appearance of this elf princess looked like a young girl, Kais forgot for a moment that this woman was much older than him. Things had come to a head, and Kais had to make trade-offs, and he quickly figured out which things he could concede and which he couldn't. He took out a divinely blessed parchment and drew up a contract. First, Theodorus cannot release the footage and has to keep it a secret from others who know about it as well. Secondly, in order to safeguard Her Highness's safety, Theodorus must move with the Holy Glory Knights and not directly fight the monstrous thieves herself, or else it would be a diplomatic accident if anything happened to her. Thirdly, according to the rules and regulations of the Holy See, after capturing the monster thief, he must not be interrogated privately, but must be sent to the judgment hall in the first instance and handed over to Kais to deal with, and Kais must prioritize asking about the whereabouts of the map when interrogating him. If Theodorus agrees to the 3 points mentioned above, then Kais will give her command of the capture of the monstrous bandits and provide full cooperation. Faced with Kais' request, Theodorus pulled out a notebook and looked at it for a few moments. To points 1 and 3, Theodorus agreed. After all, it was indeed the rule of the order. And for the second point, Theodorus eventually decided that Fry, her hired assistant, would go to the front line in her place. After signing the contract, Kais breathed a sigh of relief. As the head of the trial hall, the contract he drew up was naturally dripping with water. And in his opinion, he had already minimized his losses. And at the end of the negotiations, Theodorus inquired, "By the way, about that security captain Reynard's resume, please tell me in detail." And while Theodorus was negotiating with Kais, Fry and Noel followed the little boy who had just sold matches to a hospital. In today's continent of Aden, unlike the demon race who believed in the mother goddess of abundance, of the 6 types of elemental magic available to humans, only water magic and light magic could barely provide some healing effects. Moreover, low-ranked healing magic could only serve to purify wounds as well as increase the body's own resilience, and could not directly repair limbs and cure diseases. On the other hand, the very few top-class healers who could use healing magic of the 5th rank or above, they bounced around the mansions of various dignitaries every day, and had absolutely no relationship with ordinary people. Therefore, even though this is a world of swords and magic, ordinary people who get sick, especially difficult cases with unknown causes, can only receive traditional medical treatment and then use some magic to aid in their recovery, and the hospital as a facility is set up for this purpose. The little boy in front of Fry with a large, mangy head was named Sansho. due to the fact that he only had 3 hairs left on his scalp. According to Mitsuru, he grew up in an orphanage on the outskirts of the Maze City. The orphanage is said to have been established 30 years ago, when Maze City was still under the rule of the Terra Federation, and the director, Jacob, was an old grandfather with a broken leg. Life at the orphanage was hard, but the children were happy thanks to the care of Grandpa Jacob. However, since the Holy See recovered Labyrinth City 4 years ago, this orphanage failed to receive the Holy See's acceptance because it failed the inspection, so its funding was cut off. The children in the orphanage were partly taken in by the Holy See, partly adopted, and the remaining ones, like Sanmao, who were physically handicapped and unwanted, stayed in the orphanage and were raised by Grandpa Jacob out of his own pocket. 3 years ago, Grandpa Jacob suddenly got sick, and his health has been deteriorating ever since, but he's barely been able to support his children. And by half a year ago, when Guts defeated the Demon King, Grandpa's illness suddenly worsened and he even went into a coma for a while. The children of the orphanage took the money left in the institution for Jacob's treatment, but this money was spent last month. So in order to come up with Rs. 2,000 for this month's treatment, Sancho sneaked out to raise money, despite his grandfather's objections. After hearing about what happened to Sanmao, the tavern owner, Van Damme, decides that he will pay the money. The reason why Fry accompanied Sancho to the hospital, on the one hand, want to make sure that what he said for Grandpa's illness is true or not, to prevent the boss from spending money in vain. On the other hand, being an intelligence powerhouse, he was also interested in this Dean Jacob. It was said to be a hospital, but it was nothing more than a small clinic in the middle of nowhere, and when he reached the clinic's entrance, Fry activated his shadow sense while it was still night to make sure his surroundings were safe, and through shadow sense, Fry realized that in the clinic, an old man was lying on a bed near a window. From the looks of his face, the other party should only be about 50 years old, about the same as Kai's, but he already had gray hair and his face was full of marks left by the years. The old man's face was as pale as paper, his cheeks were deeply sunken, his arms were thin and hanging feebly like withered twigs by the side of the bed, and his left leg below the knee had been amputated and fitted with a wooden prosthetic leg. And just as Fry unleashed his shadow perception, the old man seemed to have sensed the footsteps at the door, and he opened his eyes alertly, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's. Grandpa Jacob, listen to me. I met a few good people. Today Sancho rushed into the clinic, and after seeing Sancho, Jacob's expression instantly became kind. Jacob looked at the bag of money in Mitsuru's hand, then at Frey and Noel, and immediately realized what was going on. It took several excuses and tugs before Jacob agreed to accept the gift, but he turned to Mitsuru. Sanmao, I can't be cured of this disease. Take this money back to the orphanage. No way. You'll be fine. Grandpa, you clearly said Grandpa's fine. Grandpa can still fight tigers on New Year's Eve, and you taught us that you can't keep your word. After watching the argument between the unrelated grandparents and grandsons for a while, Fry and Noel excused themselves. On the way back to the tavern, Fry couldn't help but shiver a few times as he recalled what he had just experienced, and Noel on the side saw this and inquired, Fry, are you cold? Well, the wind is a little boisterous today. The reason why Fry felt backlash was because the moment he entered the hospital room, he checked that old man's information through identification. Name, Marius Jacob. Rank, 35. Soul strength, 3. 9. Race, human. Occupation, Darkstalker. The Dark Stash. 30 years ago, the orphanage. All the information suggests that this Jacob is most likely the survivor of the 86th squad back then Robin Hood the Bandit. It's really a step in the right direction, but when I look back, the person is in the lights. If Jacob was really Robin Hood, then with his level 35 strength, just the two of them, Fry and Noel, would naturally be no match, which was why Fry had just feigned ignorance. Despite being seriously ill, a dying counterattack from a strong person was extremely terrifying. In the Labyrinth City at the moment, I'm afraid that only the Dark Knight Van Damme, as well as the Holy Knight Reynard, would be able to safely subdue him. Common sense considerations dictate that Fry should be shaking people off right now and surrounding this hospital, but he wasn't 100% sure that Jacob was Robin Hood right now, and to be honest, it was hard for him to associate the image of the strange thief with the physically weak and kindly old man just now, and there was no reason for him to have someone capture an old man without revealing his identification skills. What's more, Frey's ultimate goal wasn't to capture the odd thief back to the Judgment Hall, but to ask him about the whereabouts of the map and the truth about what happened 30 years ago while ensuring his own safety. His plans, therefore, were not altered on the whole, and whoever the true form of the strange robber might be, Fry would wait until tomorrow night, when all things were ready, before he would formally fight with him. Early the next morning, Theodorus, who had temporarily gained supreme power over the entire Labyrinth City, announced a wholesale revision of the existing capture plan. She had Kais gather the cadres in the Inquisition and the Knights of the Sacred Radiance, and after confirming that there were no suspicious persons, she began the meeting. At the meeting, she announced the establishment of the command center for this operation, Catch the Monster Countermeasures Committee, and then had her assistant, Fry, come in as the head of the committee to take her place as the on-site commander. For that matter, everyone naturally thought that the princess was planning to stick it to her little white boy again. After becoming commissioner, in order to make these men happy to serve, Fry offered them 10 times the overtime pay and promised that once Robin Hood was apprehended, all of them would immediately be paid a bonus equal to half a year's salary, an expense which of course counted towards Kai's head. Faced with such a generous reward, everyone was both surprised and skeptical, and they feared that the commissioner would assign them extremely dangerous work. However, the combat program proposed by Commissar Fry was not difficult and had a high margin of safety. Fry divided the force at hand into teams for different tasks. Each team was assigned a simple and easy to understand task. They just had to do their jobs. Commanding this group was not difficult for Fry. After all, the monstrous Robin Hood was obviously easier to deal with than Brave, and the professionally trained knights and clergymen in front of them were much better to command than those alien monsters in the Demon Clan. After a full day of preparation, deployed by Fry, the stage was set for the capture of the bandit, and he has one last piece of the puzzle to obtain before the action begins. It was a night as thick as ink. Fry glanced at his watch. It was now 8:30, only half an hour before the time Robin Hood had foretold. However, at this time, he, the commissioner, did not stay in the trial hall, but instead came to a barren hill outside of Labyrinth Metropolis. Accompanying him was Metropolis' current strongest combatant, the level 42 security captain Reynard. The operation is about to begin. What exactly does our Lord Commissar want by bringing me to a place like this? Reynard inquired. I have learned from Kais the reason for your demotion. According to the information provided by Kais, Reynard had been a thief for a while before joining the Illuminati. Later, with his outstanding strength, he was recognized by the old Pope and entered the Holy Glory Knights, after which he was promoted all the way up, and at one point became the leader of the 9th branch of the Knights. But 3 years ago, the year the old Pope died, Reynard's experience as a thief was dredged up, and he was relegated from sub-commander to security captain of Labyrinth Metropolis. Hearing Fry say that, Reynard asked back with some disdain. So, you suspect I'm the one who's Robin Hood the Freak? Fry shook his head, then said, it's true that I had my suspicions, but since you're now willing to come here with me, the suspicions are naturally cleared. In Frey's opinion, the real reason for Reynard's demotion was not because of his thieving past. In the Illuminati, there were by no means a handful of high-ranking officials with stains on their resumes, and in favor of Reynard's experience being dug up, it was obvious that someone was trying to fix him. Now that I've been cleared, shouldn't we head back to the Judgment Hall? It's barely too late, Reynard said. Through these days of observation, Fry realized that for the matter of capturing the strange bandits, Reynard was actually very much on board. No, we'll just wait here. It was only at this moment, with no one else around, that Fry finally revealed his plan. In peace, to Reynard. After listening to Frey's plan, Reynard pondered for a moment before revealing an expression of inclination. It's really thanks to you that you were able to come up with such a well-thought-out formula in such a short period of time. These are the wisdom of the famous Detective Dido. I'm just her sounding board. In this operation, Fry put all the credit onto Doris. So Captain Reynard, are you willing to perform this combat? Hearing this, Reynard, who had been wearing a wooden expression, let out a light laugh and then said, gladly. After reaching an agreement with Reynard, Fry pulled out his magical communicator. The effect of the magical communicator was similar to that of a walkie-talkie, and since there were no satellites or base stations in the continent of Iden, the communicator conducted signals through magical waves, so the maximum communication distance was only 10 kilometers. But for Fry, it was enough. At 8:40, on the other end of the comm, came Noel's voice, with Fry turning the volume down to prevent it from being heard by Reynard. Following Frey's instructions, Noel was now squatting near the hospital where Jacob lived, along with the tavern owner, Van Dam. Upon returning to the tavern last night, Fry indicated that there was something suspicious about Jacob before asking Noel and Van Dam to keep an eye on him tonight. They were, both of them, the people Fry trusted the most at the moment, and neither of them had any heart. Frey disappeared. Grandpa in the ward disappeared, Noel said in a panic, and the level 40 Dark Knight Van Dam added, can't be wrong, he used Shadow Dive. Van Dam also possessed the skill of Shadow Sense, which, in turn, could detect shadows lurking. At this point, the identity of the bandit is completely clear. I can barely detect him now. Do I need to give chase? No, You guys follow the plan and head to point B for the ambush. After arranging Noel and Van Damme, Fry adjusted his walkie-talkie and gave orders to the rest of the team. All squads conduct a final debriefing. Reporting to the commissioner, the Earth Tiger Squad is in position. Cough, cough, please instruct. Perhaps due to the dusty environment, a cough came from the other side of the communicator. Earth Tiger Squad, hold your positions. You are the key to this operation. Reporting to the commissioner, Xianglong Squad is in position. Please instruct. Xiang, move. In the face of Frey's off-the-cuff line, the captain of Xianglong Squad was a bit confused. How do you move? Move 5 centimeters to the left. Reporting to the commissioner, the General Reserve is in position. Please instruct. General Reserve, not moving. Chapter 26, The Dragnet. After launching Shadow Lurk, Jacob leaves the hospital and heads to a pre-prepared hiding spot to remove his odd job suit. A pitch-black trench coat, a white mask that covers his entire face, a black wig to hide his aging, a hook-lock launcher, daggers, and a fanny pack with various props in it. After putting it all on, Jacob, the director of the orphanage, once again, after 3 years, transformed into Robin Hood the Bandit. After that, after a high-speed run all the way, Jacob arrived near the Judgment Hall with only 10 minutes left before the teaser time. Using the hook-lock launcher in his hand, he quickly climbed up to a roof. The following picture is for appearance reference. The picture is from the game 300 Heroes. The character is Black from Black Pactors. Erased. Jacob's condition was not a disguise, and despite the values that came with the rank still being there, his descriptive body could not reasonably support the series of movements. His current strength originated from the C-rank skill, Tendon Liberation, a skill that could temporarily unlock the brain's restriction on the muscles, resulting in a significant increase in strength, but because of the extreme side effects, unusual fighters would only release it briefly the moment they swung the winning blow, and at that moment, Jacob turned up the Tendon Liberation to the maximum and maintained it the entire time, squeezing out the last of his strength from his atrophied muscles. He was able to do this because the Dark Hidden One could manipulate his own muscles and nerves with a fineness that was beyond the reach of normal people. Jacob's current state was the equivalent of overloading a machine with broken parts on the verge of collapse, and every time he moved, a sharp pain that was enough to make a person faint came from his limbs and bones, and in order not to let the pain affect his movements, he used another Hidden One's exclusive skill, Sensory Shield, cutting off his sense of pain and ignoring his body's wailing. Naturally, this kind of cover-up doesn't last long, and at this point Jacob is like a candle in the wind, burning what's left of his life. But it was enough, because today, it was his last theft. Jacob stood on the roof, looking out over the far side of the Judgment Hall, the cold night wind whistling through his body, his trench coat fluttering with it. It feels so quiet. Jacob sighed. Since the streets had been blocked off in advance and the residents had been evacuated as much as possible, there wasn't even a single pedestrian or light to be seen in the neighborhood. And around the Judgment Hall, there were the Holy Glory Knights in strict formation. The Knights of the Holy Glory were in squads of 10, one on each side of the 9-meter-high secret silver gate of the Judgment Hall. In addition to the main entrance, there was also a group of knights in each of the other 3 directions, who stood spread out and surrounded the entire building on all sides. According to Jacob's investigation, there were more than 50 people in total in the Sacred Radiance Knights stationed in Labyrinth Metropolis, and they should all be concentrated here now. It seemed that they were planning to intercept the enemy outside of the Judgment Hall. After all, the complex environment inside was not only unfavorable to the team's unfolding, but would also create more opportunities for the monstrous thieves to take advantage of. And the fact that no ordinary guards or clergy were deployed was a wise judgment. For Jacob, only level 20 or above Holy Shining Knights could possibly pose a threat to him. Other miscellaneous soldiers couldn't even function as meat shields, but would instead hamper the Holy Shining Knights' movements. And around the trial hall, a layer of continuously glowing boundary had been laid down. Under the illumination of the boundary, the building was as bright as day within a radius of 100 meters, and all shadows had no way to hide. In this environment, Jacob's shadow sneak would naturally be ineffective, and it seemed that the commanders of this operation had roughly figured out his skills, but that level of defense didn't stop Jacob, and the props in his fanny pack were prepared for that purpose. As the clock struck 9, the Holy Glory Knights showed nervous expressions as they maintained their bodies motionless and rolled their eyeballs to look in all directions. A few moments later, just when the knights thought that the monstrous thief would not appear, at the side of the Judgment Hall, several small balls were thrown at the feet of the Holy Glory Knights, from which a black mist was released. The black mist quickly filled the air and soon formed a sheet of black fog, while Jacob unleashed Shadow Dive and hid in the mist. There are no shadows, so create them. Target appears on the west side. With this call, all the knights began to gather towards the west, and in a cloud of fog, Jacob's ghostly figure loomed large. as if he had become one with the black fog. Third order magic, light laser. As early as when the fog had just appeared, the strongest squad leader among the 10 knights had started chanting magic, and at that moment, when the chanting ended, only a beam of light was seen cutting through the darkness and shooting towards the black shadow in the fog. But after the beam hit, the black shadow suddenly twisted, like smoke blown away by the wind. It's like a stump? Just as the young captain felt puzzled, a dagger with a rope tied at the end suddenly shot out of the other mist and stabbed his torso, then immediately drew back. The dagger only left a shallow wound, but from the wound, some sort of substance quickly seeped out and invaded the young captain's body. The young captain's movements stalled, his limbs quickly losing consciousness, and the dagger, it seemed, was coated with a rather powerful anesthetic. Jacob, meanwhile, seized the opening and crossed over to the side of the junior captain, intending to break the glass window and enter the courtroom, but by now 5 knights had moved to block the window. Jacob threw 3 small balls again, and several of the knights' eyes shifted for a split second, while Jacob had already thrown his dagger again. After paralyzing the knight on the front with his dagger, Jacob rushed towards the window, while the other 4 knights by the window simultaneously raised their swords and slashed at him. Too slow. In his opinion, the childish actions of these men were simply degrading to the name of the Knights of the Holy Glory, only to see Jacob do a backflip, easily dodging the attack, and at the same time, the 3 small balls he had just thrown exploded. With a muffled, thunderous pop, a searing wave of air erupted along with a powerful impact, shattering the glass on the window. Unlike the smoke bomb just now, these 3 little balls are bombs. This kind of miniature bomb using magic stones was taught to Jacob by a weirdo in the 86th Company who shouted art as explosion. The weirdo in 86th Company taught it to Jacob, and it was one of the cards he had hidden until now. In the old days, Jacob would have been able to get out of a crowd of 10,000 people with his agility alone, but nowadays he had to resort to the aid of various props as well. The sudden explosion caused several knights to subconsciously turn back, while Jacob took the opportunity to leap through the broken window and into the courtroom. As far as Jacob was concerned, the burglary was 70% successful once he entered the courtroom, and from this moment on, Frey's plan was just beginning. After confirming that Freak Robin Hood had entered the judgment hall, one of the knights turned on the intercom, reporting to the chairman of the committee, "The target has infiltrated inside the judgment hall, and on his person, he is carrying a dagger with an anesthetic effect, a smoke bomb that creates black smoke, and a small bomb with a power equivalent to second-order magic." In today's action, Frey has formulated a 7-step plan, and what has just been carried out is Step 1, inviting the king into the jar. Very well, Step 2 will be taken care of by Earth Tiger and Xiang Long squads. The rest of the squads will immediately head to the booked location and stand by. The general reserve is ready for action. Upon entering the courtroom, Jacob weaved quickly through the corridors and hardly made it to the reception room, and the chamber was guarded by only 2 knights at this time. Jacob threw his dagger, instantly knocking down the magic stone chandelier on the roof, and the moment the room returned to darkness, he dived over to the 2 knights and stuck them with anesthesia. According to Jacob's principles, he would only take what was rightfully his, and would not take a life until he had to. After the 2 knights fainted, Jacob looked to the display case on the wall. The gleaming gold medal of the human hero was currently on display in a transparent crystal cabinet. In order to prevent theft, the cabinet was infused with powerful defense magic, enough to withstand magical attacks up to 5th level, and Jacob did not have the ability to destroy the cabinet. This layer of defense magic should have been the biggest difficulty of this theft, but for Jacob, as long as specific conditions were met, then even the strongest shells were all but null and void. He unleashed his special theft skill, and then he managed to transfer the medallion in the crystal cabinet into his own hands. The successful activation of the skill means that the medallion is genuine. After the item arrived, Jacob, who thought he had accomplished a great deal, breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to withdraw, the portraits of the 2 popes in the room suddenly radiated an incomparably strong light like the sun. Immediately after that, the portrait quickly moved away, and in the wall behind the portrait, there were actually 2 super high-powered magic stone lamps hidden, and the light instantly dispelled the darkness in the room. Jacob realized that the crystal cabinet was probably rigged with a mechanism that would automatically activate once it detected the disappearance of the medallion. And just as he sensed something bad and intended to take a step back, under his feet, the entire floor of the reception room all collapsed. Earth Tiger Squad, move in. Just as Jacob was in the process of descending, with the leader's order, the 10 knights who had been in ambush for half a day under the ground drew their swords together and attacked. How can that be? Aren't all 50 knights of the Holy Glory concentrated at the entrance? Where did these 10 knights come from? At that moment, Jacob once again remembered the sluggish movements of the knights in the party. and he quickly realized the truth. The Holy Glory Knights at the door were partly ordinary guards pretending to be the real elite, hiding in the interior of the Judgment Hall, intending to give him a jar. Faced with this unexpected attack, Jacob in his descent quickly regained his composure. He dropped several bombs downward. The bomb exploded, interrupting the actions of the Earth Tiger Squad, and Jacob seized the opening and used the hooklock launcher in his hand to shoot hooklocks at the ceiling. But just as Jacob rose into midair, the ceiling above his head collapsed. Xianlong's squad, move in. 10 Holy Glory Knights, who had been ambushed beforehand, descended from the sky. During the day today, Fry took several of the clerics in the Inquisition who specialize in earth magic and completely remodeled the reception room where the medallions are displayed. As a former civil engineer, Fry is very confident in the quality of his work and guarantees that he can collapse the bottom and the top just right. This is step 2. The dragnet. 10 knights descended from the sky, all with chains in their hands, which blossomed with intense holy light in an attempt to bind Jacob. And below, 3 of the stronger knights in the Earth Tiger Squad had dodged the explosions and chanted their magic, and 3 beams of light attacks then came at Jacob. Facing such a desperate situation, Jacob, who was located in the air, dodged the 2 beams of light by bending his body into a weird shape with his agility. But the squad leader with the walkie-talkie, the light he fired was not aimed at Jacob's torso, but at his fanny pack. The light hit and the miniature bombs in his fanny pack were detonated as far as they could go. Jacob himself was blown backwards and then fell to the ground. The aerial Xianlong squad seized this opportunity and threw chains at Jacob. Jacob moved his body in a hurry, but the chains had bound his left leg. However, just when Xianlong's squad thought they had succeeded, Jacob fired the hook lock again, hooking the window on the other side. As the ropes contracted, Jacob's body was instantly pulled to the ledge, while the left leg, which was bound, stayed in place. The knights then realized that Jacob's left leg was actually a prosthetic. After becoming the one-legged bandit in a physical sense, Jacob flipped through a window and escaped inside the Judgment Hall. Upon tumbling out of the window, however, Jacob realized that the knights who had been guarding the outside of the Judgment Hall had gathered to surround him. The glowing boundary around the courtroom was still in effect, but Jacob's fanny pack containing smoke grenades as well as various props had been destroyed. But as an experienced monster thief, Jacob naturally wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket, and at this moment, he had several spare smoke bombs hidden in his sleeves. Jacob threw out a smoke bomb, intending to unleash Shadow Dive again to vanish into the black fog. But just then, an ethereal voice rang out from the air. 5th Order Magic Airflow Manipulation. This was the highest ranked magic that Theodorus, who had reached Magic LV2, could use. At this moment, Theodorus, in accordance with her contract with Kai's, was crouching in the distance under the protection of several Holy Glory Knights. And just now, she received phrase instructions, so she immediately started chanting wind magic. Because of the distance, the effect of airflow manipulation appears weakened, but it's still sufficient for blowing away smoke. And once the black smoke was blown away, Jacob could no longer dive into the smoke. Step 3 is to destroy Jacob's carry-on props. And after learning that Jacob's props had smoke bombs in them, Fry immediately contacted Theodorus and gave Step 3 a new name: strong wind blowing. Feeling the powerful wind field around him, Jacob had to admit that the commanders of this operation were truly resourceful. Without the protection of the smoke, it was no longer possible for Jacob to get out of here unharmed. Now, he was left with only one option, and that was to break out head-on. The streets on the outskirts of the Judgment Hall were still shrouded in darkness at this time. As soon as he could get there, Jacob was able to unleash Shadow Dive again and disappear into the darkness. What Jacob didn't anticipate, however, was that the darkened street, too, was part of the plan. General Reserve. Move. With phrase order, several hundred clerics hidden in the street houses appeared at the same time. Most of the clerics in this group were around level 10, with a few of them existing above level 15. Unlike the Holy Glory Knights, these clergymen were not good at fighting, and if they were to fight the monstrous pirates, it would fall into the category of pure and simple death. However, most of this group of clerics who had graduated from the Magisterial Academy had mastered some light attribute magic. That's why Fry classified them as General Reserve. At this moment, these hundreds of people released their magic together. From the first ranked, Flash of Light, to the second ranked, Shield of Light, to the third ranked, Barrier of Light. Although the magic levels that could be used were different, after phrase micromanagement, their light magic intertwined into a huge web of light on the streets outside the Judgment Hall, making it impossible for Jacob to retreat through Shadow Dive. This is Step 4. Star Lighting. Chapter 27, The Realm Unfolds. At this moment, the low-ranked guards used to fill up the numbers outside the Judgment Hall had already retreated, and the remaining 30 Holy Shining Knights formed a semicircle and blocked Jacob's front. Immediately after that, The 20 knights from Xiang Long Squad and Earth Tiger Squad in the room also immediately rolled over the window and came behind it, with 50 knights forming a closed circle. Jacob, at this point, had lost the fanny pack containing the props and the prosthetic leg on his left leg, and the only thing he could still use in his hand was a dagger. Seeing this scene, the two young men who had just joined the knights immediately drew their swords and rushed forward. This was a good opportunity to make a mark. Faced with such a wretched cripple, they felt they were winning. A knight stomped the ground with both legs and made a top-down jumping slash. But the moment the attack was about to hit, only Jacob's pupils contracted, accurately judging where the blade would land, and then curled up and leaned left to dodge it. But at the same time, another knight had swung a horizontal chop from the left, and while Jacob quickly leaned back to avoid the attack, his left wrist flipped rapidly, the dagger sticking to the gap in the armor, and then immediately withdrew, and he whirled around to use his single leg as a pivot point, and his entire body performed a gyroscopic pirouette, stabbing the knight who had just landed on the ground after launching his jumping cleave. In a flash of lightning, the two knights who had taken the lead had been paralyzed to the ground. The knights were amazed to find that after losing his prosthetic leg, the one-legged bandit had instead become more agile. If they fought alone, they were clearly no match for this strange thief. But the biggest strength of the Holy Shining Knights was their tacit cooperation. Into Array 5. As a command was issued, the Knights of the Holy Glory began to form up, and of the remaining 48 knights, the 8 who were the most skilled in melee combat raised their glowing crosshair shields and posted themselves in front of Jacob, forming an inner circle. The other 28 knights formed a center circle as a second barrier to prevent Jacob from escaping. The last 10 knights who specialized in magic retreated to the outer circle and began chanting magic in preparation for a long-range attack. And by the time the magic chanting was complete, the knights in the inner and center circles instantly dispersed to make room. Third order magic, light laser. Second order magic, fireball. Third order magic, lightning strike. Facing the magical attacks, Jacob kept swinging his body, sometimes jumping horizontally, sometimes rolling, flickering like a dance. But even with his sharp hands, it was impossible for him to completely dodge the attacks from 10 different directions, and in the midst of this wave of attacks, a beam of light grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloodstain, and after the magic attack ended, the knights in the front row immediately gathered around again, while the knights in the back row started chanting once again, preparing for the second wave of attacks. As long as the formation was maintained, then the Holy Glory Knights could trap the monstrous pirates. Jacob obviously realized this as well, so he began to take the initiative to attack with the intention of breaking through the encircling net. But how could these 8 shield formations in front of him be so easy to break through? The minutes ticked by as Jacob battled the knights. After 10 minutes, Jacob's daggers successively put down those 8 shield-wielding knights that were originally in the inner circle. But every time one of the knights in the inner circle fell, the knights in the middle circle would immediately replenish. And under the rounds of magical attacks, Jacob's body was already covered in wounds and his stamina was drastically depleted. Following this trend, Jacob would collapse from exhaustion before breaking through the encirclement. His defeat seemed only a matter of time. But after glancing at the street in the distance, Jacob under the mask spoke softly. The wind. It stopped. As he said, the duration of Todorus's magic, airflow manipulation, was up. Not only that, but during his tussle with the knights just now, the light on the streets had diminished by a few points. This group of clerics had limited magical power after all, and it was impossible to maintain light magic for a long time. We can't delay any longer. We'll launch a general attack on the next round. After receiving the order, the knights located in the outer circle gathered their magic power and chanted their strongest magic. And at the same moment the knights unleashed their magic, Jacob threw all the few remaining smoke bombs in his sleeve at his feet. Magic and smoke bombs exploded around Jacob at the same time, and a cloud of black fog wrapped around him once again. The knights stared intently at the black fog, and a moment later, with the sound of a hook and lock being fired, a black figure could be seen scurrying out of the fog like an arrow out of a string and into the window of the judgment hall. He's trying to hide indoors to stall for time. Get after him! The knights hurriedly chased after them inside the judgment hall, but when they saw the black shadow's true form, they froze in place. The dark figure that burrowed into the judgment hall was not the bandit himself, but his trench coat. Oddjob took his trench coat, secured it to the hooklock launcher, and launched it inside the judgment hall. And by the time the knights realized they had been duped, Jacob, who had taken off his trench coat, was already charging out of the black smoke outside the judgment hall. By now several low-ranked clerics had already run out of magic, causing a gap in the street's light grid. The knights quickly turned around to go after them, but Jacob, who only had one leg, ran extremely fast, and before the knights could catch up, he had already followed the gap and dived into the darkness once again. Reporting to the commissioner, the target has fled the scene. Seeing the monstrous thief escaping, One of the knights hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and reported. How did he escape? The strange thief fooled us by the blindfold. The knight's tone was filled with remorse. We failed in this operation. But on the other end of the intercom came Frey's voice with a chuckle. Don't be afraid. I have a plan. 8 kilometers away on a barren hill. After listening to a detailed combat debriefing, Frey hung up his walkie-talkie. The reason why the knights who had just talked to him thought that the operation had failed was because Frey had only told them the first 4 steps of the plan. After all, if they were allowed to know the full extent of the plan ahead of time, this group of holy radiant knights who were not professional actors would likely reveal themselves in battle and be detected by Jacob. Frey hadn't expected these 50 sacred knights of radiance to catch the monstrous bandit from the start. The real purpose of the first 4 steps was to gather intelligence and do their best to cripple Jacob through the battle, and that goal had already been achieved. Through the knight's report, Frey had to admit that Jacob's battle IQ was extremely high, and he managed to break through the heavy traps Frey had set up in the judgment hall, then fall into a new trap. Step 5. Surrounding 3. Successfully completed. Frey re-picked up his walkie-talkie and contacted Noel, who was crouching at Point B, as well as Van Dam, the owner of the tavern. This Point B is where Jacob finds the breakthrough. The reason why there was a gap in the optical network here in the first place was naturally designed by Frey in advance. The Dark Knight's shadow sense can detect Jacob after he dives into the darkness. Frey's current maximum detection range was 3 kilometers, while Van Dam's magic adaptation was nowhere near as good as Frey's, but by relying on his high level of 40, his detection range reached 5 kilometers. In other words, no matter which way Jacob escaped, he couldn't get out of their detection range fast enough, and that was the real centerpiece of this plan. With my speed, I should barely be able to catch up to him. Do you need me to make a move? Van Dam inquired. No, boss, just keep track and report back to me on the location. Frey had figured out Jacob's frontal combat strength, and by his design, Jacob had lost his prosthetic limbs and props, leaving many wounds on his body, so to speak, and was crippled. But Frey still didn't dare to take it lightly, because according to his speculation, Jacob should still have a bottom card that he hadn't used. Jacob's profession is that of a dark hidden one, and to have this specialty, one must be blessed by the god of chaos and joy, one of the 3 pillar gods of the demon clan, and through identification, Frey found that Jacob's race was still human. Under normal circumstances, unless one possessed a demonic bloodline or had been brainwashed by a cult from a young age, humans could not obtain the blessings of the 3 pillar gods. Since Jacob had been a member of 86th Company, the possibility that he was a cultist was basically ruled out. In that case, there was only one truth left: he had gotten the ye gaze of the god of pleasure. Among the 3 pillars of gods that the demon race believed in, the god of chaos and pleasure was the most special one. Although the beings on earth could not directly observe the god's essence, much less understand their thoughts, through some records kept in the Demon King's city, Frey roughly grasped the principles of this god of pleasure's behavior. Unlike other gods, who are not interested in the world, the god of pleasure casts an eye on intelligent beings that strike him as interesting. The scope of this fun is very vague. It can be a nonsensical and weird behavior. It can be a comical and funny life encounter. It can also be a deconstruction of authority and seriousness. There is no fixed rule, but on the whole, the god of merriment seems more keen on the humor that comes from chaos and absurdity than the traditional sense of peace and joy. And if the god of joy happens to notice you and finds joy in you, guy, he'll give you a nod of attention. These people who have received the gaze of the god of pleasure are called theatergoers. The god of pleasure's favorite thing to do is to play with the spirits and emotions of theatergoers to make them offer more interesting performances for himself. And for qualified theatergoers, the god of pleasure grants them a blessing or enchantment to increase their power. However, the followers of the god of joy are generally demons of higher intelligence, and he can hardly influence humans who have the shelter of the 7 gods. As long as a person is devout in his faith and strong in his will, there is generally no opportunity for that god of pleasure to take advantage of him. Unless, of course, the person's mental state was, by nature, on the verge of collapse. Frey speculates that Jacob would have been on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he was watched by the god of pleasure and thus became a shadow stalker. Those who have been blessed by the god of joy will simultaneously gain an ability to utilize the power of their souls to use psychic shocks on others. In the game Black Souls, attacks that utilize the power of the soul to launch attacks are very high in intensity, such as super bit magic that consumes the soul. If he had used this undercard, then Jacob could have easily gotten away just now, but he didn't. Even after being forced to this point, you're not willing to use your last card? Jacob, you bastard. And naturally, Frey had a plan for this situation. After learning Jacob's escape route from Van Dam, Frey contacted Renard, who had already split up with him. Captain Reynard, the monsters will be arriving at Point D in 5 minutes. Please prepare for battle. As the saying goes, you have to use your soul to defeat your soul. And this level 42 paladin had similarly mastered a way to use the power of the soul to fight, domain unfolding. Unlike unusual abilities and skills, domain unfolding was the direct release of one's soul power, projecting it into the surrounding space, which in turn formed a domain and changed the environment. The prerequisite for using domain expand is a level of 40, and in order to master domain unfolding, one's soul was required to be pure enough to exhibit a certain distinctive characteristic, which would allow one to form a domain with a specific effect upon release. Based on this characteristic, people who could use domain expansion were extremely rare, and Reynard was one of them. Not only that, but Reynard's domain also happened to be the nemesis of those who lurked in the shadows, the dark hidden ones. 5 minutes later, Jacob, who had been running at high speed for 5 kilometers, had passed through the gates of Maze City. With that last medal of human heroism, he rushed towards a location on the outskirts of the city under the protection of the night. Although he had blocked out the sense of pain, his body had long since reached its limit after that fierce battle just now. Bones crunched with each step forward, but at this point Jacob was completely unconcerned about his collapsing flesh. As long as he held on for a few more minutes, when he returned the medal to its rightful owner, his long-cherished dream would be accomplished. A sense of relief welled up in Jacob's heart at the thought. He quickened his pace and climbed a barren hill outside of Labyrinth Metropolis. But that was when he realized that a man in armor was standing on that hill. Jacob recognized the man as Reynard, the security captain of Maze City. During these 3 years, Reynard had visited Jacob's orphanage several times for inspections, and the two had some friendship. Just as Jacob was surprised, Reynard suddenly drew his saber and raised it above his head, then bellowed, "The field unfolds, sunshine." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jacob felt that the space in a circle of about 500 meters was affected by some kind of power, and even he himself stopped moving as if he was sucked in by gravity. In an instant, one could only see countless strong lights bursting out from Reynard's body, enveloping the surrounding space in an incandescent glow. And Reynard, who was located in the center of this field of light, was like a sun, constantly radiating light and heat. The sun shines and makes all darkness invisible. Chapter 28, Human Heroes. In this field of light, Jacob's shadowy lurking was completely ineffective and his figure was revealed. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, but the glow was so strong that it couldn't be blocked by his eyelids, and even when he closed his eyelids, his field of vision was still covered by a white light. The sudden exposure to such intense light caused Jacob to feel a wave of vertigo, and he held up his forehead, frozen in place for a moment. Enough light to sear the skin focused on Jacob's body, but quickly redispersed and did not harm him. This wasn't because Reynard's sunshine illumination was a flowery framework that could only glow. His domain, which could significantly weaken the demon race as well as all sorts of evil and evil things and continuously inflict light attribute damage on them. And the fact that the bandit wasn't harmed meant that he was a human. Seconds later, realizing he wasn't injured, Jacob's legs gave out and he tried to escape the field. However, just as Jacob leapt up, Reynard, who had been standing in the same place with his sword raised just now, blocked directly above him as if he had instantly moved. Reynard raised his shield in his hand and delivered a shield strike that slammed Jacob into the ground. In Jacob's opinion, this was in no way the speed a paladin should have. Jacob, who fell to the ground, took a strong blow to the front of his chest and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as he subconsciously inquired, "Is this the effect of the field?" Reynard walked slowly to his side, then explained, "It's my gift. A gift is a precious talent that only a very few people possess, and Reynard happens to have one. Talent, Sunny Warrior, improves his strength and speed in high light environments. The stronger the light, the greater the improvement." Jacob on the ground struggled to stand on his hands. Through that strike just now, he had clearly realized that there was absolutely no way he could escape from Reynard's hands before the field unfolded and ended. In fact, back when Reynard had first visited the orphanage, Jacob had sensed an air of danger from the scruffy, wooden-looking security captain with little presence. The one thing Jacob was most afraid of in this theft was Reynard, who did not know the depth of his power. But even Jacob hadn't thought that his opponent was actually a strong person who could use the domain to unfold. "So first of all, could you take off your mask, Mr. Freakin' Robin Hood?" Reynard inquired. "Is that even necessary after all this?" Jacob moved his half-missing left leg, and with that feature, Reynard should be able to conclude his identity. Or is our security captain planning on letting the strange thief off the hook if it turns out his true form is nothing more than a poor old man? Facing Jacob's question, Reynard said in a sincere tone, "I won't spare a sinner, but I don't want to wrong a good man either. So maybe we can talk." Jacob understood that Reynard was different from the moralistic high officials of the church, and this was felt in his domain. When he said he wanted to have a conversation, he obviously meant it, but Jacob chose to decline. "No, I am indeed a sinner." Jacob placed his hand on the mask, ready to take it off. and Reynard's eyes naturally focused on it. But the moment the mask was removed, Jacob suddenly changed his words and said, "But I don't need your sympathy, and the Illuminati are in no position to judge me." Jacob, who had taken off his mask, stared at Reynard's eyes dead on before unleashing a mental attack called Eye of Chaos. Those who have been blessed by the god of chaos and joy can use their own souls to influence the spirits of others. Since this skill, like domain unfolding, required the consumption of souls, the cooldown was very long and could only be activated once a day. It was precisely to guard against Reynard, who was nowhere to be found, that Jacob had never used this undercard during the battle in the Judgment Hall just now. In hindsight, he made the right choice. Eye of Chaos was originally a group attack skill, but Jacob further increased the effect by focusing all of his mental attacks on Reynard through his gaze. Reynard instantly froze in place. Grief, anger, ecstasy, countless emotions spewed out, crazily intertwined, as if he wanted to burst his brain and tear his sanity apart. While Reynard's will was being tested, Jacob seized the opening and dived back into the night. And 2 kilometers away, Fry used Shadow Sense to watch the entire exchange. Step 6. Field Expansion. Finish. As he expected, facing Reynard who had overwhelming strength, Jacob finally used the bottom card of Spiritual Attack. And it's not hard to tell from their conversation that Jacob isn't about to take a mouthful. That was why Frey had made this plan for today. He wanted to make sure he could capture Jacob first, and then negotiate with him to get the truth he wanted. Through his Shadow Sense, he realized that Jacob was weak to the point of weakness at this point. But despite that, it was still difficult to catch up with him at Frey's speed. And for this situation, Fry was prepared. He put his finger in his mouth and whistled a special whistle. A moment later, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, ambushed in advance, Tidorus Snow Leopard came to his side. According to Tidorus, this snow leopard was not bad because it had been blessed by the Elf King, and its frontal combat power was equivalent to that of a level 20 plus human, and its biggest advantage lies in its incomparably swift speed. If it runs at full speed, it can even be comparable to high-sensitivity professions above level 40. After being summoned by the whistle, the snow leopard looked up at Frey with an air of reluctance to cooperate. "Don't look so reluctant. This is your master's mission and you don't want to make it difficult for him, do you?" Hearing Fry say that, the snow leopard friend had no choice but to lower his noble head and show his back to Fry. "Snow leopard, let's go." With that said, Fry mounted the snow leopard and gave chase to Jacob. After escaping the moor, Jacob stomped on one leg and staggered onward out of the metropolis. The shield strike just now caused his body, which was already on the verge of its limit, to take another heavy hit. And due to the huge load brought about by the prolonged use of tendon liberation and sensory shield, coupled with the mental attack that he had just unleashed, at this point, his nerves couldn't support it anymore either. Consciousness gradually lapsed, and he was now just relying on his instincts to continue driving his body. And the white light that Reynard had just released had been lingering in his mind. After a long time, Jacob realized that it wasn't so much a white light as it was a White House, and pushed open the door, filled with the walking lights of memories. Jacob didn't have many clear memories of his early childhood. He only remembers being born in the Strife Zone, where the 3 major powers of the Church Kingdom, the Empire, and the Federation meet, and where there is constant warfare. War, which deprives old men of their children, wives of their husbands, and children of their parents. Jacob was orphaned at a very young age. And there are many other war orphans like him in the Strife Zone. Hunger and fear are what Jacob remembers most about his childhood. In a land of strife, the only thing a young boy who has lost his family can do is beg and steal. Jacob chose the latter, preferring to take the initiative rather than pray for a handout. Jacob was much more dexterous than the average child, and before he knew it, he was well versed in all sorts of burglary techniques. So, one by one, the children around him starved to death, while Jacob survived. Jacob, at the time, didn't know why he was living. He was just following the instincts of a living creature trying to figure out how to stay alive. Only when helping to collect the bodies of the children who had died near their dens did Jacob's heart feel a tinge of sadness. By the time Jacob was 10 years old, he heard of a great expedition against the demons by the Hikari Church Kingdom to the north. At the time, Jacob wasn't sure what kind of being the demons were. All he knew was that ever since the great expedition began, there were more and more hungry people around, and shoplifting had become more and more difficult. At the age of 12, Jacob stole a priest's wallet from the street, not realizing that the priest was accompanied by 2 knights of the Holy Shining in civilian clothes. The knights captured Jacob all the way back to the Church Kingdom and sent him to the Judgment Hall. "What about this kid? He's not old enough to be sentenced. I see that he has some talent in his stance, more than likely, so why not send him to Cardinal Aesop?" With that, Jacob was received by the local trial court, and a few days later he was bound hand and foot, blindfolded, and loaded onto a wagon like cargo. When he woke up, He was in a huge White House. From this day forward, you have no name. This number is your name. Jacob took an iron plate that said 007. And from then on, 007 was what people called him. Later, the White House was filled with many children close to his age. The number on the iron plate, at one point, reached 300, and the group of kids became known as the numberers. Here, the clergy will provide special education to the children. Ideologically, they were implanted with a hatred of the demons and a loyalty to the church state. We will banish the demons, one and all, from this world. For His Holiness, the Pope, a heart, may mankind, in all its glory, live forever. These are the words that the numbered people talk about every day. These children were homeless orphans, and the clergy taught them, what you have suffered is a trial given by the gods. You children carry on your backs the mission to defeat the demons and become heroes. And in the flesh, they trained hard for battle. On top of that, they have to take medication every day and are taken to a special place every month. There is a huge magic formation where children are injected with drugs and then enter the formation one by one. Every month, the number of children in the White House decreases. And now that I think about it, they should be undergoing some kind of human experimentation. Several years later, only 50 of the original 300 numbered people remained. The Holy See decided that these last 50 numbered men, forming Company 86, would travel to the front lines of the Great Expedition to fight the demons. And after several years of brainwashing and education, Jacob had a great goal, just like the other kids, fighting for humanity. Fight for the happiness of all mankind. As soon as all the enemies are destroyed, there will be no more sorrow and suffering. As long as the demons are defeated, there will be no more children wandering in the wilderness. So fight, fight, fight. This is the only meaning of survival for the numbered men of 86th Company. At least, that's what they used to believe. After entering the demon territory, each of the 50 members of 86th Company fought bravely and inflicted great losses on the demons, while the members of the company continued to die. Whenever someone was sacrificed, the captain of number 016 would find a way to recover the numbered iron plate on the other person and put it in a small box. According to the captain, it was proof that they had existed. On the day of their triumph over the demons, these former companions shall follow along to receive the praises of all mankind. Because of this behavior, everyone gave the captain a nickname, the Deliverer. Jacob's number, 007, is the most advanced of the surviving numbers, and second only to him is the captain, number 016. But Jacob, the most senior, was the weakest one in the whole company. The rest of the numbered people, all of them had already broken through level 30, but Jacob's level had been stuck at 29. This is because he has never been blessed by the gods. Jacob didn't know why this was. He only felt as if there was a pair of eyes watching him ever since he entered the demon territory. With his agility and skill as a thief, Jacob served as a scout in the company, rarely engaging in head-on combat, and because of that, he was able to survive to the end. In the year 970 of the Aden calendar, the Great Expedition was coming to an end, and after defeating the main force of the demons, 86th Company received new orders. Travel to the Demon King's city to scout and gain information to prepare for the attack of the larger force. The success or failure of the jihad is at stake. Thus, the last 13 members of the company broke away from the main group and traveled to the Demon King city. The night before entering the city of the Demon King, the captain found Jacob and spoke to him. Cardinal Aesop has told me that once the Great Expedition is over, the 50 men of 86th Company will be given the Medal of the Heroes of Mankind, the highest honor that has ever been bestowed. 007. If I'm sacrificed, then you'll have to honor me when the time comes. And by the time the members of the 86th Company had overcome all the difficulties within the Demon King city and completed the task of gathering information, one of the three kings of the demon race, the rat-headed Kebres, had taken action himself. One by one, the members of the company fell before the mighty demon Sky King, and Jacob lost his left leg. At the last moment, the captain made the judgment that the others stay behind to hold off the enemy, and then let one man deliver the information. This task, in the end, falls to Jacob, who specializes in stealth. At the captain's request, the rest of the men removed their numbered tags and handed them over to Jacob. From now on, you're our new sender for 86th Company. After escaping from the hellish battlefield, Jacob hides all the way, day and night. In the process, Jacob, who was seriously injured and lacked supplies, fell into mass several times, but he persevered through sheer tenacity. He had to get this important information into the hands of the expeditionary force. It was for the triumph of mankind and to make the sacrifices of 86th Company in vain. But when Jacob finally returned to the expedition's quarters, what awaited him there was true hell. Where did that guy go? It must still be around here. Hurry up and find it. Cardinal Aesop has ordered that he must not be let out alive. After days-long escapades, Jacob finally realizes the truth of the matter. There was no mission at all, and the sacrifice of 86th Company was worthless. Just as they were heading to the Demon King's city, the expeditionary force had retreated, and the last group to remain in the expeditionary station was the extermination force arranged by Cardinal Aesop. There is no such thing as a hero. They are just a bunch of abandoned experiments. The reason why they were ordered to die was because Cardinal Aesop wanted to cover up the truth about human experimentation. There is no honor at all, and the feats of 86th Company will not be recognized by anyone. At this moment, the sky is cloudy and the rain is pouring down. Everything that held Jacob up collapsed completely at that moment, and he, himself, was about to disappear from the world. The extermination forces have surrounded the neighborhood and are conducting a carpet search. It's only a matter of time before they're discovered. And Jacob's strength was exhausted. The wound from his broken leg was infected and pus-filled, and the whole man was running a high fever and his consciousness was fuzzy. The rain was like a restless drumbeat. As if mocking him, Jacob laughed himself. There was no sadness or grief in his heart, only anger and resentment. He will not pray to the gods, nor will he pray to anyone. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind. If he survived, he was going to get back what was rightfully his, theirs, on his own. This is not theft, but restitution. With that thought, Jacob's consciousness fell into darkness. He saw a clown that was wearing a creepy smile. Thus, the soldier, who had sworn to banish all demons, was blessed by the evil god, as well as a special skill. Skill, restitution, rank A, can be used once a day. Skill effect, return a stolen item in the field of view, to its original owner. Updated at 11:30 p.m. Today is a big chapter of 6,000 words to make up for last Wednesday's lack of words, and it's being refined right now, so please wait a bit This time, I'm not the Demon King. Updated at 11:30 p.m. This is being hand-typed, so please wait a few moments. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 29, The Thief General's Punishment, 6K. Since then, Jacob has gone from being number 007 to being Robin Hood the Bandit. The name Robin Hood was the name of a greenhorn bandit that Jacob had read about in a fairy tale book when he lived in the White House. Since the old Pope Carol used to be a fairy tale author, all the children of the church state were entitled to read fairy tale books under his orders, even the numbered ones who were experiments. And today, the mission of Robin Hood the Bandit is finally accomplished. Jacob dragged his battered body to an unmanaged mass grave on the outskirts of the metropolis, where the soldiers who had died in the jihad were buried. A large number of obsolete tombstones were stuck in the earth in a lopsided manner, moss crawling all over the surface of the monuments, and the inscriptions on them had long been blurred, and some of them had even been broken off and submerged by the barren grass. It is reasonable to say that the bones of the martyrs will be buried by the Holy See and regularly worshipped, so they should not end up in such a miserable state. In practice, however, only those soldiers who are registered as martyrs can be made martyrs, and among the victims of the jihad such established soldiers were less than 1/10 of the total. Those nameless heroes were then hastily buried and gradually forgotten as time passed. A gust of wind swept over the graves and swept up a few dead leaves. Those leaves swirled in the air and finally landed gently on a low mound. This is the grave of the 86th Company. Those medals of human heroism, symbols of supreme honor, have been buried under this small mound of unattended earth. Jacob was well aware that with his strength, he was simply not strong enough to take revenge on Cardinal Aesop, who was at the apex of the church state. All he could do was reclaim the medals that should have belonged to the 86th Company, and in the process scare the high officials of the church who had stolen military honors. Such things may be meaningless, they may be merely self-satisfying, and they may seem to the bigwigs to be nothing more than child's play to clamor for attention. But for Jacob, going and doing what he can is his rebellion against this asshole world. 30 years ago, he first traveled to the Hayek Consortium to get back the pension due the 86th Company. Since none of the members of the company had any family, much less children, Jacob used the money to open an orphanage for war orphans. After that, it took him 27 years and he managed to get back 49 medals, and as for the last one, his own, Jacob had long since stopped caring, and by 3 years ago, after the old Pope died, Jacob could feel the blessings of the God of Joy becoming much weaker, and his body, which was already hanging on by the blessings of the evil god, began to deteriorate. Add to that the fact that the church eliminated funding for the orphanage, and Jacob got busy helping the children find a way out, and by 6 months ago, with Guts destroying the Demon King, the evil god's power was further weakened, and with the constant strain, Jacob fainted. After leaving a sum of money to the orphanage, Jacob was ready to die, but to his surprise, the children used the money to put him in the hospital. He was in a coma in the hospital for a full 4 months, and by the time he woke up, The holy war between humans and demons had long since ended, and even Guts had faded into oblivion. The war that had lasted 300 years came to an end, which should have been a good thing, but Jacob sensed a fear, and realized that the Great Expedition, with 86th Company, would be completely a thing of the past and forgotten. When he dies, those guys who have taken credit for their work will lose their last concern and enjoy life in peace. That's why he decided to give one last shout to the world before he died. He wanted the thieves to understand 86th Company was still on Earth. Walking over to the grave bag, Jacob crouched down with the intention of digging through the dirt to put the medallion in, but he failed. His body completely lost its strength and crooked down on the dead tree next to him, looking at Jacob, who was sitting paralyzed under a tree. Fry, who had been watching from a distance for a while, walked over. "Do you need me to help you? I think I should be pretty good at digging graves." After noticing that someone was coming, Jacob regained his grip on his dagger, and then he realized that the visitor was the same dark-haired young man who had brought Mitsuru to the hospital last night. "You're the commander of this operation?" Jacob inquired, looking at the walkie-talkie at Frey's waist. "The plan this time was made by that elf princess who unleashed the wind magic, and I'm just her sounding board." Fry stopped more than 50 meters from Jacob, several rock cannonballs surrounding him. "Boy, is an old man who is going to die worth being so vigilant about?" Jacob laughed softly, somewhat to himself. "I can't help it. I'm a naturally timid person. I can't easily approach a strange thief with a weapon. Can you please put your dagger down first? And if I refuse? As the saying goes, a knight does not die unarmed." And Freak Jacob didn't look like he was going to fold. So Fry turned on his walkie-talkie, and from it came Noel's voice. "Fry, I'm at that orphanage now with my boss, and little Sanmao has already called the kids over, so we'll do what you said next." Fry hung up the intercom before Noel could finish her sentence. "Are you planning to threaten me? It's one of my principles not to hurt innocent children, but I can't guarantee that others are like me," Fry said. After a while, Jacob threw his dagger at Fry after a long sigh and gave up resisting. He didn't have a choice from the start. In his current state, he was clearly no match for the young man in front of him. "You win. Take me back to the judgment hall and get a credit from Kai's for it." Frey took the dagger and then explained. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not in the same league as the guys in the trial hall. And what is your purpose?" "I'm just trying to retrieve an item from you for Her Highness who hired me," Frey said, mimicking the line from the Strange Thief's teaser letter. "What you stole from the Hayek Consortium back in the day, the legacy of the wealthy Petrarch, and the map of the cemetery, is now owned by the land of Mori, and I'd like you to return both of those items." Hearing Frey's explanation, Jacob gave a look of realization. "That being said, I did take one thing that didn't really belong to me." After thinking for a moment, Jacob said, "The box with the map is in the basement of the orphanage. What about Petrarch's legacy? I didn't take it, and if I'm right, the gold has been returned to its rightful owner and should be in the labyrinth by now." Afterwards, Jacob recounted his bizarre experience in that gold heist. After listening to Jacob, Fry stroked his chin and thought, and just then, he noticed a figure 3 kilometers away approaching the place at a rapid pace. "It's Reynard." Fry was surprised that he had clearly not reported his position to Reynard in order for the conversation not to be interrupted. My guess was right. 2 minutes later, Reynard arrived in front of Fry, then spoke slowly. "This mass grave belongs to the precincts of Labyrinth City, and according to the rules, it's to be patrolled regularly, but since no one wants to do it, this chore is assigned to me every time. I just didn't realize that those stolen medals were hidden right under my feet." He looked at the graves of the 86th Company, and then at Jacob, who had stepped aside, and then said, "Tell me the truth and I'll get you justice. Is there any justice in the Illuminati now?" Jacob lifted his head feebly to look up into the night sky. It was the darkest hour before dawn, and the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. "It seems to me that the skies of the Land of Light are darker than the demon territory." Jacob lowered his head again. Reynard similarly gazed at a dark night sky, but did not bow his head at the dark clouds. He stood still until the moonlight reappeared. The sun and the moon are obscured by dark clouds, but their light is not lost, and the guilty will be punished in the end. With that said, Reynard took out a golden waistplate from the inside of his armor. After seeing this waistplate, the confusion in Frey's mind was finally answered. Kais, that old fox, had made Reynard sign a deed before the operation began, in the name of supervising the work. According to the contract, Reynard must return the monster thief to Kais in the Judgment Hall immediately after capturing him. It was because of the existence of this contract that Kais was relieved to let Fry and Reynard act alone together, but Reynard was not affected by the deed, and there were only two possibilities that this could have happened. Either the level was over 50. For this kind of powerhouse, an ordinary contract couldn't bind them, and Reynard clearly didn't fit that. Either that, or he has, in him, something with higher authority than the deed. "Captain Reynard, You're really deep in it. When sunrise came, Fry and Renard brought the dying Jacob back to the courtroom. At this point Kais was absent, and his subordinates immediately grabbed Jacob into a small dark room and began the torture. According to the rules of the Holy See, no violence should be used in the interrogation of prisoners, so the trial chamber adopted a different approach. First you use hypnotic magic to put a person to sleep, then you wake him up and torture the mind by repeating the process over and over again. But this tactic of not letting people sleep was repeated dozens of times, and Jacob still hadn't confessed. Just as the group of subordinates felt helpless, Kais walked in, holding several pieces of information in his hands. Robin Hood the Bandit, I've found out all about you. After dismissing the others, Kais gave a disgusted smile. Dean Jacob, you wouldn't want the children in the orphanage to meet with anything untoward, would you? Under Kais's threat, Jacob signed the contract, according to which he was not allowed to reveal any information related to the 86th Company, and relatively, Kais could not do anything against the children in the orphanage, and to put an end to it, Kais used the director's authority to move the trial along as fast as he could. Chase goes out of his way to break the rules and execute Jacob in time for the Pope's birthday amnesty on the 16th. Arrested on the 12th, tried on the 13th, convicted on the 14th, and on the 15th, Jacob was put to the guillotine. The sun was shining brightly on October 15th, and according to the Illuminati's tradition of executing prisoners on cloudy days, the execution could not take place now. But this little thing couldn't be difficult for Kais. He spent a lot of money and invited a dozen senior magic envoys, so that they could activate their magic together and create the dark clouds. If the sun shows up, then covering it up is the way to go. As the Hand of Maze City, he has the power to single-handedly control the world. By the time the execution was about to take place at midday, the Maze City had clouded over and the land was shrouded in gray, and the news of the fall of Robin Hood, the monster robber, has been spreading in these 3 days. And on the day of the execution, the watching public filled the whole execution ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fry couldn't help but think of the day the Demon King Hakimi was beheaded. By the time Jacob was pushed to the guillotine, Kais himself read his guilt. Prisoner, Marius Jacob, listen up. And at this point Jacob, whose mind had long since been free of all attachments and concerns, replied stiffly, go ahead, I'm listening. Before the execution, on behalf of the trial chamber, I ask you one last time. Do you plead guilty to a total of 50 counts of burglary, assault with a weapon, unlawful possession of dangerous goods, and damage to public property? Jacob grunted in silence in the face of Chase's question. The prisoner refuses to plead guilty. Record this result, and then prepare for the execution. And just as Kais turned around with the intention of leaving the execution table, Jacob called out to him, Director Chi, as I recall correctly, death row inmates are given one chance to question and defend themselves before they are executed as a matter of God-given authority. Since the facts of your crime are so overwhelming and ironclad, no matter what you say, it won't change the verdict. But you're in no position to deny me the right to speak. In front of such a large crowd, Kais naturally couldn't break the rules, so he agreed to Jacob's request. You can ask a question and then make a statement for up to 10 minutes. After receiving permission, Jacob spoke up. Before I became a thief, I was a soldier in the Great Expedition. My comrades and I, who once went to war to protect humanity, are no longer alive. Although the 86th Company could not be mentioned, what Jacob uttered at this point was indisputable fact. What do you think about their sacrifice, Director Chi? Kais thought Jacob was going to say something, but this? As head of the trial chamber, the answer to this question has long been recited countless times. The holy war with the demon race is a great war that concerns the survival of the entire human race. It is a high honor to give one's life for mankind, and all the soldiers who have fallen in battle are glorious. Their courage is to be praised, their sacrifice is to be sung. Afterward, in front of everyone there, Kais gave an impassioned speech. His tone of voice is staccato, his words are wonderful, and his expression is tearful, making people listen to him. And at the end of Kais's speech, Jacob inquired, what you said, Director Sama, is truly wonderful, and it is without a doubt an honorable thing to sacrifice for humanity. Now then, I have a question that I would like you to answer honestly. Where were you when I and my companions bled and died? What did you say? The sudden words caught Kais off guard while Jacob's questioning continued. While the soldiers on the front line, risking their lives to fight the demons, where exactly are you? Who praises sacrifice? When war takes away a mother's son, a wife's husband, a child's father, what do you, who glorify war, give? What kind of life do you and your family lead when disarmed soldiers have no livelihood and are living on the streets? When orphans who have lost their parents are homeless? These three soul questions caused a trace of guilt and shakiness to appear in Kais's heart. If it was usual, he should be able to regain his composure immediately, but at this moment, For some reason, the emotions in his heart were rapidly expanding. Inside the execution ground, the bard's strumming sounded. Who are you to question me? I also participated in the great expedition. I'm a human hero. Inwardly flustered, Kais hurriedly defended. If I remember correctly, you, the human hero, stayed in the logistics unit, right? What do you know? The soldiers on the front line just have to follow orders. We have things to think about in the back. With that said, Kais realized that he had slipped up. Could you repeat that statement just now? In front of everyone? Today is a working day. And most of the people who would come to the execution ground at this hour to watch the spectacle are unemployed people who have nothing to do. A good portion of them were soldiers who had been laid off. These soldiers had been having a very difficult time these past 6 months, and the anger in their hearts after hearing what Kais had just said could be imagined. Although they couldn't speak because of the effects of the speech control pact, they couldn't hide the anger in their eyes. And just as Kais was in disarray, Jacob took a deep breath as he faced the crowd and spoke in a voice loud enough to carry throughout the execution chamber. Humanity's victory over the demon race is undoubtedly a brilliant achievement, made possible by the sacrifices of countless people over the past 300 years. And the thought of this great achievement makes even a beggar on the street involuntarily puff out his chest. And with that said, Jacob's words changed. But now, half a year has passed since the destruction of the Demon King. Has everyone's life changed? We have acquired the coveted veins of magic stones from the territory of the demon race, and these veins produce great wealth every day. And yet all this wealth has gone into the hands of those marvelous backwoods men, and not a single bit of it has gone to the people. Jacob's chest quivered as he poured the last of the life force in his torso into the words. Now, I'd like to tell you all why I'm a thief. In our time, the man who kneads panels lacks bread, the shoemaker who has made thousands of pairs of shoes shows his toes, the weaver is unclothed, the stonemason who builds palaces languishes in a small room. He who produces everything has nothing, and he who produces nothing has everything. So theft is restitution. It's taking back, and instead of getting on my knees and begging for what I deserve, I prefer to take the fight one step at a time, with my own hands. And so, without a care in the world, I set out on the path of thievery. My life, with a clear conscience. After Jacob's speech, a silence enveloped the execution ground. The audience at the execution ground included workers laid off from the magic stone factory, adventurers sleeping rough, and old people and young children who had lost their loved ones in the war and were left alone. They may not recognize the speech of the geeks, and they may not sympathize with the experience of the death row inmates, but it is impossible for them to be indifferent to the suffering they have gone through these past 6 months. Jacob's words were like a spark thrown into the crowd, igniting pent-up resentment. A few people opened their mouths, trying to speak, but the words that came out were blocked out by the deed. Looking at the crowd who had mouths to feed, Kais on the execution table breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the population is kept silent, there are ways to whitewash the situation. He didn't realize that something was brewing, about to explode. In the midst of this silence, suddenly, among the crowd, there was a burst of crisp applause. Theodorus applauded at Jacob on the execution table. One man's applause seemed too thin in the huge execution ground, but immediately afterward, Fry applauded as well. Seeing Fry applauding, Noelle next to him hurriedly clapped her hands hard as well. Then came the Dark Knight Van Damme, with his eloquent applause. Driven by them, applause began to appear one after another in the silent crowd. At first just a few sporadic spots, then spreading rapidly. First the retired military, then the laid-off workers, then the adventurers, and finally everyone. The voices layered on top of each other, converging from all directions, gradually forming a majestic force that shook the air slightly. Ecclesiastical covenants can gag people's mouths, but they can't change their hearts. The applause of countless people converged as if a burst of thunder echoed beneath the gloomy sky. After the thunder, those who have demons in their hearts will have no place to go. What do you mean? Do you want to rebel? Looking at the crowd that kept applauding, Kais on the execution platform was furious, but his words had long been drowned out by the sound of the people and could no longer shock anyone. It is clear that people's hearts and minds are turned against each other. After being desperate, Kais decided to resort to force, and he hastily looked at the holy shining knight beside him. What are you guys doing? Why don't you go suppress this group of unruly people? But no one dared to follow orders. With such a large crowd, news could not be completely blocked, and the knights knew exactly where they would end up if they struck, and Kais was quick to realize this, and after regaining a shred of his senses, he made a judgment. This must be the demon spy Jacob, using the evil art of compulsion. Now that the noon hour has arrived, start the execution at once. And just as the executioner was about to pull down the guillotine blade, an intimidation stopped him. Do you want us, the Holy See, to completely lose the hearts of the people? I'll see who dares to do it. Reynard walked up to the execution platform. At this time he changed his usual diffident appearance. His body exuded a powerful pressure. And in his hand, he was holding a waistplate that gave off a golden glow. Papal decree. As soon as those 3 words came out, all the surrounding clergymen, along with Kais, immediately fell to their knees. The Pope's decree, a token that held the highest level of authority equal to that of the Pope himself in the country of the Church of Hikari, was usually only granted to admirals on important missions, and after flashing the Pope's order, Renard pulled out a pair of handcuffs in front of the crowd, then walked over to Kais. "Dorobo Kais, you're under arrest." After sending the men to escort Kais away, Renard rushed to Jacob's side, and the old man, who had no signs of life, that magnificent speech just now had used up the last of his breath. He died to the applause of all. Like a hero. Just as Jacob died, Fry suddenly felt that something had been injected into his body. Q. The talent, witness, has been activated. Witnessing the fall of the monstrous thief, a new entry is recorded in the Book of Fools. In the back of his mind, he remembered the familiar beep once again. Soul strength +0. 1. Sensitivity +8. 6. Skill acquired, restitution. Chapter 30, The sun also rises. On the evening of October 15th, in the same small dark room where Jacob had been held, Kais was being interrogated alone by Renard. After learning the truth of the matter from Renard, Kais voices his opinion on the matter of his arrest. There's no such thing as good triumphing over evil, it's just the east wind overpowering the west wind. Back then, taking advantage of the old Pope's illness, Cardinal Aesop, who was in charge of justice, raised a group of cronies within the Holy See, including Kais, to form the Law Gang, and the new Pope, Oscar, is the old Pope's hand-picked successor, who Cardinal Aesop tried to put him on the shelf to continue to hold on to power when he first came to power 5 years ago. By the time the old Pope died 3 years ago, Cardinal Aesop was at the height of his power for a time. The specific manifestation of this is that Kais of the Law Gang has been awarded merit and promoted to be the director of Labyrinth Metropolis, while Renard, who was raised by the old Pope, has been dug up for blackmail and demoted and decentralized. But after that, I don't know what kind of tactics Oscar used. He actually gradually took back his power, especially by half a year ago. After Guts defeated the Demon King and humanity won the Holy War, Oscar completely consolidated his position and became the new son of the Land of Light. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as 2 days in heaven. And when Oscar came to power, he began planning a crackdown on Cardinal Aesop and this group of law gangs under him. But after all, ISO still holds a certain amount of real power in his hands, so this kind of thing can't be directly put into the open. So half a year ago, Oscar issued a secret order to Renard, who was far from the center and loyal to the old Pope, to start investigating the truth about the 86th Company back then. Investigating the 86th Company, that would naturally lead to the strange Robin Hood, and in those 6 months, Renard had more or less gotten hold of some intelligence, but there had been no breakthroughs until a week ago, when Chase received a teaser letter from Jacob. That is to say, while this event was ostensibly the capture of the bandit, it was actually a power struggle within the church, an attack on Cardinal Aesop by the old Pope's successor, Oscar. Seeing Kai say that, Renard retorted, "But it is an undisputed fact that you have been colluding with the plant director for many years, accepting bribes, as well as abusing your power and revising your sentence, among other offenses." You're right, but with 9 provinces and hundreds of cities in the church kingdom, how many of the people in power would be clean on their bodies if they really checked? So you're not going to confess? I could plead guilty, of course, but behind my back, I hold Cardinal Aesop. Hearing Kai say that, Renard pulled out an official document. Here's the incriminating letter from Cardinal Aesop himself, which the Pope has sealed. Chase took the official letter, which listed his offenses. The Holy See characterizes Kais as a corrupt person of great sin. He is morally corrupt, detached from the masses and unaware of the plight of the people. He was corrupt, colluded with factories and took bribes. He's so nepotistic that he hates to send his family's dogs to the church as holy animals. But as Kais had predicted, the truth about his fake military service, and the 86th Company, was not made public. After all, when a corrupt official is arrested, the public's resentment will only be concentrated on him alone. But if the 86th Company's affair was revealed, then people's trust in the church would be shaken. Similarly, in order to maintain the trust of the people, Oscar could not completely criticize the Cardinal Aesop, who once stood at the apex of the church state and was loved by all the people, but could only slowly cut away the power in his hands. So the Pope didn't overturn Jacob's case, much less vindicate the 86th Company. The truth about 86th Company is nothing more than a bargaining chip that Oscar uses to make a deal with Aesop. The result of their eventual compromise with each other was that all the blame for the crime would be borne by Kais alone. At this point Cardinal Aesop had cut himself off completely from Kais. A corrupt man, which is why he personally convicted Kais. After reading about his sins, Kai slumped in his chair and laughed out loud, having realized his end. In this case, he and Jacob will be the only victims. He had fought for so many years and done so many bad things against his conscience, but in the end, he was nothing more than a pawn that could be discarded at will. When Kais finished laughing, Renard continued, "It's meant to be decent for you from above. Understood. Do you want to be decent on your own, or do I want to be decent for you? I've been making you work for 3 years. Let me do this last thing myself." With that said, Kais took out a magic guide gun from the cabinet in the interrogation room. Magic guide guns. A few years ago, when the Terra Federation ruled, these were everywhere. I didn't realize they were a rarity now. Chase put the gun on the table and then said to Reynard, "I'd like to have a meal before I hit the road, so I don't become a starving man. Old Lay, we've both experienced famine, and you understand what it's like to be starving. 40 years ago, when the Great Expedition began, the burden on the people increased many times over in order to raise military supplies, and famines broke out in all parts of the church state. Reynard is 45 years old and Kais is in his early 50s, and they were both just kids when the Great Expedition first started. As a child, Reynard had been a thief for a while to fill his belly. Just like Jacob, Reynard brings Kais a lunchbox meal, which Kais quickly devours without leaving a single grain. The only good habit I have is to never waste food. Kais licked the bottom of the bowl, a rude gesture that was not at all like the behavior a hall director would make. "Can't help it. I'm starving." After eating, Kais left his last words. "Our family, during the famine of that year, my parents starved to death, leaving me and my sister. And when we couldn't survive any longer, my sister sold herself to the village landowner in exchange for a place for me to go to church as a page boy. In those days the clergy in the church state were not allowed to marry, and if the priests in the church had that need, I was thinking that I had to make a name for myself in a hurry to redeem my sister, so I had begun to cooperate voluntarily while the other young boys were still reluctant. Then towards the end of the Great Expedition, that old priest introduced me to the logistics unit, and after the war, I entered the seminary. After several more years, when I finally became a monk and could afford to go back home, I learned that my sister had been pregnant with the landowner's child, and then kicked out of the house, and she had given birth to the child, which was Philip. There's not much to say after that. I spent 20 years moving up the ladder in the order bit by bit, was seen by Cardinal Aesop 5 years ago, became director 3 years ago, and now I'm a corrupt man. What are you saying this for now? When it's all over, trying to confess to the goddess? I'm long past the point of confessing to the goddess." At that, Chase's tone lowered. "In the bookshelf in my office, after emptying the books, there is a mechanism that when pressed will create a compartment containing the bribes I've taken over the years. Part of this money is filial to the above. Part of it is used to maintain the personnel expenses of the trial hall. The rest is still more than $1 million. It's all in there. Take this money out and return it to that group of workers." After throwing in his chips, Kais made his request. "Old Thunder, for the sake of being a colleague, there's something I'd like you to help me with. There's another holy book in the deepest part of the shelves. Pull this one out. There are dozens of golden dollar bills in there. That's my paycheck for all these years. All legitimate income. Give this money to Philip, and tell him never to recognize me as his second uncle again. Let him go back home, take care of his mom, and take care of my sister. My sister is the only family I have left." At that, Kai suddenly choked up, his cries getting louder and louder, gradually turning into a beastly hiss, a wail of grief intertwined with despair and confusion. To Renard, it looked as if he was going to vomit his soul. After crying for nearly half an hour, Kais calmed down and he loaded his gun and prepared for death. "Old Thunder, congratulations. After this errand for the Pope, it's about time for you to be promoted. Do you plan to stay in Labyrinth Metropolis and take my place? Or do you plan to return to the center?" "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to keep doing my job as security captain." "What? The young king isn't going to promote you?" "The current Pope, whose full name is Wild Oscar, is not yet 40 years old, making him the youngest person in the hierarchy of the church. As a result, veterans like Kais would privately and flirtatiously refer to him as Little King. I'm with the old Pope, and there's no place for me in the new Pope's class." After listening to Reynard's explanation, Kais asked one last question after freezing in place for a while. "Old Lay, we are all people who came from the old Pope's era. Do you think that the sky will still be bright in our church kingdom now that the old Pope is gone?" If it were usual, Reynard would have answered immediately in the affirmative, as he had once told Jacob. But after listening to Kais's experience, he hesitated. Reynard walked over to the window. It was late at night. He looked at the night sky, lit a cigarette and thought, before he could think of an answer to that question. However, with the sound of a gunshot, Kais ended his life after swallowing all his secrets. After dealing with Kai's, Reynard, along with Fry and his party, brought Jacob's body back to the orphanage for burial. At this point there were 7 children left in the orphanage, and looking at Jacob's body, the children broke down in tears. After a while, Mitsuru came over. He held back his tears and stopped crying, then said to Fry, "Big brother, I promised Grandpa that I would take care of my siblings. I want to send my younger siblings to school. Grandpa said that you can only be successful if you go to school and study." After hearing Mitsuru's request, Frey inquired to Renard, "Team Lei, as I recall, the Divine Magus Academy's enrollment exam should be open to everyone, right?" "Yes, but the papers are to be answered in the Holy Script." Fry immediately picked up on Renard's hard feelings. In a border city like Labyrinth City, there were no public schools that taught the Holy Script, and those rich families sent their children to private schools or hired tutors, a cost that was obviously not something that Sancho and the others could afford. Fry wasn't kind enough to patronize these pimply children, but as an intelligence powerhouse, he knew a place where he could learn for free. In the library, there's a nun sister who teaches literacy. Afterward, the children at the orphanage decide to hold a wake for Jacob, while Reynard snaps at Fry, indicating that he wants to talk to him alone. "I want to thank you for those kids," Reynard said as he walked out of the orphanage. "Team Ray, you're the one that those kids should really be thanking." Renard took far more care of those kids than Fry did. The orphanage had been ruled a non-compliant institution 4 years earlier, and it was only through Reynard, the security captain, turning a blind eye that it had survived until now. The children from the orphanage who had received support from the strange thieves were originally supposed to be sent to the trial hall for investigation according to the rules as well. Once they left a record in the trial hall, then they would lose their eligibility to apply for the magisterial academy in the future because they failed the political examination. And these things were suppressed by Reynard with the authority of the Chinaman. And this series of his actions would probably become material for others to impeach him in the future. "Don't you care to break the rules at such a sensitive juncture?" Fry inquired. "If the rule can't even protect a few innocent children, what's the point of following it?" That doesn't sound like a line for a security captain to say. You can't expect a guy who's a thief to be the defender of the rules, can you? Besides, all I can do now is save a few kids. With that said, Reynard pulled out a pack of premium cigarettes from the depths of his shirt and handed one to Fry. "I don't smoke." Hearing Frey's words, Reynard revealed a somewhat surprised expression. "You don't find many men who don't smoke these days." He uttered the same line as to Doris. "No, are non-smoking men that rare?" Seeing Frey's refusal, Renard put away the pack of premium cigarettes and instead pulled out a pack of cheap cigarettes and lit one up. This pack of cheap cigarettes is the true reaction to Renard's current financial situation. "Team Ray, I don't think you called me out just for a smoke." Reynard did not answer immediately, and waited until he had finished his cigarette before he opened his mouth to inquire. "Are you interested in joining the Illuminati?" Fry looked puzzled in the face of this sudden invitation. "If you're willing, I can recommend you to the Pope. A capable young man like you, with no background, is exactly what he wants right now. And with your talent of rising to the red bronze level in half a month, it's not out of the question that you might be able to become a priest or even an archbishop in the future." The recommendation of the Pope's admirer, the lure of power and status. The average person would inevitably be itching to hear Reynard's invitation, but Frey's expression didn't change. "Spare me, the waters of your order are too deep for me." Through this monstrous incident, Fry deeply realized the complexity of the power structure within the church, and he no longer wanted to be involved in such matters. Right now, the map was in his hands, and the magic guide Cozy Shell had been built, so he was still waiting to go into the labyrinth to continue upgrading. Seeing how decisively Fry refused, Reynard inquired curiously, "You're quite a strange man. You don't smoke, you don't crave power, and I'm curious as to what your quest really is." The reason why Reynard wanted Fry to join the Illuminati was because in these days together, from the young man's speech and demeanor, he saw a valuable quality, and if it was him, he might be able to bring about a change for the present-day Hikari Church Kingdom. In Reynard's opinion, the man named Fry was neither a bottomless villain nor a compassionate Madonna. He would not abandon his dignity to fawn on the strong, nor would he give alms to the weak in order to be moved by his ego, no matter what the status of the other party was. This young man would regard it as an existence equal to his own. In a world with the existence of gods that valued status and position and emphasized the difference between inferiority and superiority, this was extremely rare. It's as if, in his worldview, people are born equal to each other, at least in terms of their souls. The last person with this quality, as far as Reynard could remember, was the old Pope Carol, and in response to Reynard's question, Fry gave that usual answer, "I'm just trying to get on with my life." Upon Frey's refusal, Reynard, however, did not regret it, and said as if to himself, "The transformation and progress of this world is rooted in the human desire for a better life. A saying that the old Pope told me back then. At this moment, Reynard remembered anew what the old Pope had once taught him. Don't be numb to suffering, don't despair of life. Just have a good heart and a hopeful mind. No matter how long the night is, the sun always rises. Chapter 31 Thunder Fire Sword. At the break of dawn the next day, after leaving the burial of Jacob to Reynard, Fry and Theodorus made their way to the chaotic graveyard outside the city. The truth about 86th Company was told to Theodorus by Reynard after withholding a portion of it that was unfavorable to the order. And after hearing the story of 86th Company, Theodorus decided to come and see them off one last time herself. Upon arriving at the mass grave, Fry used earth magic to dig open the grave of the 86th Company and place the iron plaque, codenamed 007, that Jacob had on him. Thus, 50 medals of human heroism, along with 50 numbered plaques, were buried in this unoccupied cemetery, and Jacob's body will rest in the ground of the orphanage. Don't the order have to recycle these medals? Theodorus inquired. At this point in time, taking it in would only add to the trouble, not to mention that it's what they deserved in the first place. Fry reinforced the grave with earth magic, while Theodorus pulled out a white bamboo flute and played a farewell song for the 86th Company, and for all the spirits that had long rested here. The tune is ethereal and melodious, and although it is a tune that expresses mourning, it doesn't make people feel sad when they listen to it, but rather implies a spirit of saying goodbye to the past and moving towards the future. It was just about the break of dawn, and a faint hint of fish-belly white rose in the eastern sky, like the curtain of the night had been gently lifted by a corner. Gradually, the white color was dyed with a faint golden edge, and the sunlight shone through the clouds, illuminating the dust in the air as if a handful of fine gold dust had been sprinkled from the sky. Golden dust surrounded the flute-playing Theodorus, then drifted away again with the wind, as if the souls of the dead were being pulled to the other side. Dido, that tune just now, can you teach me? When Theodorus finished blowing, Fry inquired. You play the flute? The flute was the first instrument I learned as a child, but I don't have a flute in my hands right now, and speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be a musical instrument store in Maze City, so I don't know if I can buy one. After hearing Fry say that, Theodorus, after thinking for a while, took out a wooden box from her carry-on bag and handed it to Fry. Fry opened the wooden box and inside was a fancy-looking black flute. The first instrument I learned as a child, also a flute, was taught to me by Laura, and this is the same flute she used to use, so if you don't mind, you can have it. It doesn't seem right to use the relics of the deceased without authorization. Frey inquired. We elves practice the principle of live and let live, die and let live. After death the soul returns to the sky and the body returns to nature, so there is no such thing as relics. Besides, if it was Laura, she would have wanted the flute to be kept in use. And mentioning Laura, Fry and Theodorus discussed the commission some more. According to the map, Petrarch's graveyard was on the 19th floor of the labyrinth. But to be cautious, Fry didn't intend to go there right away. He wanted to upgrade first, and then move after his strength had increased further, to which Theodorus agreed. After all, it wasn't like the graveyard was going to run away, and she'd already spent 3 years on it. She didn't care if she had to wait a while longer. Theodorus yawned as the conversation ended. She and Frey hadn't slept much in the last few days after working day and night. She whistled and summoned the snow leopard, ready to carry Frey away with her. Upon arriving in front of the two, the snow leopard glanced at Frey before looking away again. Looks like it's still in arrogance. On the night of the hunt for Jacob, when the snow leopard reluctantly bared its back to Fry, Fry also confirmed the sex of his snow leopard friend by looking at his butt. One eye on detection, identified as a female. Speaking of which, it was the first time Frey had ever ridden a female in his entire life. By the way, Dido, what is the name of this snow leopard friend? For this member of the opposite sex who had taken his first, Frey wanted to know the other's name. Yokina. Theodorus uttered 3 pronunciations. Yokina, a pronunciation that does not conform to the naming conventions of humans in the common language. If you translate it directly phonetically, it should be translated as Tamahina. If you translate it meaningfully, you can translate it as Yakaina, Yakaina, or something like that. While Fry is a winter horseman, he's not above calling a snow leopard a snow dish. Calling YKN directly was a bit offensive, and after much thought, Frey decided to address her as Yakaina. With the size of a snow leopard, carrying 2 people at the same time is just too much of a stretch, not to mention the fact that the other person, Yakaina, Yokina, doesn't want to do it either. Tighter, you can just go first, I'll leg it back on my own. Seeing Fry say that, Theodorus, who wanted to sleep, stopped pushing, and she mounted Yakaina and quickly disappeared from Frey's view. When Theodorus left, Fry, who had finally found a chance to be alone, pulled out the Book of Fools from the void. After the talent, Witness, was activated, along with the acquisition of skills and the increase in attributes, Jacob's memories flooded into Frey's mind. It felt like watching a long movie in a flash. And by the time Fry opened the Book of Fools to confirm what was recorded on it, he realized that there was no text left on the first page of the book. In its place, a painting. On the left side of the painting, there is a corpse-strewn battlefield where a group of children are burying the bodies of their dead companions, their eyes revealing numbness and emptiness. And on the right side of the painting, the same group of children are listening to a grandpa telling a fairy tale, all with happy smiles on their faces. Not being an art student, Fry couldn't analyze the painting for any artistic meaning, but after viewing Jacob's recollections, he felt that the painting was a reflection of Jacob's life, with the past on the left and the present on the right, or rather, reality on the left and wishes on the right. Jacob adopted these children, I fear, because he himself longed for such a childhood. This strange thief put his life on the line to take back from his enemies what was rightfully his. He himself, on the other hand, gave these children what he never had, free of charge. After memorizing every detail of the painting in his mind, Fry retrieved the Book of Fools. It also declared the event to be completely over. And while it was clear that only 5 days had passed, it felt like an incredibly long time to him. Through this event, Fry has increased his soul strength by 0.1, which is a level cap of 1, and his sensitivity value by 8.6, and the most crucial of all, was this skill he had acquired, restitution. Skill, restitution, rank A, can be used once a day. Skill effect, return a stolen item in the field of view, to its original owner. This skill should be the same as Brave's, cancel, a special skill that can break the laws of the world to a certain extent. As for the exact effect of this skill, one would have to wait for an experiment to find out. Combining Jacob's experience with Brave, Fry surmised that a special skill like this should have a chance of being acquired when one's strong emotions and will resonate with the power of the gods. The fact that Fry was able to obtain Jacob's skill was naturally due to Witness, a player-exclusive talent. As for the trigger conditions of the Witness, Fry was still unable to conclude, and could only speculate that it was related to participating in the event and witnessing the story. He would have to wait for the talent to trigger a few more times and compare the different cases with each other before he could make further judgments. Right now it was better to go home and catch up on some sleep, then practice with Noel in the second tier. Having made up his mind, Fry got up and prepared to leave. Just then, there was a light footstep behind him. Fry turned around, only to see a young white-haired girl with twisted braids walking this way. What a strong sense of vested interest. The young girl wearing a pure white nun's uniform showed a somewhat surprised expression upon seeing Fray. Fray looked at the young girl in front of him and flirted. 2 chance encounters in a graveyard. It seems we have quite a shady relationship. MS. Hero. It's been a long time, Mr. Fry. It's only been 5 days since I've seen you, which isn't that long. Fray said. Is that so? Since we met at the library every day before, the 5-day vacancy seems extraordinarily long then. After the pleasantries were over, before Fray could ask any questions, Hero took the initiative to explain the reason for his presence here. When I first came to Labyrinth City, I heard about a mass grave on the outskirts of the city. Unattended graves that reminded me of Gutsama. Today is the birthday of His Holiness the Pope, the day when the whole country of the church basks in the royal favor. So I thought that I would come over and pray for these nameless spirits. After the explanation, Hero inquired, is your presence here, Mr. Fry, related to the case of the strange thieves? So you already know. After all, the whole metropolis is buzzing with rumors, and it's only harder to not know. Considering that the case of the strange thief might involve secrets, Hero didn't delve into the reason why Fry came to the cemetery. She turned to it. What you asked me to find before, Petrarch's book of poems, I have found. Yeah, I'll pick it up at the library tomorrow then. And by the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Afterward, Fry explained to Hero about the kids at the orphanage, and after listening to Fry, Hero bowed deeply to him. Allow me to express my gratitude to you for helping those children. Seeing the other party suddenly make this great gift, Fry hastily excused himself. You're the one who contributed and suffered. I just helped with the introduction. But Hero remained in her bowing position, and the huge treasure chest on her chest naturally hung down under gravity, making it impossible for Fry to take his eyes off of it. After a solemn salute, Hero said to Fry, to save suffering children, that's the reason the Illuminati was founded in the first place. Yet I, as a clergyman, could do nothing but watch the children cry, and could do nothing but express my sympathy for them. Instead, you, who are not affiliated with the church, have provided them with tangible help, which is why I want to thank you. After some mutual humbling, Fry asked a question he cared about. Saving suffering children. It turns out that the Illuminati still has such an original intention. I also looked up some information. How come I haven't seen it before? In the new edition of the canon, this article has been changed. and can only still be found in the old books left over from the old Pope's time and power. Saying this, Hero gave a somewhat sad expression and continued, "Do you know what were the last words spoken by old Pope Carol, who was once a fairy tale author, on his deathbed? What is it? May there come a day when there will be no more children, wandering in the wilderness, in a world where the light shines." On October 16th, the news that the head of the trial chamber, Dorobo Kais, had swallowed a gun and committed suicide out of fear of the trial, quickly spread throughout May City. Along with the news of Kais's death came a new decree issued to celebrate the Pope's birthday. The content of the decree includes lower taxes, pensions for the families of soldiers killed in the jihad, subsidies for laid-off workers and unemployed soldiers, and so on. 30% of this money was allocated by the central government, while the remaining 70% had to be worked out by the local officials themselves. To put it bluntly, the Pope forced corrupt officials everywhere to spit out some money to pacify the people. In the past, these officials would have resisted orders for various reasons, but this time they had to cooperate. After all, no one wants to be the next Kais. It can be said that the fall of Kais has served as a warning to officials everywhere that, at least for a short time, their oppression of the people will be curtailed. As soon as the decree was issued, the residents of Labyrinth City, who had almost mobbed in rebellion yesterday, immediately rejoiced and sang the praises of the imperial favor. Standing in their perspective to see, the crime of the corrupt official Kais was sanctioned, although they do not know the specific reasons, but the downfall of such a big man, naturally, is a great joy. What's more, they actually got a subsidy from the church and the tax burden went down. So what's there to complain about? I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but at least for today, the sun is still shining brightly in Maze City. That afternoon, after catching up on some sleep, Fry led Noel into the second level of the labyrinth. After receiving the copper sword rage from Noel, Fry took out the magic guide cozy shell that he had just brought from Dagger and untied the layers of black cloth that had been wrapped around it. The magic guide cozy shell was wide and heavy, with an overall blazing crimson hue, its surface covered with flowing flame patterns, and an emerald green gemstone set in the center that had been worked from the magical stone of a rotting giant. Since it was tailored to the dimensions of the Fury, it was a tight fit when inserted, and after snapping on a couple of securing snaps, the sword took on a whole new form. The image below is for cosmetic reference. The original image is of Flame, the sword of the Holy Grail from Xenoblade 2. After equipping the magic guide cozy shell, Rage's size changes from a one-handed sword to a two-handed greatsword, which not only looks very dominant, but also oozes a cool technological feel. Noelle observed the sword in her hand that had transformed into a completely new stance and revealed an expression of immense surprise. "Noelle, don't just look at it. Try pouring magic into this sword now." Noelle did as Fry said and began to pour magic into the sword. After the majestic magic power was absorbed by the magic guide cozy shell, it was channeled into the internal fury, and the magic power was transformed into the element of fire, coupled with the thunder attribute that came with Noelle's magic power. When the magic power reached a certain amount, a change appeared in the magic guide cozy shell. Flames rose from the sword, and golden lightning surrounded it. Relying on the magical cozy shell, Noelle managed to utilize some of the power of fury without bursting away. Looking at the flaming greatsword in his hand, Noelle inquired with some disbelief, "Fry, this sword, can I really use it?" "That goes without asking. We're teammates. My sword is your sword." Under Noelle's perspective, the copper sword in her hand, which was originally plain and uninteresting, had now turned into a powerful divine weapon. "By the way, Fry, help me name this sword." After receiving Noelle's request for a name, Fry pondered. In order to hide the information, Fry certainly couldn't have called the Sword of Fury. Looking at the big sword in front of him, which was bubbling and generating electricity, being a master of naming, Fry once again had a flash of inspiration. Let's call it the Thunder Fire Sword. Chapter 32 Patron Saint of the Two-Spined Ape. After testing the performance of the magic guide cozy shell, Fry led Noelle into the 11th floor of the labyrinth. Speaking of which, haven't even seen any other adventurers today? After looking around, Noelle inquired curiously. It's the Pope's birthday, and at this hour, everyone should be in the square watching the broadcast. In the country of the Hikari cult, at least one projection spell is set up in every city to receive images released from the center. However, in order to activate this kind of ultra-distant projection magic, it must be tediously set up in advance, and when activated, it also needs to constantly consume a large amount of magic stones and be maintained by several high-level magical envoys on the sidelines, and thus it is only used during major festivals. Although the live broadcast is not mandatory to watch, the vast majority of residents voluntarily went to the Grand Plaza in the center of the metropolis today. This was partly, of course, to express their gratitude to His Holiness the Pope, but the more important reason was because they wanted to go and enjoy the ritual dances of Her Holiness. In today's Hikari religious country, besides the Pope who holds supreme power and the three cardinals, there is also a Holy Virgin of Light who serves as the spokesperson of the goddess Alice and attends various ceremonies as a mascot-like figure, and she is loved by the nation. Regarding this Saintess Sama, Fry had also only seen the portrait, a beautiful girl with white hair. The average male in those labyrinthine metropolises naturally didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity to enjoy a beautiful girl's dance, but Fry was different. While the other adventurers were still watching the live stream of the beautiful girl, he was already in the labyrinth brushing the monsters. Thinking about this, Fry couldn't help but ask the other adventurers, "What are you going to compete with me?" Unlike the first stratum, as soon as you enter the second stratum, the surrounding geology changes from loose soil to hard rock. The environment brightens up quite a bit, and the view becomes a bit more open overall. According to the information Fry had learned so far, the Jabberwock Grand Labyrinth was not so much an underground ruin, but more like an alien space independent of the outside world, where there were many phenomena that didn't adhere to the laws of physics, such as being surrounded by visible light when there was clearly no light source. And for Fry, who had shadow sense, the bright environment would weaken his detection instead. Nowadays, he could only use the shadows between the rocks to barely use the skill, and the detection distance had shrunk to 1 kilometer, and using earth between burials in a rock-strewn environment also required more magic power to be consumed. After waiting to move forward for some time, a monster blocked the path ahead. It was a canine that was about 2.5 meters long and covered in purple hair. Upon seeing the Fry duo, the monster opened its mouth covered in sharp teeth and let out a mournful howl. Underwolf, rank 2. With illustrations, as an intelligence powerhouse, Fry had already investigated the monsters commonly found in the second class in advance. If the skeleton dog, skeleton beast, was the signature monster of the first tier, then this purple dog, spectral wolf, in front of him was the most representative miscellaneous soldier in the second tier. Although they were common stragglers, the strength of the spectral wolves was not weak. Their speed was extremely fast, their teeth were exceptionally sharp, and all monsters of rank 2 would possess a skill. The spectral wolf's skill was called spectral shadow, and they could create a blurry shadow to confuse their opponents as they moved. Seeing the monster appear, Noel hastily activated the thunder and fire sword, and upon seeing the flames and thunder coming out of the sword, the spectral wolf hastily retreated a few steps back, intending to escape. "Noel, I'll take care of this monster. You stay away. I have a few things I want to experiment with." Hearing Frey say that, Noel backed away. Seeing Noel leave, the spectral wolf seemed to feel that it had done its job again, so it gave up on the idea of escaping. Fry raised the baseball bat in his right hand and stared at the spectral wolf, who stared back at him, and the man and the wolf stood frozen for a moment. Frey knew exactly what the spectral wolf was playing at. The former wolf does not move, and the cover is used to bait the enemy. As a pack monster, the spectral wolves would act collectively unless they had just been refreshed, and with this spectral wolf alone blocking the center of the road, there was only one possibility: it was bait. Just then, Frey's shadow perception captured two other figures that were moving this way at high speed. The moment it saw the Fry duo, the spectral wolf utilized its growl to signal its companions. Soon, accompanied by a rush of footsteps like rain, the other two wolves arrived. A single spectral wolf's combat power wasn't considered strong, but as the number increased, its threat would grow exponentially. Many adventurers who were blindly confident and careless after ascending to the red bronze level were buried in the hands of this group of spectral wolves. The three wolves surrounded Frey, the one on the front taking the lead, lunging and biting at Frey. Too slow. For an unusual red bronze level adventurer, the speed of the spectral wolf was indeed very fast, but at this moment, Fry relied on the attributes gained from the Book of Fools, as well as the goblin-blessed armor on his body, and his sensitivity value went straight up by 10.6, far leaving behind those of the same level. Fry swung his stick, hitting the spectral wolf squarely in the face and sending it flying, but at the same instant, the two spectral wolves behind them also acted. The two monsters unleashed their skills in the air, leaving behind two residual shadows, causing Frey's line of sight to shift for a split second, failing to immediately catch where the action landed. He raised the baseball bat in his right hand to parry, but that played right into the spectral wolf's hands. One of the wolves bit right into Frey's baseball bat, sealing off his means of defense, while the other aimed for the neck, which was unprotected by armor. And just as the spectral wolf was about to bite Frey's neck, a sharp blade pierced into its body. A dagger appeared in Frey's otherwise empty left hand. The black dagger, hidden in his sleeve, had been thrown to Frey by Jacob at the time, and it was now his other weapon besides his baseball bat. After being attacked, the spectral wolf quickly retreated. The wound caused by the dagger wasn't big, but the monster's movements suddenly became very stiff. Shadowblade, a dagger with dark attribute enchantment picked up by 86th Company in the city of the Demon King. Attack power, 2. 4. Effect, applies weakness to the stabbed enemy, reducing their speed and resistance. The reason why Jacob was able to put down a level 20 plus Holy Glory Knight in one slash with the numbing agent applied to the dagger in the first place was because of the weakness effect that came with the weapon. Since there were no gods directly in charge of the dark attribute in either the human's 7 positive gods or the demon's 3 pillar gods, weapons and props with the dark attribute were quite a rare existence. This dagger was equivalent to the rare equipment that the 86th Company had popped out of this copy of the Demon King city back in the day. According to Frey's tests, the weapon's weakening effect could slow down humans below level 30 drastically and temporarily lose their resistance to abnormal statuses, while it could also have a somewhat weakening effect on strong people above level 30. Looking at the slow-moving spectral wolf in front of him, Frey managed to prove that the weapon could be effective against monsters as well. Then the game is over. After ending the experiment, Frey violently slapped the ground with his hand and unleashed, buried between the earth, which fixed this be 3 wolves on the ground. Do it, Noelle. And remember, this move is called Firebolt Chop. Firebolt, yelled Noelle, raising her thunder and fire sword. As a flamebolt chop was swung out, the 3 spectral wolves were reduced to flying ash in an instant. It was worthy of being the Thunder Fire Sword, and its power was as terrifying as it was. After that, the labyrinth exploration went smoothly, and these second-rank monsters in the 11th floor couldn't even threaten the MyGO squad with the Thunderfire Sword. Hours passed quickly, and just as Frey was planning to return, he suddenly heard a mournful cry in the distance. The voice was like a long whistle of a high ape, a labyrinth of sound, and a long and sad turn. To find out what was going on, Frey quickly hurried over. What appeared in front of him was a 2-meter-tall ape-like monster, but unlike an unusual ape, it had 2 sharp bone spikes growing from its shoulders. The monster's entire body was covered in dark, thick hair, and its limbs were unusually thick, with prominent knuckles and sharp nails bent like hooks. 2 spiny monkeys. Rank 2. Frey knew a lot about the 2-spined ape, which was a very rare monster. The reason why they are rare is because they are immediately hunted by adventurers as soon as they are refreshed, and nowadays they are almost extinct. It is said that a long time ago, the 2-spined apes were just a kind of mediocre monsters living in the second stratum of the labyrinth. They usually stayed in their own small circle circling around, and apart from their low combat power, they didn't have anything particularly outstanding, until a group of older men set their sights on them. The bodies of the maze's monsters will gradually be absorbed by the maze upon death, but unlike the first-order monsters that dissipate within minutes of death, the bodies of second-order monsters usually remain for several hours. If the corpses of monsters are disposed of before that, then you can get some materials from them. And the 2-spined apes have a material on their bodies that is very valuable today, their fur. The hair on the 2-spined ape's body is similar in material to human hair and is much shinier, making it an excellent material for making wigs. Some middle-aged, balding adventurers will cut off the skin of a 2-spined ape to make leather, and then use the hair to make wigs. At first, it was a niche behavior. However, as a monster material that can only be obtained after reaching the second level of the labyrinth, the skin of the 2-pronged ape is naturally scarce, so the capital smelled a business opportunity and began to speculate. And then the skin of the 2-pronged ape gradually became popular and evolved into a fashion item. Nowadays, no matter what has a skin of 2-spined ape on it, people will buy it and the price will go up dramatically. In the face of huge profits, a large number of 2-spined apes were hunted and skinned, and there were fewer and fewer 2-spined apes alive, while there were more and more commodities draped in the skin of the 2-spined apes, and those old 2-spined apes that survived were left to hide in dark corners and live on. Nowadays, a complete ape skin is worth 2,000 rupees, which is a lot of income for an unusual red bronze level adventurer, and the fact that ape skins can make you rich has become common knowledge among adventurers by word of mouth. The 2-spined ape in front of him turned around and tried to run away after seeing the Frey duo, but Frey had already unleashed the earth interburial and fixed it in place. Noelle had apparently also heard of monsters like the 2-spined ape, and she immediately activated her Thunderfire Sword. A mere 2-spined ape. Watch me destroy it with my Thunderfire Sword. Looking at the Thunderflame sword in front of him, an expression of trepidation and despair appeared on the 2-stinged ape's face, and just as Noelle was about to swing her sword, Frey suddenly stepped in front of her. He opened his torso and raised the baseball bat in his hand, shielding the 2-spined ape behind him. Frey, what do you mean by that? Noelle inquired suspiciously. Like the 2-spined ape best. After successfully guarding the 2-spined ape, Frey realized through his shadow sense that another monster of enormous size was approaching. There it is, a minotaur. Combined with the mournful cries that the 2-thorned ape had just made, it seemed that it was being hunted by the minotaur. Poor 2-spined ape, being bullied by a minotaur again. And when the minotaur came after it, it was immediately buried in the dirt by Frey. looking at the Minotaur in front of her, and associating it with Frey's behavior of protecting the two-spined ape just now. Noelle didn't attack immediately as she turned to inquire. Frey, do you like Minotaurs? Frey's answer to this question was one word. Kill. With Frey's command, Noelle stabbed her Thunderfire sword into the Minotaur's body, and flames and lightning erupted simultaneously. By the time the flames subsided, the Minotaurs had been blasted to the ground with no crumbs left. After destroying the Minotaur, Frey removed the control of the Earth Interburial, allowing the two-spined ape to regain its freedom. As a primate monster with high intelligence, this two-spined ape was also humane, and it understood that Frey's series of behaviors just now were meant to save it. It gazed at the human in front of it, searing his appearance into its mind, before letting out a purr that represented gratitude. Later, a legend spread among the two-spined apes in the labyrinth. There is a human with black hair and eyes and a baseball bat who can manipulate the land. He is the patron saint of our two-spined apes. By the time Frey and Noelle left the labyrinth, it was mid-afternoon, and it was reasonable to assume that the clerical broadcast would have ended long ago. However, when they passed through the central square, they found that a number of people remained here gabbing about something. After inquiring around, Frey learned that the crowd in Labyrinth City didn't get to see the Holy Maiden Sama dance today as they had hoped. What the hell is going on? Frey inquired. There were a few cultists mixed in with the audience at the plaza, and halfway through the live broadcast, they suddenly set themselves on fire en masse, creating chaos and interrupting the projection magic. Which cult? Frey subconsciously asked upon hearing such extreme behavior. Which else could it be? A return to the denomination. That's not surprising. Frey had long heard of the great name of the Return cult. This cult existed 500 years ago and is older than all existing human nations. Most of the members of the cult of Return are a group of people who despair of reality. And in their view, the only ideal homeland is the Age of Law, which was once ruled by the King of Aden. Therefore, the greatest goal of the Return cult is to resurrect the King of Aden and return to the Age of Law. According to their teachings, the 7 positive gods are all traitors who plotted to kill the King of Aden. So they also hate the existing, human regime that believes in the 7 gods and have committed all sorts of nasty acts. The governments of various countries have been vigorously purging such extreme cults, and without the blessing of the gods, most of this group of cultists have low combat power and can't become much of a climate. But if you kill them all, another batch will pop up after a while, similar to the automatically refreshed wild monsters. What makes them so vital is that their teachings are extremely inclusive, and basically anytime you're dissatisfied with your current life, you can fantasize about that once existing, unbelievably well-described era of Torah. There is no unified organization among this group of cultists, and there is no threshold to join the sect. Basically, if you long for the Age of Law, then you are a returning member of the sect. Developing later, the cultists' behavior became more and more abstract, and in the last few years they became obsessed with finding the reincarnation of the King of Aden. They believed that the King of Aden would surely reappear to save mankind, and called the reincarnation of the King of Aden the Savior. So cultists everywhere have used their imaginations to find all sorts of strange saviors. The year before last, a group of cultists found a kid who was a goat herder and offered him up as a savior. Last year, a cultist claimed that the idol he pushed was the savior and called for people to call her. On July 20th this year, a cult leader stated that he was the savior and everyone should follow me back to the sky, and then lured a group of followers to jump to their deaths. In short, whenever there is a major event, this group of people has to pop up and brush up their presence. So, what did they get as a savior this time? Frey was curious to see what tricks the returning sect had pulled this time. Don't mention it. This group of cultists is probably completely crazy. They actually said that demon king, Hakimi, is the reincarnation of the King of Aden, the savior of mankind. Chapter 33, The King of Aden. It is said that at one time, more than 400 years ago, just after the Age of Law, the returning sect was very powerful. However, with the stabilization of the 7 gods' beliefs, this group of cultists who could not be blessed by the gods gradually fell into the category of stray fish and could no longer make any waves because their level could not break through level 30. Nowadays, its mode of behavior has changed from the subversion of the country and the blood sacrifice of the city to fraud and marketing as well as all kinds of whole life to brush up the sense of existence. This disturbance caused by the cultists was not considered a major incident as it did not result in any casualties. It's not a day or two since the return cult engaged in performance art, and we've all seen it before. Although Frey was curious as to how the cultists had connected Hakimi, the demon king, to the savior of mankind, it seemed a bit difficult to ask the answer out of them now that the cultists had been scorched and turned into acquaintances in the physical sense of the word. Frey didn't know much about the Age of Law that these cultists envisioned. After all, the present-day demon race only re-emerged after the end of the Age of Law, and humanity experienced 200 years of division and chaos after the death of the King of Aden. Therefore, For the Age of Laws, both the human and demon sides left no detailed records, only some vague legends that were difficult to verify. Fry quickly realized, however, that if it was a long-lived species like an elf, it might know some additional information. Later that night, after the tavern had closed, Fry knocked on the door of Todorus' room, located next door to his own. "Come in." Fry walked into the room, where Todorus was sitting at her desk, looking at the map of Petrarch's graveyard and measuring something with paper and pen. "Is the interpretation of the map still going well?" Considering the large size of the labyrinth and the terrain that appeared to change from time to time, it was naturally impossible for Petrarch's map to plot a detailed route to the cemetery, and the map only recorded what the cemetery itself looked like, the general location, and some nearby landmarks, which Todorus was deciphering. "I've compiled the information on the map, but the exact location requires you to go to the 19th floor to find it yourselves. What about your side? How did the exploration of the labyrinth go today?" Todorus inquired. "At the current rate of escalation, we should be able to move within a month." After talking about the commission, Fry inquired, "By the way, Dido, what did the elves record about the Age of Law 500 years ago?" "You heard about the cultists." Not to be outdone by the famous detective Dido, "I'm curious as to what you think about the group from the Return cult?" At the mention of returning to the sect, Todorus spoke languidly after thinking for a moment. "Optimists think of the future, pessimists reminisce about the past, and the more distant and vague something is, the more mankind embellishes it and then takes the liberty of longing for it. And wouldn't you elves have thought of that?" "Of course there would be, but we elves, because we live longer, have a past and a future that is out of reach in the eyes of humans. But for us, it may just be a part of life." Todorus' words revealed a hint of vicissitude. After a moment of silence, she turned the conversation back to the Age of Law. "We elves are not in the habit of repairing history books, and the history of the past has been passed down by word of mouth from those old men in the clan, whereas nowadays there are no longer any people who have seen the Age of Law with their own eyes. In this world, compared to humans, the elves were indeed a long-lived species, but according to the information Fry had learned, their lifespan wasn't as exaggerated as 1,000 years at every turn in traditional fantasy works. I remember the lifespan of the elves. I think it's 500 years, Fry said. The upper limit is 500 years, to be exact, like a centenarian among humans, and only a very few actually live to that age. And at the end of the Age of Laws 500 years ago, it is said that there was a catastrophe in Yarfium, the land of Mori, and the population plummeted for a time, until 400 years ago when we gained the shelter of the wind god, and life returned to stability, and the population was gradually restored to its ceiling of 3,000. By the time I was born, very few elves had survived the Age of Law, and all of them kept their mouths shut about what happened 500 years ago. So you don't know either? Fry inquired. Although I don't know what happened 500 years ago, I've heard some rumors about the Age of Law. The Age of Law, according to my reasoning, should be a time when the power of faith of all people is concentrated. After that, combining Todorus' narration and Frey's own speculation, he summarized the following information. In the continent of Aden, all transcendent powers are basically related to the soul. Nowadays, the 7 positive gods relied on the faith power of their followers to gain power, and the so-called faith power was essentially a type of soul power. For example, if there are 10 million people who believe in the gods, that is equivalent to each of those 10 million people dividing a portion of their soul power and giving it to the gods for safekeeping. After collecting the power of people's souls, the gods would bestow this power in the form of blessings and blessings to a few gifted people, allowing them to become strong among the 10,000 to protect other weaker believers. From this perspective, belief in gods is very similar in nature to paying taxes, in that both involve the bottom paying a portion of one's income to the top so that the top can focus on the big things, and thus maintain order and protect the livelihood of the bottom. But just as taxes can be abused, those powerful people who have been blessed by the gods may not go out of their way to help the welfare of other believers. If we follow this theory, then the power of faith of the people in the Age of Law, where no gods existed, should have been focused on the legendary King of Aden. If that's true, then it's no surprise that the King of Aden was able to defeat the ancient dragon and win the dragon poetry war in the first place. Compared to the powerful ancient dragon, the human soul was too weak. But what makes human beings special is that they are able to focus their souls and converge into a powerful force through their shared beliefs. When the soul power of millions of people was aggregated together, even the Dragon King, who was in charge of the elemental power, could not match it. After defeating the 2 foreign enemies, the dragons and the demons, the King of Aden continued to utilize this powerful soul force to create various laws for the benefit of mankind, ushering in the 500-year-long Age of Laws. And the Age of Law, according to the mere words that came out of the mouths of those old elves, was indeed a wonderful time. In those days, the sky was always fair, the earth was always fertile and bountiful, and the seas were always calm. At that time, all the races that were under the patronage of the King of Aden gained a certain extension of their lifespan, with almost all elves living to the upper limit of 500 years old, and a large number of long-lived people over 100 years old emerging from the human race as well. It wasn't until 500 years into the Aden calendar that the King of Aden died and the continent was once again divided. In the midst of the long wars and chaos, people had to find a new faith, and thus came the current 7 gods, and it was then that the elves gained the protection of the wind god. Although the words of the cultists are not to be trusted, the combination of this information suggests that the return cult's propaganda that the 7 positive gods are all traitors who murdered the King of Aden may not be an empty rumor. And thinking about it, Frey's mind, once again, flooded with the name of the game, Black Souls. For some time afterwards, while exploring the labyrinth, Frey also experimented with the effects of the special skill, Restitution. Skill effect, return a stolen item in the field of view, to its original owner. As described in the skill effect, there are 3 limitations to this skill. First, it must be a concrete item, not something without form or an abstract concept. For example, a capitalist steals the surplus value of a laborer. But since the surplus value itself has no physical substance, even if the skill is unleashed against the capitalist, it has no effect. Second, the item must have been stolen. Unsolicited gifts from the original owner, as well as those items accidentally lost in the lost and found, do not fall into this category. In the case of rentals, legal inheritances, and items acquired after a trade, it is not theft as long as the original holder acted voluntarily when he or she ceded the item. Comparatively, without the consent of the original owner, even if the pickpocket steals the wallet without the owner realizing it, this wallet will be returned to the original owner. In the same vein, Frey had also found a group of grave robbers who were selling their loot, and after secretly activating the skill, managed to make a small piece of jewelry from the loot disappear, supposedly back into the original owner's tomb. He also tried borrowing a book from the library and then overstaying it, after which he unleashed his skill on the book, which did not return. Even though stealing a book isn't considered stealing, the reason the skill didn't activate should be because Frey himself didn't have the idea of stealing it. That is to say, there needs to be a theft occurring during the change of holder in order to qualify for this skill determination. The last point is that the item must be within view. After all, if you can't even see it, then you can't select it. And as tested, the vision from Frey's shadow perception works. Regarding the extended application of this skill, Frey also considered it. For example, steal a bomb from an enemy, and then use your skill to give it back to him the moment it detonates. Another example is to intentionally reveal a breach so that the enemy can steal his weapon or prop, and then use his skills to take it back when he thinks he's winning. If you continue to think out of the box, you can also go to the slums and grab a beggar, transplant his organs to a rich man, and then unleash your skills on the rich man when you need them. However, all of these maneuvers require advanced layout and preparation, and don't provide much of a boost when it comes to real-world combat, especially when exploring mazes. And in addition to this special skill, Frey also took the time to learn the sending song as well as Poet's Grip from Todoris. With the skill Poet's Grip, Frey's own combat power gained a further boost. When he picks up a baseball bat, he automatically gains Baton Technique LV1, and when he swings the bat, everything from his body movements to the way his muscles exert force becomes very smooth as if he had no teacher. Although it was not yet comparable to those top masters who had practiced intensively and raised their stick skills to LV2 or even LV3, Frey's skill with the stick had already left behind ordinary people by a large margin. Similarly, when it comes to using daggers or other weapons, Frey is able to be proficient right off the bat, and is considered a low-level weapon master. Just like that, time quickly came to the middle of November, and Frey's leveled up to level 15, while Noel was at level 13. Soul strength went up by 0.1, which boosted the value of the attribute Frey gained when upgrading a bit further, together with the 10.6 extra sensitivity value. Even though Frey still had 12 attribute points that he didn't use, his attribute value already exceeded that of an unusual gold-level adventurer. Currently, as long as a human was below level 30 and had not been blessed by the gods, he had the power to fight. Once the strength was almost up, Frey decided to move with Noel to find Petrarch's grave. According to the map, the graveyard is located on the 19th floor, and at this depth, even without exploring, it would take hours just to make the round trip along the main path. Plus they still had to search on the 19th floor, which obviously wasn't going to be a round trip the same day and would require an overnight stay in the labyrinth. For adventurers above the red bronze level, spending the night in the labyrinth was not an uncommon thing, especially after reaching the 3rd tier. It would be almost impossible to go back and forth every day. And this act of going deep inside the labyrinth and spending several days in a row is what adventurers call remote exploration. Unlike the usual adventures where you just have to kill monsters, there's a lot more to think about when you're exploring remotely, not to mention the basics of caring for your gear, preparing props, and investigating intelligence. It's also important to make sure you have a supply of food when you're exploring remotely. In the continent of Aden, there is no magic that can directly create food, due to the fact that magic cannot be directly converted into the basic nutrients needed by the human body, coupled with the fact that there was no wood attribute in the 6 elemental magic. Although a small amount of magic to manipulate plants existed, it did not directly grow edible crops in situ. As a result, this world still has large-scale traditional agriculture, and magic can only be used to regulate the weather as well as the soil, providing an auxiliary effect, and magic envoys are already extremely rare. In the Terra Commonwealth, which valued magical guidance technology, there was large-scale mechanized agriculture, but in the Hikari Church Kingdom, the productivity of food was only a little better than in the Middle Ages on Earth. Once the government is tyrannical, or there is a war, then the civilians will have to face a shortage of food, which is the reason why there was a famine in the church country before. In short, for most people in this world, filling their stomachs remains the #1 priority, and the same is true for adventurers who go on long-distance explorations. Prudent as Fry was, he naturally carried ample supplies on this long-range quest. Fry, why did you bring so much compressed dry food? After the rendezvous, Noel inquired. It's the food with the highest percentage of energy, so it's always good to bring more. In Frey's opinion, compressed dry food is portable and doesn't take up much space, making it the most cost-effective option. The only downside is that it's extremely hard to eat. Are we just going to eat dry food for the next few days? Looking at the dry food, Noel couldn't help but look embarrassed. But Fry, on the other side, gave a confident smile. Don't be afraid, I have a plan. With that said, Fry led Noel into the labyrinth and the MyGO team began their first remote exploration. Chapter 34, Labyrinth Rice. After an hour or so along the main path, Fry and Noel arrived at the 19th floor. By Frey's calculations, traveling to the area where the cemetery was located would take 2 days, and their goal for the day was to reach a large landmark between the cemetery and the main road, and then rest there. Along the way, Fry used his shadow sense to avoid as many battles as he could, but sometimes there were situations where monsters were blocking the path of necessity and there was no way to avoid them. For example, right now Fry has 4 spectral wolves in front of him. Upon seeing the Fry duo, the 4 wolves played up old traditions and stalemated them first. Noel saw this and prepared to activate the Thunderfire sword, but Fry stopped her. Preserving your strength and magic is extremely important in long-range exploration, and you are not needed to deal with such stragglers. I have a skill that can make the enemy army retreat without a fight. With that said, Fry was seen stretching his limbs and raising his hands high in the air, spreading his claws with a grim expression, before letting out a strange cry. Hiss ha! It was the sound of a snow leopard huffing. In the labyrinth, beastly monsters like the spectral wolves have behavioral patterns similar to those of beasts in the outside world, and they all instinctively fear creatures stronger than themselves. Frey's current rank was already above them, and with the hockey technique he had learned from Yukaina over the days, his roar instantly shocked the 4 spectral wolves in front of him. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Fry let out a very intimidating yell. In front of such a terrifying haze, the several spectral wolves instantly had their backs shaking and their fur standing on end, and after looking at each other for a few moments, they turned around and prepared to retreat. But perhaps unwilling to run away with its tail between its legs like this, one of the leading spectral wolves pissed on Frey's feet in a swift manner in that instant before he left. This purple dog is truly owed love. In this way, by relying on Frey's haze, the MyGO team was able to keep going deeper and deeper into the labyrinth with almost zero consumption. After a few more hours of following the directions on the map, the surroundings began to change. The light gradually became dim, and the road became narrower and narrower, turning into a dark tunnel, the end of which was blocked by a huge rock like a small mountain. If it was an unusual adventurer who encountered such a situation, he would definitely turn back the same way, but relying on shadow perception, Fry quickly discovered that in the corner of this rocky mountain in front of him, there was a narrow cave entrance, with a hidden light revealing itself inside. Fry took the lead and drilled into the hole. The first extremely narrow, only through the people. Repeat dozens of steps, open up. At the back of the rock was a wide space with a lake in the center of it. With Frey's arrival, a bit of ghostly blue light lit up in the center of the lake, like someone had lit a lamp underwater, followed by a second and third point. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake was lit up with a starry glow underneath. This was Frey's and their destination for the day, and the first landmark on the map, Glitter Lake, within the Jabberwock underground labyrinth. In addition to the man-made main paths, There are also special landforms and wonders, and these natural landmarks are often used as reference points when exploring remotely and mapping. The most widely recognized landmark in the 19th floor is this glittering lake that sits behind a giant rock, and the light from the lake stands out after the dim surroundings of a few moments ago. And not only is the view fantastic, it's also one of the rare safe spots in the labyrinth. The reason why it was called a safe spot was not because no monsters would be born in this space, but because the lake would only refresh the same kind of monsters in a fixed manner. Fry walked towards the location of the lake, and as his footsteps got closer, the glow from the lake grew brighter, gradually outlining the outline of a mollusk. By the time Fry reached the lake, one of the monsters poked its head out. Blue light squid. Rank 2. The body of this squid is a meter long and they have a teardrop-shaped head with a purple eye on each side. Unlike the unusual squids that spew ink, the ink sac under the head of the blue light squid stores a fluorescent substance. Relying on this fist-sized sac-like light-emitting organ, they emit a light blue glow as they swim. And unlike the other ferocious monsters in the labyrinth, the blue light squid's habits are relatively docile, belonging to the type of people who don't offend me. They usually prefer to dive at the bottom of lakes and only emerge when they sense someone approaching. As long as they didn't actively attack these monsters, then the perimeter of this glittering lake would be a safe zone for the adventurers, and Fry planned to camp here today. But before resting, in the spirit of coming all the way here, in order not to waste the magic power that had returned during the rest period, Fry decided to destroy the squid in this lake to brush up his experience. He unleashed his magic to create a rock cannonball, killing the squid that had just popped up, and after seeing their fellow clan members being killed, the other blue light squid immediately took action. They all spewed out the blue fluorescent substance from their ink sacs, quickly covering the entire lake surface. The surface of the lake was shrouded in light, blocking the view and making it impossible to observe the movements of the squid below the surface. And after completing this barricade, one after another of the blue light squid emerged and used their skill, water bomb, to attack Fry, then immediately retreated back underwater, not giving him the chance to return fire. The water bullets hit his body as if he had been violently rushed by a high-pressure water gun. With Frey's defense, although it was not fatal, but hundreds of squid shot water bullets in unison, and in the face of this dense attack like a rainy screen, his stamina would be constantly consumed until he could not support it. And looking at Fry, who could only be passively beaten, the blue light squid seemed very pleased with themselves as they gradually accelerated the frequency of firing water bombs. When all of the squid's attention was focused on Frey alone, he realized the time was right. Fry used his ha-ha-ha on the squids, and along with his ha-ha-ha, a large sword with thunder and fire appeared from his back. The reason why he had to drill into the hole alone first was to create an opportunity for Noelle, who had relatively weak defenses, to attack. Just as all the squids were busy attacking Frey, Noelle had burst to the edge of the lake and plunged her activated Thunderfire sword into the water. As Noelle continued to inject magic power, the terrifying electric current from the Thunderfire sword spread across the water. Just like the principle of electric fish, soon the group of blue light squid were all electrocuted and floated all over the lake, while Fry and Noelle on the side gained experience value from their souls. A one-time group extermination of nearly 100 monsters was a big harvest, but it was a pity that the glittering lakes were too far away from the main road, or else this would have been an excellent spot for leveling. Upon opening the panel, Fry confirmed the change in his experience. Rank 15, 290/1800, rank 15, 750/1800. A blue light octopus provided about 10 points of experience. But from the 47th, Frey's experience value stopped rising. This was because there was a limit to the amount of experience value one could absorb in a given period of time. The process of gaining experience from the souls of monsters was just like eating. It took time to digest and absorb. There was no way to get fat in one bite. Relying on the talent, one heart longing, Fry was currently able to gain over 400 experience at once, raising his level by a quarter, which was already far more than an unusual human. And as you level up, the experience required to upgrade will go up dramatically, and relatively, the amount of experience that can be absorbed will also increase somewhat, but overall it is definitely getting slower and slower. As things stood, the speed of the MyGO squad's monsters was no longer a problem. What mattered was how to further increase the efficiency of gaining experience, and it was for this reason that Fry had sought out to Doris to learn the sending song. He went to the edge of the lake and took out his flute and began to play, and as the melodious music sounded, the masterless souls transformed into a single point of light, guided by the melody that surrounded Fry. By the time the tune was finished, the vast majority of the points of light had dissipated with the wind, but a small portion of them still entered Frey's body. This send-off song of the elves has the effect of guiding, soothing the souls of the dead, and if we also take the example of eating, it's equivalent to turning these unattached souls from dry bread to soft pasta, and the amount that can be eaten at one time becomes a little bit more. Value of experience, 750800. While the effect wasn't particularly large, it was a sizable boost over time. So every time he killed a monster, Fry had to blow it for a while. While looking at Fry, who was playing the flute, Noel wore a somewhat complicated expression. These days, Todorus sometimes played music in the tavern instead of Fry, and sometimes they played together, and Noel had witnessed the two playing the flute together several times. An inexplicable uneasiness flooded Noel's mind at every turn. Fry, when playing music, seemed to have a thick barrier around her that she couldn't get into, but that elf could. After a moment's hesitation, Noel said to Fry, "Fry, can you teach me to play the flute? Why do you suddenly want to learn this? Fry, didn't you say that you can gain more experience by playing the flute? If I can play it as well, then I won't have to always trouble you alone after killing monsters in the future." Since Noel wanted to learn, then Fry naturally had no reason to refuse, and he whirled around and handed the flute to the other party. "You blow on it first." Noel took the flute and struck a pose of vigor as she took a deep breath and blew into the blowhole. Then there was a blowing sound from the flute. Seeing that she couldn't blow, Noel increased her strength, her face reddened, and she blew as hard as she could, but she just couldn't blow. "You don't think that if you blow into that big hole, the flute will play, do you? Isn't it? It seems that Noel really doesn't know anything about music. You first have to make the air you blow out form a column of air and then cut diagonally in through the edge of the blowhole." Fry tries to teach Noel how to play the flute, but it's not something you can learn just by listening to the theory either. And after half a day of playing, Noel still hasn't blown it. Unlike the piano, which anyone can play, or the guitar, which can be taught by hand, the flute cannot be taught mouth to mouth. "Alright, I'll teach you slowly when I have time after we get out. For now it's better to focus on the maze." Fry took the flute back from Noel, which was already covered in her spit from playing it so desperately. Indirect kissing, those 4 words floated into Fray's mind. "Really? It's not like you're in middle school. Why do you care about that?" So Fry graciously put his mouth to the flute and played. He always felt a sweet smell on the flute. When it was time to set up camp for dinner, Noel pulled out a pack of compressed dry rations. This is a kind of wheat flour mixed with bran. Will be beaten into a paste and then dried to make a simple food. Eaten directly will la throat. Difficult to swallow. Usually soaked in water before consumption. And as Noel unwrapped the dry food and prepared to soak it in water, Fray reached out and stopped her. "What's the hurry? The food hasn't even been served yet? Fry, did you bring a side dish?" "No, raw items are too unportable." "And the dish you were talking about?" Confronted with Noel's question, Fry finally unveiled his prognosis. As we all know, the 3 major desires of human beings are appetite, starvation, and the desire to sleep. Among these 3 major desires, appetite, being fundamental to sustaining life, should be the most prioritized to be satisfied, and after eating delicious food, people feel satisfied and happy. Mindfulness is important in remote exploration. Being in a labyrinth of closed environment and crisis for a long time will bring a lot of stress to the human spirit, and if the stress is too much, it is likely to affect the performance of the battle, and eating hot food is one of the effective ways to relieve stress. Fry had brought so much dry food only to serve as a staple as well as an emergency, and it was natural to have a good meal when there was room to spare. And speaking of ingredients, there are ingredients all over the labyrinth if you're bold. Rely on the mountain to eat the mountain. Rely on the water to eat the water. Now we are in the labyrinth. Then naturally we have to eat the labyrinth rice. With that said, Fry used earth magic to create an earthen stove and earthen pot, then a dining table and cooking table. Turning a kitchen into a kitchen in situ is what the Tumis are made of. After that, he fished up a couple of bluish squid from the lake. They were the main course of the day. Such a large squid, Fray had never eaten one before he crossed over, and he was curious as to what it tasted like. But just stewing the squid certainly wouldn't do, and after leaving the body of the squid in Noel's hands, Fry decided to go find some side dishes. Through shadow sense, he realized that on the other side of the lake, something that appeared to be an ingredient was growing. It was a mushroom that grew between the crevices of the rocks, with a broad, hemispherical cap, slightly curled edges, a smooth surface, and a predominantly tan color interspersed with faint blue-gray tones. After picking up the mushroom and observing it for a moment, Fray recognized it for what it was. This is sea hand green. See, the hand green is a kind of mushroom growing in the maze. This kind of mushroom, after being squeezed or cut, will quickly oxidize the wound to the greenish blue, so that the name. From an edible point of view, sea hand green has a delicious flavor and tender texture, which makes it the best of the mushrooms. However, the seeing hands green is essentially a poisonous mushroom and must be cooked completely to eliminate its toxicity. Once eaten raw, the toxins in the seeing hands green can affect the nerves and cause hallucinations. The severity as well as the duration of hallucinations is related to the individual's resistance, and the content varies from person to person. I've heard of people seeing dead mothers, others seeing broken up lovers, and still others seeing unnameable images. Based on this characteristic, some people will also intentionally eat raw sea hand green for the sake of craving for illusion. According to Frey's understanding, some art creators take sea hand green when they run out of inspiration and find new inspiration through its hallucinogenic effects. For this reason, the seeing hands green has another, more benign name: inspiration mushroom. Frey had once witnessed a singer getting too high on mushrooms in order to write a new song, thus becoming delirious and humming bizarre songs out of his mouth like a madman. Inspiration gully 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 wow cha inspiration mushroom inspiration mushroom. At this moment, looking at the inspired mushrooms in his hand, Frey suddenly had a bold idea. If the neurotoxin in the inspiration mushroom is purified and then the shadow blade is used to remove a person's resistance to the toxin, is it possible, then, to be completely immersed in the illusion? Chapter 35, The Vanishing Gold. In order to conduct the experiment, Frey picked up all the sea hand green near the lake and returned to the camping site. By this time Noel had also handled the bluish squid, cleaning the surface and removing the entrails. To make the dish, Frey took a few of the seeing hands green plants from a pile and sliced them up, then cubed the blue light squid, then used magic to light a fire in an earthen pot. When the pan is hot, first add the squid to the pan to sauté the water, add the accompanying seasoning packet, and finally add the sea hands green and simmer together, closing the lid on the pot. And while waiting for the dish to cook, Frey decided to juice the rest of the seeing hands green. There was no juicer, so he resorted to a more primitive method. Frey created a huge stone mortar with his magic and placed the mushrooms in it, then raised his baseball bat and stirred it in the mortar with a plunging garlic motion. Frey, what are you stirring? Noel asked curiously from the sidelines. I'm gluing, accompanied by the violent beating of the baseball bat. The head of the mushroom gradually oozed a greenish-blue, gelatinous juice. This primitive, gelatinous juice squeezed from mushroom heads is what we generally call gluing, and due to the large number of mushrooms, it's a bit of a struggle to hit the ground if you're relying on Frey alone. Noel, don't just watch. Get over here and help me glue. Frey handed Noel a stone stick, so the two of them hit the rubber together. After almost half an hour of beating, the stone mortar was filled with juice. Meanwhile, the ingredients in the pot were thoroughly cooked, and the water vapor lifted the lid slightly, the fresh smell spewing outward along the lid. A delicious pot of squid and mushroom soup is ready. Frey opened the lid of the pot with anticipation. However, he realized that the soup was not the milky white color he had expected, but it was glowing blue. There is only one possibility that this could have happened, and that is that the fluorescent substance in the blue light squid's ink sac got mixed into the soup. Noel, in handling the ingredients, you neglected to do so, didn't you? Noel nodded, a little embarrassed in the face of Frey's question. Due to our operator error, the pot of soup retained a portion of the stuffed ink sacs. Was it on purpose or by accident? It was. It was careless, out of remorse. Noel lowered her head while Frey comforted her. For the sake of you gluing me up, let's forget it this time. It's done, so let's eat first. Frey picked up the stone bowl created with magic and served himself and Noel each a bowl of bubbling blue soup. The ink sacs of the bluish squid themselves are edible, and the fluorescent substances inside are not harmful. Rather, the ink sacs themselves were very flavorful. So while the bowl of soup looked weird, it tasted very fresh and delicious, only because the fluorescent substance in the ink sac is very powerful, resistant to heat and corrosion, and completely unabsorbed by the human body. So when you eat it, it can have a harmless side effect. After a full meal, Noel had a satisfied look on her face, but she quickly noticed something unusual. His own stomach, which was glowing blue. Seeing Noel's flustered expression, Frey explained, "Don't be afraid, just wait for them to exit your body naturally." Still, Frey missed the point. Over time, the location of the glow on the stomach changed from the stomach to the intestines and then continued to shift downward. Frey didn't look obvious since he was wearing armor that covered his entire body, but Noel only had a breastplate, and the clothing on the lower half of her body couldn't shield her from the glare. After a little while longer, the glowing substances finally came to their terminus. At this point, Noel was on the verge of crying in a hurry because her current state was just too ghostly, and aside from Frey, as much as he wanted to comfort her, he just couldn't hold it together right now, so he burst out laughing. "Dude, why is your hamachi glowing?" After tossing and turning for a few hours, Noel, who had finally gotten the glowing substance out of her body completely, was already exhausted, so Frey let her go to bed and rest first. After confirming that Noel had fallen asleep, Frey collected the removed blue light squid ink sacs. He took the glowing substance in it and mixed it with the explosives he had with him as well as the magic rock powder to make small balls of flashbulbs. This craft of making bombs he had learned through a book Jacob had left behind in the basement of the orphanage, and during the making of the flashbangs, Fry also utilized water magic to complete the extraction and purification of the Seeing Hand's green sap to create a hallucinogenic potion. To test the effects, he created 4 agents with concentrations of 25%, 50%, 75% and 100%. The reason it was 4 concentrations was because he just happened to have 4 suitable experiments. With these preparations made, Fry grabbed his gear and returned to the rocks at the entrance to the glittering lake. By now the other end of the hole had been sealed by him with earth magic, and Fry silently drilled through the hole, then instantly broke through the rock wall. Looking at the sudden appearance of Fry, the 4 men guarding the cave entrance were stunned. "You guys have been trailing me since we entered the labyrinth until now. Persistent enough." Long before entering the labyrinth, Fry had noticed a squad of 4 adventurers staring at him, and after entering the labyrinth, they had been following him dead on. The 4 men were all heavily armed silver-level adventurers, leveled at around level 20, and functioned as 2 heavily armored warriors, a swordsman, and a scout. The silver-level adventurer team. In the eyes of ordinary people they were considered elites, but in the eyes of today's Fry, they were just a few stragglers, too lazy to memorize their names. Fry simply referred to the 4 as F4. "You kid, don't smear people's innocence out of thin air. We just happened to be on the same route as you," the skinny scout in the lead said with a gangly smile. "Then why are you guys still standing guard at the entrance to the cave when I've been resting for hours? What? The maze isn't run by your family. We can stand wherever we want. What do you care?" Fry didn't bother to beat around the bush with them anymore. He pulled out his dagger and then said, "Who sent you guys? I'll consider sparing you if you tell me voluntarily." The moment Fry pulled out his weapon, a flash of panic flashed across F4's features, but they quickly regained their composure. "Scare who? If you can stab, go ahead and stab me." Through the observation along the way, F4 more or less understood that Frey's stature was not simple, and the reason why they dared to be so arrogant was because according to the contract they signed in the Adventurers Guild at the beginning, within the labyrinth, the adventurers were not allowed to attack each other, and stealing and looting was also prohibited. This contract, while largely protecting the rights of adventurers, can also cause some trouble. Now, for example, faced with F4's demented stalking, Fry had no way to attack directly, so he continued to test the waters. "Your employer, I believe, is the Hayek Consortium." F4 didn't answer, but through the change in their expressions, Fry was certain that these 4 were the ones hired by the Hayek Consortium. As for the reason the Hayek Consortium hired someone to follow Fry, it naturally had to do with Petrarch's legacy, all that disappearing gold. 30 years ago, at the end of the Great Expedition, the Holy See prepared a full 50 tons of gold in order to honor the expedition's heroes, which was held in trust by the Hayek Consortium. According to the information that Fry had learned, the gold in the Aden continent was also a high-value precious metal, but because the total amount was quite a bit higher than that of Earth, coupled with the fact that there was no capital for speculation, the price of gold was relatively low. Nonetheless, these 1 million taels of gold was an astronomical amount of wealth. The purchasing power of 1 tael of gold was roughly equivalent to Rs. 1,000 30 years ago, while today it is Rs. 3,000. 30 years ago, Jacob, who had just returned from the demon territory, decided to take back from it the portion that was supposed to be distributed to 86th Company after hearing about it, and infiltrated the Hayek Consortium on the night of the gold's delivery. After entering the consortium's vault, Jacob used restitution on the piles of gold in front of him, and according to the characteristics of the skill, he should only be able to obtain gold from it that was equal in value to the 86th Company's pension. However, unexpectedly, after the skill was activated, the golden mountain in front of him immediately gave off a burst of golden light, and then disappeared out of thin air. There is only one possibility that this could happen, and that is that the gold itself was stolen before them. After Kingsford disappears, all that remains on the floor is a safe, from which Jacob finds a black box containing a map of Petrarch's graveyard. At the same time, the guards of the consortium also noticed the abnormality, and in a hurry, Jacob left the consortium with this map, as well as a bag of bills. According to Jacob's principles, he would not take what did not belong to him. After asking around, Jacob learns about Petrarch, but since the tycoon doesn't have any heirs, he doesn't know who to give it back to. Since Jacob wasn't an adventurer himself, he didn't follow the map's directions to the labyrinth, and the map had been kept in the basement of the orphanage. According to rumors, Petrarch is a millionaire, but since the rumors are vague, no one knows exactly how much money he has. Perhaps his legacy is not 1,000,000 rupees, but 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although Fry felt that this level of wealth couldn't be amassed by a rich man who hadn't left a name in history, combining it with Jacob's experience, the Hayek Consortium should have struck a deal with the Holy See at the time, and somehow misappropriated Petrarch's inheritance, and that was why the gold in the vaults had disappeared. If that was the case, then it made sense that the consortium would hire someone to follow Fry. After all, the fact that he had taken on a commission from Todoris had already spread throughout the city, and with a little bit of stalking, it would be clear that the destination of his long-distance exploration this time around was Petrarch's graveyard. At this rate, I'm afraid this F4 will be following Fry around like a dogpile the entire time of this remote quest. Although it wasn't hard to get rid of them, right now these 4 people still had a use for them. Looking at the F4 in front of him, Fry mimicked the words of Star River Hunter Sam and spoke coldly. I'm going to say this for the last time. Leave it at that and no one will get hurt. Or, you will all die. Having done this, Fry had been kind. If this F4 still doesn't know what's good for him, he can't be blamed. Seeing F4's reluctance to leave, Fry first sealed the hole with earth magic to secure Noel's safety, and then threw the flashbang he had just made from his sleeve. As the bomb exploded, a blue glow quickly formed a curtain of light, obscuring the F4's vision, and Fry immediately ran at full speed, leaving them behind. And F4 saw this and hurriedly chased after him in the direction he fled. Frey's speed exceeded F4's expectations and the distance between them grew. But every time the F4 thought they were going to lose them, Frey's back would come back into view. And so, he fled. They chased, and ran for more than half an hour. Finally, they came to a wide space with high rock walls. Where are the people? The scout inquired under his breath. They looked around but found no sign of Fry at all. And just then, there was a sudden rise and fall of howling wolves in the distance, the howls echoing along the rocky walls of the labyrinth. Planned calmly, looking at the F4 on the ground, utilizing a hooklock launcher, Fry, hanging from the ceiling, broke into a smile. This hooklock launcher, built using magical guidance technology, was the equipment Jacob had left behind in the Judgment Hall in the first place, and it fell into Frey's hands after the operation was over. Relying on his extremely high sensitivity value as well as the skill poet's grip, Fry had mastered the use of the hooklock launcher, and he was now able to fly through the maze like Spider-Man. And back at the beginning, when he was peed on by the spectral wolf, Frey had figured out what he was going to do with F4. The reason why the spectral wolf had peed on Frey was not just to humiliate him. The spectral wolves, with their extremely sensitive sense of smell, would mark by urine, and Fry had been marked as an enemy. Fry purposely didn't wash during the break just to keep that smell on his body, and in the chase with F4 just now, he had attracted wave after wave of spectral wolves. According to the contract, he really has no way to attack F4 directly, but Frey's current behavior was nothing more than avoiding the monsters, and it was F4 and the others themselves who had to catch up. At this moment, as F4 came to this wide space, a large group of spectral wolves followed after them and surrounded them, and with a wolf howl, more and more black shadows continued to pour out from all directions. Soon, the first spectral wolf tentatively attacked, and the 2 warriors hastily raised their shields in defense. The moment the spectral wolf was bounced off the shield, the swordsman behind him swung out a sword and cut down the spectral wolf. A spectral wolf on the flank tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the swordsman, but the moment he was about to make a pounce, the scout threw a flying dagger and accurately stabbed the wolf in the eye. Fry hung from the ceiling watching the battle below. Naturally, it was more than enough for an experienced silver-level adventurer to deal with a few spectral wolves. However, under Frey's frantic hate pulling, there were hundreds of spectral wolves surrounding them at this point. The heavy-armored warrior's shield kept emitting a dull thumping sound, which was the sound made by the spectral wolves when they pounced. As time passed, the warrior's hand holding up his shield began to tremble. The swordsman's sword grew duller, and the scout's props slowly ran out. Finally, after eliminating 30 spectral wolves, F4 could no longer support them, and just as they were in a desperate situation, Fry unleashed his earth magic, only to see the rocks on the ceiling of the labyrinth begin to change and finally form a chandelier-like, suspended platform above. In the face of this sudden movement, both F4 and Spectral Wolf temporarily stopped their movements and looked upwards. Fry, for his part, pulled out daggers, ropes, and hallucinogenic potions and looked down on them, towering over them. Excuse me, do you need my help? Chapter 36, The Invisible Hand, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Excuse me, do you need my help? Looking at Fry on the rocky platform, the F4 on the ground were overwhelmed. Of course F4 understood that Frey couldn't have reached out to them out of the goodness of his heart, but the Phantom Wolf wouldn't give them time to think. While they were looking up, several wolves had pounced and bitten. The warrior's defenses were breached and the Spectral Wolf bit the weakest scout, tearing a bloody piece of flesh from his leg. Driven by the severe pain as well as the survival instinct, the scout could no longer care less. Please, pull me up. Upon receiving this unsolicited request, Fry tied the dagger to a rope and threw it down, which the scout hastened to catch. In the process of pulling the rope, the dagger scratched his skin, but naturally, he didn't have time to care about this small injury in order to be saved. In the meantime, The spectral wolf's attacks continued, and the remaining 3 were bitten, and then pleaded with Fry. By the time the 4 were pulled onto the platform by Fry, they were already battered and bruised, and all of them had been inflicted with the Shadowblade's weakness effect. Why does it feel like the body can't make it? After F4 had lost his ability to resist, Fry spoke up. Well, tell us all you know. Seeing that F4 was still hesitating, Fry put his hand on the column that extended down from the ceiling and supported this one platform. Creating this rock platform is a lot of magic power, and it seems like I'm about to lose my ability to maintain my magic. As if in response to Frey's words, the platform shook slightly, crumbs of rock crumbling away while the spectral wolves on the ground let out a creepy howl in unison. I say, the most severely injured scout spoke up in a hurry. 3 days ago, we received a commission from the Hayek Consortium's Market Development Department, which is why we followed you. 3 days ago, that is, when Fry started to prepare the supplies for this long-distance exploration, the consortium should have gotten the information from the vendors in the commercial street. What is the specific commission? I'm not sure. All we've been ordered to do is follow you around and observe the situation and report back when we get out. The rest we really don't know anything about. How dare you take on such unclear commissions? Difficulty aside, commissions with unclear information are a big no-no for adventurers. It can't be helped. If we don't pay what we owe this month, we'll have to go sign a slave contract. Hearing the scout say that, Fry felt puzzled. Unlike the bottom-tier adventurers, silver-level adventurers were also high-income people when looking at the entire Maze City, so it was reasonable to say that they would not have fallen so low. After some questioning, Fry figured out why. The F4 in front of you received funding from the Hayek Consortium when they first became adventurers back in the day. The relationship between the Hikari ecclesiastical state and the Hayek Consortium was one of cooperation and caution. While the ecclesiastical state needed the consortium's funds, it did not want the consortium's power to infiltrate the country. The Illuminati has therefore placed many restrictions on the activities of the Hayek Consortium in the country, including a ban on armed forces affiliated with the consortium entering the church state. And the Hayek Consortium, in order to facilitate its operations within the church state, cultivates dogs of allegiance among armed loafers like adventurers. The consortium's businessmen would find poor adventurers who were desperate and get them to sign a bullying contract in exchange for the funds to continue to survive. The terms of the agreement include the payment of 50% of the revenue, and the transfer of property rights to the consortium, along with copyrights and other revenue-producing rights. After that, for those adventurers with no talent, the consortium would let them work as black laborers and completely eat them up, while for those with talent, the consortium would invest more. Take F4 as an example. The consortium would provide equipment and supplies to potential adventurers like them, and would even find specialists to train and guide them. And at this stage of the silver level, even if they had to surrender half of their income, they could still fully satisfy their living needs. And in order to further control them, the consortium used a new tactic. When the F4 were just starting to make their mark, the consortium sent commissioners to interface with them. The commissioners snubbed them and took the F4 to and from various red light districts and entertainment venues to cultivate their bad habits. In the end, the swordsman in F4 hangs out in a windy place and the two fighters indulge in gambling. Scout, on the other hand, is obsessed with the various teen idols in the music capital of Bundorium and spends all her money on bounties as well as buying peripherals. When they run out of money, the commissioner will thoughtfully send them loans for their continued amusement. And naturally, their debts will snowball. As the saying goes, if you can't control your own desires, others will use their desires to control you. And what capital does best is to utilize human desires to achieve its own value added. The F4, who were not strong-willed enough, were thus reduced from promising silver-level adventurers to debt-burdened, at-will dogs under the consortium's sugarcoating. In addition, the consortium will also inculcate in them the idea that the market is not guilty, but exploitation is justified, so that they will become believers of Hayek, thus further breaking down the resistance mentality of the consortium. For the fact that F4 didn't know what the consortium was up to, Fry had expected it. After all, if it was him, he wouldn't have told these lapdogs, who could be discarded at any time, any extra information. The only reason Fry had fished them out was to just crave their bodies. Since you have no way of providing useful information, something has to give if you want me to continue maintaining my magic. What do you want us to do? Fry took out 4 bottles of hallucinogens of varying concentrations and said, "Drink it if you don't want to fall and feed it to the wolves." Because of the pact, Fry couldn't force drug the F4, but if they did it voluntarily, the pact didn't matter. F4 looked at the greenish-blue liquid in the bottle and hesitated to drink it, so to allay their fears, Fry swore, "I swear by the goddess Alice that these potions will not only do no harm, but will also ease your pain. The only reason I let you guys drink it was to test the potion." Since Fry wasn't a clergyman, His oath wasn't mandatory, but right now F4 really had no choice. So they had to uncork the bottle and drink it. The medicine took effect quickly. First was the scout who had drunk the 25% concentration potion, and he suddenly showed a sad expression. Only his eyes were confused. He dropped to his knees and grabbed the ground with his head, then said in a disheveled manner, "I'm fantasizing again. Fantasizing that the girl band I'm pushing hasn't collapsed the house. Fantasizing that stocks go up every day. Fantasizing that I'm being adopted by a rich woman." As he spoke, the scout's voice choked up, and it was as if a piano tune was playing around him. The chubby warrior who drank the 50% concentration potion, on the other hand, suddenly laughed out loud and started babbling madly. "Gee, it's a beautiful day. I saw an ant strengthening a hog, and beef is good enough when it's 70% mature." On the other side, the swordsman who had drunk the 75% concentration potion first stared blankly into the void, and after a while, he suddenly stared deathly at Fry, and a look of horror began to appear on his face, as if he had seen something unnameable. "False. It's all false. The world over there is the real one. I've realized. As the layers of fear continued to pile on top of each other, the swordsman eventually yelled as if he had a mental breakdown. "I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference, And upon hearing the cry of the swordsman, the warrior who had been laughing and talking crazy was suddenly taken aback. "Wow! There are ghosts. I knew there were ghosts here. Don't be afraid. When my gum-paste holy water arrives, the ghosts and gods will not be easy to mouth teeth." The warrior reached for his belt, intending to remove his pants, but due to insanity, his hand flailed about and froze. As for the other guy who drank the potion with 100% concentration, he was now completely fainted and immersed in the world of illusion. Looking at the guys in front of him who were doing human confusing behavior, Fry came to a preliminary conclusion. When the concentration is around 25%, the potion will make a person see some of the sights they dream of based on their own reality. And once the concentration exceeds 50%, the hallucinations can send a person into a frenzy. If the ratio is controlled, the manufacturing process is adjusted, and some other ingredients are added. It might be possible to create a smoke bomb that makes the enemy hallucinate, or a happy water that makes people indulge in beautiful fantasies, or something like that. Considering the large number of disillusioned adventurers in the labyrinthine metropolis, this would surely be a big seller. And if Fry needed money someday, then selling happy water wouldn't be a bad way to get rich. And after the experiment was complete, F4 would be useless to Fry. If it was just unrelated passers-by, Fry might have let them off the hook. But since the F4 have degenerated into traitors to the consortium, it's clear that letting them back in would do more harm than good for Fry. As promised, I won't undo the magic. This rocky platform will probably last another 10 minutes. Until then, enjoy the rest of your lives. Hearing Fry say that, the scout who was still a little bit conscious said in a hurry, "No, don't. What will we do if you leave?" Fry had an answer in mind for this question. "What do you do? What's it to me? Are you not followers of Hayek? Let the great invisible hand come to your rescue." With that said, Fry utilized the hooklock launcher and left the space filled with the sound of howling wolves. Chapter 37, The One-Eyed Stone Man, Request for Catch-Up Reading. When he had first heard about the course of the gold heist from Jacob, Fry had thought of the possibility that the Hayek consortium would make a move. After the disappearance of 50 tons of gold 30 years ago, the Holy See and the consortium naturally spent a great deal of effort searching for it, but in the end they all came up empty-handed. Since the true effect of Jacob's skill, restitution, was currently known only to Fry, the consortium couldn't determine the whereabouts of the gold that had gone missing. When Theodorus initially negotiated with the consortium, the head of the consortium said that until the theft, they had never opened the black box that held the map, and Theodorus was able to tell that this was not a lie through her ability to read the wind. In Theodorus' wisdom, she had naturally already conducted a series of investigations and questioning of the consortium, and it was currently certain that the consortium had not searched for Petrarch's grave so far. But if that gold really was Petrarch's legacy, then the cemetery would likely contain information related to it. The consortium was probably worried that the Mori no Kuni would claim damages from them after they found the gravesite and learned the true amount of the inheritance, which is why they sent someone to follow it up in order to get a handle on the situation. But these were only speculations at the moment. After all, even Fry himself could not be sure now whether the gold was in the cemetery or not. Perhaps the gold was not Petrarch's legacy alone, but the sum total of what the consortium had saved up from years of eating Jedi. Regarding how to deal with the Hayek consortium, it would have to wait until he found the graveyard and confirmed the truth. After dealing with F4, Fry returned to the glittering lake, and after resting for a while, he continued on his way with Noel. Since they no longer had to think about the stalker behind them, they moved forward at a much faster pace. Another day soon passed, and after passing several landmarks, they came to the space indicated by the end of the map. Is this really the place? Noelle asked curiously after looking around. She was puzzled because there was no difference between this neighborhood and an unusual maze of passages. The endpoint drawn on the top of the map was a stone corridor made of masonry, but at the moment all Fry had before them was the rocky walls that were common in labyrinths. Fry activated his shadow sense and took a closer look at his surroundings, and he quickly realized that there was an area where the rock walls appeared newer than the rest. He quickly associated it with his opponent's behavior of hiding behind the wall when he was fighting against the rotting giants. Maybe there are hidden paths here too. If you think about it, it's only normal for hidden paths to exist in order to prevent destruction by adventurers or monsters that happen to pass by. Since shadow sense couldn't penetrate walls, Frey then tapped his fingers on the rock wall, trying to find echoes of the hollow, his hand brushing over the rough stone surface, feeling every uneven grain. Noelle mimicked Frey's movements and began to feel her way around the rock wall. After a moment, Fry, with his shadow sense fully engaged, noticed Noelle touching something on the rock wall and then subconsciously pressing down. As a dent appeared in the rock wall, a soft clicking sound stood out in the silent labyrinth. The ringing sound instantly jogged Frey's memory, and he immediately thought of the possibility of triggering the trap. Noelle, look out! Frey yelled, but it was too late, as the ground sent out a violent vibration, and Noelle's feet suddenly began to sink underneath her. Fry jumped at her in a hurry, and after holding Noelle in his arms, the ground under their feet completely collapsed, accompanied by a crashing sound as debris and dust rose into the air. In the nick of time, Free shot out the hooklock launcher in his hand and hung from the rock wall in a position with one arm around Noelle. A few moments later, as the collapse ended, a passage made of masonry appeared at Frey's feet. The passage wasn't really deep. Even if he did fall down just now, he wouldn't be injured. So it wasn't a crash trap. It should just be a mechanism designed simply to hide the chamber. With a sigh of relief, Frey disengaged the hooklock, and after landing safely, he admonished Noelle. Even though it didn't go terribly wrong this time, remember, next time no touching things without my permission. At this moment, Noelle was still being held in Frey's arms in a princess hug position, and she froze for a long time before nodding her head repeatedly like a little hamster. After putting Noelle down, Fry began to observe the underground passage. The passage was about 5 meters in height, with some fluorescent rocks set within the masonry walls to provide illumination, and it went all the way underground, where Fry and the others were now at the beginning. Rather than a graveyard, Fry felt it was more like an underground ruin. Considering that the labyrinth itself is also an underground ruin, then this graveyard should be referred to as a place in the ground, and the setup belongs to is. Utilizing his shadow sense, Fry found that there was no danger within the pathway of the ruins, but considering that there might be a mechanism hidden within the walls, he still led Noelle forward cautiously. 20 minutes later, they came to the end of the passage, which was blocked by a stone wall and was a dead end, and just in front of the stone wall, there was a rusty piece of knight's armor, lying prone on the ground. Fry stooped down and opened the knight's face armor, and then saw the face that had dried and rotted and was nothing more than skeleton. It's the body of an adventurer. The adventurer might have accidentally triggered a mechanism on the rock wall and then fallen into the graveyard, but those who could reach here were at least red bronze ranked adventurers, so it was unlikely that he was trapped to death because he couldn't climb up the 5-meter broken wall. Then there is only one possibility left: he was killed by something. Fry soon discovered that a hole had been run through the side of the armor from left to right where the abdomen was. Noelle immediately infused the Thunderfire sword with magic power, just as Fry ordered. A beam of blue light shone from the cracks between the stone bricks on the stone wall. Immediately after that, with a rumbling sound, the stone wall opened up from the center and a monster's figure appeared in Frey's field of vision. One-eyed stone man, rank 3. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man made of iron-gray rock, covered in armor that was cemented to its torso by chains. The stone man's arms were unusually thick, while in the center of its oval head was a glowing blue crystal, which was its eye. Upon revealing himself, the one-eyed stone man's eyes radiated further, covering Fry and Noelle as if performing a recognition scan. The blue light quickly changed to red, and it appeared that the recognition did not pass. After judging Frey and Noelle as intruders, the light on the stoner's eyes began to converge, intending to shoot lasers, and just as the laser was about to fire, Noelle's Thunderfire sword had swung out. As early as the moment the stone man appeared, Fry gave Noelle instructions to attack, and the Thunderfire sword slashed the stone man's eyes. As the magic power continued to be injected, the huge pillar of fire continued to burn, and the violent thunder continued to bombard. To be honest, both thunder and fire belonged to the attributes that were restrained by the stone man, but by relying on the output of the forceful bricks flying, after 10 seconds, Noelle's attack still managed to slash a crack in the stone man's head, killing him. To be able to hold out for 10 seconds under the full output of the Thunder Fire Sword meant that this one-eyed stone man was also far stronger in terms of defense than the corrupted giant, which was also a third-rank monster. And the battle wasn't over yet. After the first stoner fell, two more appeared from behind it. To make matters worse, with another rumbling sound, the ceiling above them opened and a stone man crossed down from it to block their backs. According to the information that Fry had learned, a powerful third-ranked monster like the one-eyed stone man, which was second only to the elite monsters, should only be able to appear at most one in the same area, but now four of them appeared at the same time, and judging from the pattern of behavior, they should be guarding the cemetery. While Fry wondered how Petrarch had gotten the monsters in the labyrinth to act as guards for him, right now was not the time to think about such things. Seeing that one of the stone men located at the front was about to fire a laser, Fry hastily shot a rock cannonball. The rock cannonball hit the stone man squarely in the eye, and while it didn't do effective damage, it briefly slowed its movements. Noel, get down on the ground immediately and use the stone man you just knocked down as cover. And just as Noel got down, the one stone man behind him had shot a laser, and Fry jumped across the room in a hurry to avoid it, which then pierced through the ground where he had been standing. Judging from the power of the laser, once hit then the body will be directly penetrated, and when Fry managed to dodge the laser behind him, the two stoners in front of him shot lasers as well, and he had to jump again to avoid them. The lasers fired at an interval of 5 seconds, and it took 10 seconds to kill a stoneman with the Thunderfire Sword. Noel would not be able to attack one stoneman while dodging the other two laser beams. Noel, don't get up no matter what happens until I give you the sign. After admonishing Noel, Fry began to circle the three stone men. The three stone men kept firing lasers, while Fry dodged them by dodging with his higher sensitivity value, sometimes jumping sideways and sometimes rolling. But as the distance between the three stone men, two in front and one in back, continued to shrink, the space available for Fry to dodge became smaller and smaller. Fry also tried to break out to avoid going belly up, but the stone men were just as capable in melee combat, and once Fry got close enough, they swung their stone arms to deliver a heavy blow. After 5 minutes of pulling, the distance between the three stoners in front and behind was only 5 meters, and they had Fry sandwiched between them. A stone man was the first to shoot a laser, which Fry still jumped to avoid, but just as his body was situated in mid-air, the other two stone men fired lasers at him, one in front of the other, making it impossible for him to avoid them. Through this exchange, they have learned Fray's movements, and Fry waited for this moment. Just before the lasers were about to hit, Fry shot out the hooklock to pull himself up, while the two lasers that were originally shot 3 meters in mid-air just happened to hit the heads of the two stoners, one in front of the other. During the process of dodging just now, Fry had been fine-tuning his position, in order to make the two stoners just stand in the same straight line. With Fray's micromanagement, two stoners died at the hands of their teammates, and at the same time, as Fry made a gesture, Noel, who had been lying on the ground for half a day, leapt up and slashed at the last stone man with her activated Thunderfire Sword. After a few moments, the 4 stone men were killed as many times as they could, and Fry and Noel were finally able to enter. Located behind the stone wall, Petrarch's Crypt, Chapter 38, The Golden Rule. This space behind the stone wall was more like a small plaza than a secret room, and on the plaza were some items that looked like ritual paraphernalia. Fry probed around and didn't find the coffin, but on the wall directly behind the chamber he saw a painting. It was somewhat inappropriate to call it a painting, as the lines of that portrait were extremely rough, like a child's graffiti, and the colors were simply painted using the plant sap within the labyrinth. Judging by the marks on the wall, the painting must have been created recently, and the portrait depicts a dark-haired human. The man was seen raising a silver club in his hand like a demon, and underneath it, a group of dark humanoid creatures were painted. What a strong sense of vested interest. Just as Fray's attention was drawn to the painting, he snapped to an anomaly from above. On the ceiling in the corner of the chamber, there was a hole that was just big enough to hold a person, and at the mouth of the cave, a black figure was peering down, watching Fry. Fry quickly recognized the guy's true form, if it isn't the two-spined ape, and at the same time, the two-spined ape also got a good look at Fry, so it jumped out of the hole in a hurry, then let out a cooing and grunting sound. After hearing the cry of the first two-spined ape, one after another two-spined ape emerged from the hole in the ceiling, and the final total was actually more than 80. Once the two-spined apes had climbed out in full force, Fry launched a probe into that hole. Above the entrance to the cave is a vertical rock wall, nearly 100 meters deep, with the exit covered by a rock. Judging from the depth of the underground chamber, the hole should have led all the way up to the ground on the 19th floor of the maze. This hole should be a natural crack created during the geological movement of the labyrinth, and the group of two-spined apes probably unintentionally followed this crack and found the chamber located underground, and then used this place as a secret base for their hideout. Relying on their thick arms and hook-like fingers with sharp nails, the two-spined apes were very good at climbing, and they were the only ones in the second tier of monsters that could utilize such longitudinal passages to go back and forth. That is to say, the two-spined apes were not actually killed off and extinct. They just took on the guise of tomb raiders and dived into the ground to hide. Goo goo ga, goo goo ga ga. The leading two-thorned ape let out a series of cries, and then all the two-thorned apes immediately looked at Fry in unison. Immediately afterward, an incredible sight was presented to Fry, only to see the group of two-spined apes suddenly raising their hands up in a neat manner, their hands maintaining a perfect 45-degree angle, their bodies leaning forward slightly, and letting out excited cries. Gah me! The two-spined apes swarmed Fry and saluted him. Combined with the portrait on the back wall of the crypt, Fry probably understood what was going on. In the period of time after entering the second stratum, he had made several attempts to rescue the second stinged ape. Since this was the gathering place of the two-spined apes, Frey's deeds had naturally spread, and he was now treated as a hero who saved the suffering by this group of two-spined apes. As for this dense cry, it is supposed to be a term of respect in the two-spined ape language. Fry held out his arm and waved at the two-spined apes. In the next second, the entire chamber boiled over as the responding two-spined apes began to rhythmically wave their hands, tearing up hotly and cheering in unison. GAM/PIOPI/. 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 Seeing this image in front of him, Frey's mind automatically played a powerful piece of music known as Shogun's Ditty, If You're Three Winters DJ version. And looking at the group of grateful two-spined apes before him, Fry hit the ground running. The chamber contains 80 two-spined apes, or 80 apeskins, or Rs. 16 locks. If we killed all these two-spined apes, then Fry could run straight into a modest life. But Fry quickly realized that if the two-spined apes were truly willing to return the favor to him, then it was entirely possible to use them to create more value. Take for example, the plan Fry just thought of. Using the sap of the inspiration mushroom, see hand green, to make happy water. The hardest part of it was that the inspiration mushroom mostly grows between the crevices on the rock walls of the labyrinth, and if adventurers were hired to collect them, it would not only be costly, but also inefficient, falling short of the demand for mass production. But these two-spined apes that were good at climbing were simply natural mushroom pickers, and if they were trained, then it might actually be possible to realize the batch collection of raw materials. Not only that, but as one of the most intelligent species in the entire labyrinth, Fry can have the two-spined apes help him gather information and find resources. Therefore it was a more cost-effective choice to keep these two-spined apes and let them keep popping gold coins than to kill them all at once. Those rat-eyed capitalists and adventurers only saw the ape skins on the two-spined apes, but didn't realize the value they contained in themselves. Knowing that the monsters in the labyrinth were directly birthed from the labyrinth, their physical abilities far exceeded those of humans of the same level, and that they didn't need to eat, didn't need to sleep, and that new ones would be refreshed when they died. This was simply the most ideal labor force. In fact, back in the half of the month when he was the Demon King, Fry had envisioned utilizing various monsters for mass production, but since he had been busy dealing with guts at that time, he hadn't had time to experiment. Now it seems that since Petrarch has a way of making one-eyed stone men the guards of his graveyard, then perhaps some means of manipulating the maze monsters does exist. Thinking about it made Fry even more curious about what Petrarch's coffin actually contained. After a while, the two-spined apes gradually split into two columns, giving way to a passageway, and an older two-spined ape slowly approached. Unlike the other two-spined apes, this old ape had snow-white hair on its body. Its arms were extremely long, hanging down past its knees, and the two bone spurs on its shoulders were also significantly longer and thicker than the other apes. White ape, second spiny ape, rank 3. This old white ape is probably an evolution of the two-spined ape, and it is the leader of this group of two-spined apes. The old ape's eyes are much more animated and intelligent than the other two-spined apes. It walked up to Frey and let out a regular purr, as if it was trying to talk to him. But since Frey and the second spiny ape really didn't share a common language, he couldn't understand what the old second spiny ape was actually saying. If only Theodorus had come along to the labyrinth. The bard had a C-rank skill called animal conversation, but Fry didn't learn it to save skill points. If Dido was here, it would act as a translator between Frey and the two-spined apes. Due to the language barrier, Fry and the old ape could only compare notes with each other. After half a day of gesticulating, the old ape understood that Fry had come to the cemetery to look for something, so it led Fry to the corner of this chamber, and then pointed its finger at the stone wall in front of it. Fry put his hand on top of the stone wall, and relying on the careful observation of his shadow sense, he quickly found a slightly raised stone tile, which was obviously another mechanism. I have to say, this Petrarch's coffin is pretty well hidden. With the previous experience of the party, Fry didn't press directly with his hand this time, but backed up for a while before hitting the stone tiles with a rock bomb. As the mechanism was triggered, the stone wall of the chamber opened again, revealing a new passageway. The two-spined apes saw the scene and hastened to applaud with excitement, while the old ape at the side commanded, "Goga! Goga! Goga! What are you waiting for? Write it down." A two-spined ape was seen picking up a stone and carving a few crooked symbols into the stone wall. Fry later realized that the symbols meant the demon opens hidden paths with stones. When the stone wall opened, Fry felt a wave of magic. As far as the eye could see, the road ended at a stone door protected by a powerful magical boundary. The defense power of the magic boundary was the same level as the one on that medallion cabinet of Kai's back then, except that the area was much larger, and it should have covered the main door and the entire room behind it. This kind of magic boundary is enough to resist magic attacks with a power below 5th rank, and is also the highest level of boundary that an unusual human can set up at the moment. And in front of the door, there was a large stone platform that looked to be the switch that controlled the door. Walking over to the stone platform, Fry realized that the platform was not a traditional mechanical device, but a magical facility. In the center of the stone platform, a rectangular stone keyboard is set with 26 letters arranged on it. Each letter key is a separate square stone block, and next to it, there are confirmation and elimination buttons. Above the keyboard, there are 9 crystal boxes, and for each key pressed, the corresponding letter is displayed in the box. And at the very top of the stone platform, this was written, "What do I expect?" Observing the stone platform, Frey assumed it was a device to activate the gate by entering a code through a keypad. At the time of Petrarch's death, Labyrinth City was still under the rule of the Terra Federation, so it's not surprising that he was able to install such a magical device in the graveyard. Behind this door should be Petrarch's coffin, and to open the door, you have to enter the code. Considering the alphabetical keypad and the 9 boxes on the stone table, the correct answer should consist of 9 letters. I should say it's not a bad idea to be a poet. Even the lock on the door of the crypt has to be so literary. With the information that Fry currently possessed, it was impossible to determine the correct answer. And since he didn't know if there was a penalty for losing wrongly, he didn't dare to try it out. Fry began to look around for hints, and he soon found a small compartment underneath the stone platform that held a small locked chest. There was nothing special about the box itself, and as for the brass lock on it, naturally, it was hard to beat Fry. Long before he crossed over, he was the king of Harlan's lockpicking. Fry took out 2 wires from his belt pouch, and by relying on poet's grip, he now gained lockpicking LV1. "Noel, you stay away from me." Once Noel had backed away, Fry fiddled with the wire and opened the lock. Fry had one hand on the lid of the box and one hand ready for the hook lock launcher. The moment he opened the box, he used the hook lock to pull himself away from the box, and after making sure there were no bombs, traps, or treasure chest monsters or anything like that in the box, he carefully walked back. It really seems like it's just a plain old box, not a wonderful box that hides unexpected surprises. Inside the case was a worn handwritten journal, Petrarch's diary. No dude, who in their right mind keeps a diary? Despite this sputtering, the journal was clearly a key clue to finding the code. After shaking the dust from the diary, Fry flicked the pages open and read, December 4th, 9:05 Aiden calendar. Laura has been gone for a month, and as of today, I've decided to keep a diary. December 20th, 905. I still can't figure out why Laura would make that kind of demand. 1 billion rupees. How could I possibly earn that? January 4th, 906. 2 months have passed, but the sadness in my heart still hasn't been alleviated in the slightest, and I would like to go back to the old days, back to the good times. February 14th, 906. Dreaming of the day of separation again. It hurts too much. Laura, why you? Why you? The first half of the diary is mostly incoherent text that just seems to be venting its emotions, and it's said to be a diary, but with an average of only 1 paragraph a month. There's not much valid information at all. What is known is that Petrarch and Laura the elf appear to have spent some intimate time together, but in November, 905 Aiden A.D., Laura left him after making a demand relating to 1 crore rupees. Petrarch was thus depressed for a long time, during which time he wrote poems and became a poet. Things took a turn for the worse 5 years later, and from that point on, the diary was frequently scribbled in, as if trying to cover something up. October 910. Laura, I really can't get over you. I've decided to start making money. You and I promised to come back to me when I've made 1 billion rupees, and I'm going to do it no matter what. December 910. I didn't expect to sell so well. Probably everyone has their own regrets in their heart. In April, 911, I improved the recipe one more time, and this time it should be complete. According to the diary, from the end of 910, Petrarch made money by selling something, gradually became rich, and the frequency of writing the diary rapidly decreased. so that after another 10 years, the content of the diary draws a sudden change. You liar, so you're such a selfish person. You're just trying to take advantage of my feelings, and I'm just a short-lived species of fool as far as you're concerned anyway. From here, the diary is suddenly torn out of nearly half of its pages, and the next entry is made in the year 930. June 930. Laura, I understand everything now, including your purpose, but it doesn't matter. I've figured it out, and I'll fulfill the agreement, even if I have to sell my soul. In November 930, I wrote a children's book called The Snow Leopard Princess and Her Animal Friends, based on the story you once told about that friend, and I don't know if you'll ever see it. March 933. The gold is there, but I'm getting worse. I don't know if I have enough time. Laura, why won't you write me back? January 935. The Hayek Consortium's group of guys with their eyes full of money are really vulgar, especially that one called Gramps. It's just disgusting, but I'm not in a position to accuse them now. September 938. Laura, when I'm tired of everything, I think of you. I think of you living and existing somewhere in the world, and I'm willing to put up with everything to make this choice, and I don't regret it. March 940. It will take another 30 years to save up enough gold. I can't wait for that day, but for you, Laura, it should only be a short time. In November 940, the cemetery was finally repaired, so I'm going to go ahead. The diary breaks off here, and at the bottom of the page, scribbled this line: May the golden rule help me realize my long-cherished dream. Chapter 39, White Destructive Light. After reading the diary back and forth a few times, Fry still couldn't pinpoint what the code actually was. This abridged diary contains so little valid information that it is clearly not intended for outsiders. And being a science civil engineer, reading comprehension wasn't Frey's strong suit in the first place. Associated with the scanning performed by the one-eyed stone men just now, that should be to identify whether the visitor was Laura or not. Probably only Laura herself could understand from this diary what Petrarch's expectations really were. Noel, what do you think? As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. Fry handed the journal to Noel and asked for her insight. Upon getting the diary, however, Noel grimaced. I can't read, she said with fear and shame. Pretend I didn't say that. It seemed that with the cultural level of the 2 MyGO squad members, it was still a bit difficult to solve the puzzle. But the tokusatsu have their own way. Since the problem cannot be solved, let us demolish the building by force. Fry had Noel turn up the output of the Thunderfire sword to maximum, then slash towards the defense spell in front of the door. But as he expected, the Thunderfire sword didn't manage to break through the defensive boundary. Fry had once conducted an experiment by having Noel attack the clay honey she encountered on the road with her Thunderfire sword, and as a result, she managed to break through the basic magic immunity and kill it. This also meant that the power erupted from the Thunderfire sword was at least equivalent to 4th-ranked magic, and it was even possible that it had reached the 5th-ranked. However, in order to break through the defensive boundary in front of them, one would need to use magic of the 6th rank or higher, or a physical attack of the same strength. And in order to use 6th order magic, you need to reach magic LV3. Those with magic LV3 can use up to 7th order magic, which to humans means the ultimate in magic. Normally, a professional magic envoy would need to break through level 31st in order to reach magic LV2, while at least level 45 would be required in order to reach magic LV3. However, considering that everyone has a different amount of magic power and magical adaptations, this level restriction is not so absolute. Take Fry for example. If he's willing to dedicate time to shut down and delve into magic, then he should be able to master magic LV2 in his mid-20s. But even with his talent, there was no way he could master magic LV3 before level 30. And according to the rules of the church, in order to prevent powerful souls from destabilizing the labyrinth, blessed ones above level 30 were forbidden to enter the upper levels of the labyrinth. Fry was still a bit skeptical about the cleric's claim, thinking that even if someone above level 30 did enter the upper levels, it wouldn't immediately cause a mutation. In his opinion, this rule should be the same as the ban on drunk driving, just to minimize the risk, and you can still exploit it if you want to. The entrance to the labyrinth has guards for identity verification, so the giver cannot utilize the upper levels proper. But if one enters the 3rd stratum first and moves upward after a detour, then it is perfectly possible to return to the 2nd stratum that way. However, since the proper paths of the 2nd and 3rd strata were not connected, there was a risk of getting lost in doing so, plus the fact that there was normally no need for diamond-level adventurers above level 30 to specifically travel to the 2nd strata, so no one had specifically attempted it so far. With that in mind, Fry tried to tunnel into the chamber from below, but he quickly realized that the defensive boundary was 360 degrees, with coverage above and below as well. It still looks like you can only enter through the front door. Realizing this, Fry decided to try one last method, the white destructive light. Unlike normal rank magic that was activated by chanting, the white destructive ray was an elemental attack that was activated by fusing the magical power of 3 elements. This elemental ray was said to be the earliest combat technique of ancient dragons, and it was only during the Dragon Poetry War 1,000 years ago that it was imitated and developed by humans. Manipulating 3 elements at the same time was usually only possible for top magic envoys who had reached magic LV3, and to fuse them then the difficulty would increase even further. However, as a former demon king, Fry had experience using elemental fusion, and by relying on his innate dual elemental affinity, he was now able to manipulate both water and earth at the same time. If they added the thunder element that came with Noel's magic, then they might be able to use the white destructive ray as a combination technique, and the power of the white destructive rays was equivalent to 6th order magic. It was only due to the fact that it was extremely difficult to master and required a long build-up time that it wasn't practical in real combat, plus the fact that my Geo squad wasn't lacking in output in the first place. That's why Fry didn't make a point of developing it. Now taking advantage of this opportunity, he was going to experiment. After explaining the situation to Noel, the two set out to try. Noel, you don't have to think about anything, just focus on releasing your magic and leave the rest to me. Fry took Noel's right hand in his left and then folded his own right hand over it. He had the earth element in his left hand and the water element in his right, while Noel released the magic of the thunder element. As the two released their magic, the 3 elements began to collide with each other, and Fry concentrated on trying to channel them together. The 3 rays of brown, blue, and purple converged in one place and began to intertwine. At the junction of the 3 colors of light, a terrifying might erupted from it as a bright white light appeared. Immediately afterward, with a bang, sound, the white point of light exploded in place. In the nick of time, Fry kicked Noel out of the way, and he himself flew backwards under the impact of the explosion, hitting the wall and then falling to the ground in a heap. The first experiment with white destroying light ended in failure. The problem is Fry here. He's still a little cocky. Since it was 2 people releasing their magic separately, it was equivalent to going from a race to a 2-person 3-legged race, and it was far more difficult to maneuver than it would have been with 1 person. Despite having great attainments in magic, with Frey's current magic LV1 ability, controlling 2 elements well at the same time was already the limit, and there was no room to take care of Noel's side. Adding to that, the 2 people's magical powers weren't aligned either, which made the fusion even more difficult and ultimately led to failure. It seemed that a transgressive killing move like the white destruction ray wasn't that easy to develop, since he chose to help Noel, who had weaker defenses. In the last reaction time, Fry himself directly hardened himself against the damage of the explosion, and his chest was violently impacted, and the hand that hit the wall had been fractured. Fry, are you okay? After the smoke from the explosion cleared, Noel rushed to Frey's side and helped him up. Fry wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, then smiled. It's fine. It's just a bit of wind and frost at this level. And at the same time as the explosion, Shiresu, who had sensed the commotion, rushed over to confirm Frey's well-being. Through shadow sense, Fry realized that this white ape had been watching his every move since he entered the chamber. This behavior, it's like gathering intelligence. Unable to open the door for the time being, and with a few injuries, Fry decided to leave the labyrinth and report back to Todoris before making any plans. Fry had been mapping along the way, and now that the location of the crypt was clear, he could make it in a day if he came back next time. Upon returning to the surface, Fry gives Petrarch's journal to Todoris. Have you heard anything about Petrarch? From Laura? Fry inquired. Never heard of it. Didn't I tell you before? Laura and I haven't seen each other in almost 100 years. After combining the information from Todoris' mouth with the contents of the diary, it can be determined that Laura left the land of Mori at the beginning of the 900th year of the Aiden calendar, and met Petrarch afterward. While Todoris read the diary, Fry once again took out the book of Petrarch's poems that he had borrowed from the library, intending to find some clues in it. A great deal of description of Laura can be found in this collection of poems. Her blonde hair fluttered in the wind, woven into 1,000 gentle knots. The voice fell from the rose's lips, clearer than a harp. The light that shone so fiercely in those bright eyes is now hard to find. What strange freshness is in her eyes? How can I tell you the beauty of this unparalleled beauty? Gold, pearls, red and white intertwined roses. She walks in the light of beauty, like a starry night. If anyone wants to witness the extremes of nature in heaven, come and gaze upon her face. Although Fry wasn't very knowledgeable about literature and art, he could feel Petrarch's praise for Laura in these verses. Is this Laura really as beautiful as she is described in the poem? Fry inquired. Facing this question, Todoris revealed a somewhat complicated expression. Although Laura is a friend of mine, She's really not a beautiful woman in the traditional sense, even if it's a compliment. Doris rested her hand against her chin, describing Laura's likeness as she recalled it. With a somewhat collapsed nose and wide spacing between her eyes, she was often teased about looking like a hammerhead shark. Short, only 1 meter 52, and, how should I put it, rounder. Hearing these unflinching words from Doris, Fry was convinced that she and Laura really were a good pair of sisters. When she had finished reading the diary, Doris looked to Fry and asked tentatively, "What do you think the relationship is between Petrarch and Laura? Lovers?" It was the most probable answer Frey could come up with, combining the information known so far. Hearing Frey's reply, Doris revealed a thoughtful expression. "In your opinion, Petrarch, is he in love with Laura? Hasn't he always expressed his devotion to Laura in his diaries and poems? But it seems to me that the Laura he writes about is just so different from the real Laura." Doris flipped through the diary a few more times, and after taking a long breath, spoke as if in poetry. "Our lovers are nothing more than soap bubbles borrowed from random names and blown out of fantasies. I was supposed to be sickly and aimlessly spouting love, and since it didn't come from a sincere place, the words came out extraordinarily well. This is a poem by one of my favorite poets, Sehano." Hearing these two verses, Fry pondered, and he quickly realized what Doris was trying to say. That is to say that in your opinion, the Laura that Petrarch is haunted by has long ceased to be Laura as a concrete person, and is instead a figment of his unauthorized imagination? Doris nodded while Fry continued. "Dido, aren't you being a little too pessimistic about love?" Hearing these words, Doris froze for a moment as she gazed into Frey's eyes with some incredulity, and opened her mouth after letting out a light laugh. "Laura said the same thing to me 100 years ago." Afterward, Fry joined Doris in discussing matters pertaining to Petrarch. Hard to define emotions aside, there are two biggest suspects at this point. The first is the reason why Laura left Petrarch and made an exaggerated demand of Rs. 1 crore from him. The second is Petrarch's reason for building a tomb in the labyrinth. Regarding the first question, since Laura has passed away, there is naturally no way of knowing what she really thought. And Petrarch's diary is, after all, only his own words, and what is written in it is not necessarily true. And as to the second question, in connection with the ritual paraphernalia in the chamber, an unsettling speculation arose in Frey's mind. After the conversation came to an end, Doris removed an emerald green bracelet. This bracelet is a secret prop of the Mori no Kuni. It can temporarily block out the blessings of the gods and reduce the level by 5. Once you put it on, you can't take it off until at least a month has passed. That's why I've kept it until now. This time, I'm going with you guys to the maze. On the other hand, just as Frey and Noelle were leaving the labyrinth, the one in the graveyard, the tongue-armed white ape, after holding off the other two spined apes, walked over to the stone platform and typed in 9 letters, then opened the gate. Behind the door was actually a huge elevator, and after activating a switch, the elevator descended all the way down, eventually crossing 19 floors to a hidden space located on the 20th floor of the labyrinth. On the stone throne at the end of the space, there was a huge figure that was 7 meters tall and emanated a terrifying pressure. The white ape moved quickly to the throne and prostrated himself. Noticing White Ape's arrival, the figure opened his mouth, and although it did not make a sound, White Ape, who was also a monster, was able to understand what he meant. "White Ape, I hear your people, recently, have taken a human as a patron saint?" Confronted with this question, the White Ape opened its mouth in fear, but this time it did not emit a cooing, grunting sound, but clear speech. "My king, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Those silly children don't know any better. I hope you won't blame them. That's just it. As long as you offer sacrifices regularly, I won't interfere with you guys. I don't think you're here this time to report on this matter specifically, are you? My king Mincha, just now, someone overpowered your guards and entered the tomb, a dark-haired man, and a silver-haired woman. 2 men, defeating 4 stone guards? The man can use earth magic and is agile. The woman has a magical sword in her hand that can emit thunder and fire. They said they were coming to the graveyard to look for something. It should be related to that human. Sure there are no blonde elves? Confronted with this question, Hakaru inquired somewhat uneasily. My king, could the will of that human still affect you? I'm not sure, but it's always good to be cautious. A mere human trying to utilize the power of the labyrinth. After that, the white ape reported the information related to Fry and Noelle in detail, and after hearing that the 2 humans did not break the defense boundary, the figure on the throne spoke. They are no match for me and are not to be feared. They say they will come back again. Do I need to take the initiative to bring them to you then? Extra moves are likely to alert the enemy to the anomaly, and it's too early for the humans to discover my presence. If they finally know what they're doing, then I'm not going to make a move. But if they happen to open the door and come here, then let it be turned into my sustenance and help me complete my final evolution. Chapter 40, Crossing the World, I'm an ape god in a different world. I didn't realize that the elves had props like this. Fry took the bracelet from Theodoros and examined it. The texture of the bracelet was like jade, with a color like flowing amber, in which a tree pattern emitting a golden glow could be faintly seen. A bracelet that could lower the level. Even in the Demon King's treasure trove, there were no props that could have this effect. I'm not sure of the exact principle. I only know that this bracelet is related to the sacred tree. After Theodoros put on the bracelet, Fry used appraisal to observe her changes. The level dropped from 30 to 25, and a corresponding drop in attributes occurred. What about your magical abilities? Have they changed? Theodoros tried to chant her magic for a moment, then replied, no, it's still magic LV2, and the rest of the skills and abilities haven't changed. In other words, Theodoros had merely lowered some of her attributes, and her combat power hadn't slipped significantly. Nowadays, she was feared to be the strongest existence among adventurers below level 30 who could enter the second tier. Then let's move tomorrow. Speaking of which, I've never been in a labyrinth before. I don't know what it's like, so I'll ask you to lead the way. Imagining the unknown adventure of the labyrinth, Theodoros said with some excitement. There's no rush. I have some preparations to make. It might take a few days. Haven't the graves been found? What else is there to prepare? In Theodoros' opinion, the last obstacle at the moment was the gate that required the input of 9 letters, about which she already had some speculations in her mind, and she intended to go to the graveyard to solve the puzzle herself. And Fry suddenly looked furtive after hearing Theodoros' question. He closed the windows and drew the curtains, then locked the door and put up the security chain. What are you doing locking the door all of a sudden? I have something I want to show you. What is it? An avenue. With that said, Fry took out a copy of the arcane magic blade from his belt pouch. Afterward, the dimly lit room of a lone man and woman resounded with beastly cries. Goo goo ga. Goo goo ga. Well, can you read it? When this animal video was halfway through, Fry inquired. After the original Philip incident, Fry had gotten into the habit of carrying an arcane magic blade with him in order to videotape it. At that time, after noticing the abnormal behavior of the white apes in the graveyard, Fry recorded a conversation between the two spined apes, intending to bring it back and hand it over to Theodoros, who possessed the animal conversation skill to parse it. Listening to the burst of ape sounds in the room, Theodoros couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand, revealing a somewhat speechless expression. You seem to have been made a demon by this group of monsters. What? I'd become an ape god? Fry couldn't help but exclaim. Never in a million years did he realize that after not being the Demon King, he had actually gained another identity that was difficult to bandage. When the video had finished playing, Theodoros gave Fry a complete translation of what the two spined apes were talking about. The most concerning of these was the order that the white ape gave to the other two spined apes as Fry was about to leave. The white ape asks all the other apes to leave the cemetery and not to return for half a day, and says this: whoever peeks, it's the next sacrifice. After obtaining new information through the arcane magic blade, the speculation in Frey's mind was further verified. The group of two spined apes, or at least the white ape with the highest intelligence, was likely taking orders from a more powerful being. When it came to powerful beings, the first thing Fry associated with them was the class guardians of the labyrinth. In the Jabberwock underground labyrinth, each of the last levels of the Great Hierarchy had once possessed a guardian, but as humanity has paved the right path to the 50th level, the guardians of the first 5 classes have been crushed, since guardians wouldn't be refreshed once they were crushed. Fry used to think that as long as he didn't enter the area after the 50th floor, he wouldn't run into unpredictable risks. But through these 2 months of exploring the labyrinth, his mind has changed. Unlike the game's rigid code, real-life monsters not only have the ability to think independently, but also communicate with each other and develop simple tactics. Especially monsters with higher intelligence like the two-spined ape can even produce their own settlements and cultures. And some of the monsters can also raise their rank by evolving. Summarizing the above intelligence, assuming that monsters could really possess intelligence close to that of humans, then if Fry was a monster in a labyrinth, then he would surely try to hide himself and build up his strength silently. And the cemetery that Petrarch built 60 years ago was a very good place for obscene development, since the two spined apes were able to stumble upon the graveyard and use it as a shelter. It was equally possible for other monsters to do the same. After leaving the labyrinth, by mapping and analyzing the structure of the entire graveyard, Fry believed that behind the gate with the combination lock, there should still exist a not-so-small underground space. Combined with the white ape's actions, it was possible that this graveyard had been dominated by a powerful monster. And in that case, the appearance of the 4 one-eyed stone men made sense. The likelihood of this is minimal given the presence of defense boundaries, but not zero. In the second tier, the strongest known monster was the skeleton troll that was born on the 19th floor and was classified as an elite monster in the same way as the rotting giant. According to the information in the Adventurers Guild, it takes 1 year for a skeleton troll to refresh. These monsters are characterized by being weak when they are just born, but they have a special skill called assimilation, which allows them to graft the skeletons of other monsters onto themselves so that they can grow quickly. Based on this characteristic, the Adventurers Guild placed a high bounty on the skeleton trolls, plus their magic stones were valuable in their own right. So every time the skeleton trolls were refreshed, they were quickly crushed by the adventurers. After checking the information, Fry determined that there had been skeleton trolls crushed every year for the past 70 years, and that there was no leakage, and the last crusade recorded was 3 months ago. It was logical that there shouldn't be any skeleton trolls in the second tier nowadays, but to be cautious, Fry decided to use the evolved full-bodied skeleton trolls as hypothetical foes and make a battle plan based on that. That means not only do we have to unlock the code on the gate, but we may also face a nasty battle. Could it be that you're overthinking it? Theodorus, who hadn't personally traveled to the labyrinth, felt a bit incredulous at Frey's series of conjectures. When you've eliminated all the impossibilities, the one that remains, no matter how unreasonable, must be the truth. And the famous detective Dido wouldn't fail to understand that, would he? And it's always better to think more than less. Fry was not a brave man favored by the gods, and he never expected that he would happen to awaken his powers in the face of a crisis. That's why it's Frey's code of conduct to prepare in advance for the worst-case scenario. Hearing Fry say that, Theodorus agreed with him. I see, and I should be thanking you for being willing to consider this far for the commission. Is there anything I can do to help during the preparation? Fry did have one thing he needed to bother Theodorus about. Over the next few days, I want you to get along with Noelle, and by the way, she just happens to want to learn how to play the flute. Why don't you teach her? Thus, another week passed, and after making all preparations, Fry, Noelle, and Theodorus entered the labyrinth together. They should have been able to make it in a day according to Frey's estimate, but the march was slowed down by the fact that a certain piece of luggage they were carrying was just too big. They eventually repaired to the graveyard the next day after spending the night at the glittering lake, once again regimenting an entire lake of blue light squid. Upon entering the graveyard, the place looked no different than the last time we left. Coming to the stone platform of the gate, Theodorus scrutinized every detail before finding the small chest that had previously held Petrarch's journal. There was one thing she had to make sure of. Theodorus took out a key after relocking the aged brass lock that had been picked by Fry. And this key is? It was found on Laura's remains. This key clutched dead in her hand. Frey noticed that there was also a small wooden plaque hanging from the key with the word, home, written on it. Theodorus inserted it into the brass lock, which opened as the key turned. If you think about it, the size of the brass lock really doesn't look like it was mounted on a box, but rather more like a door lock. And obviously capable of installing such an advanced magical device, Petrarch had made a point of keeping his diary in a small box, a move that was unnatural in itself. Fry remembered a curious story he had heard while investigating Petrarch. Petrarch is obviously a rich man, but he lives a very simple life and his house is small and shabby. The house was so badly damaged that Petrarch had to carry out a renovation, but he insisted on keeping the original doors and locks. Now it seems that the reason he kept the lock on the door was because Laura had a spare key in her hand that would open the door. Apparently, the lock on this chest was removed from the door of Petrarch's house, and only Laura could open it properly, and Laura held the key to Petrarch's front door until her death. So from that perspective, they should have been in love. Did you not say, Dido, that you had speculated as to the code of the gate? And what was it? Frey inquired. Theodorus did not answer immediately. However, and after using Laura's key to unlock Petrarch's lock, she fell into deep thought. After a moment, she turned to Frey and Noelle. Assuming Petrarch and Laura really love each other, what do you think he expects? For that question, why don't we just let the three of us each enter the answer we have in mind? The reason why Theodorus made such a proposal was because Fry had taken the drawings a few days ago to consult Dagger for information about this magic guide device. In the Terra Federation, this kind of magical combination lock was not something rare, unless it was specifically customized. The consoles built by artisans on the market all used the same set of universal panels that had been passed down for 100 years. And to leave room for error. This combination lock will not lock after 3 consecutive incorrect entries. That means there are a total of 3 inputs, just enough for one of them. Fry didn't have any objections to doing so. After all, one person tries it once, and in the end, even if he loses the wrong pot, it's still an equal share, and it's not easy to get into an argument. Having made up his mind, Frey took the lead and walked over to the stone platform. What do I expect? Looking at the question, Fry brought himself into Petrarch as Theodorus had said. What would he expect if he were a rich man and in love with an elf of the long-lived species? Fry soon found an answer of his own. He pressed the stone button and typed a word 9 letters in length. Longevity. With Frey's character, he would actively look for ways to cross the longevity gap. However, After pressing the OK button, a red light emanated from the stone platform and an X was displayed on the crystal panel. It doesn't seem to be the right answer. And next to the X, there are 2 empty spaces, which means that there were indeed 3 inputs. Next, it's Noelle's turn. Since Noelle hadn't fully understood the situation, Fry explained it to her. Noelle, what would you want to do if you fell in love with someone, but that person was going to live far longer than you? Faced with this question, Noelle gave her answer. I want to be by his side for the rest of my life. It's heavy. After learning Noelle's answer, Fry typed in a word instead of the illiterate woman. Companion. Wanting to spend your limited life with your lover is an equally romantic idea, but as the red light came on, it proclaimed that this answer was also wrong. When it came down to it, there was only one last chance left, and that task fell to Doris. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and patted her cheek before typing in a word 9 letters in length as if determined. Doris' answer was far beyond Frey's expectations, but with a burst of green light, the word proved to be the correct answer. As the stone door opened, as Fry had predicted, a huge elevator appeared before them. At the bottom of the elevator is the last stop on this commission. All set? Fry inquired. Doris and Noelle nodded. Then according to plan D-Buff first, Fry took potion after potion from his duffel bag and drank them down. Energy pills, burst pills, energy drinks, and Doris took out her harp and started releasing auxiliary magic. Wind of addition, stirring music, sounds of battle. Half an hour later, the trio, who had reached their best form, stepped into the elevator. Fry was also finally able to remove one of the 2 heavy weights on his back. The switch was activated and with a rumble, the elevator began to descend. Once the elevator had descended to the bottom and there was no more cover, Fry utilized his shadow sense to get a good look at this underground space. However, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge monster that emitted a terrifying pressure. The monster's body stood at 7 meters tall. Its torso was pieced together from thick white bones, and several complete skulls were set into its shoulders. The skin on its face was as dry as a zombie's, and it wore a crown made of gold on its head. King of Bones, rank 4, and just as Fry saw the bone skeleton king's appearance, the other party slashed out with the huge sword in his hand as if he had prepared for it.